The universe has existed for nearly 14 billion years, yet within the entirety of the known cosmos, not a single civilization with a history of 1 million years can be found. Even those with histories of 500,000 or 300,000 years are conspicuously absent. This in itself embodies a profound dread. At this moment, on a desolate and uninhabited planet amidst the vastness of space, a faint silhouette suddenly materializes. It is a young child, remarkably adorned with a long, monkey-like tail protruding from their posterior. Ouch! Upon their abrupt arrival on this lifeless celestial body, the child collapses to the ground, their expression contorted in anguish. This discomfort arises not only from the inhospitable atmosphere, but also due to the fact that they have just integrated the ancient Saiyan physique obtained from their inaugural lottery draw. To elaborate, Su Qing had recently encountered an unfortunate mishap in another realm, the Blue Planet, which led to his transference into the world of Dragon Ball, where he was reborn as a newly born Saiyan. Alongside this transformation, he was bestowed with a legendary and enigmatic battle system, and fortuitously, during his first lottery draw, he secured the ancient Saiyan physique, a reward devoid of any level restrictions. However, just as he commenced the integration with the battle system, Su Qing found himself unfortunate enough to stumble upon the climactic scene of the original narrative, where Frieza annihilated the Saiyan homeworld. Consequently, Su Qing was compelled to utilize the system's singular, complementary emergency temporal escape option. Little did he anticipate that this would lead him to a completely different world altogether. The ancient Saiyan body was undergoing a fusion with Su Qing, who felt an excruciating sensation as if his very blood had transformed into molten lava. His bones seemed to be perpetually splitting and reassembling, while the air in this place rendered him breathless. At that moment, Su Qing was experiencing the most agonizing ordeal of his 2 lifetimes. In his torment, Su Qing could not contain his anguish and let out a desperate scream. Coincidentally, at that very moment, a colossal spaceship traversed the vicinity, seemingly in a hasty attempt to navigate past this desolate planet. It was none other than the demon civilization that had recently suffered defeat at the hands of the angelic civilization. This spaceship was the demon wings of Morgana. Damn it, I've finally shaken off those pesky little harpies. They were relentless in their pursuit. In the command room of the demon wings, Morgana, adorned with a grotesque, demonic visage, sighed in relief after being chased by angels for what felt like an eternity. As she relaxed, her gaze fell upon a distant yellow planet, prompting her to casually inquire, "Which planet is that? Is it suitable for resurrecting the brave demon warriors who perished for my queen?" With that, Morgana turned to her capable aide, Otto. Upon hearing her question, Otto promptly responded, "My queen, I shall immediately ascertain whether there are life forms present that are suitable for conversion." With that, he swiftly arranged for several demon warriors operating the supercomputers to scan the nearby planet. At that moment, as the supercomputer aboard the demonic dual-wing ship scanned the distant planet, an incessant alarm echoed throughout the vessel. Beep, 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 beep. The entire demonic dual-wings battleship erupted with warnings. What on earth is happening? Morgana, who had just settled into the demon throne, sprang to her feet in alarm. At that instant, the ominous announcements blared. "Warning! Warning! A formidable danger signal has been detected on the planet ahead. Demon 1 is currently assessing the threat level, scanning. Scan results: initial threat, moderate threat, severe threat, super threat, primordial threat, void threat, ultimate fear. Warning! Warning! The target is extraordinarily dangerous. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately." Before the eyes of all the demon warriors in the command center, the supercomputer Demon 1 displayed an urgent alert. This. Morgana was utterly stunned. Ultimate fear level. With disbelief etched across her face, she gazed at the alarming interface projected in the void before her, a harbinger of peril that should only exist in theoretical discourse. To her astonishment, she found herself confronting a danger classification of ultimate fear in a desolate corner of the universe. Even though this ultimate fear was merely a designation she had configured for assessing hazardous targets. Distinct from the theoretical concept of ultimate fear she had previously articulated, it still left her aghast. After all, She, Morgana, was merely at the peak of danger. Even now, the so-called king of gods, her sister, the sacred Kesha, cannot possibly surpass the danger level of the void, the ultimate fear level. Prior to this moment, no individual had ever been assessed by her demon number 1 to reach such a degree of peril. Morgana once believed that no one could attain this level. Yet at this moment, she found herself contemplating otherwise that this juncture. The demon warriors, including Otto, Ate, and Abang, who were aware of the situation, were equally dumbfounded. They could not help but wonder if even the supercomputer might be malfunctioning. After all, they themselves were only classified as having a moderate danger level. Was there truly an entity of ultimate fear residing on that seemingly desolate planet? Surely this must be a jest? The concept of ultimate fear, akin to their queen's ultimate fear theory, had always been regarded as mere speculation, something no one had ever witnessed. What on earth is happening now? Your Majesty, should we make a swift exit? At that moment, Otto, among the demon generals, was the first to respond, turning to his queen Morgana. Upon hearing this, Morgana also momentarily paused in realization. Then, she found herself ensnared in a profound internal conflict. Ultimate fear, even if it was not the ultimate fear referenced in her own theory, Morgana could not suppress her overwhelming curiosity to discover who or what this entity truly was. Was it male or female? Or perhaps, was it even a living being? Why did Demon know? One assign the highest level of danger assessment? Why? Why Morgana, once a scholar, felt as though she had brushed against one of the greatest secrets of the known universe at this very moment. She could not help but yearn to delve deeper, fully aware that such an endeavor would be exceedingly perilous. Your Majesty Ethel and the other demon warriors discerned their queen's thoughts, hesitating to voice their concerns. At that moment, the announcement came, alert deactivated. Target danger level, below primary. A comical scene unfolded as all previous red alerts vanished, replaced by standard scanning visuals. Upon witnessing this, Morgana momentarily stood in astonishment, then gradually clenched her delicate, pale fists. By the heavens, damn it, to the depths of despair. Chapter 2. The Ancient Science, Potent Potential and the Desire for Battle at this moment, upon that desolate yellow dead star. The youthful figure of Su Qing lay prostrate on the ground, his face drenched in sweat. Damn it, combat system. You nearly brought me to my demise. In the world of Dragon Ball, the sudden turn of events caught Su Qing off guard. He had not anticipated that merging with the body of an ancient Saiyan would be so excruciating, especially as the combat system had randomly transported him to this barren star, devoid of oxygen and life. Just moments ago, he was merely a lower-class warrior among ordinary Saiyans, and now he had nearly perished on this lifeless orb. However, following the agony, Su Qing had attained a form of rebirth. He was no longer a lower-class warrior, nor even an ordinary Saiyan. Instead, he had transformed into an ancient Super Saiyan. At this juncture, Su Qing found himself on this nearly airless dead star, yet he exhibited no signs of distress or difficulty in breathing. Ancient Saiyan trait possesses an extraordinarily strong adaptability, enabling survival in the vastness of space. Am I truly an ancient Super Saiyan now? Su Qing clenched his tiny fists, gazing at his diminutive form. Everything transpired so swiftly, it felt somewhat surreal. Moreover, Su Qing sensed a peculiar transformation in his thoughts. Suddenly, an overwhelming desire to engage in battle surged within him. No, it is not about seeking one individual to engage in combat, but rather to find countless adversaries and perpetually engage in battle. The stronger the opponent, the more intense the conflict, the better. Ancient Saiyan trait 2. The warrior gene within Ancient Saiyan surpasses that of all ordinary Saiyans, a race truly born for battle. Su Qing felt as though a frenzied beast had taken residence within him at this very moment, poised to erupt and indiscriminately attack any living creature that dared to approach him. This realization left Su Qing somewhat alarmed. Fate, however, had its own peculiar design. As several single-pilot spacecraft descended from the heavens, a number of demon warriors materialized not far from Su Qing. Upon disembarking from their spacecraft, the demon warriors beheld a somewhat austere-looking young boy clad in peculiar attire. Even more astonishing was the sight of a tail resembling that of a monkey, swaying behind him. The demon warriors were momentarily taken aback, and then swiftly communicated via covert channels to Morgana aboard the demon wing. My queen, We have located the target. It appears to be a young boy, seemingly no more than 6 or 7 years old, yet he possesses a monkey-like tail, which we tentatively classify as a beastly trait. In the command center of the Demon Wing, Morgana and her companions, including Otto, received the report with astonishment. This was a desolate, uninhabited planet. How could a mere child of 6 or 7 possess the capability to survive in such an environment? Attai expressed his confusion, Your Majesty. The situation may not be as straightforward as it seems. He glanced at Queen Morgana, who remained silent for a few moments. Subsequently, she placed her fingers near her ear to respond to the dark communication on the other end. Instructing the few demon warriors she had dispatched, see if you can establish communication with the opposing party, but exercise caution. The beings on the planet had startled Morgana significantly. She had almost mistaken them for a theoretical ultimate fear-level being of unparalleled strength. Although it appeared to be merely a malfunction of the Demon 1 supercomputer, Morgana was nonetheless compelled to uncover the true nature of the entity on that dead star, daring to frighten her queen. Meanwhile, upon hearing their queen's command, the demon warriors prepared to approach the small child with a monkey tail, attempting to communicate with him. Hey, little one, where are your guardians? They called out, their voices echoing as they maintained a safe distance. Simultaneously, in the command room of the Demon Wings, Attai had already engaged the Demon 1 supercomputer at the console to conduct a biological information scan on the small child with the monkey tail. Soon, the scan reported, Detection scan complete. Results. Target does not belong to any known life forms recorded in the database. Unable to scan the target's brain. Reason unknown. Preliminary assessment. Target danger level, below primary. Current age of the target, 3 days. Temporarily classified as a half-beast. A series of textual information continuously appeared before Attai. He widened his eyes in astonishment. It actually does not belong to the known universe. And how could it be impossible to scan the brain of the other party? Is it possible that there are still unrecorded life forms within the entire known universe? Moreover, that child on the dead star has only just been born for 3 days. Yet, he appears to be 6 or 7 years old. Ultimately, the inability of Demon 1 to scan the brain information left Attai in a state of confusion. My queen, Demon 1 is truly unable to extract the brain information from the other party. Additionally, after comparing with the computer, it was discovered that this child on the dead star does not belong to any known civilization or life form within the universe. Attai immediately relayed every bit of information that the supercomputer was able to scan or deduce to his queen, Morgana. What? Morgana was momentarily taken aback. My queen, please take a look for yourself. Attai directly sent the scanning results to the main platform. Then, Morgana, Otto, a bang. And the other demons all witnessed the supercomputer's scanning results of the small child with a monkey tail on the yellow dead star. It truly does not belong to the known universe. Upon witnessing the information displayed on the scanning interface, Morgana could not help but step forward in astonishment. Could it be that the entity before them was indeed a so-called void creature? Abang expressed his surprise, unable to restrain his curiosity. Hearing this, Morgana scrutinized the scanning results, her brow furrowing deeply. However, regaining her composure, she commanded, Otto, go and personally capture this mysterious little creature that has emerged from nowhere for your queen. And you, Attai and Abang, keep a constant watch on the various data points of the target until Otto secures the creature and returns to the Demon Wing. With a fist, Morgana struck the metallic platform before her, her face inexplicably filled with excitement as she issued her orders. The existence of a being not belonging to any known civilization in the universe, regardless of what kind of demon or monster it may be. Morgana was determined to apprehend it and uncover the truth. Yes, Otto, Attai, and the other demon warriors responded in unison. Yet, before they could make any move, they suddenly heard, beep beep beep. Target life energy detected an increase. The Demon 1 issued an urgent alert. Damn it, what now? Morgana exclaimed in frustration. In response, the voice of a demon warrior, presently encountering the unknown boy on the Death Star, echoed in her ear. Your Majesty, this is unbelievable. The child took a step towards us, and our genetic computational systems immediately indicated an evolution in the entity's life energy. Upon hearing this, Morgana, Otto, Attai, and the other demons were left utterly bewildered, until the demon warriors atop the Death Star transmitted all images back to the Demon Wing. Morgana and Otto beheld a scene, a young boy, clad in eccentric attire with a monkey tail trailing behind him, approached the group of demon warriors with an expression of icy resolve. With each of his deliberate steps, the computer announced, Target life energy detected. Increase. Target life energy detected. Increase. And current target danger level. Primary. Originally, below primary. The machine provided a constant stream of alerts, one for each step taken by the boy. This spectacle rendered Otto, who was poised to embark on a mission, utterly astonished. Likewise, the other demons, including a Tai and a Bang, found themselves bewildered. Morgana, unable to contain her shock, shared a similar disbelief. All the demons began to question whether their eyes were deceiving them. Your Majesty, the adversary continues to advance. What shall we do? What in the world is this creature? Your Majesty, what should we do? The enemy's demeanor is aggressive. They may strike at any moment. Should we act first? The demon warriors on the Death Star clearly appeared unsettled. Meanwhile, Su Qing, as he stepped forward, perceived a system prompt in the void visible only to him. Combat Power 13, Combat Power 11, Combat Power 13. Ultimately, as Su Qing halted his advance, his combat power registered at 73. Ancient Saiyan characteristic. The ancient Saiyans possess an almost terrifying potential, capable of enhancing their combat power with even the slightest movement. However, when engaging in battle using Qi, the genetic lock temporarily restricts the increase in their combat strength to conserve energy. Yet, it can be actively released. At this moment, the beast within Su Qing seemed to awaken gradually, causing his pupils to transform into a blood-red hue. His entire being radiated an inexplicable wildness. Come, fight me. Su Qing yearned for battle with an intensity that left no room for reason. He craved a thrilling confrontation, despite his diminutive stature and youthful appearance. Su Qing's gaze was filled with a wild, cold grin as he fixated on several demon warriors ahead. In the demon wing, Morgana, Otto, and Aether were left in a state of bewilderment and shock at the sight. Suddenly, the now ancient Saiyan Su Qing closed his eyes. There's a bit of distance. Let me search. There must be something in my mind that can help me approach you swiftly. Ah, found it. In no time, his blood-red eyes reopened. Simultaneously, in the eyes of the demon warriors, the child with a slightly deranged grin slowly transformed into an afterimage and vanished. What just happened? The demon warriors exchanged perplexed glances. The child in front has inexplicably vanished. Beware. Behind you. Morgana's voice echoed through the dark communication. What are you searching for? Just then, a voice both familiar and strange emerged behind several demon warriors. This is bad. The demon warriors were taken aback. How could the opponent have stealthily approached them without their notice? When did this happen? Why were they unable to see? At that moment, they beheld Su Qing, astonishingly suspended in midair. You are too slow. The youthful Su Qing soared through the air, a cold smile gracing his lips as he unleashed a powerful kick. Bang! Oof! In the next instant, one of the demon warriors was sent crashing backward by the force of the kick, blood spewing from his mouth mid-flight. Bastard! The other demon warriors readied their energy weapons to strike at this terrifying little creature before them. However, bang crack! The diminutive Su Qing delivered a punch that shattered the weapon of the nearest demon warrior. Then, as two more energy blasts surged towards him, Su Qing unhesitatingly seized the demon warrior before him, using him as a shield. Ultimately, the energy attack struck their own ally. You. The demon warrior caught in the grasp of young Su Qing was left with barely half of his body intact, staring in shock and fury at the child with a monkey's tail. Ha, ha. Su Qing's breath grew ragged, and an uncontrollable smile of exhilaration spread across his face. Is this the sensation of battle experienced by the ancient Saiyans? How thrilling, how delightful. Ha ha ha. In the next moment, Su Qing cast aside the lifeless demon warrior with a vigorous throw. With a powerful shout, he unleashed a formidable force from his fist, propelling it towards the last two minor demons ahead. Su Qing's speed was astounding, rendering him almost a mere shadow. The two diminutive demons found themselves utterly incapable of countering his assault, their energy attacks consistently veering off target. Ha ha. Ultimately, Su Qing, with a gleeful and maniacal laughter, soared to the side of the two demons. In a flash, his fierce fist was poised to strike. Having just merged with the essence of the ancient Saiyan, Su Qing was now entirely enveloped in the potent battle instincts of that lineage. The overwhelming exhilaration made him feel as if he were soaring in ecstasy, almost transcending mortal limits. However, just at that critical juncture, a massive black figure emerged, blocking the two minor demon warriors and intercepting Su Qing's fierce punch with a single hand. With a resounding thud, this figure retaliated with a powerful blow, sending the youthful Su Qing flying a considerable distance until he collided with a massive yellow boulder which crumbled and buried him beneath its debris. At that moment, the two minor demon warriors finally grasped the situation, realizing that their savior in this crucial moment was none other than Otto. Otto, you have arrived. Thank you, Otto. But do exercise caution. The opponent is truly bizarre, an enigma of sorts, resembling a little monster. The two demon warriors expressed their gratitude and warned him. Rest assured, I shall capture him and present him before the queen, Otto replied confidently. The colossal figure of Otto fixed his gaze upon the direction of the crumbling boulder. Otto, to ensure that child remains unharmed, the queen requires him alive, echoed Morgana's voice through the dark communication. Rest assured, your majesty. Chapter 3, The First Transformation, Super Saiyan. Morgana, for the moment, remained oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding Su Qing, particularly when she observed that with each step he took, his biological energy surged. Despite her extensive experience as the former harbinger of the celestial civilization and a scholar at the Super Divine Academy, Morgana found herself astonished at the sight of the peculiar child, who sported a monkey's tail. Two possibilities flickered in her mind. 1. Su Qing possessed an extraordinarily formidable constitution, endowed with an equally astounding potential for terror, allowing him to enhance his combat prowess with mere strides. This was truly remarkable, for neither her demonic legion nor the angels of the celestial civilization could boast such astonishing potential. The ability to grow stronger simply by walking suggested that even a pig, a cow, or a dog could eventually ascend to the level of a supreme deity over time. Indeed, the prospect of reaching even loftier heights was not beyond imagination. Among the two possibilities, this one seemed relatively more plausible. Another possibility, one that Morgana could scarcely believe, was that the opponent possessed some extraordinary capabilities, concealing their true strength. The earlier incident with the supercomputer, Demon Number 1, had not been a malfunction. Rather, the danger posed by that little brat, Su Qing, was unprecedented. The ultimate fear. However, if this were the case, he could not have been sent flying by Otto. Thus, this young child possessed an unimaginable potential. Morgana, the queen, felt an intense desire to comprehend the nature of his being. Surely, even a fourth-generation divine body could not harbor such potential? The mere act of walking seemed to enhance his biological energy. What sort of advanced technology was he practicing? As Morgana gazed at the surveillance screen, where Su Qing remained trapped beneath the rubble, her astonishment was palpable. Simultaneously, she could not fathom that he might perish so easily. Yet, Morgana never anticipated that Otto's emergence would ignite the opponent's fighting spirit. The ensuing scene would utterly shock both her and every demon soldier present. Otto, that little monster, couldn't possibly have killed him with a single punch, could he? Though, perhaps it was for the best, after all. That brat had just slain several of their warriors. The two remaining demon soldiers, witnessing the debris before them, addressed Otto. In response, Otto fixed his gaze upon the ruins and declared, "You may return. I alone am sufficient for this task." Upon hearing this, the two demonic soldiers exchanged glances. And without refusal, they took to the skies aboard the demonic vessel, the Twin Wings. Not long after their departure, amidst the rubble, a diminutive figure emerged, pushing aside the stones that had pinned him down. It was Su Qing, who had now risen from the ruins, a young warrior of the ancient Saiyan lineage. At this moment, the youthful Su Qing wiped the corner of his mouth and discovered a trace of blood, the result of a recent blow from Otto. Yet, surprisingly, the sensation of pain and injury was exhilarating. Ha ha ha. In the next instant, Su Qing gazed at the blood on his hand, his expression brimming with exhilaration, even bordering on madness. Indeed, he was alive. Observing Su Qing's small frame, Otto murmured to himself, realizing that the minor injury from his punch was merely a trivial matter. While Otto had intentionally held back, it was evident that Su Qing possessed an extraordinary resilience. This boy must become my warrior. Morgana found herself increasingly enamored with Su Qing. At this moment, none were aware of the gravity of the situation until a voice broke through. No matter who you are, you should tread carefully from now on. 4. I intend to take this a bit more seriously. Su Qing's eyes, filled with a fierce desire for battle, coldly regarded Otto ahead. Come on, child, Otto beckoned, pointing towards Su Qing. Uncertain, I ponder whether this child will bring forth even greater surprises for the queen. Morgana, I eagerly anticipated. Yet soon she shall witness the astonishment bestowed upon her by Su Qing, one so immense it may defy her comprehension. Now let it commence. Su Qing, amidst the ruins, gradually clenches his small fists. Then, Clenching his fists, he raises his gaze toward the heavens and roars. Boom! A powerful gust of energy erupts from Su Qing, sweeping outward in all directions. Countless particles of debris are sent flying amidst the ruins. Concurrently, a concealed force continues to surge forth, growing ever stronger. With each of Su Qing's furious cries, the power within his diminutive frame escalates wildly. Otto gazes in astonishment at the small figure from which the tempestuous energy is erupting. Simultaneously, even more astonishing events unfold aboard the Demon Wing. Warning, warning. The target's bioenergy is experiencing exponential amplification. The target's bioenergy is undergoing multiplicative enhancement. Current amplification of the target's bioenergy, 73 times, 86 times, 133 times. Current danger level of the target, initial, intermediate, advanced. Behold, the supercomputer Demon 1 relays the current state of Su Qing to Morgana and her legion of demons. Then, a multitude of demons, including Addo, who was facing Su Qing on that desolate star, widened their eyes in disbelief. All the demons wore expressions of utter incredulity. Morgana, no longer exhibiting excitement, was left with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Even more terrifying was the scene below. Su Qing, clenching his fists, continued to howl towards the heavens. With each of his roars, a golden aura began to manifest around him, slowly emerging. Su Qing's hair, eyebrows, and even the fur on his tail fluctuated between golden and black. His pupils oscillated between a pale green and black. In response, the supercomputer, Demon 1, incessantly warned, current biological energy enhancement of the target, 333 times, 399 times, 433 times. Current danger level of the target, medium, medium-high. Morgana was utterly flabbergasted, her eyes reflecting a singular sentiment of confusion. Above the desolate star, Addo gazed at the small figure before him, now enveloped in a golden aura, and upon witnessing the supercomputer's synchronized alert of danger level, medium-high, he instinctively took a step back in shock. This was already at his level. However, the young boy across from him was not finished yet. With one final roar of fury from Su Qing amidst the ruins. With a resounding crash, the debris within the ruins was violently propelled into the air. Ultimately, Su Qing emerged, his hair transformed into a radiant gold, his entire being engulfed in golden flames, and his shallow green pupils gleaming. He hovered effortlessly in midair. Almost simultaneously, the supercomputer, Demon 1, reported current biological energy enhancement, 500, and current danger level, high. Morgana and the legion of demon warriors stared in astonishment at the data presented by Demon 1. Chapter 4, Combat Power, 500 times. In that very moment, Su Qing floated above the remnants of the ruins, his golden hair standing erect, his green eyes dazzling. And even the fur of his tail had taken on a golden hue, all while being enveloped in golden flames. Though his form was diminutive, he radiated an astonishing aura. Ancient Saiyan traits. Ancient Saiyans possess an innate ability to transform into Super Saiyans, and the power increase upon transformation is tenfold compared to ordinary Saiyans. Thus, Su Qing's Super Saiyan first stage granted him a combat power enhancement of 500 times. 73, 536, 500. A combat power exceeding 35,000. Classified by the supercomputer Demon 1 as danger level, high, surpassing that of Otto. At this moment, Otto gazed incredulously at the diminutive figure not far away, whose golden hair and pale green eyes blazed with a fiery golden aura. It was unfathomable that such phenomena could exist in this known universe. How could anyone possess such extraordinary abilities? An amplification of biological energy by a staggering 500 times? Could this possibly be true? Was he out of his mind? How could that child's body withstand such a terrifying operation without collapsing? Morgana aboard the Demon Wing shared the same perplexity. How could this be conceivable? Even if such technology and abilities existed, how could his body endure it? As she observed the small golden figure on the monitor, Morgana swiftly approached. Your Majesty, our Demon 1 has just conducted a basic scan and discovered everything on the opposing side appears normal, with no anomalies present. This implies that the opponent's body can fully withstand such a dreadful surge of biological energy. Atai, who was silently operating the supercomputer nearby, interjected. Upon finishing his statement, he could not help but swallow hard, overwhelmed by astonishment. What? Morgana's eyes widened even further. Moreover, Your Majesty, if I am not mistaken, this little creature has only been alive for a mere 3 days. He is, in essence, still an infant. a bang exclaimed, as if delivering a final blow. Yet, this moment suddenly reminded Morgana of the initial computer scan results. Indeed, the scan had revealed that this radiant little creature, shimmering with golden light, was a super unknown entity, having just been born 3 days prior and not belonging to any known civilization in the universe. In merely 3 days of existence, its body had withstood a staggering amplification of biological energy by 500 times. What manner of creature is this? With that thought, Morgana turned once more to gaze at the small golden figure on the surveillance screen. Little one, you have truly bestowed upon me, the Queen, a surprise that is both astonishing and delightful. I must possess you at all costs. At that moment, upon the battlefield of the Yellow Death Star. Very well. We may proceed. Haha. Super One, Su Qing, once again donned a fierce smile as he fixed his gaze upon the opposing Otto. In that instant, Otto felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from a being who had merely been an infant for a pitiful 3 days. Since you do not advance, Super One Su Qing declared, observing Otto's inaction, I shall come to you. Clang. In the next moment, the small figure of Su Qing, engulfed in golden flames, vanished into thin air. Almost instantaneously, before Otto could even react, whoosh, Super One Su Qing materialized behind Otto. Your reactions are far too sluggish. Su Qing sneered from behind Otto. Upon hearing this, Otto was filled with fury. Instantly, he summoned a blazing sword through a micro wormhole and swung it backward with a fierce slash, clang. Meanwhile, the formidable Su Qing, enveloped in golden flames, concentrated his immense energy into his arm and effortlessly caught Otto's fiery sword with his bare hands. What? Otto gazed in astonishment at Su Qing, who had caught the blazing sword with his unarmed hands. It is worth noting that this fiery sword had been seized from the grasp of angels, ranking among the most powerful weapons in the entirety of the known universe. At this moment, it was astonishing that it had been caught barehanded by this mere boy before him. Earlier, when Otto had just appeared, he had easily thwarted Su Qing's attempt to eliminate 2 demon soldiers. However, the tide of battle had shifted, with Su Qing now effortlessly blocking Otto's assault. One had defended against a fist, while the other had caught a sword with bare hands. The superiority of one over the other was unmistakably clear. This was indeed a source of great discomfort for Otto. However, it was actually the layer of golden energy surrounding Su Qing that had separated, or rather, deflected the fiery sword. The flesh and blood of Su Qing had not made direct contact with the blazing weapon. Such a thing is powerless against me. At that moment, with one hand blocking the fiery sword, Su Qing's turquoise gaze was fixed on the imposing figure of Otto before him. Huh! With a sudden shout, Su Qing unleashed a punch with his other hand towards Otto, compelling him to hastily position the fiery sword horizontally to defend himself. Yet, clang crack, the blade of the fiery sword was marred by several fissures. The sword of flames lay shattered. Otto gazed in disbelief at the cracked blade in his hand, questioning the reality of the scene before him. What's wrong? Su Qing scoffed, observing Otto's astonishment. Don't hesitate. Continue, come fight me. With that, Su Qing let out a mighty roar, his entire being ablaze with energy. He swiftly delivered a powerful kick, striking the already fractured sword of flames. The tremendous force propelled Otto backwards, causing him to skid for over 10 meters before regaining his balance. Yet, when he glanced at the sword of flames, it was met with a resounding crack. The sword had broken in two. Otto stared at the severed weapon in his grasp, momentarily stunned. In response, Su Qing declared, let us go again. This time, I'll let you take the lead. With a golden aura shimmering around him, Su Qing provocatively beckoned Otto with a finger, a smirk playing on his lips, brimming with challenge. Faced with Su Qing's brazen taunts, Otto felt a surge of anger. In the next moment, he cast aside the broken sword of flames, unfurling his colossal demon wings and rapidly charging towards the glimmering Su Qing. In a fit of fury, Otto aimed a nearly full-powered punch. However, Su Qing effortlessly sidestepped the attack. A resounding crash echoed through the air. A powerful uppercut struck Otto, causing him to tilt his head back violently, blood spurting from his mouth. You are still too slow, Su Qing mocked, and with a resounding thud, he executed a spectacular kick that sent the enormous Otto hurtling through the air. Otto ultimately crashed into several colossal stone mountains before collapsing in a disheveled heap upon the yellow earth. Simultaneously, with a swift motion, Su Qing, enveloped in a golden aura, soared into the sky. The ancient wave of annihilation. At this moment, the diminutive figure of Su Qing, shimmering with golden light, contemplated unleashing a ki blast to eliminate Ado directly. The ancient Saiyan lineage epitomized the principle of survival of the fittest, believing that the weak had no place in existence. However, having recently fused with the ancient Saiyan body, Su Qing struggled to contain the overwhelming ancient genes coursing through him, igniting a fierce desire for destruction. Soon, a formidable ki blast, drawn from the ancient Saiyan legacy of memories, coalesced in Su Qing's hands. Two colors, purple and gold, swirled wildly around his palms. Just as Su Qing was about to unleash his ki attack upon Ado, a graceful figure appeared before Ado. Her lips curling into a subtle smile as she gazed up at the resplendent Su Qing in the sky, enduring excruciating pain in his abdomen. Ado gazed dreamily at the enchanting figure before him, the queen. Chapter 5. Morgana. No, you must become my warrior. The queen. Clutching his agonizing belly, Ado beheld the stunning silhouette of the demon queen, Morgana. Realizing he was utterly no match for Super One Su Qing, Morgana took matters into her own hands. Ado, return to the demon wings immediately. This battle is for your queen to handle. Morgana, or rather Liang Bing, fixed her gaze upon the sky where Super One Su Qing hovered, then spoke to Ado behind her. Yes, my queen. Ado understood that his presence would be more of a hindrance than a help. With a swift motion, a ripple of space heralded Odo's abrupt disappearance, transported through a wormhole. Moments later, he materialized aboard the demon wings, landing awkwardly on the ground, having sustained considerable injuries from Super One Su Qing's assault. Ado, how are you? Are you all right? 80 and a bang, along with other demon warriors, hurriedly surrounded him, filled with concern. After catching his breath, Ado slowly rose to his feet, directing his gaze at the surveillance screen displaying the confrontation between his queen and the radiant figure of golden light in the sky. The adversary had indeed amplified their biological power to a formidable degree. Even as a middle-tier warrior, he was no longer a match. Only the queen can confront them head-on now. Ado declared earnestly, "What manner of creature is this? How can a being truly achieve such feats? Even we demons are utterly incapable, and it is beyond the realm of possibility for angels." Gazing at the dazzling figure shimmering with golden light on the surveillance screen, Atai could not help but express his incredulity. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, suspended in the air, with golden hair and emerald green eyes, the Super One Su Qing had just coalesced a primordial destructive shockwave and was poised to unleash it when he suddenly beheld the unexpected arrival of Morgana. This caused the youthful Super One Su Qing, still in his juvenile state, to momentarily halt his movements. Although he noticed Odo's departure and even sensed Odo's current whereabouts, Su Qing chose not to pursue. He understood that his imminent adversary was the woman before him, clad in black attire, adorned with a demonic visage. Furthermore, based on the energy he sensed, she was undoubtedly more formidable than Ado, having dispatched a weaker opponent only to confront a stronger one. Su Qing reveled in the thrill of battle, his heart brimming with satisfaction. Thus, with a hiss, the purple-golden destructive energy was drawn back into his being. At that moment, Morgana, her arms crossed and a smile gracing her lips, declared, "Little one, I find you most intriguing. Would you care to become a warrior for the queen?" On the ground, she gazed up at the resplendent Super One Su Qing, who radiated golden flames. In response, Su Qing, engulfed in golden aura, merely offered a chilling smile before the next instant unfolded. Whoosh! In an almost instantaneous moment, accompanied by a powerful sound that shattered the air, Su Qing's resplendent figure, radiant with golden light, suddenly appeared beside Morgana. With a resounding thud, Su Qing unleashed a formidable punch, only to have it effortlessly caught in Morgana's single hand. How astonishingly swift! Such remarkable strength! And what transformation is this? Glimmering in gold, it is truly captivating. Morgana gazed at the formidable Su Qing with a beaming smile. Observing how easily his heavy strike was absorbed, Su Qing, who had already sensed the opponent's aura, became increasingly convinced that Morgana's prowess surpassed his own. Yet, surrender was not an option. With a swift motion, he conjured a small golden energy sphere with his other hand, launching a surprise attack towards Morgana's face. It was almost a direct assault. However, with a mere lift of her hand, Morgana caused the space around them to ripple, instantly transporting Su Qing's golden energy sphere far away. Moments later, a tremendous roar echoed from the distance, followed by the emergence of a colossal mushroom cloud, the very result of Su Qing's small energy attack. Witnessing this spectacle, Morgana exclaimed with excitement and adoration, "This power! No, this simply won't do. You must become my warrior." Her eyes gleamed with fervor as she focused on Su Qing. The young Su Qing, still in his juvenile form, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, causing him to involuntarily retreat several dozen meters. Little one, she continued, I must confess, I truly admire you. Join my legion of demons. At this moment, Morgana set aside her playful demeanor and gazed seriously at Su Qing, who stood several meters away. No, Su Qing replied coldly. How can you refuse so decisively? Can you tell me why? Morgana exclaimed anxiously. In response, Su Qing blurted out, You are too ugly. Upon hearing this, Morgana momentarily froze. In the command room of the demon wing, a Tai, a Bang, and a group of demon warriors were similarly taken aback for a few seconds. Wait, my queen. I have put on makeup, and how can I be ugly? This is the beauty of a demon. Do you little ones understand? Morgana hastily retorted. I do not understand. Su Qing said tersely. Seeing this, Morgana was momentarily stunned, then sighed with a resigned smile. Well, who asked the queen to like you, little one? In the next instant, Morgana's demonic makeup quickly faded away, revealing an exquisitely delicate face with features so refined it was almost surreal. At that moment, even Su Qing, now an ancient Saiyan consumed by the desire for battle, could not help but feel a spark of astonishment. However, this fleeting moment quickly passed, and he reluctantly remarked, You are even uglier than before. Morgana, who was quite confident in her beauty and had been anticipating compliments, was taken aback by his words. Damn it, she exclaimed, unable to contain her frustration. Simultaneously, with a swift motion, a colossal metallic claw materialized from thin air, lunging towards Su Qing. It was none other than Morgana's formidable weapon, the Demon Claw. The gargantuan appendage appeared almost instantaneously beside the Super One, Su Qing, and surged forward with alarming speed, aiming to seize the diminutive figure of Su Qing in its grasp. However, with a resounding clang, Su Qing reacted with remarkable agility, outstretching his arms to brace against the immense metallic demon claw. Nonetheless, the overwhelming force transmitted through the claw still pressed down upon him, creating a palpable strain for Su Qing, whose combat prowess was only a modest 36,000. Morgana, her visage radiant with delight, observed Su Qing from several meters away. Within the confines of the enormous metallic claw, Su Qing, adorned with golden hair and possessing striking light green eyes, struggled valiantly against the immense pressure of the metallic grasp. Little one, do not strain yourself so. While it is indeed astonishing that you possess the ability to amplify your biological strength to an advanced level at such a tender age, I, the Queen, am of a far superior caliber. Morgana contemplated intensifying the grip of the demon claw, yet she hesitated, fearful of truly injuring Su Qing. His potential to amplify his biological energy by 500 times both astonished and captivated Morgana, igniting a fervent desire for him to immediately pledge allegiance as her warrior. It is noteworthy that Su Qing's foundational strength was merely at an elementary level. However, upon harnessing the 500-fold amplification, he had already ascended to a level of advanced danger assessment and substantial biological combat prowess. Morgana could hardly fathom. What if this little fellow's foundational strength was not merely basic, but rather intermediate or even advanced, and then subjected to a staggering 500-fold amplification? Goodness gracious, who else could compare? Chapter 6, Morgana, a fortuitous discovery. Morgana envisioned an unparalleled future belonging to Su Qing. In truth, she was enamored with such a future. Thus, Morgana resolved to employ any means necessary to ensure Su Qing became a member of the demon ranks. She had even made up her mind. Should Su Qing refuse to accompany her, she would take it upon herself to bind him and carry him away. After seizing the demonic worship, the persuasion could unfold gradually. Naturally, if Su Qing were to agree outright to join the demon civilization, it would be nothing short of perfection. However, Morgana sensed that the young Su Qing, who was currently enduring the torment of the demon's grasp, would likely be reluctant to yield so easily. Therefore, binding him first seemed the most prudent course of action. Morgana held this thought. Meanwhile, within the imposing metallic grip of the demon's claw, Su Qing, bracing himself against the overwhelming force, mused, Do you believe this is my limit? With golden hair, pale green eyes, and an aura of golden flames enveloping his youthful form, Su Qing raised his head, coldly gazing at the unadorned yet striking Morgana before him. Upon hearing Su Qing's insinuating words, both Morgana on the Dead Star and the demon warriors aboard the dual-winged vessel, Otto, a Tai, a Bang, and their comrades, were all taken aback. Alas, little one, do not frighten your queen. Morgana's voice held a hint of disbelief as she contemplated a remarkable possibility. No sooner had she spoken than, crack, a resounding sound erupted. From the colossal demon's claw, arcs of blue and white electricity suddenly enveloped Su Qing, who was supporting himself with both hands. This sight left Morgana momentarily stunned. In the next instant, Su Qing let out a powerful roar reminiscent of his transformation into a Super Saiyan at its first level, ha! With a thunderous boom, an overwhelming force surged forth, abruptly shattering the grip of the demon's claw. Goodness! Morgana exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment at witnessing her demon's claw being violently repelled by Su Qing's furious outcry. Simultaneously, the air crackled with energy as Su Qing, enveloped in shimmering gold and flickering arcs of electricity, continued his relentless roar. Despite his diminutive stature, he exuded an increasingly breathtaking aura. However, unexpectedly, whoosh, for reasons unknown, his golden hair and light green eyes reverted to their natural black, and his formidable presence evaporated instantaneously. The incredible arcs of white and blue electricity slowly dissipated, vanishing without a trace. Su Qing had abruptly reverted from his Super Saiyan first-level state back to his normal form. In the command center of the demon wings, a Tai, a Bang, and the other demons wore expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, Morgana appeared somewhat dazed. In this moment of bewilderment, Su Qing found himself suddenly confronted with a thunderous rumble emanating from his small belly. Indeed, he was hungry. Despite his youthful appearance, Su Qing's face momentarily flushed with embarrassment. At merely 3 days old, his body was still in its infancy, and during his time in the world of Dragon Ball, he had been absorbing nourishment from a nutrient pod. The rapid consumption was alarming. Startled, Morgana could not help but express her surprise. Yet, upon witnessing the comically distressed expression on the young Su Qing's face, she burst into laughter. The demon wings, Otto, and a Bang all sighed in relief, grateful that the already absurd situation had not escalated further. However, only Atai, stationed at the control platform, noticed the latest scanning information provided by Demon Number 1. Do not laugh, Su Qing admonished, directing his ire at Morgana, who was teasing him. And do you have any food? I'm starving. As he asserted his demands with such audacity, Morgana's smile widened, and she leaned closer to him, her flawless beauty radiating as she playfully teased, beg me. In that moment, Su Qing's irritation flared, and a golden aura erupted around him in response to her provocation. However, a deep sigh escaped, a sound of exasperation. Morgana could not suppress her laughter. Well, even a being as formidable as the ancient Saiyan race possesses weaknesses. Hunger is indeed one such vulnerability. How frustrating. Su Qing had not anticipated the profound effect hunger would have on him. He felt his body growing weak. Enough of the jesting, little one. Observing the genuinely vexed young Su Qing, Morgana reined in her cheerful laughter. Yet, a radiant smile remained upon her face. As a member of the demon realm, whatever you desire, the queen shall grant you. Even if you wish to stand equal with me among the demon army in the future, dear sister shall be more than willing to accommodate you. Though Morgana's countenance bore a smile, her gaze was imbued with utmost seriousness. The queen, aboard the demon wing, Otto and a Bang were taken aback. Equal standing? How could that be? Their queen was unparalleled. Little did they know that at this moment, Morgana's heart held the belief that Su Qing's future would be equally magnificent. Su Qing, bewildered, gazed at the unadorned yet striking Morgana, particularly astonished by her words of equal standing. Could it be that the demon queen Morgana held him in such high regard? Noticing a hint of hesitation amidst Su Qing's astonishment, she reassured him, "You need not answer me immediately. You may accompany us first. Trust your sister. We shall not be your enemies." At this moment, Morgana crouched down, tenderly ruffling the hair of the young Su Qing, who possessed a head of ebony locks. During this period, the gentle and indulgent smile on Morgana's face never faded. In the vastness of space, a fleet of starships led by the demon wings swiftly traversed the cosmos. Inside the demon wing, a small figure was nestled atop a mountain of food, voraciously feasting. This figure was Su Qing, now an ancient Saiyan. At that moment, he was indulging in the copious amounts of food that Morgana had provided him. In no time at all, Su Qing had devoured an entire extraterrestrial beast, leaving only its skeletal remains. Beside him, the carcasses of no fewer than 5 alien giants lay strewn about, all consumed by Su Qing alone. Morgana, watching this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "You little creature. How on earth does your stomach accommodate so much?" Nearby, a Tai and a Bang gazed in disbelief, their own stomachs inexplicably feeling full. Su Qing, however, continued to devour his meal with reckless abandon, oblivious to the astonished looks of those around him. Suddenly, Atai approached Morgana, recalling something important. "My queen." The Demon One has detected Su Qing's energy readings on that yellow dead star. As he spoke, Atai swiftly brought up the data interface to share with Morgana. Target: biological energy amplification, 572 times. In that instant, Morgana could not suppress her exclamation. "What on earth?" With his mouth full of meat, Su Qing turned to glance at the naturally beautiful Morgana behind him, and with a somewhat garbled voice, he inquired. "And no, it's nothing. You continue, please eat." Morgana forced herself to regain her composure and smiled indulgently at Su Qing. "Oh," Su Qing resumed his meal. Observing this, Morgana's face radiated with joy. "By the heavens, I've truly struck gold this time. Sacred Kasha, you wretched creature, just wait." Chapter 7. Morgana's affection for Su Qing. About an hour later, Su Qing, still in his juvenile phase as an ancient Saiyan, let out a contented burp. Beside him lay a mountain of empty plates and bowls, along with the skeletal remains of several alien beasts, indeed, all consumed by the young Su Qing alone. He had devoured food that others might struggle to finish in an entire year, yet Su Qing appeared only slightly round in the belly. Throughout this feast, Morgana had watched in as the diminutive Su Qing indulged himself voraciously, now seeing him thoroughly sated, with a pleasantly rounded belly. The naturally exquisite Morgana could not help but smile affectionately. Suddenly, she produced several fragrant fruits from the dark dimension. "Su Qing, would you like to have a few more fruits?" Morgana offered the freshly retrieved green fruits to him. "Your Majesty, those are." Nearby, several demons, including Otto and Ave, were visibly moved. Those fruits were among the few remaining that their queen had once plucked from the Angel Star in the Angel Nebula. Treasures she usually refrained from consuming excessively. At this moment, it was quite surprising that Su Qing, the lad, had received several privileges. Neither Otto nor Atai enjoyed such treatment. To be candid, at this very moment, Atai and the others gazed upon the youthful Su Qing with eyes brimming with envy. Nevertheless, Su Qing seemed unfazed by their stares, as food was presented before him. He devoured it with remarkable speed. Watching this gluttony, Otto and Atai could hardly contain their indignation. They had anticipated a reprimand from their queen, Morgana. Yet to their astonishment, she observed Su Qing's insatiable appetite with a smile that radiated affection and indulgence. Atai and his companions were left feeling utterly helpless. Yawning, Su Qing consumed several delectable fruits from the Angel Nebula, feeling a profound sense of comfort as he stretched languidly. He sensed a wave of fatigue washing over him. "Is there an available room? I feel drowsy," he remarked, glancing at the naturally beautiful Morgana. "Yes, of course," Morgana replied eagerly, nodding repeatedly. "Come, let me carry you." Su Qing deftly sidestepped her offer, saying, "No need. You go ahead. I can feel the energy emanating from you. I will simply fly there." "Energy?" Morgana blinked in surprise. Once she grasped his meaning, she smiled once more and said, "Very well." In the next instant, a ripple of space enveloped Morgana, and she vanished, leaving behind only Su Qing and the duo, Otto and Atai, who were busy commanding the cosmic warship. Su Qing sensed the ephemeral presence of Morgana, which vanished momentarily before reappearing at a nearby location aboard the Demon Wing. With a swift rush, a white aura erupted around him as he propelled himself towards the direction of Morgana's energy. During this time, it seemed that Morgana had already granted Su Qing certain privileges, as all the passageways aboard the Demon Wing were open to him. Thus, after navigating through numerous corridors at an accelerated pace, he soon discovered Morgana's figure in a chamber. "You truly found me, dear brother. Do you possess some genetic system within you that enables you to detect others' life energy?" Morgana inquired, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the diminutive Su Qing entering the room. "No," Su Qing replied nonchalantly, his gaze beginning to explore the spacious room before him. The furnishings were ample, suggesting that it was not merely a vacant space, but rather a dwelling of someone. Furthermore, he pondered, how could there be so many scents belonging to her in this room? After inhaling the air, he silently regarded Morgana beside him. "How naive. This is my room," Morgana remarked, her delicate finger poking at the small Su Qing. He swatted her hand away, stating, "I did not express a desire to occupy your room. Simply provide me with an unoccupied one. With so many demon warriors under my command, is there truly any vacant room available? Enough of this. If you do not mind, you shall rest here," she concluded. Morgana uttered a few words before vanishing into thin air. Sister has matters to attend to. I shall return shortly. The air resonated with the final echo of Morgana's voice, reminiscent of a fleeting wormhole. Su Qing smirked slightly, and without hesitation, he removed his Saiyan battle boots and soared toward the invitingly soft bed ahead. As he reclined, the rich fragrance emanating from Morgana enveloped him, filling his nostrils with an unexpectedly pleasant scent, devoid of any harshness. Gradually, Su Qing felt his eyelids growing heavier, until they finally closed, ushering him into a serene slumber. Little did anyone anticipate that upon awakening, he would find that an entire week had elapsed. Meanwhile, having arranged for Su Qing, Morgana returned to the command chamber of the Demon Wing. Upon her arrival, the queen was met with a hesitant expression from Atai, who appeared to be on the verge of speaking. What is it? Speak plainly, Morgana commanded as she settled onto her throne, directing her gaze towards Atai and the others. My queen, we shall be forthright, a bang interjected suddenly. Do you perhaps place too much importance on that boy, Su Qing? While he possesses the ability to enhance his biological prowess, it hardly seems reason enough for your evident admiration and regard. Upon hearing this, Morgana glanced at Abang and then turned her attention to the other demon commanders, Atai and the others. Is this the consensus among you all? Atai scratched his head, pondering. I shall always trust and abide by the queen's every decision. Atto wore a serious expression. However, I believe he cannot sleep in your bed. Su Qing was currently resting upon the splendidly fragrant bed of their own queen, something Atto dared not even dream of. Even if Morgana permitted Atto to ascend, he would not have the audacity to do so. At this moment, that rascal Su Qing lay sprawled across it, using his queen's pillow as a cushion. Were it not for the apparent inability to contend with him, Atto would have wished to cleave that rascal Su Qing in two. In response, Morgana remarked, Do you not perceive the unimaginable brilliance and strength that await Su Qing's future? Gazing at her formidable generals before her, she continued, setting aside Su Qing's biological augmentation capabilities. Have you not noticed that he began as merely an inferior child? Yet after taking just a few steps, he ascended from that state to become an initial warrior, akin to most of us demon fighters. Let us not forget that Demon Number 1 scan of his age revealed he had only been born for 3 days. He is, in essence, a mere infant of 3 days, yet he possesses strength comparable to our seasoned demon warriors, if not greater, having already vanquished several of our own. Given these circumstances, can you not discern the terrifying potential that Su Qing harbors? As Morgana spoke, her tone grew increasingly fervent. Atai and Abang fell silent. At that moment, Morgana gracefully waved her fair hand through the air, and an image materialized before them. It was indeed Su Qing, lying upon her grand bed, resting his head on the very pillow that once belonged to Morgana, his visage imbued with a serene sweetness and slumber. Beside him, Otto, Atai, and Abang beheld the scene with a palpable sense of envy, their fists clenched in frustration, beasts. Yet, Morgana appeared oblivious to their murmurs. Now, consider this. She continued, if Su Qing's fundamental biological power were not merely at the elementary level, but rather at the intermediate, advanced, or even at the same extraordinary caliber as mine. After a subsequent amplification of 500 times, what do you suppose would transpire? The previously envious Atai and his companions felt their pupils constrict in astonishment upon hearing this. Furthermore, Morgana turned her gaze toward Atai, reminding him, You are aware that Su Qing's power amplification can exceed 500 times. What? Otto and Abang were astounded. Indeed, Demon Number 1 had detected that Su Qing's energy amplification had nearly reached 600 times. Atai had no choice but to concede this fact. Otto, Abang, and the other demons were momentarily rendered speechless. Morgana's eyes sparkled with excitement and an insatiable anticipation. Warriors, trust in your queen. The future of Su Qing is boundlessly magnificent. Chapter 8. 7 days later, Angels vs. Demons. Su Qing approaches his youthful phase 7 days hence, in the cosmic expanse of an unknown star system. A colossal planet became the stage for an unprecedented clash. A fierce battle erupted between the demons and the angels. In earlier times, the demons were undeniably on the losing side, their encounter with Su Qing occurring purely by chance during a hasty retreat. At this moment, it was evident that the angelic civilization had pursued the remnants of Morgana's demon army. Consequently, an inevitable clash ensued once more between the two factions. As the battlefield in the cosmos crackled with a surge of thunderous energy, countless demon warriors fell. It was none other than the thunderous war god, Angel Yan, who unleashed his tempestuous power, vanquishing many demon combatants. Simultaneously, other angels such as Angel Moi, Angel Jue, and Angel Lingxi joined the fray, engaging fiercely with the demon warriors. During this encounter, the angels steadily suppressed their demonic adversaries. "Yin, I shall not succumb to you," Angel Lung declared, casting a glance at Angel Yin, who had just unleashed his thunderous might. "Prepare to face the righteous judgment of the angels." Inferno Judgment. Together with a host of high-ranking angels, Angel Lung launched the Inferno Judgment against the demons. In an instant, the demonic forces suffered catastrophic losses. Haraha! Angel Lung, wielding the flame sword, proclaimed with a grin, "Angels are the embodiment of justice." On the opposing side, Morgana seethed with fury. With a mere thought, two colossal demon claws struck down several angels before hurtling towards the battlefield's mightiest angels, Yin and Lang. In response, Angel Yin summoned his thunderous might, while Angel Lung harnessed the power of Inferno Judgment, successfully repelling the oncoming demon claws. At this moment, the queen commanded, "Awaken Su Qing. That fellow has indulged in slumber for a full 7 days." In the midst of battling the angel Mo, Atai could no longer contain himself and shouted towards his queen. Armed with the Sword of Flames, Mo forced Atai to retreat repeatedly, leaving him no opportunity to establish covert communication. Thus, he resorted to calling out directly to the queen. Moreover, Atai cast a glance towards the sky, where their flagship, the Demon Wing, was safeguarded by an energy barrier. There, aboard the warship, Su Qing lay in the queen's chamber, blissfully lost in deep slumber. Upon hearing Atai's exclamation, Morgana shook her head in refusal. "No, it seems something is amiss with Su Qing's condition. We must not disturb him." Ai Bang, embroiled in combat with the angel Etienne, lamented, "At this point, how can you still be concerned about trivial matters regarding him?" It was evident that Su Qing had merely been indulging in a prolonged nap for 7 days. Yet their queen continued to devise excuses for him. While Atai and Ai Bang were aware of the queen's fondness for Su Qing, they were oblivious to the extent of her indulgence. Such favoritism sparked genuine envy in Atai and Ai Bang towards Su Qing. As for Su Qing, the angel Yin, upon overhearing the name mentioned by Atai and others, felt a twinge of curiosity. This name was unfamiliar, having never been encountered among the demons before. The fact that Atai suggested awakening this Su Qing at such a critical juncture implied that the individual possessed considerable strength, likely on par with the demon Otto and Atai. Surely, he could not be comparable to Morgana. There could not possibly be another third-generation divine body among the demons. Any entity not possessing a third-generation divine body is simply no match for the advanced ranks of the angelic host. With this conviction, Angel Yin ceased to concern herself. And with a surge of power, she invoked Thunderous Onslaught. Channeling the tempestuous energies within her very genes, she unleashed a cataclysmic surge of lightning upon Morgana's demonic claw. Simultaneously, Angel Lang amplified the incandescent energies of her flaming blade, directing the accumulated stellar force toward Morgana's other claw, crying, "Judgment of holy fire! You wretched little harlots!" Morgana spat. In her current third-generation divine form, she found herself under considerable duress against the combined might of Angel Yin and Angel Lung, two paragons among the high-ranking angels. Fortunately, her mastery of space-time manipulation allowed her to repeatedly employ micro-wormhole translocation, diverting the angel's offensive energies. She also strategically teleported herself to aid her demonic warriors when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, a tremendous tremor reverberated through the air as an angelic warrior, piloting a celestial warship, unleashed a potent stellar energy attack in an attempt to breach the protective barriers of the demon wingship, aiming to obliterate it. "You little bitch, you've got a death wish," Morgana roared, her fury ignited by the thought of Su Qing's presence within the demon wingship. She immediately lunged toward the celestial warship. Meanwhile, inside the demon wingship, within the confines of Morgana's former bedchamber, the recent energy surge from the external Crusader battleship had caused the vessel to shudder. Upon the bed, a tail belonging to the diminutive form of the ancient Saiyan, Su Qing, stirred. Soon after, Su Qing's eyes fluttered open. In the moment that he opened his eyes, Su Qing felt as though he had been in slumber for an eternity. Rising from his bed and stretching his neck, he realized that he was still in Morgana's room, on her bed, and had not been transported elsewhere. But where was she? For some inexplicable reason, Su Qing could not sense Morgana's presence. Perhaps the protective barrier of energy was obstructing his perception. It was only when he closed his eyes and concentrated deeply that he became aware of the intense battle occurring outside the barrier. Morgana and Otto were engaged in fierce combat against formidable energies, many of which rivaled Otto himself. Otto was likely the strongest among the demon army, second only to Morgana. If his assumptions were correct, Su Qing leaped from the bed. He was indeed correct. To awaken and find a battle awaiting him was splendid. A joyful expression illuminated Su Qing's face. The ancient Saiyan's fighting instincts stirred within him, igniting a fervent excitement at the mere thought of combat. However, what was amiss with his own energy? Just as his exhilaration peaked, Su Qing suddenly became aware of an anomaly within his body. His energy felt unstable. Even as he floated, his form was unsteady and wavering. Confounded, he landed on the ground, staring at his body in bewilderment. Can the battle system inform me of what is wrong? He murmured, as if speaking to the air. Soon, the ancient Saiyans, renowned for their astonishing potential, exhibit an extraordinary childhood unlike that of ordinary beings. You have now entered a bottleneck phase, on the cusp of maturation into the youthful stage of an ancient Saiyan. In the void, only Su Qing could perceive the emerging information interface. So that is it. Su Qing finally comprehended. Simultaneously, he could not help but marvel at the formidable potential of his current, ancient Saiyan form. Having just integrated, a mere slumber later, he was poised to ascend from childhood directly to youth. Indeed remarkable. This was fortuitous, as shedding the guise of a mere child was precisely what he desired. However, the instability of his current energy was somewhat irksome. Primarily, he was eager to engage in combat, yet was temporarily hindered by a bottleneck of unstable energy, which left Su Qing feeling quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, it was not entirely impossible to fight. Without further ado, battle was paramount. With an expression of insatiable eagerness, Su Qing erupted in a blaze of white energy, soaring out of Morgana's chamber and heading straight for the exit of the demon wing. At that moment, attention, Su Qing has awakened and is preparing to venture into the battlefield beyond the warship. Morgana, Otto, Ave, Abang, and the rest of the demonic genetic systems received the supercomputer's notification, leaving them momentarily stunned. Then, Atai could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, "That fellow has finally awakened. He has been asleep for a full 7 days." Just as he finished his remark, the angel Moi descended with her blazing sword. Striking fiercely, bang, Atai struggled to fend off Moi's onslaught. "You little harlots, how dare you disturb Su Qing?" At that moment, Morgana was enraged. A few days prior, she had noticed Su Qing's condition was rather peculiar and that he must not be disturbed. For these past few days, she had relinquished her own room entirely for his sake. To avoid causing any disruption, she had even refrained from returning to her own quarters. Yet, unexpectedly, at this very moment, due to the assault of the Angel's celestial battleship, the demon wing was jolted, ultimately rousing Su Qing from his 7-day slumber. If Su Qing were to suffer any adverse effects, I, the queen, shall undoubtedly tear you little harlots apart. Morgana was unaware if Su Qing's disturbance would lead to any unfavorable changes, particularly concerning his potential for the future. She held great expectations for Su Qing's destiny. It could be said that anyone wishing to harm Su Qing must first contend with Morgana. At that moment, Otto advised, "We must first devise a plan to repel these insufferable female angels." As Otto engaged in a back-and-forth battle with the angels, he turned to Morgana and spoke. No sooner had he finished than Morgana, in a fit of rage, commanded the claws of the demon to strike down the angel's cross spear that had just assailed the demon wing. For the sake of justice, the angelic figure, adorned with a slicked-back hairstyle, brandished a flaming sword, pointing it menacingly at Otto. "Stop talking nonsense," Otto retorted, wielding a colossal sword with a disdainful smirk. In response, the angel furrowed her exquisite brows and channeled the energy of a nearby star, flame. Judgment. A thunderous explosion ensued. Faced with the terrifying power of the stellar force, Otto turned and fled. Ultimately, the angel's fiery judgment was significantly diminished by the massive mountains below, allowing Otto to withstand the final remnants of the assault with his great sword. Meanwhile, other demons, such as Atai and Abang, were similarly subdued by angels Moi and Etienne, who held the upper hand. Even Morgana found herself struggling against the formidable assault of the esteemed angels Yin and Long. Suddenly, a flurry of golden energy projectiles erupted from a singular point, hurtling towards the attacking angels. What? Angels Yin and Lung gasped in shock. Sensing the overwhelming energy contained within, they instinctively took flight to evade the onslaught. Those unable to escape in time could only brace themselves with their flaming swords. However, The explosive force of the projectiles was formidable enough to send some of the defending angels crashing into the mountainside. Cursed be it, who is responsible for this? Angel Lang exclaimed, her eyes flashing with anger as she narrowly dodged a golden projectile. Meanwhile, the demons, including Atai, recognized the familiar golden projectiles and couldn't suppress their delight. Morgana gazed at the temporarily repelled Angel Yin, whose cold demeanor shifted as her eyes turned towards her formidable vessel, the demon wings. In the next moment, a diminutive figure engulfed in golden flames materialized above the demon wings, one hand raised in an offensive stance. It was none other than Su Qing. Although his form remained small, the flames surrounding him were golden, while his hair and pupils retained their customary black hue. Liang Bing, have I been asleep for long? Su Qing, suspended above the demon wings and adorned in golden flames, cast a slight smile towards the distant Morgana. The name Morgana in Kunsa signifies the unparalleled queen, and due to Su Qing's lofty expectations for the future, she permitted him to address her as Liang Bing. Upon witnessing that familiar figure, especially noting his unaltered state, Morgana, Liang Bing, finally allowed a smile to grace her lips. Just a bit. It's been 7 days. I've missed you, she exclaimed. Is that so? Su Qing replied with a gentle smile. Meanwhile, Angel Yin, Angel Long, and the other angels remained somewhat perplexed. The battlefield had entered a peculiar phase, prompting angels chasing Moe and Tian to swiftly join Angel Yin and Angel Ling. Sister Yin, who is that child? Angel Chasing inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity as she looked at Angel Yin. I'm not quite sure, was the response. Angel Yin shook her head at Angel Jue, then turned her gaze towards Su Qing. However, the condition of that child does not resemble that of an ordinary human being. Moreover, he dares to call Morgana Liang Bing. Su Qing radiated a golden aura, indeed appearing remarkably extraordinary. The name Liang Bing is seldom uttered in this known universe. Even we angels refer to that woman as Morgana, rather than Liang Bing, the Apocalypse King. Just moments ago, the golden energy sphere that attacked us seemed to have originated from this child. Furthermore, unlike those demon warriors who rely on battleships or wings to fly, he can soar through the air unaided. Angel Moi voiced her astonishment and disbelief. So what? Where did this little brat come from? I'm going to give him a good spanking. The hot-tempered Angel Long was already prepared to confront the childlike Su Qing. At that moment, how is it possible? He is not a life form from the known universe. Angel Lingxi's eyes turned a grayish white, and she gazed at Su Qing in shock from a distance. It was then that Angel Lingxi had activated her eye of insight to scan Su Qing's information. Naturally, the results aligned closely with those obtained earlier from Demon Number 1, Supercomputer. Lingxi, what did you just say? Angel Yin looked at Lingxi, momentarily stunned. Angel Long, who was about to rush out, wore a perplexed expression as well. Sister Yin, the Eye of Insight is unable to scan the brain of the individual before us. And furthermore, within the entirety of the known universe, there exists no life form or civilization akin to that of the diminutive child across from us. He does not belong to our known cosmos. Angel Lingxi gazed at the small figure of Su Qing and continued to exclaim in astonishment. What? Instantly, not only Angel Yin, but also Angels Lang, Jue, and Moe, along with all present, were taken aback. Angel Yin promptly activated the Eye of Insight to scan Su Qing's information, and soon received, unable to scan Target's brain. Target is a non-known cosmic life form, unable to determine, unable to scan, unable to detect. Target temporarily classified, half-beast entity. Target danger level, elementary. Target age, 10 days. Target is in a state of instability, exhibiting certain signs of biological energy disruption. The revelation that he truly does not belong to the known life forms of the universe is astonishing. And what does it mean that he is merely 10 days old? Staring incredulously at the information provided by her Eye of Insight, Angel Yin was filled with disbelief. How is it possible that we, connected to the sacred repository of knowledge of Queen Kaisha, cannot scan his brain? Could it be that he is what is referred to as a void being? Impossible. There is no such thing as a void being. Then what manner of demon or creature is this unscannable child? All the beautiful angels activated their eyes of insight, and soon each wore a countenance of utter astonishment. Suddenly, the appearance of Su Qing left them utterly perplexed. Su Qing, how are you? After the angels ceased their actions, Morgana gracefully approached the side of young Su Qing, her gaze filled with concern. What can I say? Su Qing replied, somewhat bewildered. A few days ago, Demon Number 1 mentioned that your body is undergoing some transformation. I was hesitant to let Otto and the others disturb you, Morgana explained. Upon hearing this, Su Qing realized, oh, it's nothing serious. I'm simply preparing to grow up. Ah? At that moment, Otto and Atai arrived, and upon hearing Su Qing's words, they were momentarily taken aback. Su Qing, when you say grow up, do you mean? Abang inquired hesitantly. Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't expect my childhood to be so brief, in less than 10 days. I will transition directly from childhood to adolescence. The demons were left in a state of confusion. Cold's sister, Yin's sister, that child. The angels were equally stunned, with angels Yin and Cold sharing bewildered expressions. Growing up? Childhood? Adolescence? Only Morgana, after processing the information, could not conceal her astonishment and delight. The immense potential within you has rendered it impossible to maintain your current youthful appearance, hasn't it? Morgana smiled. Indeed. Su Qing nodded in acknowledgement, remarking that being awakened by the commotion from the opposing side had indeed placed him in a final bottleneck phase, causing his breath to become somewhat unstable. Upon hearing this, Morgana grew anxious, her concern palpable. It's nothing serious, Su Qing interjected before she could utter a word. Undeterred by the interruption, Morgana smiled at the young Su Qing, hesitating momentarily before saying, well, regardless of the circumstances, I shall fight. Su Qing declared boldly, his gaze brimming with excitement and a fervent desire for battle as he looked at the group of beautiful angels before him. Morgana couldn't help but smile at the sight, thinking to herself that this young man truly was a battle enthusiast. This inexplicably strange child wishes to engage in combat with us angels? One of the angels scoffed, sensing a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. A mere child with a low danger level babbling about maturing from childhood to adolescence dared to speak so boldly. Suddenly, as the angel's disdain was still lingering, Su Qing, suspended in midair, clenched his fists fiercely and let out a wild roar that echoed across the battleground, startling all the demon warriors and angels present. The golden flames surrounding him flared violently, resembling a blazing inferno, while a powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions. In an instant, countless demon warriors and members of the angelic faction were violently thrust away into the distance. Atto, now is the time to maneuver the demon wing away. Morgana commanded with precision. Yes, my queen, Atto replied, swiftly returning to the demon wing and piloting the vessel into the vastness of space beyond the planet. He remained ever vigilant, prepared for a hasty retreat. Now, Su Qing, let these insignificant beings witness the true essence of terror, Morgana continued. Atto, ensure that Demon 1 constantly monitors Su Qing's biological energy and transmits the data to every demon warrior. Keep your eyes wide open for the queen. Morgana beamed with delight as she observed Su Qing's explosive transformation, her gaze brimming with exhilarating anticipation. At this moment, everyone was compelled to distance themselves from Su Qing, who stood alone in midair, clenching his fists and unleashing a furious roar towards the heavens. Then, the alarms blared. Attention, attention. Target is undergoing extreme fluctuations in biological energy. Unknown amplification effect detected. Current target biological energy amplification, 100 times, 200 times, 300 times. Target's current danger level is escalating rapidly. Initial, intermediate, advanced. Every angel, equipped with the Eye of Insight, was bombarded with alerts. What is happening? Angel Yan, Angel Jue, Angel Lingxi, and even the previously dismissive Angel Long who had boasted about wanting to strike Su Qing. All were engulfed in profound astonishment. Moments ago, the Angel Tian was filled with disdain, but now she found herself utterly bewildered. What was most terrifying was, Su Qing showed no signs of halting. Clang until, with a final overwhelming shockwave sweeping across this unknown planet, Su Qing officially transformed into a Super Saiyan. With golden hair, pale green eyes, and his entire being engulfed in golden flames. At that instant, target's current biological energy amplification, 500 times. Target's current danger level, high. The insightful eyes of the angels, Yin and her companions, provided the final assessment. Void creature. Angel Yin, with astonished eyes, could not help but utter such a term. Simultaneously, a void creature, you say? She, what are your thoughts? In a grand palace, the divine Kaiser, draped in a red royal robe, inquired of her longtime friend as she observed the scene unfolding in the void. What do I think? I want to capture it for dissection. Is that permissible? She, adorned in a blue royal robe, gazed with silver eyes, smiling at the radiant figure displayed before them. In response, the divine Kaiser merely smiled and remarked, a void creature? How intriguing. Furthermore, a 500-fold amplification of biological energy is indeed somewhat exaggerated. It seemed as though she was in awe, Yet the divine Kaiser maintained an air of composure. My queen, do you believe this is his limit? She suddenly posed the question. Upon hearing this, the divine Kaiser fell silent for a few moments. Let us take a journey. The child cannot remain ensnared in malevolence, for it could lead to an impending catastrophe for the entirety of the known universe. The divine Kaisha rose slowly from her throne, an overwhelming aura instantly radiating from her presence. I too wish to behold the so-called void creatures. Isia smiled gently, rising in tandem. Chapter 10. Su Qing versus the angel. At this moment, under the watchful gaze of both demons and angels, Su Qing was enveloped in a golden blaze. The brilliance shimmered. His light green eyes fixated on the group of high-ranking angels, including Yen, who were equally astounded. Now fight me, Su Qing declared, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. Even before the conflict commenced, he was already brimming with exhilaration, a result of transforming into a Super Saiyan, which induced a state of heightened excitement. You too are a minion of Morgana, a wicked existence. Yen suppressed her uncertainty, wielding the flame sword and pointing it at the Super Saiyan Su Qing across from her. Less chatter. Su Qing's gaze sharpened. In the next instant, he propelled himself at great speed toward the assembly of high-ranking angels. Allow me to take the lead. Yen darted forward. Soon, the two figures met in midair. And in that fleeting moment, the flame sword in Yan's hand sliced through the air toward the gleaming Su Qing. In response, Super One Su Qing harnessed the chi within his body, executing a rather extreme maneuver while soaring through the air to evade the blazing sword of stellar power held by Angel Lang. Then, at the very moment he passed by her, the youthful Super One Su Qing delivered a powerful kick aimed at Angel Lang, who had flown behind him. Bang! However, Angel Lang swiftly pivoted, blocking Su Qing's formidable kick with remarkable agility, causing a fierce shockwave to erupt. It was evident that both combatants possessed immense strength. As a high-ranking angel, Angel Lang was seasoned in battle and boasted extensive combat experience. Her formidable angelic physique rendered her a fierce opponent. Su Qing's prowess was equally undeniable. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan of the first level, his combat power surged by 500 times, exceeding 35,000. What a strong little kid, Angel Lang marveled, taken aback by Su Qing's strike. Moments ago, she had doubted her own perceptive abilities, questioning how a mere 10-day-old child could possess such a high level of danger assessment. Yet, witnessing the might of his recent kick, the child radiating golden light with the tail behind him truly exhibited remarkable combat prowess. Could this little one genuinely be only 10 days old? It was simply inconceivable. Hearing Angel Lang's admiration, Su Qing smiled. Then, with a flurry of punches, the golden-haired Super One Su Qing charged at Angel Lang, who skillfully parried and sought opportunities to counterattack. In the skies above this nameless planet, the sound of two fists colliding resonated like thunder, shaking the surrounding clouds. Sister Yen, shall we lend a hand? At that moment, Angel Jue turned to her companion. Angel Yen. The other angels also looked towards Angel Yen, who served as the left-wing guardian of the divine Kaisa. Observing the astonishing sight of the young Su Qing engaging in a fierce match against the Angel Lang, they were left in awe, their doubts about Su Qing's high danger level evaporating. Although it seemed utterly unbelievable, Angel Yen cast a glance at the two combatants whose fists clashed with increasing intensity, her expression turning serious. It was evident that Su Qing, now radiating a golden aura, had indeed ascended from low danger to high danger combat prowess. Was this truly the technology possessed by demons, or was the opponent genuinely one of those so-called void beings? A flurry of speculations flooded Angel Yan's mind. However, noticing that Morgana remained passive and Angel Lang showed no signs of defeat, she advised the surrounding angelic women, "Let us not be hasty. We should observe for now, but be prepared to engage at any moment." In response, Angel Jue and the other angels nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, beside Morgana, Atai watched the fierce battle between Su Qing and Angel Lang, hesitating to speak. They all understood that if Su Qing were to find himself in peril, they would rush to his aid without delay. Due to Su Qing's earlier remarks, a trace of unease lingered in Morgana's eyes. "Yes, my queen," replied Atai, obeying. And the already aboard Addo on the demon wings in unison. At that moment, bang! Almost simultaneously, Su Qing and Angel Lang exchanged a punch, sending both combatants, who were previously engaged in close quarters, flying backward. After regaining their balance, "Damn it, a little brat with a tail actually made me bleed," Angel Lang exclaimed, wiping the pain from the corner of her mouth, only to find her hands smeared with bright red blood. Meanwhile, Su Qing, resplendent in golden light, was also bleeding, with blood trickling from his nose. Yet, with a maniacal laugh, he exclaimed, "Ha! Ha!" The sight of his own blood only fueled the ancient Saiyan blood within him, igniting a fervent frenzy. "Su Qing, are you all right?" Morgana called out anxiously. Upon hearing her voice, Su Qing glanced at Morgana and the other demons who had fallen to the ground. In that instant, Morgana saw in Su Qing's eyes a fierce glint devoid of any emotion other than an overwhelming desire for battle, filled with primal ferocity. "Su Qing." Morgana was momentarily taken aback by his sudden silence. "My queen, is this little brat insane?" Ah Bang remarked, visibly intimidated by Su Qing's gaze. Yet, Su Qing declared, "I understand now. Continue as you wish. We shall not intervene nor depart. We shall wait until you tire, and then I shall take you away, Morgana." Resplendent in her natural beauty, suddenly exclaimed with a radiant smile, addressing the small boy who shimmered with golden light. The Queen's companions, Otto and Datai, felt it was the opportune moment to slip away from the Angel's encirclement. However, Morgana waved her hand dismissively, rendering them unable to voice their thoughts. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards Su Qing. Was their queen truly so indulgent of this young lad? Yet, Su Qing's potential was undeniably impressive, leaving them with no choice but to concede. Morgana's gentle smile momentarily brought clarity to Su Qing, who was engulfed in the fervor of battle, his mind buzzing with wild excitement. At that moment, a cold voice declared, "Since you stand with the demons, prepare to face the judgment of justice." The angel, Lian, raised the flame sword, channeling the intense power of a stellar force. Lian seemed poised to speak, but time was not on his side. "Su Qing, be wary of this little vixen's charged attack," Morgana warned, directing her gaze at Su Qing in the air. In response, Su Qing, with his golden hair and light green eyes, slowly turned to face the angel, whose flame sword radiated a brilliant stellar glow from a greater height. Chapter 11. The Super Saiyan Beyond Super Saiyans. Yet, he gazed upward to behold the extraordinary Su Qing suspended in the air, gradually gathering strength. With a resonant sound, the resplendent Su Qing, enveloped in golden light, summoned forth the previously manifested purple-golden energy. As this energy swiftly coalesced, Su Qing joined his hands together. Ancient destruction shockwave. The two orbs of purple-golden energy converged into a colossal force, gathering in Su Qing's hands. "Your Majesty, this was Su Qing's." Otto immediately recalled the moment he was vanquished by Su Qing, when this young man had prepared to deliver the final blow with that very technique. Was it not the so-called ancient destruction shockwave of this purple-golden power? To his astonishment, he encountered it once more at this juncture. Could this technique possibly withstand the angel's fiery judgment? It is well known that the angels wield the blazing sword, capable of harnessing the energy of stars, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Could Su Qing's strength truly rival it? Otto Ate and the other demons could not suppress their curiosity. Su Qing's biological energy was extraordinarily formidable. Morgana recalled how a mere small energy blast from Su Qing could wreak havoc, resulting in a massive mushroom cloud. Now, this strikingly unusual purple-golden energy led Morgana to believe it would not fall significantly short against the fiery judgment. However, Morgana's concern lay with Su Qing's physical condition. He had just mentioned that his current state was somewhat unstable, leaving her anxious about the potential for unforeseen circumstances. Such immense biological energy. On the other side, the angel activated the Eye of Insight, and his grayish-white gaze revealed a profound astonishment. Indeed, the overwhelming energy emanating from Su Qing's hands, conjuring the ancient destruction shockwave, left the assembly of angels astounded. The frigid flames of judgment were undoubtedly insurmountable for the adversary. Angel Yin murmured softly, "Embrace the retribution of justice. Flame judgment." In that moment, Angel Long had amassed an extraordinarily powerful stellar force. He then swung the radiant sword of flame down with great fervor. The stellar energy of flame judgment immediately locked onto Su Qing below and descended upon him with ferocity. Ha! Su Qing too thrust forth the gathered destruction shockwave with both hands. Instantly, the two disparate energies surged towards one another in a fierce confrontation. Boom! The moment the two formidable energies collided, a violent shockwave erupted. The intense airflow affected even the distant angels and demon warriors, compelling each to stabilize their stances. Subsequently, he actually blocked it. Angel Yin exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, the purplish-golden destruction shockwave had successfully countered Angel Lung's flame judgment. After their powers clashed, neither side yielded an inch. "Su Qing, well done." Morgana could not contain her joy, exclaiming in delight. He actually managed to withstand Angel Lung's flame judgment. Both Otto and Abe appeared equally incredulous. Flame judgment. As demons who had fought against angels for millennia, Otto and his comrades were exceedingly familiar with it. It can be said that the reason demons are often outmatched by angels is largely due to their formidable technique, the flame judgment, which harnesses stellar energy. A single strike can obliterate countless minor demon warriors. The power of the flame judgment is so immense that even Otto cannot withstand it. Yet, at this moment, Su Qing. Is this lad truly only 10 days old? He is indeed a prodigy. A bang exclaimed in astonishment. The flame judgment of Sister Lung has been countered. On the other side, the assembled angels wore expressions of disbelief. This is impossible. Angel Lung herself was filled with both astonishment and fury. Below. The Super One Su Qing maintained his energy wave, a slight curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Child, I shall see how long you can endure. Suddenly, Angel Lung resumed absorbing stellar energy, intensifying her output. Boom! Instantly, it was as if the scales had tipped. The energy of the flame judgment overwhelming the momentum of Su Qing's annihilation wave. The energy of the flame judgment began to press down upon the annihilation wave, slowly advancing towards the Super One Su Qing. Damn it, this little cheat. Morgana seethed, her fist crashing into a boulder, shattering it into countless fragments. Long. Do not destroy the opponent. We should capture him for Queen Kaisha's judgment. Angel Yan, noticing that Angel Lung was losing control, immediately sent a covert communication. Enough with the chatter, I do not need your reminders. Angel Lung thought to at least render that boy below half dead before proceeding further. In response, with a hearty laugh, Su Qing appeared utterly unfazed, his face alight with excitement. Yes, exactly. Let us proceed. However, if the first level of Super Saiyan is insufficient, then... Aya. As he maintained the energy wave with both hands to counter the fiery judgment, a sudden roar erupted, unleashing a surge of power. Instantly, the alerts rang out. Ding, ding, ding. Member Su Qing, biological energy is experiencing a significant amplification. Member Su Qing, current biological energy amplification, 539 times. 591 times. 649 times. Having already departed from that planet, the demon wing commanded by Otto first observed the incessant warnings from the demon number 1 supercomputer. How could he possibly? The Angel Yan, with her inside eye, should have relayed all the pertinent data to every battle angel. They were left in a state of astonishment. Simultaneously, the Queen questioned, what is Su Qing attempting to do? The demon number 1 is indicating that his biological energy is undergoing a violent amplification. Otto aboard the demon wing immediately initiated a covert communication with his Queen Morgana, who remained on that planet. Su Qing, could it be that time? Morgana's gaze was filled with uncertainty as she recalled the earlier incident on that yellow dead star. Had it not been for her hunger leading to Su Qing's deflation, he could have continued to exponentially amplify his biological energy. At that moment, although ultimately deflated, his strength had surged nearly 600-fold. Now, was Su Qing poised to continue from where he left off? Su Qing, do not forget that your body is currently unstable. You cannot proceed any further. Morgana exclaimed urgently, directing her voice towards Su Qing, who hovered in the sky. Yet, the ancient Saiyan knew only death in battle, not retreat. Su Qing, having already achieved the first level of Super Saiyan, continued to unleash a torrent of furious energy. Current biological energy amplification, 762 times, 822 times, 888 times. Current danger level, high, formidable. The eye of insight incessantly warned. What manner of creature is this child? Angel Lingxi murmured in astonishment. At that moment, the destruction shockwave was no longer suppressed by the Inferno Judgment's escalating flames. In fact, clang, 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 the destruction shockwave began to push back against the Inferno Judgment. Impossible. This cannot be happening. The angel, cold, completely lost composure. Chapter 12. Temporary Evolution in Youth. The entire battlefield, whether inhabited by angels or demons, stood in stunned silence. What kind of jest is this? Su Qing, Ave, unable to contain his astonishment, gazed on in disbelief. It had reached 800 times, and Su Qing showed no signs of stopping. Could it be? Otto, aboard the demon wing, was left speechless in shock. Su Qing, do not forget your current physical condition. Do not act recklessly. At this moment, Morgana was a whirlwind of emotions, surprised, delighted, and anxious. Su Qing's potential once again left Morgana in awe. Those unaware would hardly believe that he is merely 10 days old, a mere infant. In response, Super 1 Su Qing continued to unleash a relentless roar. Throughout this, the destructive shockwave he maintained had already suppressed the fiery judgment of the celestial cold above. Yet, Super 1 Su Qing did not falter. Until the final roar subsided. Crackling sounds echoed as blue and white arcs of electricity enveloped Su Qing, while the golden flames surrounding him transformed into a jet-like form. His already exuberant golden hair stood even more defiantly upright, and his bangs had diminished to the point of leaving only a single strand. In that moment, he exuded an aura as sharp and unyielding as an indomitable blade. Su Qing had now ascended to Super Saiyan, second level. At this instant, target biological energy amplification, 1,000 times. Target danger level, super. Both angels and demons sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Su Qing at that moment. Morgana had long anticipated such a magnitude, yet upon witnessing the data, she could not help but feel a surge of astonishment. There it was, the shimmering golden figure surrounded by blue and white arcs of electricity. The angelic yin and the other celestial beings gazed in disbelief. Indeed, it was precisely a 1,000-fold increase. Su Qing, this young lad. Otto clenched his fists. Is this truly real? 1,000-fold, an extraordinary level. We are almost at the threshold of the Queen's superior level. Abang wore a face of existential doubt. Su Qing. Where on earth did this young man come from? This is simply outrageous. Atai could hardly believe that Su Qing was merely 10 days old. It was utterly astonishing. Meanwhile, facing the suppressed power of the stellar judgment, Angel Lung could hardly fathom. 1,000 times a super level. How is this possible? Overwhelmed with shock and disbelief, the fiery sword in Angel Lung's hand trembled slightly. Could it be that you have reached your limit? With piercing pale green eyes, it seemed as though she could see through the massive wave of energy before her to the very apex above. Indeed. The next moment, Su Qing's gaze turned icy as he thrust his hand upward with a singular motion. Instantly, the destructive shockwave that had originally suppressed Angel Lung's stellar judgment energy surged forth with ferocious speed. This is intolerable. Angel Lung felt an overwhelming pressure. Moreover, she had no strength left to absorb the stellar energy. Thus, the power of the stellar judgment was swiftly devoured, as the violet gold energy wave of the destructive shockwave rapidly advanced toward her. This is bad. Angel Yin, realizing the dire situation, was the first to soar toward Angel Lang, simultaneously gathering stellar energy at an accelerated pace while wielding the fiery sword. Indeed, they were prepared to unleash the judgment of flames to withstand the catastrophic shockwave emitted by the now super-level Su Qing. Angel Yin could hardly believe the unfolding reality before him. Just moments ago, he had cautioned Angel Lung against annihilating Su Qing, and now it was Angel Lung who stood on the brink of destruction. That child named Su Qing, could he truly be one of those so-called void beings? Amplifying biological energy 1,000-fold, these legendary entities seemed to defy the very laws of science and logic. It was utterly outrageous. At that moment, having transformed into a super scion of the second grade, Su Qing unleashed a wave of energy with a single hand. The terrifying force rapidly engulfed and overwhelmed Angel Lung, its velocity so astonishing that Angel Yin scarcely had time to intervene. How unexpected it was for Angel Lung to face such a demise. A vision of his impending fate flashed before him, yet Angel Lung displayed no fear. Instead, he smiled resolutely. Crackling and popping sounds echoed as Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan form, was enveloped in a chaotic display of lightning. Suddenly, the tumultuous energy vanished entirely. Simultaneously, the golden aura surrounding Su Qing flickered with an unsettling instability, suggesting he might soon revert from his Super Saiyan transformation, yet he remained suspended in this precarious state. In this crucial moment, the destructive shockwave began to exhibit its own instability, fluctuating erratically, even experiencing moments of stasis. Thus, the Angel Yin seized the opportunity to utilize the fiery judgment power he had cultivated to deflect the devastating shockwave that threatened to engulf the Angel Lang, rescuing her from the brink of being drawn into the heart of the energy wave. Ultimately, the destructive shockwave, along with the two streams of fiery judgment energy, was expelled from the nameless planet into the vast expanse of outer space. Su Qing, your condition. Morgana swiftly noted Su Qing's state. His aura appeared alarmingly unstable. Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, observed the flickering transformation enveloping him, feeling a hint of astonishment. Indeed, This transitional phase from youth to maturity rendered Su Qing's energy exceedingly volatile. Just moments ago, in his Super Saiyan form, he had maintained some stability, but now, transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power surged yet became increasingly erratic. On the other side, Yin, why are you meddling? Protested Angel Long. Visibly displeased after being rescued by Yin. Had I not intervened, you would likely have been reduced to cosmic dust by now, Yin retorted with a smile. That is of no concern to you, Lung replied, her expression a mixture of fatigue and irritation. Yin understood Lung's temperament well enough to refrain from engaging in further disputes. However, it was evident that Su Qing's condition was indeed troubling. It appeared that such reckless amplification of one's biological energy could inflict harm upon the body. Sister Lung, how are you? At that moment, the angel Etienne, Angel Lingxi, and a host of other female angels approached. I am fine, replied Angel Long, clenching her fists in quiet defiance. Then her gaze shifted back towards Su Qing, only to discover, whoosh, a dazzling Su Qing, radiating golden light and surrounded by magnificent flashes of lightning, had ceased his assault on them and instead descended towards the ground. In no time, he arrived before Morgana, Atai, and the assembly of demons. Observing Su Qing at that moment, Abang and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Morgana opened her mouth to speak, but just then, Su Qing abruptly retracted his transformation into the second level of Super Saiyan and declared, Liang Bing, grant me a moment. I wish to mature directly into my youth. Chapter 13. The Arrival of the Two Kings of Angels. At this instant, upon hearing Su Qing's words, Morgana, Liang Bing, was momentarily taken aback. All right. However, once she regained her composure, the naturally beautiful Morgana smiled and gently nodded at Su Qing, who had reverted to his normal state. Your Majesty, at this juncture, we should. Atai attempted to suggest that it was time for the demons to retreat. Yet before he could finish, Morgana subtly gestured for him to cease, interrupting his ensuing words. Abandoning his thought, Atai could only sigh helplessly, pondering, Your Majesty, indulge him as you wish. At this rate, it will inevitably lead to trouble. In response, Su Qing reassured, Fear not, I shall be swift, it will not take long. Observing Morgana, who seemed to align with his every whim. A hint of softness flickered in Su Qing's gaze. It's nothing, just a few little angels. Sister can handle it. Noticing the shift in Su Qing, Morgana's smile deepened. Meanwhile, Abang, witnessing the scene, could not help but silently scoff. The queen is beyond salvation. Just then, a sound echoed, clang. Suddenly, Su Qing transformed into a radiant sphere of white light. Was he preparing to undergo a metamorphosis from childhood to youth within this luminous orb? Witnessing this, Morgana retracted the smile from her face and summoned a pair of demonic claws, declaring, No one shall approach Su Qing at this moment. She coldly addressed the host of angels above. Observing their queen's unwavering stance, the demon warriors, including Atai and Abang, gathered resolutely by her side. Thus, the demons and angels appeared as if they were opposing forces fundamentally incompatible. Sister Yin and Sister Long, what now? The angels turned their attention to Angel Yin and Angel Lang, awaiting the command from their strongest leaders. Angel Yin glanced at Angel Long beside her and stated, The matter concerning Su Qing is extraordinary. I must escort him back to the Melu Heavenly Court for Queen Kaisa to handle. After a brief moment of recuperation, Angel Lung summoned the flame sword anew and rallied her sisters, exclaiming, Let us fight for justice. In an instant, every battle-ready angel raised her flame sword high, chanting, For justice. The angels were filled with fervor. Witnessing this, the demons were equally fervent, shouting, For the queen, as they drew their swords, preparing for battle. Also for Su Qing, and for our wickedness and corruption. Morgana echoed, joining the warriors in a resounding cry. In the sky, Angel Yin, wielding the flame sword, prepared to lead her sisters into battle. Just then, a profoundly familiar voice resonated from behind the multitude of angels. In an instant, every angel felt a jolt of both body and spirit. Likewise, on the ground below, Morgana abruptly halted her movements. Ah, how lively it has become. Another familiar voice echoed. The next moment, as the multitude of angels turned to regard the newcomer, they proclaimed, We pay our respects to Queen Kesha and King He-Shi. Every battle maiden among them, including Angel Yin, Angel Long, Angel Jue, and Angel Moi, knelt on one knee. Before them hovered two queens from the Angel Nebula, Blade King Kesha and King He-Shi. Kesha, in particular, was revered as the divine Kesha, even referred to as the king of all gods. Yet, at this very moment, none could have anticipated the personal arrival of the divine Kesha. Accompanying her was the esteemed king He-She, known for her research prowess. They were truly the divine Kesha and He-She. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Ado aboard the Demon Wings, alongside Morgana, Ate, and Abang, was astounded to find the two illustrious figures in such a desolate place. Was it truly necessary for them to come together? After all, how many years had it been since He-She last emerged from the Angel Nebula? Had they both lost their senses to arrive in this forsaken location solely to confront them, the demons? Was it really that serious? Curses. Upon seeing the divine Kesha, Morgana couldn't help but utter a foul word, her spirits plummeting. Just moments ago, the demons had been able to contend with the words of Angel Yin and Angel Long. But now, alas, now these two have arrived. The demons are truly at a loss. Not to mention her former sister, the divine Kesha. The sovereign of the gods, but merely the celestial monarch He-She. Morgana is well aware that she is no ordinary being. To say nothing of the Angel Nebula and the Ninefold Defense, were they not the creations of this celestial monarch? Morgana finds herself perplexed as to how these two could. Wait, Su-Ching. Suddenly, a thought strikes Morgana, and she gasps in surprise. In the next moment, she turns to gaze at the sphere of light, protected by a throng of demons behind her. Are they here for Su-Ching? Morgana cannot help but exclaim. Su-Ching. Upon hearing their queen's exclamation, Ado, Ate, and the others come to a sudden realization. Indeed, Su-Ching's significance has garnered such attention from their queen, to the point of affection and even indulgence. It is only through Su-Ching that one can elucidate why both celestial monarchs would simultaneously grace this obscure, nameless planet. To this, Kesha softly commands, rise. Observing the angel Yin and her companions, who kneel on one knee, the divine Kesha speaks with a calm demeanor. Thank you, Queen. Angel Yin and Angel Long, along with the other angels, gradually rise. Yet, they remain somewhat astonished and taken aback. Their queen Kesha has personally come to them. Even the long-reclusive celestial monarch, He-She has. Is that sphere of light preparing to transition from its juvenile phase to what is termed the youthful phase of the void entity, Su-Ching? At this moment, He-She's silver eyes fixated on a luminous entity on the ground, fiercely guarded by the demonic army. Upon hearing this, Angel Yin and her companions finally comprehended the situation. Their queen Kaisha and the celestial king had descended for the sake of the void being, Su-Ching. Everything that had transpired became clear to them. Observing the astonishment on Angel Yan's face, the divine Kaisha merely smiled serenely. Then, she spoke. It has been a long time. My sister. The divine Kaisha gazed down upon Morgana, who stood below. Morgana clenched her pale fists, letting out a cold chuckle. For reasons unknown, she found herself feeling intimidated in the presence of this sister. A sense of insecurity enveloped her. Liang Bing, or rather, Morgana. Do you still remember who I am? At this moment, the silver-haired He-She also turned her gaze towards Morgana on the surface of the planet. Morgana could not help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. Once, she had been one of the three angel kings, the Apocalypse King Liang Bing. Her relationship with He-She had once been quite amicable. Yet, that was a bygone era. Now, she was the queen of demons, Morgana. Chapter 14. Pai She noticing Morgana's demeanor. He-She's silver eyes blinked slightly. Have you ever regretted it, Liang Bing? Meanwhile, the divine Kaisha observed her former sister, choosing to remain silent for the moment. Suddenly, Morgana broke into a smile. I am now the queen of the demon civilization, Morgana, she replied with a grin, addressing the two angel kings high above in the sky. Upon hearing this, she could not help but shake her head. The divine Kesha also furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. It seemed that you have yet to learn your lesson, remaining stubbornly naive and obstinate. The tone of the divine Kesha was low, yet every individual present could hear her words. In response, Morgana, who had been displeased, was about to retort, but was abruptly interrupted by the divine Kesha. Enough of this meaningless chatter. Hand him over. His name is Su-Ching, correct? Indeed, the divine Kesha's target was Su-Ching. Morgana stepped forward resolutely. Impossible. He is now a member of the demon civilization. No one is allowed to harm him. Oh? Witnessing Morgana's fierce defense of Su-Ching, She felt a twinge of curiosity, mingled with amusement. After all, both of the angelic queens were present. Could a mere demon stand in their way? What right did Morgana have to protect Su-Ching? It is crucial to note that while the war between angels and demons has raged for millennia, it was primarily because He-She and Kesha had refrained from intervening, and most of the older generation of battle maidens had retreated. Otherwise, Morgana would have been torn asunder long ago. I recall that you are still merely a third-generation divine body. What grants you such audacity to utter these words? The divine Kesha's tone carried a hint of disdain as she regarded Morgana, the former sister Liang Bing, now the queen of demons. At present, Morgana has not yet ascended to the fourth generation of divine beings, while the sacred Kaisha and He She have long since attained such a status. As if struck at a sensitive spot, Morgana's eyes immediately blazed with fury. Do you know what I despise most? It is your arrogant demeanor. Always looking down upon others. Morgana spread her wings and soared into the sky to meet Kaisha and He She at eye level. However, the sacred Kaisha and He She merely exchanged a faint smile at Morgana's words. Cease your futile struggles, Liang Bing, He She advised gently. I have stated that no one is permitted to touch Su Qing. This is the promise of the demon queen. Morgana summoned her demonic claws from the dark dimension, responding to He She with decisive action. In the next moment, a host of demonic warriors, including a Tai and a Bang, flew in behind Morgana. A Tua was also fully prepared for battle aboard the demonic wings. In the face of the sacred Kaisha and He She, no one dared to exhibit arrogance. Meanwhile, the angelic beings, Angel Yin, Angel Lun, Angel Jue, Angel Moe, and Angel Lingxi hovered quietly nearby. Aware that the presence of the sacred Kaisha and He She meant it was not their time to speak. Observing Morgana's actions and the legion of demons, He She's gaze sharpened, and she prepared to strike directly. Capturing Morgana would render those demonic warriors powerless against her will. Obtaining Morgana was, indeed, no insurmountable task for He She. At last, one could freely take away the ethereal being Su Qing, who was still a mass of light at that moment. With a body capable of enduring an astonishing amplification of biological energy by 1,000-fold, He She, while observing the transmitted images in the Melu heavenly court, felt an insatiable curiosity to study this young being. He was practically brimming with anticipation. However, just as He She began to make a move, the divine Kaisha unexpectedly interjected, causing He She to pause mid-action. Let him transition from his juvenile phase to his adolescence before we proceed, Kaisha spoke in a low, contemplative tone. Upon hearing this, He She comprehended that Kaisha did not wish to disrupt the normal evolution of the void creature. It was akin to possessing a rare research subject. For the moment, no one desired to compromise its integrity. After all, the value of such a study was unparalleled. Understanding this, He She nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the demons surrounding him, including Morgana, a Tai, a Bang, and even Otto aboard the demon wing, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. To be candid, it was preferable to avoid confrontation at this juncture. Just as Morgana discreetly relaxed, an idea struck. But what if we subdue them first? Then wait for the void creature Su Qing to mature? That shouldn't pose any issues, right? Indeed. He She's audacious proposal rekindled the tension among Morgana and the other demon warriors, particularly as the divine Kaisha smiled and remarked, that seems to be the case. Thus, it was clear that Kaisha was in agreement. Consequently, He She suppressed his smile. Beneath my feet lies the void, as I slowly emerge from the throng of angels, confronting a formidable assembly of demonic warriors. Heavens! He She, are you truly intent on opposing me? We were once friends, after all. Morgana, agitated, cast a glance towards Su Qing on the ground, noting that he remained a mere orb of light, his evolution still unfolding. Do you recall that moment when I liberated you from that confining prison? The instant you betrayed the angels, I declared, you have lost me, He She. As your friend, He She spoke in a tone of indifference. In the next moment, a majestic sword materialized in He She's fair hand with a resonant clang. Upon hearing He She's words and witnessing the regal sword in his grasp, Morgana offered a resigned smile. Atai, you and your comrades must ascend and safeguard Su Qing in his current state. Turning, Morgana issued her command abruptly. Yet, my queen, at this moment, Atai and a Bang exchanged worried glances, eyeing the approaching celestial being, He She. This is the queen's command. Morgana's gaze turned steely. The warriors, seeing the determination in their queen's eyes, reluctantly acquiesced. They swiftly descended to the ground, encircling the orb of light that was Su Qing from all directions. Thus, Morgana felt a sudden release from her anxieties. Come forth, He She. Controlling two immense metallic claws of the demon, Morgana fixed her gaze upon her former ally, He She. Meanwhile, Su Qing, you impudent rascal, can you not hasten your transformation? Atai gazed anxiously at the luminous entity before him. My queen, I shall summon supercomputer demon number 1 to assist you at once, he communicated discreetly to his sovereign, Morgana, from aboard the demon wings. No sooner had he spoken than he witnessed He-She brandishing the Sword of Kings, thrusting it forward. Clang. Morgana deftly maneuvered the demon's claw to parry the strike. Suddenly, however, an inexplicable silver flash surged toward her. Star Fate. Morgana's pupils constricted. Chapter 15. Oil Prawn. It is indeed Star Fate. As the rapid silver light approached, a sense of urgency gripped Morgana's heart. Instantly, she commanded another demon's claw. Clang. Just in time. It positioned itself to intercept He-She's weapon, Star Fate. This is troublesome. Morgana felt a strain. After all, she was merely a third-generation divine body, while He-She was a formidable fourth-generation divine body. Indeed, at that moment, He-She smiled softly. But what if I do this? Suddenly, 8 identical He's eyes appeared before Morgana, each wielding the Sword of Kings. Goodness! Morgana was momentarily taken aback. He-She, what remarkable creations have you developed over the years? Onward! He-She commanded with a flourish of her hand. In an instant, the 8 doppelgangers launched into action, attacking Morgana from multiple angles with their swords. This was a clash of kings versus kings, yet it was evident that He-She's hidden cards and strength far surpassed those of Morgana. In a swift moment, the scene unfolded. Thud, thud, thud. Morgana found herself at the mercy of 2 demonic claws. The 8 avatars of He-She overwhelmed her defenses, particularly with the ever-looming presence of Star Fate striking at crucial moments, leaving Morgana fatigued and struggling to cope. Just as she sensed an imminent ambush from Star Fate while managing the 8 avatars, Morgana adeptly utilized her micro-wormhole technique, causing her to vanish into thin air and reappear from a distance in midair. With a breath of relief, Morgana felt the mental strain weighing heavily upon her. Su Qing, you must hurry. I may not be able to hold on much longer. In a fleeting moment, Morgana glanced at Su Qing, who remained a glowing orb on the ground. Suddenly, a cry rang out. Temporal lockdown. He-She had mobilized a celestial computational array, suppressing the space-time continuum in the vicinity, rendering Morgana unable to utilize her micro-wormhole for escape. Frustrated, Morgana exclaimed, "Must you play so ruthlessly?" He-She smiled sweetly at the irate Morgana and commanded, "Continue." With a mere gesture, the 8 avatars surged forth with their swords, and Star Fate followed suit, plunging Morgana back into a state of overwhelming adversity. At this moment, amidst the assembly of angels, Angel Yin cast a surprised glance at her queen Kaisha, exclaiming in disbelief, "The Celestial King is truly formidable." The other angels, including Angel Lang and Angel Lingxi, mirrored her astonishment and surprise. Although He-She holds the title of Heavenly King and has been renowned since the era of the 3 kings, she has spent many years conducting technological research behind the scenes, having long since ceased to engage in battle. Thus, Angel Yin remains unaware that this Heavenly King can entirely suppress Morgana, the Demon Queen, rendering her to a state of passive defense, bereft of any opportunity to counterattack. Even the very fabric of this space-time continuum has been astonishingly sealed by He-She. This is a level of technology and capability unattainable by even the highest-ranking angels like Angel Yin. "Huh, you old hag." The holy Kesha, observing He-She as she seemingly toys with Liang Bing, could not help but utter a playful rebuke. "I heard that," He-She retorted through a secure communication, addressing the holy Kesha as a manly woman. On the other side, however, Morgana was thoroughly incensed. "Damn you," she erupted, wildly spinning 2 massive claws of darkness. A surge of potent dark energy erupted, sending 8 of He-She's avatars flying and even temporarily hurling the Star Fate far away. "Oh," He-She chuckled, her eyes glimmering with amusement. "My queen, Demon 1 is striving to break through He-She's heavenly computational blockade." Otto, atop the demon wing, was also sweating with anxiety. "He-She, are you brave enough to forego these avatars and the Star Fate and face me yourself?" Morgana pointed defiantly at He-She across the battlefield. Upon hearing such audacious demands, the holy Kesha could not help but smile and shake her head slightly in disbelief. "Not a chance," He-She replied, shaking her head. Morgana felt as though she had struck a fist against cotton, a sensation both disconcerting and unyielding. Meanwhile, He-She had once again commanded a multitude of avatars and celestial destinies to assault Morgana, temporarily unable to wield the powers of time and space. Morgana struggled to resist the onslaught of He-She's manifestations and the celestial attacks with the aid of 2 demonic claws. A sharp gasp escaped her lips as one of He-She's avatars darted past, leaving a vivid crimson gash upon Morgana's shoulder. "Queen, Atto, Atai a bang. And the other demons were thrown into a frenzy. Damn it. One of the demon warriors could no longer contain his urge to soar into the fray. Just then, a brilliant entity, which had remained tranquil behind the demon warriors, erupted with a blinding radiance. A rumble ensued, as if the very earth were trembling. Perhaps the entire planet quaking beneath the force. The demon warriors, who had intended to join the battle, were thrown into disarray by the tremors. Su Qing. Morgana pressed her hand against her wounded shoulder, her hopeful gaze fixed upon the luminous entity below. He also halted his assault, his silver eyes drawn to the resplendent form on the ground. Has the transition from youth to what is deemed adolescence concluded? The divine Kaisha regarded the unfolding scene with a hint of curiosity. Even the angels Yin, Long, and Jue, along with their celestial kin, as well as the nearest demons, all bore expressions of astonishment as they gazed at the radiant orb. Suddenly, the light began to swiftly contract into a humanoid shape, gradually shedding its brilliance. Wool Shrimp, a tall figure clad in battle attire, with a long tail swaying behind and a mane of exuberant black hair, materialized before the legion of warrior demons. This was none other than Su Qing, now possessing the physique of an ancient Saiyan. In the heavens above, Morgana's eyes sparkled with delight, prompting her to exclaim. In response, Su Qing, towering at nearly 2 meters with a coldly handsome visage, cast a slight smile towards Morgana, Liang Bing, in the sky. So, you finally decided to show yourself? He remarked. Nearby, Atai couldn't help but grumble. Meanwhile, Su Qing, with each step he took, felt his power surge. Battle power 10,000. Battle power 10,000. Battle power. Current total battle power, 40,073. It seemed that with every stride, his base battle power increased by 10,000, he mused. Now in his youth. Then, with a swift motion, Su Qing soared into the sky, landing gracefully before Morgana. You are injured. He noticed the crimson stain on her shoulder, his gaze sharpening with concern. Chapter 16. The battle between Su Qing and He Shi. Observing the wounded Morgana. An involuntary surge of anger welled within Su Qing, his brows knitting together. Yet Morgana, unfazed, quipped, Well, aren't you quite handsome? And you've grown taller than me. However, a trace of crimson remained on Morgana's, Liang Bing, shoulder. She seemed utterly unconcerned about her own injuries as she flitted closer to Su Qing, who had suddenly grown to a towering height of 2 meters in his youth. She inspected him curiously, touching and patting him playfully, leaving Su Qing somewhat speechless. He grasped her delicate, unrestrained hand and inquired, Who caused your injury? Gazing at the naturally beautiful Morgana before him, Su Qing repeated his question. Yet, Morgana merely smiled at him, her expression bright and unyielding, without offering a response. It was then that a voice emerged. You are a creature of the void, Su Qing? The divine Kesha approached, treading through the void with a slow, deliberate grace. Upon hearing her words, Su Qing's dark, piercing gaze locked onto the divine Kesha. Did you harm Liang Bing? His eyes glinted with cold intensity as he scrutinized the advancing figure of the divine Kesha. In truth, it was I, the celestial king of the angelic civilization, He Shi. A figure with silver hair stepped forward, acknowledging his identity. Furthermore, an alert sounded. Warning. Target biological energy has increased. Current target danger level, high. Previously low. Moments ago, as Su Qing emerged from the light form and took a few steps, his combat prowess surged, and the angelic and demonic entities' discerning eyes, including Demon One, had already detected the substantial enhancement of his fundamental biological energy. In just a few strides, his level escalated from low to high. Su Qing, you monstrous being. An absolute titan. A Tai and a Bang expressed their incredulity at the findings of Demon One's assessment. At this very moment, Su Qing had not transformed into his golden form, indicating that his current biological energy was derived from his fundamental strength. Yet, with just a few strides, his power surged from the initial stage to the advanced level. Could it be that he was destined for greatness? When he was merely a child, the biological energy he accumulated from walking was nowhere near this absurdity. If this continued, could the entire known universe accommodate a being like Su Qing? Preposterous. In response, Angels Yin, Lang, and Jue were equally bewildered. Just moments ago, Su Qing had needed to transform into his splendid golden form to contend with Angel Lang. Now, his base biological energy was already at advanced. If he were to transform into that dazzling golden state again, His biological energy could potentially amplify by 500 to even 1,000 times. Good heavens! Would he not be able to overpower them effortlessly? Was he truly a living entity? In a state of uncertainty, Angel Yin could not help but murmur. The demon warriors, along with Angels Yin and her companions, were well aware of this situation. Morgana, Divine Kaisa, and He-She were certainly cognizant of the implications. Their understanding rendered the expressions of Divine Kaisa and He-She notably grave. He-She, Divine Kaisa communicated discreetly with He-She. My queen, we have indeed underestimated the incredible potential of the void creature Su Qing. The situation has escalated to a rather troublesome level. He-She replied through a secret channel to Divine Kaisa. Meanwhile, Morgana, with a beaming smile, observed Su Qing as he stood before the two angelic queens. She had placed her bet wisely. Even as she observed Su Qing, whose foundational combat power had soared to an impressive advanced level after merely taking a few steps, Morgana could not help but feel that this potential had far exceeded her expectations. As the saying goes, Su Qing's future is destined to be extraordinarily splendid. This brilliance would, in turn, bless the demon civilization. At this moment, Morgana felt an irresistible joy within her heart, her face adorned with a radiant smile. Coincidentally, the injury on her shoulder was gradually healing under the overwhelming power of the third-generation divine body. At this time, the newly matured Su Qing, now in his youth, was indifferent to the astonished reactions of the demon warriors and the angels. However, upon hearing He-She admit that he had injured Morgana, a sudden surge of golden energy erupted from his body. His hair stood on end, transforming into a golden hue, and his pupils shifted to a light green. He had instantaneously transformed into the first level of a Super Saiyan. Attention, attention! Target biological energy has instantly amplified by 500 times. Current danger level, God level. Target is extremely dangerous. Immediate retreat is advised. The angelic warriors, Yin and Long, activated their insight, and warnings began to flash repeatedly. A child merely 10 days old, at the God level. The angelic female warriors were left utterly dumbfounded, questioning their very existence. Even the divine Kaisha and He-She could not help but slightly furrow their elegant brows. As Morgana gazed at Su Qing, who had now surpassed her, her eyes brimmed with anticipation. As Su Qing sensed the divine aura of Kesha and He-She, he understood that it was insufficient. Thus, he declared, "Ha!" Super Saiyan Su Qing slowly clenched his fists. In an instant, the blazing golden aura transformed into a fierce jet-like force. Only a single strand of golden bangs remained on his forehead. Crackling sounds echoed as blue and white arcs of electricity began to flicker around Su Qing. It was Super Saiyan, Level 2. Target biological energy has significantly increased again. Current target biological energy increase, 1,000 times. Current target danger level, Main God, High Tier. Warning, target is extremely dangerous. The angelic warriors received the System S detection results. And it was simply insane. The angels could hardly believe that they had engaged with Su Qing and survived unscathed. In response, the dazzling Super Saiyan Level 2 Su Qing, surrounded by shimmering golden light and flickering blue-white arcs, glanced back at Morgana. Liang Bing, take a rest. The upcoming battle is mine. Upon hearing this, Su Qing, who was warned that the two before him were no ordinary angels, needed to exercise caution. Morgana advised. After seeing Super Saiyan Level 2 Su Qing nod in agreement, Morgana obediently flew back down to the ground, returning to the side of Athea and the other demon warriors. Athea and her companions immediately inquired about their queen's injuries. I'm fine. The priority now is Su Qing. Morgana gazed at the confrontation between Su Qing and the divine Kaisar and He-She in the sky. Both Kaisar and He-She possessed combat prowess on par with god-level beings, if not exceeding it. Although Su Qing had augmented his biological energy to a level surpassing that of their queen, it remained uncertain how long the newly transitioned youth could maintain this state. Morgana harbored both anticipation and concern, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the unfolding scene above. Your name is Su Qing, the void being? He-She inquired, suppressing her astonishment at the sight of the resplendent Su Qing, whose body shimmered with golden light and crackled with arcs of electricity. Despite her efforts to maintain a neutral expression, the imposing figure of the Super 2 Su Qing, radiating a danger intensity that matched the god level, was hard to ignore. It was astonishing that this entity, seemingly a mere child just 10 days old, had already grown to an impressive height of 2 meters. Was this the incredible nature of a void being? In response, Super 2 Su Qing remained silent, merely crouching slightly in midair. In the next moment, with a resounding clang, he propelled himself forward like a surging rocket, unleashing a formidable punch directed at He Shi. The divine Kaisar's gaze sharpened with focus as the scene unfolded. Moments later, a thunderous impact echoed. Su Qing's fist collided with He Shi's crossed arms, generating a massive shockwave. Despite the force of the blow, Su Qing's strength was such that he sent He Shi hurtling back from the surface of this nameless planet, soaring directly through a blaze of fire into the vastness of outer space. Exclaimed He Shi, marveling at the astonishing speed of the young man. Having been propelled into the cosmos, she could not help but feel a slight numbness in her arms after parrying a blow. It was evident that the power and velocity of Super Saiyan Su Qing were truly remarkable, with a flash of golden light approaching rapidly. It was indeed Su Qing unleashing a small ki blast from a distance. He Shi furrowed her brow and summoned her weapon, Star Fate. In a swift motion, she spun rapidly, cleaving the golden ki blast in two. However, just as she severed the energy wave, a golden figure appeared beside her in an instant. The next moment, she felt a fist collide with her cheek, sending her crashing into a nearby meteorite. Meanwhile, on a nameless planet behind her, Morgana watched the scene broadcasted from the demon wing, feeling a mix of joy and regret as she saw He Shi being struck. Ah, what a pity. If only that punch had landed on the insufferable goddess Kesha. She mused, longing to witness her own sister falter. Observing the unfolding drama in the cosmos through her insightful eye, the divine Kesha merely smiled at Morgana's words. This punch is for Liang Bing, Su Qing. Radiant in golden light, gazed down from the meteorite upon the silver-haired beauty below. Meanwhile, employing a certain skill, Su Qing was able to transmit his voice to any target in space. On the meteorite, He Shi, who had just risen, also heard this message. After wiping the corners of his mouth, which bore the faint marks of a recent blow, He Shi displayed a subtle smile. Is she the one who asked you to call for Liang Bing? It seems she truly values you, young one. However, you must return with us to the Meluo Celestial Court and cannot continue to cavort with that Liang Bing in this known universe. While Su Qing possessed the ability to transmit sound, He Shi's celestial computation network had countless methods to ensure Su Qing could hear her voice. In the next moment, He Shi summoned the Star Fate anew, standing upon the meteorite, locking eyes with the Super 2 Su Qing. Upon realizing He Shi's intent to capture him, Su Qing revealed a cold smile. That depends on your abilities. With that, he surged forward once more, aiming a kick at He Shi on the meteorite. In response, He Shi utilized her micro-wormhole technology to transport herself, vanishing from her original position. The result was that the massive meteorite was shattered into countless fragments by Su Qing's powerful kick. At that moment, as ripples spread through the fabric of space, He Shi's enchanting figure reappeared. She swiftly hurled the Star Fate towards Su Qing, having just obliterated the enormous meteorite with a single kick. Su Qing swiftly turned and raised his hands to block the rapidly spinning and cutting Star Fate. Instantly, the Star Fate began to spin violently against the energy emanating from Su Qing's hands. Oh, over there, He Shi smiled as she increased the intensity. A formidable surge of cosmic dark energy was infused into the Star Fate, propelling it directly towards the Super 2 Su Qing. In response, Su Qing felt the increasingly intense force and slicing sensation emanating from the Star Destiny. His brows furrowed in concern. What? Is this not permissible? He Shi, controlling the Star Destiny with a wave of his hand, bore a teasing expression. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's face grew cold, and with a fierce burst, the golden aura surrounding him erupted even more violently. Begone! In an instant, Su Qing delivered a powerful kick that sent the Star Destiny flying. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he surged towards He Shi. However, with a single punch, He Shi was reduced to countless specks of starlight, vanishing into the cosmos. A clone? Su Qing scoffed. Just then, a graceful figure wielding the Sword of Kings lunged at Su Qing from behind. Yet, the moment the sword pierced Su Qing's body, he too began to fade away slowly. An illusion. Witnessing this scene, He Shi couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh!" At that moment, Su Qing was seen sitting on a fragment of a meteorite not far away, his entire form radiating with golden light, adopting an impressively grand posture. Quite capable. Young one. After some probing exchanges, He Shi noted that despite Su Qing's apparent age of merely 10 days, his combat skills were remarkably refined. The earlier golden energy beams, the recent illusion, and his adept use of biological energy were all astonishingly proficient. He Shi's curiosity grew ever stronger. He Shi, can you truly not handle a mere child? Suddenly, The voice of the divine Kaisa echoed in He Chi's private communication system. Tomboy, if you're capable, why not take the lead? He Chi couldn't help but retort. Proceed. Yin and Lung were watching closely, so don't tarnish the esteemed reputation of the illustrious celestial king. The divine Kaisa jested at He Chi, causing her to chuckle involuntarily. Su Qing remarked, you are formidable, far surpassing Liang Bing. Therefore, continue to engage in battle with me. Initially, it was merely to avenge Morgana, but as the fight progressed, Su Qing began to revel in the thrill of combat himself. Humph. He Chi's gaze turned frosty. Then, with a subtle motion of her hand directed at the fragment of the meteorite where Su Qing stood, she conjured a colossal surge of cosmic dark energy, resembling an immense hand that encompassed him from every angle. In an instant, Su Qing found himself ensnared within its grasp. In response to the overwhelming pressure of the dark energy closing in from all sides, the Super 2 Su Qing unleashed a golden aura to counter it. During this clash, the fragment of the meteorite beneath his feet was swiftly reduced to powder by their opposing forces. Observing the perilous situation depicted before her, Morgana urged, Otto, quickly summon Demon Number 1 for assistance. Liang Bing. However, at that moment, Su Qing's voice resonated in her ears. Morgana paused, instantly realizing that Su Qing did not wish for anyone to interfere in his battle. Otto, wait a moment. After a moment of hesitation, Morgana ultimately decided to halt Otto on Demon Wings Number 2. Meanwhile, He Chi, wielding the formidable dark energy, inquired, are you intimidated? To this, the Super 2 Su Qing, under the immense pressure of the dark energy, merely smiled with confidence. Do you genuinely believe that this is my ultimate limit? Chapter 17, The Frantic Transformation. Super Saiyan. Level 3. What do you mean? Upon hearing Su Qing's words in his Super Saiyan second level state, He Chi's pupils constricted ever so slightly. Even the divine Kaisa could not help but furrow her brow in disbelief. My goodness. On the planet, Morgana gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Su Qing, you must not go any further. To which the others replied, indeed, do not proceed any further. The host of angels were left in a state of shock, unable to fathom the possibility that had just crossed their minds. Could it be that Su Qing could amplify his power even more? Within the demon wing vessel, Otto gazed uncertainly at the monitor displaying the dazzlingly golden figure of the stern young man. He has lost his mind. Su Qing must be mad. How could this even be possible? Among the bewildered ranks of the demon army, a Tai, a Bang, and the others were filled with trepidation. Some things, no matter how extraordinary, if taken too far, only serve to instill fear. Yet suddenly, amidst the intense compression of dark energy, Super Saiyan Su Qing clenched his fist and roared with fury. His voice reverberated through the chi, resonating across this cosmic expanse. In an instant, it shattered the dark energy that He Chi had summoned, and the powerful chi dispersed, obliterating nearby meteors in its wake. He truly has. He Chi was left in a daze. And at that moment, amidst the cacophony of crackling energy, Su Qing clenched his fists, unleashing a continuous roar that resonated with unrestrained fury. The arcs of electricity surrounding him flickered with frenzied intensity. In an astonishing display, his hair began to grow at an alarming rate, cascading down his back in a wild, untamed mane. His eyebrows vanished, and his brow became pronounced, while his once ordinary eyes transformed into a striking shade of blue. Attention! Attention! The alert systems blared, signaling a cataclysmic surge in the target's biological energy. The readings soared dramatically, 2,488 times, 2,958 times, 3,579 times. The ominous presence of Demon One and the watchful eyes of the angels sent waves of alarm throughout the ranks. He had truly lost his sanity. Angel Yin, Angel Long, Angel Zhui, Angel Moe, and Angel Ling Shi. Each battle-hardened angel felt an inexplicable dread, a terror that shattered their previously held perceptions of combat prowess. Su Qing. At that moment, even Morgana was rendered speechless. This was beyond exaggeration, beyond madness. He Chi, caught in a swirl of uncertainty, slowly retracted the dark energy that had been pressing down moments before. His gaze, though filled with shock, bore a hint of excitement as he regarded Su Qing, whose hair had now transformed into an extraordinary length. Inwardly, he yearned to dissect Su Qing, to meticulously study the essence of his being, and to discern to which generation of divine entities he truly belonged. Was this the terrifying nature of void beings? Finally, the divine Kaisar could not suppress a gasp of astonishment, and in a climactic crescendo, the cry erupted, "Drink!" As the final roar subsided, Su Qing completed his transformation. At that moment, He emanated an aura of sheer terror. Golden light shimmered, and arcs of electricity crackled wildly around him. His pupils were a striking blue, his eyebrows vanished, and his pronounced brow gave him an inexplicable ferocity. His once golden hair now surged, cascading long and wild behind him. He had indeed become a Super Saiyan, level 3. At this moment, Super 3 Su Qing clenched his fist. Exerting a slight force, crackle, the white and blue arcs that enveloped him began to flicker wildly. Morgana stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. Super 3 Su Qing was resplendent beyond compare. His flowing hair and the tempestuous flashes of lightning conveyed an unmatched might. Target's ultimate biological energy amplification, 4,000 times. Target's current danger intensity, Void, Demon 1, the Eye of Insight. Once again transmitted the final detection results to the demon army and the multitude of angels. 4,000 times. Void. Madness has truly taken hold. This world has finally gone insane. Among the bewildered ranks of the demon army, a Bang was equally dazed, spouting nonsensical ramblings. Is this a dream? Angel Lingxi could not help but doubt her own perceptions. Su Qing, I thought I had grasped the extent of your formidable potential, yet I still underestimated you. You rascal. At the void level, you now instill fear even in me. Amid her astonishment, Morgana suddenly could not suppress a bitter smile. 500-fold, 1,000-fold, 4,000-fold. Su Qing repeatedly shatters the conventional understanding of the entire known universe, instilling an inexplicable sense of dread. It is crucial to note that he is merely 10 days old. Yes, 10 days, not 10 years. Even if it were 10 years, such a notion would remain exceedingly exaggerated. Moreover, he is not 10 years old. He has only just recently celebrated his 10th day of existence. Do you comprehend the implications of this? His future. One must wonder who would dare to envision it, and who could possibly fathom it. At this moment, the divine Kaisar and the angelic queen He gazed solemnly at the resplendent, long-haired Super Saiyan Su Qing. Meanwhile, the newly transformed Super Saiyan Su Qing exhales softly, proclaiming, "All right, I am ready. Let us continue." With a gentle breath, he employs his telepathic abilities, ensuring that she can hear his words. Throughout this exchange, the radiant Super Saiyan Su Qing illuminates the surrounding dark expanse of the universe. Suddenly, a silver shadow darts forth, another star fate. In response, Su Qing effortlessly blocks the swift assault with a single finger. His azure eyes fixate on He, conveying that such an attack is now futile. As he speaks, a subtle smile graces his lips, though the absence of eyebrows and the pronounced brow bone lend an air of ferocity to his expression. "Child, do not let arrogance consume you," He warns, her gaze turning icy. In the next moment, 8 identical avatars of She swiftly charged towards the Super Saiyan Su Qing, each wielding the Sword of Kings. Suddenly, a series of metallic clinks echoed as Su Qing effortlessly blocked the oncoming swords with just a single finger, as if his entire being was enveloped in an impenetrable golden barrier. The 8 avatars of He, despite their formidable weapons, could not breach his defenses. Unlike Morgana, who had struggled to cope with He's avatars, Su Qing appeared remarkably composed and at ease. On the nameless planet, Morgana watched in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. However, in a sudden turn of events, one of He's avatars, realizing it was cornered, launched itself downward, aiming to strike between Su Qing's legs. This unexpected maneuver startled Su Qing, who instantly transformed into an afterimage and evaded the attack, reappearing in the distance with a furrowed brow, scrutinizing He. Chapter 18. The Battle in the Cosmos. The fiery furnace of He in a frigid and isolated dimension. Beneath a thick layer of snow lay a crystalline ice structure. Intriguingly, within this ice, a diminutive figure was sealed. At that moment, it suddenly sensed something, and its crimson eyes burst open within the crystal. This insufferable sensation, it cannot be mistaken. It is those wretched wild monkeys. With a crisp crack, the crystalline ice began to fissure. In this moment, amidst the vast expanse of the cosmos, the golden-haired Super Saiyan Su Qing, adorned in a radiant glow, gazed in disbelief at He and her 8 avatars. What a lack of martial integrity! That nearly cost the young lad his life. Over there. He's main body merely smiled faintly and asked, "What? Is there a problem?" Upon hearing this, Su Qing's expression turned icy. In the next instant, he surged towards He's main body with fervor. The 8 avatars attempted to impede his advance, yet Su Qing transformed into a flurry of afterimages, repeatedly appearing behind them. In a mere exchange of 3 punches and 2 kicks, he reduced them to mere specks of starlight. Following this, Su Qing continued his relentless dash, towards Hishi's main form. Almost instantaneously, he stood before her, delivering a powerful punch. However, Hishi once again employed her mastery of time and space, utilizing a micro-wormhole to transport herself amidst a ripple of spatial energy, leaving Su Qing striking nothing but air at a critical moment. The force of his blow, however, sent a massive asteroid hurtling into oblivion, obliterated into dust by the sheer pressure of his punch. At this juncture, as the ripples of space swirled around Su Qing's flowing hair, Hishi lunged at him with a kingly sword in hand. In response, Su Qing seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, deftly evading the strike with a swift maneuver, engaging in battle through the keen perception of his energy. Simultaneously, a resounding clash echoed through the void. As soon as he dodged, Su Qing suddenly seized the delicate hand of Hishi, which held the Sword of Kings, and sank his teeth into it fiercely. Hiss. Hishi winced in pain, instantly unleashing a surge of dark energy that sent Su Qing staggering back. Then, glancing at her wrist, now marked with a deep bite imprint, she thought, "Child, is this how you battle a deity?" Hishi looked helplessly at the resplendent Super Saiyan Su Qing in the distance. To this, he retorted, "What? Is there a problem?" Indeed, Su Qing had turned Hishi's earlier words back upon her, which only served to amuse her despite her frustration. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Su Qing had already soared back into action, launching a powerful punch. Bang! This time, Hishi did not evade, but countered with a punch of her own. Their fists collided, and the two forces clashed violently in the cosmic expanse, the resulting shockwaves shattering countless fragments of meteorites. Subsequently, the two began a direct exchange of blows. Faced with Su Qing, Hishi realized that the so-called god-slaying weapons she had relied upon previously were nearly ineffective, unable to breach the defenses of Super Saiyan Su Qing. Instead, she resolved to match him with her own strength. Thus, their figures flickered rapidly across the cosmic void, engaging in a fierce battle. During their skirmish, nearby meteors and even small asteroids bore the brunt of their clash. Boom! They landed on a massive nameless planet, where their feet met, and the shockwave erupted, creating a colossal crater thousands of meters deep. Unbeknownst to her, two pristine white wings had emerged behind Hishi. It seems to signify that Hishi, this celestial king, has nearly unleashed his full power. Are you truly just a mere infant, scarcely 10 days old? The more Hishi fought, the more astonished he became. It had been millennia, and apart from Kaisha, he could hardly recall the last time he encountered an adversary capable of compelling him to exert himself to such an extent. Does such a matter hold any significance now? Super Saiyan Su Qing withdrew his fists and feet, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Hishi before him. He was genuinely pleased with this opponent. The battle they had just engaged in had greatly fulfilled the combat factor within him. Indeed, it no longer mattered. Hishi also offered a faint smile in return. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Su Qing clenched his fists, an even more intense desire for battle igniting in his eyes. Can we continue? The so-called god. Upon hearing this, Hishi suddenly ignited with stellar energy, a terrifying heat swiftly melting a significant portion of the planet. Child, do you truly believe I have grown old? Enveloped in flames, Hishi proclaimed with confidence. Having served as the celestial king of the Angel Nebula for so long, it seemed Hishi had been harboring a fire within. The recent battle had gradually ignited that fierce flame within him. At this moment, a considerable part of the planet had been melted by the stellar energy emanating from Hishi. Yet Super Saiyan Su Qing, standing closest to him, remained entirely unscathed, shimmering with golden light. Then, shall we proceed? Super Saiyan Su Qing exerted his clenched fist, instantly unleashing a surge of power throughout his entire being. In an instant, a golden aura blazed fiercely like flames, accompanied by arcs of blue and white electricity that flickered wildly around him. At that moment, both individuals became resplendent, captivating the attention of the demons and angels who observed the scene through the supercomputer. Then, with a haughty exclamation, "Humph! Huh!" Super Saiyan Su Qing and the winged crane Shi, infused with stellar energy, simultaneously unleashed powerful punches towards their adversary. The moment their fists collided, an entire planet beneath them was obliterated. Shockwaves and a cacophony of explosive cosmic rays ravaged the surrounding space. Morgana gasped in astonishment, while Otto, Ate, and Abang stared in disbelief. Angels Yen, Long, and Jue were equally awestruck. Only the divine Kaisha frowned slightly at the destruction wrought by their battle. Sensing that her friend Crane, she seemed oblivious to their true purpose for being there. Were they merely present to engage in combat? Having annihilated the innocent planet, Super Saiyan Su Qing and Crane Shi resumed their duel amidst the cosmos. Solar flare. The formidable power of the sun surged towards Super Saiyan Su Qing from Crane Shi. He raised his hands to block, his golden aura immediately enveloping his body. Simultaneously, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Did this woman possess the genetic trait of solar light, reminiscent of an anime he had watched in his past yet struggled to recall? Why does it feel as though I am suddenly engaged in a fierce battle with the divine Reina from the original play? The fiery furnace. In that fleeting moment when Super Saiyan Su Qing was caught off guard, he was ensnared by Hishi's cunning maneuver. Much like how the original drama trapped the angel Yin, she enveloped him in a furnace of terrifyingly high temperatures, a lethal technique of her own. In the original narrative, this device appeared capable of absorbing nearly all forms of resistance energy, including kinetic energy, making it a formidable opponent. Child, call me sister, and promise to obediently accompany me to the Meiluo Celestial Palace. Only then will I release you. What do you say? Chapter 19. The Holy Kesha joins the fray. Within the fiery furnace, as Hishi's teasing words echoed and the temperature surged under the influence of stellar energy, Super Saiyan Su Qing, with his flowing locks, felt a chill run through him. Humph. With a resounding cry, Super Saiyan Su Qing unleashed an overwhelming aura within the furnace, determined to forcibly break through Hishi's fiery prison. Though he understood that the fiery furnace possessed the ability to absorb nearly all energy, rendering it increasingly resilient and its temperature rising ever higher, Su Qing refused to believe it lacked limits. He was resolute in his endeavor to transcend the boundaries of the fiery furnace. Suddenly, the entire fiery furnace began to swell and distort wildly. Su Qing's energy surged with fervor, fiercely attempting to shatter the confines of the infernal trap. Oh, Hishi chuckled. Did you think my fiery furnace would be so easily breached? Children, behold the formidable power of the Celestial Computing Collective. Suddenly, the once immensely expanded Inferno Forge, sustained by the overwhelming might of Su Qing's Super Saiyan transformation, began to contract rapidly. Remarkably, the temperature of the entire energy forge soared to an even more searing intensity. The explosive force unleashed by Su Qing was being absorbed by the Celestial Computing Collective, fortifying the Inferno Forge. This transformation rendered the forge more resilient and its heat even more intense. Despite the protective aura of golden flames enveloping him, Su Qing felt the discomfort of the oppressive heat. At the same time, he was astonished by the energy absorption rate and limits of the Inferno Forge, which surpassed his expectations. He refrained from unleashing further energy to forcibly break through the forge, opting instead to concentrate the power within his golden flames to withstand the furnace's scorching heat. Su Qing found himself in dire straits. Morgana, observing Su Qing trapped within the forge, hesitated no longer. Otto immediately assists Su Qing. She placed her fingers to her ear, covertly commanding Otto aboard the demon wing. Yes, my queen, Otto promptly acknowledged. He then swiftly organized the demon warriors to operate their supercomputers, endeavoring to analyze and breach the Inferno Forge under the auspices of Hishi's Celestial Computing Collective. Truth be told, Otto felt a sense of hopelessness. Although they were all celestial-level supercomputers, the foundational strength and energy support of Hishi's Celestial Computing Collective were far beyond what the Demon Number 1 could rival. In the vast expanse of the known universe, the demon civilization has perpetually remained impoverished, particularly when juxtaposed with the angelic civilization, which is incomparable in its grandeur. However, Otto harbored no fantastical notions of the Demon 1 overcoming the orbital computation group. What Otto sought was to disrupt the computational power of the orbital group, inciting chaos within the fiery furnace, thereby enabling Su Qing to break free from its grasp. Meanwhile, the fiery furnace was deliberately encased in a temporal and spatial blockade, thus rendering any attempts to utilize Liang Bing's temporal technology for transport futile. Hishi, with arms crossed and a raised brow, scoffed. Within the furnace, Super Saiyan Su Qing emitted an annoyed snort. Having just transitioned into his youth phase and now embodying the Super Saiyan 3rd level, Su Qing began to feel the strain on his stamina. Yet, should he persist in this manner, the outcome would likely be defeat. Indeed, Hishi proved to be a formidable adversary, one of the strongest entities in existence. Thus, Su Qing resolved to take decisive action. He clenched his fist slowly, gathering his energy. Observing this, Hishi furrowed his brow. At that precise moment, a peculiar instability manifested within the fiery furnace. Su Qing, momentarily taken aback, sensed the shift as he prepared to advance further. Hishi, equally surprised, noted the phenomenon. Su Qing, now is your moment. In that critical instant, Su Qing heard Otto's voice, instantly comprehending the urgency, and then exclaimed, "Ha!" with a fierce roar. He unleashed the full extent of his Super Saiyan third form's power. Boom, one punch. It shattered the unstable flame furnace. Moreover, in a swift motion, before she could fully react, he appeared like a bolt of golden lightning and struck He-Shi's face with another powerful blow. In the next instant, He-Shi was sent hurtling back, crashing through numerous colossal meteors in the vastness of space before plummeting onto a desolate, barren planet. In an instant, he created a massive crater over 1,000 meters deep. "Atto, well done." Morgana smiled with satisfaction as she observed Su Qing break free. "However, Your Majesty, the energy has been depleted by 2 to 3/10, came Atto's somber voice from the other end of the dark communication. The demon's accumulated energy, which had just been extensively used to bolster computational power against He-Shi's celestial computation group, had been significantly drained. "What? Why didn't you conserve it?" Morgana exclaimed, her heart aching at the news. "Your Majesty, that was the celestial computation group of the angel He-Shi." Atto gently reminded his queen once more. Ugh. Although Morgana was still distressed, she understood. It was acceptable as long as Su Qing was freed. Energy could be replenished later. On the desolate planet, amidst the harsh, barren environment, He-Shi rose from the depths of the 1,000-meter pit, now fully aware of the cause behind the earlier malfunction of the flame furnace. Additionally, as he wiped the corner of his mouth, He-Shi noticed a crimson stain. Indeed, it was a minor injury inflicted by a punch from Super Saiyan Su Qing. One cannot help but acknowledge the similarity to the earlier encounter with Angel Lung. Gazing into the vision of the inside eye, He-Shi recalled the scene on that distant planet, where among the angels, Angel Lung also felt an inexplicable twinge at the corner of his mouth. Just moments ago, he had risen from the deep pit when suddenly, the inside eye captured a golden figure dashing through the sky. Almost instantly, a fist followed. Boom! He-Shi, utilizing his temporal evasion techniques, vanished from harm's way, leaving the desolate planet to bear the brunt of a devastating blow, creating a massive void in its center. Before the planet could even begin to implode, it was met with a resounding thud. The reappearing He-Shi unleashed a powerful kick at Super Saiyan Su Qing, who instinctively raised his arm in defense, resulting in a cataclysmic shockwave that obliterated the entire planet. Yet, both combatants swiftly retaliated, landing simultaneous punches to each other's faces, sending them hurtling back and shattering fragments of the planet around them. In the end, both bore crimson streaks at the corners of their mouths. Humph, truly a tenacious child. After wiping away the blood, He-Shi smacked his lips. Engaging in battle with you is quite exhilarating. Super Saiyan Su Qing's face radiated the thrill of combat. In the next moment, with a concentrated gaze, He-Shi slowly extended her fair right hand, seemingly preparing to employ some technique against the formidable Su Qing. Just then, the void shimmered with ripples. The divine Kaisa emerged from within, stepping onto the air with an unhurried grace. Chapter 20, Divine Kaisa, a recruitment? Upon witnessing the sudden arrival of Divine Kaisa, He-Shi's movements paused. On the other side, Morgana, realizing that Divine Kaisa was indeed no longer on the same planet as herself, could not help but furrow her brows. What does that vixen intend to do? Is she planning to engage in a 2-on-1? Observing the image of her once beloved sister, Morgana could not refrain from exclaiming, is Queen Kaisa truly going to intervene herself? Angels Yin, Lung, and Jue were also anxiously monitoring the unfolding events on the screen. Ite noted that Divine Kaisa had departed from their planet, while Angels Yin and her companions shifted their focus to the battle on the other side. Ite felt that now was the opportune moment to escape. However, casting a glance at his own queen, whose gaze remained fixated on Su Qing's movements, Ite understood that even if he suggested retreat, she would undoubtedly refuse to abandon Su Qing. Thus, Ite scratched his head, feeling quite perplexed. Meanwhile, as Divine Kaisa stepped forth from the void and glanced at He-Shi beside her, she stated, "Child, as long as you come with us, henceforth, all angels of the celestial civilization will stand by your side in battle every day." What do you say? The sacred Kesha, suddenly confronted by the resplendent figure of the golden-haired Super Saiyan Su Qing, spoke with intention. She aimed to entice Su Qing to the Angel Nebula. Kesha perceived him as merely a child, having just emerged into the world a mere 10 days prior, an inexperienced little boy. Observing his penchant for battle during her prolonged watch, she discerned that Su Qing was indeed a spirited child, eager for conflict. Thus, she conceived this strategy to see if she could lure him to the Angel Nebula. It was imperative to prevent Su Qing from continuing his association with Morgana, lest he be tainted by her so-called evil and corrupt ideologies, which could lead to chaos across the known universe in the future. While Su Qing possessed undeniable potential, at that moment, he radiated a dazzling golden aura, his hair shimmering with vitality, and his biological energy amplified by 4,000 times, making him a formidable presence even for He-She. In due time, it seemed that even the combined efforts of sacred Kesha and He-She would struggle to contain Su Qing. Such a being could not be allowed to remain entangled with the demonic civilization. He must be brought back to the Angel Nebula, where he would require the oversight of He-She and even Kesha herself to ensure his safety. Upon hearing this, Angels Yin and Long were momentarily taken aback. He-She, however, understood Kesha's intentions, choosing to remain silent and observant. Meanwhile, Morgana seethed with indignation at the prospect of Kesha attempting to undermine her influence. Ado Atai and the others shared a sense of concern, aware that Su Qing was still too young and naive, yet exuding the demeanor of a warrior. The conditions set forth by the sacred Kesha seemed perfectly aligned with Su Qing's tastes. It would indeed be peculiar if he were to refuse. Su Qing. Morgana felt a sense of urgency. Just as she contemplated using the supercomputer to convey her thoughts, she suddenly heard him say, "The food aboard the Demon Wing is quite satisfactory." Amidst the crowd's rapt attention, the resplendent Su Qing, adorned in a shimmering golden aura with his flowing golden locks cascading behind him, offered a subtly enigmatic smile in response to the sacred Kesha. His answer seemed somewhat irrelevant. The audience, including the anxious Morgana, was momentarily taken aback. However, upon regaining her composure, Morgana, Liang Bing, soon shed her irritation and anxiety, allowing a smile to grace her lips. "You little rascal, I haven't treated you in vain." On the other side, was that your response? A rejection? The sacred Kesha grasped Su Qing's meaning, her expression tinged with a hint of regret. The demon warriors, including Ate and Otto, looked on in astonishment at Su Qing's unexpected reply. This lad, he truly has declined the sacred Kesha? The primary reason for Liang Bing's ire. I shall remember it well. Su Qing embraced himself, chuckling softly. While the angels might not grasp the double entendre in Su Qing's words, Morgana recalled the moment from 7 days prior when he had flown to find her after remembering her so-called temper. Even Otto, Ate, and a bang could comprehend the implications of Su Qing's statement. "Su Qing, your words possess a hint of ambiguity, but fret not, dear sister shall overlook it." At that moment, Su Qing heard the voice of Morgana resonating in his mind, her tone unmistakably revealing her current elation. He-Chi furrowed his brow, observing the Super Saiyan Su Qing before him. "Your Majesty, it appears this fellow has already integrated himself into the ranks of the demon civilization. Together, we could effortlessly subdue him and bring him back to the Meluo heavenly court," he remarked, his silver eyes fixed upon the resplendent Super Saiyan Su Qing. In response, the divine Kesha pondered for a few moments before declaring, "Alas." With a swift gesture of her pale fingers, a sharp dark silver weapon known as Silver Wing materialized from her arsenal, standing poised behind her. "How unfortunate," the divine Kesha said with a faint smile. Simultaneously, He-Chi summoned his own star destiny with a swift motion. Thus, the two angelic queens prepared to conjoin their efforts to capture the void being Su Qing with utmost speed and minimal cost. Witnessing this, Morgana exclaimed, "How shameless, divine Kesha." She wasted no time in contacting Ado aboard the Demon Wings, commanding, "Bring me over to the queen." "Yes, your majesty," Ado promptly responded, initiating the operation. Before long, Morgana's figure appeared in this expanse of cosmic space, right beside the Super Saiyan Su Qing. "You shameless wretch." Morgana spat as soon as she arrived, her indignation palpable. "How dare you attempt to take on two adversaries at once? What kind of skill is that? Is this all you possess to claim the title of King of Angels? Bah, especially you, divine Kesha. What right do you have to be called the King of the Gods? Not but a farce." Morgana directed her vehement verbal onslaught primarily at divine Kesha. In response, divine Kesha summoned a cosmic meteorite, perched herself upon it, and, with a gentle smile, rested her chin on her hand, observing her sister Liang Bing's indignant demeanor. Even she regarded the irate Morgana with a calm demeanor. "You, wretched harlots." Witnessing their supreme arrogance, Morgana clenched her fists in fury. In the next moment, she summoned her demonic claw, launching a fierce assault toward divine Kesha and He-She. Upon seeing this, Both Divine Kesha and Hishi merely twitched their fingers. Whoosh, a silver wing and a stellar fate shot forth simultaneously. Upon contact, the two demonic claws were almost instantly repelled, and the silver wing and stellar fate continued their rapid and lethal advance. Clang. In a critical moment, a towering golden figure appeared before Morgana, blocking the assault of the silver wing and stellar fate with both hands. It was none other than Super Saiyan Su-Ching. Chapter 21. The Astonishing Transformation. Golden Gorilla. Su-Ching. Morgana stared in awe at the towering figure before her, adorned with a mane of vibrant hair and shimmering with golden light. Oh, a hint of surprise flickered across Divine Kesha's face. Can even the silver wing be blocked? Beside Kesha, she would not let such an opportunity slip away. With a resounding clang, yet another blazing furnace enveloped the Super Saiyan 3, Su-Ching, who had just shielded Morgana from two dark silver weapons. Simultaneously, the temporal lock was immediately applied. In order to thwart any further interference from Demon Number 1, Hishi intensified the celestial calculations this time. Damn it, Hishi. Seeing Su-Ching once again ensnared within the fiery furnace, Morgana glared at Hishi across the battlefield. I've made it clear. He must be taken to the Angel Nebula. He cannot be allowed to continue mingling with you demons. Hishi replied nonchalantly. Just then, the voice echoed. Queen Kesha, Celestial King. Several Celestial Blade warships soared into the fray, carrying numerous high-ranking angels such as Angel Yin, Angel Lung, and Angel Lingxi, who had arrived aboard the cross warships. In fact, the cross Celestial Blade warships were already charged and ready to unleash the Celestial Blade Judgment, a catastrophic stellar energy bombardment. Otto, forget about the energy issues. Get Su-Ching out of the furnace now. Seeing the situation escalate, Morgana immediately contacted Otto through a discreet channel. However, at that moment, Liang Bing, inside the fiery furnace, the Super Saiyan 3, Su-Ching, turned slightly to glance at Morgana over his shoulder. You all should leave. His blue eyes, characteristic of the third level of Super Saiyan, met her unadorned beauty, and a subtle smile graced his lips as he spoke these unexpected words. During the period of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation, devoid of eyebrows and with prominent brow ridges, his smile still exuded an inexplicable ferocity. However, Morgana felt no fear towards him. Rather, at this moment, Su-Ching's words prompted her to immediately shake her head. Impossible. I cannot abandon you. Upon hearing this, Super Saiyan Su-Ching smiled once more. I've already memorized your aura, he stated again. This phrase momentarily rendered Morgana speechless, as it seemed to automatically translate in her mind to, I will find you. Yet, right now, at the very least, let Otto activate Demon Number 1 to rescue you. Morgana believed that her priority should be to extricate him from the infernal furnace. However, Queen, Demon Number 1 is currently unable to breach the blockade. Hishi increased the computational power of the Celestial Algorithm Cluster. Queen, what should we do? Otto's somewhat anxious communication resonated in Morgana's ear at the right moment. Morgana furrowed her beautifully shaped brows. She understood that not only was Hishi's Celestial Algorithm Cluster engaged, but the sacred Kesha beside her had yet to truly intervene. Otherwise, the sacred knowledge repository would prove to be far more troublesome than the Celestial Algorithm Cluster. This meant that rescuing Su-Ching with Demon Number 1 was utterly impossible. Su-Ching, Morgana gazed at Su-Ching in the infernal furnace with a look of guilt. In the furnace, the formidable aura countered the terrifying heat of the infernal forge, yet Su-Ching, in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage, maintained a serene smile. Return to the Demon Wing, and depart with Atai and the others. However, remember to monitor what transpires here through those computers. There will be surprises. In that instant, Morgana's pupils constricted. Su-Ching, could it be that you can? A hint of disbelief flickered across her expression. Yet, in the next moment, her gaze sharpened. Atto, I understand. My queen. Atto instantly grasped the intent of his sovereign. In the blink of an eye, through the Demon 1 supercomputer, he swiftly transported her back to the Demon Wing. At this juncture, Atai, Abang, and all the demon warriors had already returned to the Demon Wing and its accompanying warships. Let us proceed. Casting a final glance at the surveillance footage showcasing the Super Saiyan Su-Ching, Morgana clenched her delicate fists and resolutely uttered a single word. Atto, Atai. And the others had long desired to take this course of action. Although they felt a twinge of regret towards Su-Ching, the safety of their queen, Morgana, was of paramount importance. Thus, upon hearing their queen's command, Atai and the others immediately activated the Demon Wing with all their might. propelling it forward with astonishing speed. Su Qing, do not forget your own words. Be swift in locating us, Morgana called out, her voice echoing as she gazed at the image of the golden-haired figure. Resolute amidst the furnace's chill. Otherwise, dear brother, our affair shall not be concluded. Through the capabilities of the supercomputer, her words seamlessly penetrated Su Qing's consciousness. Listening to this, the fiery aura surrounding the Super Saiyan Su Qing, radiating a scarlet glow, did not deter his spirit. He smiled and said, Liang Bing, watch closely as I engage in the upcoming battle. All right. Morgana nodded, though the distance between them was indeterminate. Do not let Morgana escape. At that moment, among the ranks of high-ranking angels, one angel, wielding a flaming sword, prepared to command the celestial blade warship to pursue the demon-winged vessel. Do not move. In a critical moment, Su Qing's voice thundered from within the infernal forge. Your adversary is me. Upon uttering these words, he leaned slightly forward and clenched his fists. Feeling the surging energy within him, I too was taken aback. Despite my inadequate foundational strength, I never anticipated that you could compel me to assume this form. Now behold. The power of the Super Saiyan, 4th stage. Within the infernal forge, Su Qing's eyes shimmered with madness. What did you say? Hishi's pupils constricted sharply. Super Saiyan, 4th stage. Su Qing? Inside the speeding demon-winged vessel, Morgana and Adoratai were momentarily stunned. Could it be? The divine Kaisha had already begun to conjecture in an instant. The first stage was a 500-fold increase, the second stage a 1,000-fold, and the third stage, characterized by longer hair, was a 4,000-fold increase. As for the so-called Scions, they must be a race of void beings. Furthermore, the third stage already represented a 4,000-fold augmentation of biological energy. If the fourth stage truly exists, to what extent would Su Qing's biological power be amplified? A foreboding sensation enveloped the sacred Kaisa. He must not be allowed to truly achieve further augmentation. With furrowed brows, she contemplated harnessing the divine repository of knowledge to amplify the power of the infernal forge. Yet, it was too late. A cacophony erupted from within as Su Qing roared, abruptly reverting from the third stage of Super Saiyan to his normal state. However, the truly astonishing spectacle had only just begun. Arc. Roar. Su Qing's tail flared wildly, and his entire form began to expand at an astonishing rate, culminating in a thunderous roar as a colossal, golden-haired ape, tall and formidable, towering several meters, materialized before all present. Moreover, the infernal forge, bolstered by the computational might of the celestial algorithm cluster, was unexpectedly breached. This terrifying apparition stood before the assembly of angels. Simultaneously, goodness, Su Qing, this monstrous entity, had truly transformed into a gargantuan beast. At that moment, Atai, witnessing the battlefield through surveillance, was left utterly speechless. Chapter 22, Super Saiyan 4. Su Qing. Morgana, gazing at the image of Su Qing transformed into a massive golden gorilla, was also momentarily taken aback. Roar. In the footage, the now golden gorilla Su Qing raised his immense golden fists, unleashing a primal roar that reverberated throughout the cosmic expanse. How did he transform into this? The angels, including Angel Yin and Angel Long, were utterly astonished to witness Su Qing metamorphose into such an enormous gorilla. They could only stare in disbelief. Only the solemn expressions of divine Kaisha and Hishi revealed their gravity. The purgatory furnace had been shattered in an instant. Observing the golden gorilla as it raised its fist and roared, divine Kaisha and Hishi instinctively took a few steps back. At that moment, they beheld the colossal creature before them, resembling a monstrous beast. Suddenly, the golden gorilla let out a fierce howl upon spotting several blade warships ahead, unleashing a surge of red-hot energy towards the fleet of angels. Sisters, initiate the blade judgment. In this urgent scenario, Angel Yin had no time to consult divine Kaisha. She wielded her sword to command the angels powering the blade warships to activate the stellar energy. In no time, boom, the two forces collided, resulting in a powerful explosion of energy in the vastness of space. However, in the next instant, the might of the blade judgment was wholly suppressed by the golden gorilla's fiery onslaught. The stellar power of the blade judgment was even devoured, the energy surging violently towards the blade warships with unparalleled ferocity. The speed was astonishing. Boom. Ultimately, one by one, the blade warships were nearly obliterated under the golden gorilla's scorching assault. As for those originally aboard the celestial blade, such as Angel Yin and the elite high-ranking angels accompanying her. They had long been whisked away by the Divine Kaiser using the sacred repository of knowledge before the explosion transpired. Even the Divine Kaiser and He vanished from their location through temporal and spatial techniques. Subsequently, with a series of swift movements, the figures of Angel Yin and her companions reappeared on a distant planet, alongside the Divine Kaiser and He. "Thank you, Queen Kaiser," Angel Yin expressed with a mixture of astonishment and reverence as she bowed before the Divine Kaiser. Yet, before the Divine Kaiser could utter a word, a colossal golden figure resembling a monstrous beast descended from the heavens, accompanied by a resounding thud as it landed on the planet. Observing this, the Divine Kaiser raised a hand, and a powerful surge of dark energy surged forth, sending the newly arrived golden gorilla, who had barely stabilized its landing, soaring through the air as if caught in a tempest. With a resounding crash, it collided with a towering mountain, becoming entombed beneath the debris. At that moment, Queen Su-Ching couldn't help but wonder why things felt somewhat sluggish. Inside the demon ship, the double-winged demon, Abang gazed at the image of the buried golden gorilla and couldn't refrain from voicing his thoughts. Is this truly the surprise Su-Ching spoke of? Morgana pondered, equally perplexed by the situation. Although he successfully broke through the blazing furnace, could this colossal figure, with its clumsy movements, truly contend with the Divine Kaiser and He? Just then, a resounding clang echoed from the crumbling mountain, erupting in a brilliant golden radiance. A ferocious roar akin to that of a beast followed. And with a thunderous crash, countless fragments of rock were shattered and sent flying. The immense form of the golden gorilla emerged, radiating a luminous golden glow. Simultaneously, its once massive physique began to gradually contract. The golden fur of the gorilla subtly oscillated between shades of gold and red, while its hair fluctuated between gold and black. This was... Hishi's gaze widened in astonishment. It seemed that this was the true essence of what he referred to as the fourth stage. It appeared that we could no longer avert this. The Divine Kaiser's expression grew serious. The Queen, Su-Ching, began to undergo transformation as well, his gigantic form seemingly diminishing. On the demon wing, Otto spoke up. What lay ahead was the surprise Su-Ching had alluded to. Morgana's face reflected both astonishment and delight. Brimming with anticipation, this fellow, Su-Ching, Ave and Abang, along with their fellow demon warriors, were filled with envy. They yearned to possess the potential that Su-Ching seemed to embody. In the midst of their uncertainty, curiosity swelled within them. Just how would Su-Ching further transform? To what terrifying extent would his power amplify? 5,000 times, 6,000 times, even 8,000 times. It is unfathomable. At this moment, amidst the ruins of the great mountain, upon a colossal boulder, Su-Ching had almost regained his human form, and at that instant, he clenched his fists and threw back his head, letting out a final, impassioned roar. Crackling thunder. At that moment, countless bolts of lightning descended upon Su-Ching. The entire planet was engulfed in tumultuous change, the earth trembling beneath him. Concurrently, Target's body is undergoing extreme enhancement. Target's biological energy is experiencing a drastic surge. Current biological energy augmentation, 14,788 times. 26,879 times. 36,755 times. The supercomputer's alerts continuously flashed in the perceptive eyes of the angels. 10,000, 20,000, even 30,000. Angel Moe, in a state of shock, was oblivious to the moment when her blazing sword clattered to the ground. Is all of this truly real? Angels Lingxi and the others could not help but question the authenticity of the moment. Does this individual truly possess no limits? Is he still a living being? Hishi's gaze was filled with an indescribable astonishment. The divine Kesha furrowed her brows in concern. Meanwhile, in the command room of the demon ship, "I can't believe it," exclaimed Queen Morgana, her expression one of incredulity among the ranks of demon warriors. "I stated earlier that this world has gone mad." Gazing at the data presented by Demon Number 1, Abang clutched his head in despair. What once seemed like 5,000, 6,000, or even 8,000 times has become utterly nonsensical. Su-Ching, at this very moment, boasts an astonishing amplification of tens of thousands. Otto clenched his fists in frustration. "Otto, it appears that you will never surpass Su-Ching in this lifetime, for this individual is undeniably operating at a different level." A tie patted Otto's shoulder, both sharing expressions of utter disbelief. At this moment, with a resounding roar, Su-Ching's body erupted with a final surge of immense force atop the colossal stone. A towering red figure materialized before everyone's eyes. Current biological energy amplification of the target, 40,000 times. Current danger level of the target, void, high level. Chapter 23, The Science. Wave, 40,000 times. Gazing at the distant red figure, and then at the foundational detection data provided by their insightful eyes, Angel Yin, Angel Lung, and countless battle maidens were left agape. The initial biological energy amplification of 500 times had already astounded them. Then came 1,000 for 1,000, leaving the angels utterly speechless. And now, 40,000 times. From the elementary to the advanced, culminating in the present state of void, high level, Angel Yin and her companions were rendered numb. Their pupils filled with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that this was real. Once upon a time, it was inconceivable that the entire known universe harbored such a terrifying life form. Until the emergence of Su Qing, the void creature. This monster, truly a genuine monstrosity. The atmosphere was chilling, and even the flaming sword in the hands of the angels felt heavy and unwieldy. The assembly of angels stood in disbelief, as if their very worldview had shattered before the absurdity of the reality they faced. What a striking figure, one exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Demon Wing, Morgana gazed at the image transmitted by the supercomputer. Her eyes were drawn to the imposing crimson silhouette, and she could not suppress her gasp. At that moment, Su Qing had fully transformed into a super Saiyan of the 4th level, towering at nearly 2 meters tall. His entire being enveloped in a cascade of red fur, while his dark locks appeared remarkably vibrant. The sight exuded a raw, potent beauty. A tail, similarly adorned with red fur, swayed gently behind him as Su Qing gradually opened his eyes, revealing golden irises that shone with intensity. Beneath his eyes, a hint of crimson shadow added an alluring edge to his wild demeanor. This was the Super Saiyan of the 4th level. Was this truly Su Qing, the one who had just transformed from a colossal gorilla? The demon warriors, including Tai, Tua, and Bang, were expressions of perplexity. On the other side, He and the divine Kaisa exchanged serious glances, the weight of the moment settling upon them. They understood. After countless millennia, the former kings of the Celestial Blade and the Celestial Foundation would once again unite against a common foe. Such a scenario had not arisen for eons. Suddenly, amidst an astonishing sound that pierced the air, a towering crimson figure materialized behind the dual kings. In that fleeting moment, both He and the sacred Kesha were taken aback, their pupils widening in shock. The so-called deity of this world, let us continue our battle. The Super Force Su Qing spoke from behind the angelic dual kings. Queen Kesha and King Tianji, please exercise caution. Positioned slightly further back, the high-ranking angels Yin, Zhui, and Lung stared in disbelief at the Super Force Su Qing, whose speed was so swift that even the eye of insight struggled to perceive it. Meanwhile, the sacred Kesha and He had already redirected their dark energies, prompting the supercomputer to swiftly extract stellar energy from the universe. In a synchronized motion, they turned and unleashed their fists. Bang! 2 powerful, pale fists struck the face of the Superforce Su Qing with tremendous force, sending him hurtling backward. Yet, he did not travel far before his aura surged, stabilizing his form as his head hung low in midair. In the next instant, he raised his head and queried, "What is this? Is the power of you so-called deities truly so insignificant?" As he slowly lifted his gaze, it became evident that his face bore no injuries, a faintly disdainful smile gracing his lips. This kid, Morgana, who had just relaxed moments before, could not help but chuckle and scold. Who taught him to flaunt his defiance in such a manner? Although her words carried an edge of reproach, her gaze was filled with warmth and affection as she observed the crimson-haired figure on the screen. Goodness, I possess this power, and I too wish to display it with flair. A look of utmost envy adorned Bang's face. Do you concur? Tai raised his hand, enthusiastically agreeing. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the audacious Super Force Su Qing caught the attention of the solemn Kaisa. You arrogant brat, do not get too complacent. A hint of annoyance flickered across Hishi's expression as he grew cold. Blazing furnace. Hishi unleashed his fiery technique once more, enveloping the airborne Super Force Su Qing. Simultaneously, the celestial computational array surged into action, maximizing its firepower to unprecedented levels. It voraciously absorbed the stellar energies from the cosmos, channeling them vigorously into the blazing furnace that encased Su Qing. Instantly, the furnace radiated an unbearable heat, its temperature soaring beyond imagination. Furthermore, Due to the peak enhancement of the computational array, the furnace's various passive defenses reached their utmost limits. So how do you feel now? Still arrogant? He/she remarked with a hint of triumph as he observed Su Qing trapped within his blazing furnace once more. However, in the next moment, within the furnace, Super Force Su Qing erupted with a formidable golden aura and, with a furious shout, unleashed a powerful punch. Crack! One side of the blazing furnace shattered like glass. Before he/she could react, a crimson figure suddenly appeared before him, eliciting astonished gasps from the surrounding angels. It was none other than Super Force Su Qing. Boom! In the midst of he/she's own astonishment, Su Qing's fist, adorned with vibrant red fur, struck heavily against her abdomen, sending her hurtling backward with tremendous force. In an instant, one mountain peak after another collapsed. At that moment, a swift sound sliced through the air beside Super Force Su Qing. With barely a movement, Su Qing, with a mere finger, effortlessly blocked the ferocious strike delivered by the sacred Kaisa's dark silver weapon, the Silver Wing. Witnessing the ease with which his silver wing was repelled, Sacred Kaisa's eyes flickered with a hint of astonishment. However, Super Force Su Qing's expression turned icy. With a sharp exhale, he unleashed a casual punch towards the silver wing, sending it hurtling violently into outer space. When Sacred Kaisa recalled the silver wing, he was met with the sight of a deep imprint left upon it. A mere casual strike had left a mark. Sacred Kaisa's demeanor grew increasingly grave. Moreover, the system indicated, target cannot be scanned, target cannot be computed. Unable to deploy the sacred domain directly against the target, Su Qing's uniqueness rendered Sacred Kaisa's sacred domain incapable of achieving its maximum effect against him. Typically, Kaisa's sacred domain could transport various god-slaying weapons directly into the enemy's body, thereby annihilating nearly all foes. Yet, this was contingent upon the ability to compute the opponent's divine form. For reasons unknown, Su Qing could not be computed. Even the Sacred Knowledge Repository failed to analyze him. Consequently, the sacred domain was utterly ineffective against Su Qing. Suddenly, four identical silver wings materialized out of thin air, appearing right beside Super Force Su Qing. Immediately, the four silver wings surged towards the central figure of Super Saiyan 4th stage, Su Qing. Although it was impossible to directly penetrate Su Qing's being, the divine Kesha effortlessly positioned the weapon at the closest point to him. Thus, four silver wings materialized and swiftly lunged towards Su Qing. In response, Su Qing gazed with a cold disdain. Chapter 24. Is the power of the divine truly so insignificant? The four sharp silver wings descended. Su Qing. Unfazed, Su Qing remained steadfast, while Morgana, situated far above on the demon wing, gasped in alarm. Ultimately, the four silver wings pierced through Su Qing's form. In that instant, Morgana anxiously rose from her throne, her eyes fixated on the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a smile graced the lips of divine Kesha as she turned to glance at a nearby stone. There, a towering red figure embraced himself, smiling at the assembly of angels before him. It was indeed the Super Saiyan 4th stage, Su Qing. What is happening? Morgana and the other demon warriors, including Ado and Ate, were left in shock. Until, whoosh, the Su Qing, whose body had been pierced by the four silver wings, gradually transformed into a fading illusion. The true Su Qing, arms crossed before him, stood on the stone not far away. My queen, it was merely an afterimage, Ado remarked, glancing at his queen. Curse it. Morgana, momentarily relieved, exclaimed, Su Qing, you startled me terribly. As she spoke, Morgana once again donned a radiant smile while gazing at the formidable figure of Su Qing in his Super Saiyan 4th stage. This young man, in his vibrant red-haired form, truly exuded an extraordinary charm. Remarkably, he had just sent he/she flying and was now playfully confronting the Divine Kaiser. Impressive. I am utterly in awe. At this moment, the Divine Kaiser, with her alabaster fingers, summoned her four silver wings once more and, casting her gaze toward the Super Saiyan Su Qing atop a stone, couldn't help but chuckle softly. Child, you are quite the playful one. In response, Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan 4th stage, remained silent when suddenly, a graceful figure dashed toward him, wielding a blade imbued with terrifying stellar energy, charging directly at him. It was none other than he/she, who had just been sent flying and had crashed through numerous mountains, now appearing somewhat disheveled. In this moment, the heavenly monarch seemed enraged, gritting her teeth. Her wings unfurling as she propelled herself forward, the stellar energy surrounding her blade swelling menacingly as she lunged at Su Qing. In response, Su Qing's golden eyes, accentuated by a crimson shadow, narrowed slightly, and a golden aura erupted around him. With a resounding clang, he effortlessly halted the blade, which was infused with the wrathful stellar energy that was hurtling towards him. Following this, a powerful force was unleashed as a heavy punch struck Hishi squarely in the abdomen. However, this time, Hishi did not fly backward, for nearly all the force had been converted into internal damage. In a swift motion, Hishi suddenly doubled over and coughed up blood. You, gazing at the ebony-haired, crimson-clad Super Saiyan force Su-Ching before him, Hishi felt a chaotic surge of divine energy within his body. In the next moment, he collapsed onto Su-Ching's form, observing the unconscious figure leaning against him. Su-Ching remained unfazed, continuing to stand there in a tranquil demeanor. Congratulations on defeating a formidable opponent in the current realm. Reward: 1 opportunity for a super lottery draw. Suddenly, an information interface materialized in the void, visible only to Su-Ching. It was the battle system that had bound itself to him after his transference. Upon seeing this interface, Su-Ching understood how to acquire the system's lottery opportunities by engaging in combat and vanquishing foes. Just then, through temporal technology, the divine Kaiso whisked away the unconscious Hishi from Su-Ching's grasp. The acquisition of a lottery opportunity post-battle aligned perfectly with Su-Ching's desires. He remained indifferent to Hishi's rescue, feeling rather pleased about the chance to draw from the lottery. Combat. How exhilarating. Hishi, how do you feel? Meanwhile, the divine Kaiso utilized a supercomputer to draw energy from cosmic stars, replenishing Hishi's strength and healing his wounds. At this moment, Hishi had regained consciousness. Be cautious of his speed and the terrifying biological energy, Hishi promptly warned Kaiso upon awakening. Seeing him alert, Kaiso nodded in acknowledgement. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Hishi cast his gaze towards the Super Saiyan force Su-Ching still perched upon the rock. So it turns out to be this. Not bad at all. The Super Saiyan level 4, Su-Ching, touched his nose. What was that fellow muttering to himself? The angels, Yin and Long, along with others, could not comprehend Su-Ching's words. However, the recent spectacle of him effortlessly defeating the formidable king Hishi left the high-ranking angels, including Yin, Lang, and Jue, utterly astonished. It is worth noting that Hishi had previously toyed with the demon queen Morgana at will. Yet, unexpectedly, this so-called fourth-tier entity, Su-Ching, a being from the void, could not withstand even a single blow. As they gazed at the tall figure in the distance with black hair and crimson fur, the angels were awash with a myriad of emotions, astonishment, admiration, and a hint of unwillingness. At that moment, the visage of Super Saiyan level 4 Su-Ching captivated all on this planet, impossible to ignore. Those nearby witnessed his display firsthand, while far away. Morgana's demonic legion viewed him through the advanced technology of the Demon Wing ship and other vessels. Thus, the attention-grabbing Super Saiyan Su-Ching had merely utilized a super lottery and was quite pleased with the outcome. Now, it was time to proceed. The so-called deity. Having received the rewards from the lottery, Su-Ching slowly turned around. His golden eyes, adorned with crimson shadow, gazed upon the 2 angelic queens, the holy Kusha and Hishi. In the next moment, boom, with a thunderous clap in the air, a terrifying air cannon surged towards the 2 queens. In response, both the holy Kusha and Hishi activated their temporal technology, vanishing from their positions. The air cannon swept across the ground. A colossal chasm, dozens of meters deep and 100 meters wide, stretches endlessly before the land. This is the aftermath of an air cannon unleashed by the formidable Super Saiyan Su-Ching, which grazed the ground and inflicted significant damage upon this territory. Meanwhile, the vanished divine Kaiso and Hishi re-emerge elsewhere, accompanied by a flurry of silver wings and stellar destinies, materializing almost directly in the air adjacent to Super Saiyan Su-Ching. In swift succession, sharp blades lunged toward him from all directions. Yet, Super Saiyan Su-Ching, displaying incredible speed and agility, deftly navigated through the 5 razor-sharp blades, appearing utterly unfazed as not a single thread of his attire was grazed. However, as time progressed and the supercomputer predicted Su-Ching's movements, the 4 silver wings and stellar destinies converged upon him with lethal intent. But, with a determined exclamation, Super Saiyan Su-Ching unleashed an overwhelming burst of power that repelled all incoming blades. The ground beneath him trembled and a massive crater formed, with Su-Ching standing at its center. Is this all you possess? Such meager strength, can it truly be deemed divine? In the depths of the crater, a smile graced Su-Ching's lips as he embraced himself, standing proudly and defiantly. Chapter 25, Super Saiyan 4 versus Divine Kaisa. Gazing at the majestic crimson figure standing proudly in the abyss, the distant angels could only stare in awe, their mouths agape in disbelief. How could a being merely 10 days old achieve such extraordinary prowess? The void, the formidable power, wasn't Queen Kesha of a similar caliber? A creature born but 10 days prior had astonishingly attained strength equivalent to that of Queen Kesha. This phenomenon was simply unfathomable. Angels Yin, Long, Zhui Lingxi, and their enchanting companions were collectively struck with incredulity. Even He-She, unable to contain her frustration, clenched her delicate fists. The memory of being vanquished by a single blow haunted her, stirring feelings of discontent and resentment within. How could she, the esteemed celestial monarch of the Angel Nebula, be bested by a mere child barely 10 days old? If word of this spread, the entire known universe would learn of her humiliation. With thousands of years of experience, she found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, the divine Kesha furrowed her elegant brows, contemplating a solution. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension. Incredible. Su Qing has the audacity to speak such words to the divine Kesha and He-She. On board the demon wing, Atai's face bore an expression of bewildered excitement. This was a scenario he had envisioned countless times before, and it was exhilarating beyond measure. A bang. With a clenched fist, exclaimed with fervor. A multitude of demons, at this very moment, gazed upon the image of the Super Saiyan 4th grade Su Qing. Each demon warrior's face alight with exhilaration and delight. The pent-up frustration from being suppressed by angels for countless millennia seemed to pour forth in this moment. All thanks to Su Qing. Your Majesty, shall we wait for Su Qing? Inquiringly, Otto turned to his queen, observing the swift flight of the demonic double-winged vessel through the cosmos. Upon hearing this, Morgana, who had been radiating joy while watching the crimson figure of Super Saiyan Su Qing on the screen, paused thoughtfully before replying, if Su Qing instructs us to depart, we need not tarry. I have faith that he will locate us. Morgana's gaze was steadfast, brimming with joy and affection as she looked at the image of Super Saiyan Su Qing. Meanwhile, the robustly haired Super Saiyan Su Qing, adorned in a mane of red fur, glanced at the high-ranking angels, including Yin and Lang. A thought crossed his mind. Could defeating them also yield a reward? In response, the Queen, Kaisa, recognized Su Qing's gaze and promptly communicated through a private channel, issuing commands to angels Yin and Lang. You must escort the other angels away from this planet. Understood. Your Majesty. After a moment of hesitation, angels Yin and Lung nodded in agreement, fully aware that a battle of such void-level magnitude was beyond their capacity as so-called high-ranking angels. Despite the presence of numerous high-ranking angels capable of dominating the entirety of the known universe, they found themselves compelled to retreat in the face of the newly emerged void creature, Su Qing, who had only been born 10 days prior. It would be disingenuous to claim that these high-ranking angels harbored no feelings of resentment. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident. Resistance was futile. They were unwilling to remain and become a liability to their esteemed Queen Kesha and the Celestial King. Thus they chose to distance themselves. As they observed angels Yin and Lung leading their fellow high-ranking angels swiftly away from the planet, Super Saiyan Su Qing remained unperturbed. With the formidable Kesha at hand, he found little interest in lesser adversaries. Even He-She had recently succumbed to defeat. The only entity that piqued the interest of Super Saiyan Su Qing was the divine Kesha. He sensed that the energy emanating from her was significantly more potent than that of He-She. As Su Qing watched Yin and her companions depart without any attempt at interference, his attention shifted back to the divine Kesha. In that moment, it became abundantly clear to her that Su Qing's current focus was indeed on her. This realization was not unwarranted. After all, He-She had proven inadequate in sheer power against Su Qing, who now stood as the so-called Super Saiyan 4th level. Consequently, it was only natural for him to seek out the divine Kesha. Through several probing exchanges, Kesha discerned that her silver wings, which were believed to be capable of inflicting harm, could not penetrate Su Qing due to the overwhelming biological energy he possessed. Such immense biological energy cannot be suppressed swiftly, even by the so-called holy repository of knowledge. Therefore, the alleged god-slaying weapons are rendered ineffective. With a mere thought, the holy Kesha promptly retracted her 4 silver wings back into the armory. Upon catching a glimpse of He-She's gaze, she spoke. In the face of this little one, it seems all external weapons hold little efficacy. We must resort to a direct confrontation. With that declaration, A brilliant stellar radiance enveloped the holy Kesha. She activated the holy repository of knowledge, swiftly absorbing the energy from the stars, the sun, within the known universe. The sacred atoms within her maximally absorbed this stellar energy. Thus, in the perception of Super One Su Qing, the aura surrounding the holy Kesha underwent a profound enhancement, until her strength reached a state of saturation. Ultimately, the holy Kesha assumed a battle stance akin to that of He-She earlier, revealing a pair of immaculate white wings belonging to angels, while emanating a golden brilliance reminiscent of stars. In comparison to the previous Super One Su Qing, they bore striking similarities. Witnessing the holy Kesha fully enter combat mode, Morgana abruptly rose from her demonic throne, her expression one of astonishment as she beheld the image of what was once her elder sister. Morgana had never witnessed such a formidable stance from the holy Kesha before. After all, despite the nominal conflict between demons and angels that has persisted for millennia, those in the know understand the truth. It is primarily due to the fact that the divine Kasha has refrained from intervening during this time. Consequently, Morgana remains oblivious to the true extent of her sister's formidable power. According to the Demon Number One's current analysis, the divine Kasha stands on par with the fourth-tier Su Qing, a being of the void, an entity of immense strength. At this juncture, Atai timely reported the findings of the supercomputer. Indeed, Morgana seemed to have anticipated this, that insufferable creature has already ascended to the level of the void. As she spoke, a wave of concern washed over Morgana. Both are beings of the void, but could Su Qing possibly triumph over the divine Kasha? Although they appear to occupy the same tier, one must remember that the divine Kasha, like Morgana, is several millennia old. Su Qing, on the other hand, has merely been alive for 10 days. This disparity instills an inexplicable notion that Su Qing may indeed be at a disadvantage. In this moment, sensing the overwhelming aura of the divine Kasha, the super fourth-tier Su Qing, however, wore an expression of exhilaration. It is as it should be. And then, in the next instant, Su Qing moved with a speed that rendered him akin to a streak of red lightning, charging toward the divine Kasha. In response, the divine Kasha also unfurled her wings with a sudden flourish, meeting the assault with a velocity equally reminiscent of the wind. Finally, boom, as their fists collided, the entire planet beneath them erupted into fragments, scattering like cosmic debris. He-She, traversing through a micro-wormhole, found himself compelled to temporarily distance himself from the battlefield. In the next moment, bang, 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 one witnesses the aftermath of an explosion in the cosmic void. As the divine Kaisa relentlessly rains blows upon the face of Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing, Su Qing scarcely evades the onslaught, absorbing the punishment. With a final, forceful punch from the divine Kaisa, Su Qing is sent hurtling through the remnants of countless shattered celestial bodies left in the wake of the explosion. When he finally regains his composure, he merely has a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. He wipes it away, and with a mischievous glint in his golden eyes, adorned with alluring crimson eyeliner, he casts a playful gaze at the radiant Kaisa, who is brimming with stellar energy. The latter narrows her eyes slightly, and in a swift ripple of space, she vanishes. In the next instant, she appears behind Su Qing. Yet before Kaisa can make a move, Su Qing transforms into a fleeting shadow, gradually dissipating. Kaisa's pupils constrict in surprise. Indeed, the recently vanished shadow swiftly reconstitutes into Su Qing's corporeal form, and, bang, with a single punch, he sends Kaisa hurtling backward. After crashing through fragments of celestial bodies, Kaisa steadies herself once more, only to discover that she, too, bears a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Opposite her, Su Qing once again embraces himself, a smile gracing his features as he watches her. Kaisa cannot help but laugh in exasperation. Could it be that she, too, is unable to subdue a mere child who has only been born for 10 days? Chapter 26, Tenfold. The Ancient Destruction Shockwave. That's Su Qing, employing the guise of a beating to display his bravado. When he returns, I must speak to him, the queen. Is he foolish? Morgana, seated upon the throne of the demon wings, gazed at the image of the Super Saiyan Su Qing, feeling a mixture of exasperation and amusement. Moments ago, he had been ruthlessly pummeled by the divine Kaisa, causing Morgana's heart to clench with concern. Yet, here he was, seemingly enjoying himself. This mischievous lad. Does he find pleasure in being struck? Does he dare to be so arrogant? Beside her, a bang could not resist voicing his thoughts, acknowledging that his strength afforded him such capriciousness. His gaze, like that of his companions Atai and Atua, was filled with envy for Su Qing's power. "You have struck me so many times. Now it is my turn," Su Qing declared, slowly clenching his fists, his gaze firmly fixed on the divine Kaisa before him. In that instant, Kaisa, the king of the gods, perceived within Su Qing's golden eyes a fierce battle intent and untamed ferocity. He resembled a beast fixated on her. Strangely, even with her millennia of composure, Kaisa felt an unfamiliar pressure at that moment. With a swift motion, Su Qing surged forward like a thunderbolt, his entire being radiating golden flames. Energy erupted from him, and from a distance, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed at his opponent. In response to Su Qing's overwhelming assault, Kaisa channeled the formidable stellar energy within her, tightening her fist to meet his blow. In the next moment, under the fierce clash between Super Saiyan Force Su Qing and the Divine Kasha, a thunderous explosion echoed as an immense force collided. Super Saiyan Force Su Qing soared past Divine Kasha, stirring a whirlwind of energy. As he came to a halt, astonishingly, not a single wound marred his body. It wasn't until he turned to behold the Divine Kasha that he noticed her right arm had been entirely severed. Blood floated away, dissipating into the vastness of space. This scene left the demons, including Atai and Abang, wide-eyed in disbelief. Even Morgana couldn't suppress her astonishment. Queen Kasha. On the other side, the angels, including Yin and Lang, though distanced from the battlefield, observed through their all-seeing eyes. The sight before them rendered all the angels, including Yin and Lang, utterly incredulous. Even Divine Kasha herself stared in shock and disbelief at her arm, completely shattered by a single blow. Gazing at the crimson figure behind her, Divine Kasha's expression grew complex. Meanwhile, the sacred atoms of her divine form began to realign. In no time, her severed arm reattached itself. Even the blood that had spilled returned to Kasha's divine body. Witnessing this, Super Saiyan Force Su Qing raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that, as proclaimed in the original narrative, her divine form possessed a regenerative ability far surpassing that of the third-generation divine body, which was already formidable. However, it is precisely this way that makes the battle even more exhilarating. Super Saiyan Force Su Qing's gaze remains infused with a fervent fighting spirit and excitement. At this moment, with a swish, she reappears beside the Divine Kaiser amidst a ripple of space, cautioning him about the speed and extraordinarily formidable biological energy of their opponent. She smiles gently at the recently humbled Kaiser. Upon hearing this, the Divine Kaiser cannot help but shake his head in amusement. "I never anticipated this child's biological energy would be so astonishing. It hardly seems to belong to a mere void-level being." At this juncture, Hishi's smile fades, replaced by a countenance of seriousness. The god-slaying weapon and physical combat are ineffective against this lad. Therefore, we must resort to the power of the Flame Judgment. Moreover, it will be the Flame Judgment forged from the combined might of our two celestial-level supercomputers. Glancing at her longtime confidant, Hishi proposes this course of action. The Divine Kaiser acknowledges it as the most effective approach available. Yet, it carries the risk of potentially causing his demise. The Divine Kaiser desires a living void being. Rest assured, this so-called Super Saiyan 4th level is remarkably resilient. He won't perish easily. She, for reasons unknown, harbors an unusual confidence in Su Qing. At this moment, Su Qing questions, "What is the matter? Have you exhausted all your abilities?" If that is indeed the case, I would be quite disappointed. Super Saiyan Force Su Qing stands with arms crossed, exuding an air of audacious arrogance. This lad, She finds herself somewhat vexed by the sight. The Divine Kesha smiled lightly before turning her gaze towards the Super Force Su Qing. "You have one last opportunity. You may still choose to accompany us to the Angelic Nebula's mellow celestial court." The Divine Kesha seemed to issue a final ultimatum. "Should you manage to defeat me, then all of you shall be permitted." Su Qing, with arms crossed, exuded an air of defiance. Upon hearing this, the Divine Kesha dispelled any hesitation. "In that case, prepare to face the righteous judgment of the angels." In the next instant, the Divine Kesha, without even wielding the flame sword, began to conjure the furious energy of a star, the sun, before her. In that moment, the entire expanse of the cosmos lit up. Meanwhile, the sacred knowledge repository rapidly absorbed the energy from the nearby stars within the known universe. And my Celestial Computational Collective. She also joined the fray. Celestial Computational Collective, 1% energy absorbed from 10 stars. Sacred Knowledge Repository, 1% energy absorbed from 50 stars. Energy compression in progress. Thus, they nearly coalesced a new sun in that very place. compressing it to a size reminiscent of a mere basketball court. Yet within it lay an exceedingly terrifying solar energy. Witnessing this scene, holy cow, are they attempting to kill Su Qing? Mo Gunna, filled with concern for Su Qing, hurriedly rose from her throne, her eyes brimming with worry. The queen, the divine Kesha, and she nearly coalesced into an entirely new star. Such a fiery judgment, once unleashed, would undoubtedly wield terrifying power. Otto glanced at the computer platform before reporting to his queen. Alas, Morgana's concern deepened upon hearing this. Ataya Bang stared in astonishment at the shimmering scene on the screen. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the Super Saiyan 4th level, Su Qing, pondered. Is it time to engage in this? With his crimson, alluring eyeshadow, he gazed at the golden energy sphere brimming with terrifying solar energy, a smile gracing his lips. He then began to crouch slightly, tenfold. Ancient destruction shockwave. A powerful energy wave surged forth, rapidly manifesting in Su Qing's hands. Chapter 27. Su Qing suppresses the sun. The demon army cheers. In the face of the ever-growing sun, the Super Saiyan 4th level Su Qing clasped his hands, a formidable energy wave swiftly condensing between them. To this, the high-ranking angels, including Angel Yan, were astonished to witness such immense biological energy being harnessed. Even so, it was inconceivable that he could withstand the combined onslaught of the fiery judgment unleashed by Queen Kesha and the Heavenly King. While Angel Lung was equally amazed by the astonishing biological energy of the Super Saiyan 4th level, she held a deeper faith in the formidable powers of her Queen Kesha and the Heavenly King. On the other side, my queen, do you believe Su Qing can prevail? As Atto gazed at the image of the colossal sun, gradually expanding as it absorbed energy from the divine Kesha and he could not help but glance at his sovereign beside him. Upon hearing the question, Morgana clenched her delicate fists. He certainly can. As she spoke, Morgana's eyes fixated on the red figure rapidly coalescing a wave of energy on the screen. Su Qing. The entire demon army began to regard the Super Saiyan at the 4th level with a mixture of admiration, reverence, and uncertainty. On the battlefield, space-based computing array has absorbed 3% of energy from 100 stars. Sacred Knowledge Repository has absorbed 5% of energy from 200 stars. Energy compression ongoing. The celestial-grade computers possessed by Kesha and he were fervently extracting sufficient energy from the nearest stars in the known universe. Gradually, the size of this blazing judgment star expanded from that of a basketball court to several football fields. Kesha, now, he timely urged. It felt as though they had gathered enough. Excellent. Kesha nodded slightly. In the next moment, release. With a resounding clang, the sun seemed to rupture, and all the energy surged towards a singular direction, pouring forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. Their ultimate destination was precisely the location of Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing. Su Qing. The demon-winged ship, Morgana, exclaimed in a tone filled with urgency and concern. In response, come forth, tenfold. Ancient destruction shockwave. Su Qing shouted vehemently. He then propelled a deep crimson ancient destruction shockwave forward with great force. With a resounding clang, the energy wave erupted forth like a torrential flood, fiercely clashing against the fiery power of the judgment sun. Soon after, a tremendous roar echoed through the cosmos as the two forces collided. In that fleeting moment, an intense energy reaction ignited within this expanse of space, obliterating countless cosmic meteors and the remnants of exploded planets. What would happen next? Regardless of the higher-ranking angels like Angel Yin and her companions or Morgana and her demonic army, everyone gazed intently at the screen showing the eruption of blinding light. Suddenly, a furious shout from Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing resonated from behind, followed by a brilliant flash as the two forces collided. As the dazzling light receded, all beheld the deep crimson tenfold destruction shockwave, astonishingly overpowering the might of the sun. What? Angel Yin, Angel Long, Angel Jue, Angel Mo, and every other beautiful angel wore expressions of disbelief. How could it be that the biological energy of Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan 4th form, surpassed the power of a star, the sun? How could this possibly be true? Amazing. Su Qing, damn her. Within the confines of the demon wing, Morgana sprang up, her face transforming from apprehension to sheer joy and excitement, tinged with a hint of disbelief. The 4th level Super Saiyan Su Qing possessed a biological energy surpassing even that of the sun within the cosmos. This was simply unfathomable. Morgana could not help but recall the light of the sun from the three great deity projects. The final dawn? Apologies, but in the presence of Su Qing, the sun pales in comparison. As the saying goes, this world has gone mad. Abang slapped his forehead, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. I reiterate, this kid Su Qing is certainly overpowered. Atai wore an expression of utter exasperation. This is utterly ridiculous. Only Otto gazed at the scene, where Su Qing, capable of suppressing even the power of the sun, stood tall in his Super Saiyan form, with a complex expression. Ultimately, Otto smiled helplessly, his heart fully convinced. In the end, every demon warrior in the great demon army reacted. Su Qing, you're unbelievably impressive. Su Qing, take down that divine Kaisa. Su Qing, hurry. Help me steal a kiss from the celestial king Hishi. The entire demon army erupted into a frenzy. Witnessing the spectacle, Morgana smiled. Realizing that even if she were to place Su Qing on equal footing with her within the demon civilization, no one would dare to oppose. If anyone still dared to defy, let them face off against the two angel queens and see if they survive to discuss their descent afterward. On the other side, as Hishi and Kesha joined forces to harness the flames of judgment from two colossal supercomputers, they were astounded to find that Su Qing single-handedly resisted and even suppressed their combined might with his own biological energy. This fellow, what manner of creature is he? Hishi, struggling to maintain her stance, felt a twinge of despair. Having lived for tens of thousands of years, she had never encountered an existence so formidable that it defied all reason. He was nothing short of a demon. Old hag, you truly are aging, the divine Kesha remarked, gritting her teeth as she couldn't help but insult Hishi. You're talking nonsense, Hishi retorted. Meanwhile, faced with the overwhelming surge of terrifying energy, both angelic queens braced themselves with their powers. My queen, do you require our assistance? Angel Yin could not help but initiate a discreet communication with the divine Kesha from a distance. However, before she could finish her sentence, Kesha firmly replied, do not approach. This is a battle you cannot partake in. Obey my command. All of you must keep your distance. With this directive, Kesha transmitted her message through clandestine communication to every high-ranking angel nearby. Then she turned to her dear friend Hishi, asking, do you still possess the strength to drive the orbital computation array? At this, Hishi straightened up, exclaiming, of course. In response, Kesha smiled. Then let us proceed. Subsequently, they observed, orbital computation array, energy extracted from 150, 200 stars, 5% of total energy. The sacred repository of knowledge has drawn energy from 300 to 500 stars, amounting to 10% of their power. Energy is now being transmitted. Counterattack initiated. The celestial-grade supercomputer has unleashed its full firepower. Chapter 28. The Dragon Fist erupts. Who dares to challenge me? With the full might of the two celestial-grade supercomputers unleashed, and after further absorption of stellar energy, the previously suppressed sun began to swell once more. The prior trend of suppression gradually transformed into a stalemate. In what appeared to be the final moment, the golden power of the sun clashed with the crimson tenfold ancient annihilation shockwave. Both sides reached an impasse. A voice broke the tension from the Demon Wings vessel. It was Atai, unable to contain his excitement. The demon warriors, who had been cheering, turned their attention to the screen, their expressions now solemn as they observed the climactic battle. Morgana, with her naturally exquisite visage, radiated confidence in Su Qing. After numerous shocks and surprises, Morgana began to trust Su Qing almost blindly. Despite the fact that he was facing the two most formidable entities in the known universe, the divine Kaisa and Hishi, particularly the divine Kaisa, the king of gods, had been nearly unparalleled throughout the cosmos. Similarly, Hishi, the heavenly base king who could generate the ninefold defense of the angelic nebula, was exceedingly formidable. It could be said that either of them could effortlessly dominate the entire demon army. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming opponents, Morgana, Liang Bing, inexplicably held the conviction that Su Qing would not be defeated. In the span of merely 7 fleeting days, miracles had manifested upon him more than once. She held a firm belief that further wonders would undoubtedly grace Su Qing in the days to come. Meanwhile, on another front, as he felt an overwhelming resistance from the culmination of the devastating shockwave in his grasp, the Super Saiyan 4th level, Su Qing, with eyes of golden hue adorned with a seductive crimson shadow, narrowed his gaze slightly. At that moment, through his insight, he perceived that the tenfold ancient destruction shockwave had ultimately been withstood. The angels, including Yin, who were positioned at a considerable distance, couldn't help but display expressions of elation. Indeed, Queen Kesha is the mightiest, the angel Long joyfully remarked. In agreement, the angels Chasing and Etienne, along with their companions, nodded in affirmation. Almost simultaneously, she. Just a little more to go. The divine Kesha cast a glance at her close friend, and understanding passed between them. She promptly responded. Subsequently, Orbital Calculation Group, 5% energy extracted from 500 stars. Divine Knowledge Repository, 10% energy extracted from 1,000 stars. Boom, the sun continued to expand further, ultimately reaching an extraordinarily exaggerated magnitude, compressing an unfathomably terrifying solar energy. At that moment, the solar energy of the flame judgment began to counteract the tenfold ancient destruction shockwave directed at Super Saiyan 4th level Su Qing. Instantly, a colossal sun propelled the destruction shockwave towards Super Saiyan Su Qing, who had yet to unleash his full power, suddenly wore a meaningful smile as he faced it. Immediately, in a turn of events that took everyone by surprise, he abruptly withdrew, severing the connection that sustained the tenfold ancient destructive shockwave. It was as if he retracted all his energy in an instant, rendering the energy wave powerless, allowing it to be devoured by the opposing sun. With the barrier removed, the sun surged forth like an unstoppable tide, rushing violently towards Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing. What is Su Qing doing? Upon witnessing Su Qing's withdrawal, Abang was taken aback. The solar energy of the fiery judgment had completely locked onto Su Qing and was about to engulf him in its overwhelming force. Nearby, Otto Atai and the other demon warriors also stared in astonishment. Observing Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing's seemingly voluntary acceptance of death, they found themselves utterly perplexed. Su Qing, Morgana, too, felt her heart leap in trepidation. Yet, clenching her fist, she placed her faith in him. Then, from a distance, Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing appeared before the colossal sun like a mere red ant, one poised to be consumed by the blazing orb. What was he thinking? Chi, who was pushing against the sun, was momentarily stunned. Even the divine Kaisa contemplated whether to halt her advance. However, at that very moment, as the sun loomed ever closer, its terrifying heat and winds palpable, Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing slowly crouched down. His right hand clenched tightly behind him, transforming into a fist as hard as iron. Ultimately, just as the massive sun was about to touch the tip of his nose, he unleashed a powerful declaration. Ha! Dragon! Fist! With a fierce roar, a colossal fist struck out behind him. A mighty dragon's chant resonated from the fist of Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing. At that moment, a magnificent five-clawed golden dragon emerged from Su Qing's form. Subsequently, this golden dragon surged through the heart of the immense sun that was barreling towards them, piercing it directly. In the midst of the dragon's roar, the two angelic queens, the sacred Kaisa and He-She, who maintained the flame judgment, were taken aback. Under the gaze of the multitude, a thunderous explosion echoed as the massive sun was penetrated by the five-clawed golden dragon. The colossal dragon appeared before the two angelic queens and did not halt. It continued to pierce through the entire chest of sacred Kaisa. Finally, with a resounding roar, the golden dragon passed through Kaisa's body, gradually dissipating with its last dragon's chant. As the golden dragon vanished, the figure of Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing emerged. This scene left every onlooker in a state of bewilderment, utterly astonished. Even He-She, standing beside sacred Kaisa, was momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. Kaisa, gazing at the gaping hole in her chest, He-She's eyes were filled with disbelief. The image of the five-clawed golden dragon seemed to linger before her eyes. At this moment, before He-She, sacred Kaisa coughed up blood. Realizing the gravity of the situation, He-She rushed forward to support her dear friend. At this moment, the Super Saiyan 4th stage Su Qing slowly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the divine Kesha and He-She behind him. The dragon fist, which he had just executed, was acquired moments ago through a stroke of luck in a lottery. The battle system had enabled Su Qing to instantaneously master this formidable technique. Driven by a sudden impulse, he sought to test the true might of this move, famously employed by the character Dog Kong. Indeed, its power was unparalleled. It could pierce the sun itself. At this juncture, Super Force Su Qing remained virtually unscathed. Meanwhile, far above on the demon wings, Otto, Atai, Abang, and a host of demon warriors gaped at the unfolding scene, their mouths agape, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. Particularly striking was the sight of the once mighty sun rapidly dissipating alongside the enormous gaping wound in the chest of the divine Kesha. The entire scene unfolded like an illusory film, rendering each demon warrior unable to fully grasp the reality of what they witnessed. Yet, The astonishing moment when the five-clawed golden dragon pierced the sun was indelibly etched in their memories. Cough, cough, with a massive hole in her chest. The divine Kesha, supported by He-She, coughed blood as she gazed at the red-haired super force Su Qing and implored, "Could you enlighten me about what just transpired?" To this, the Super Saiyan 4th stage, Su Qing, with his enchanting crimson-tinged golden eyes, looked back at the divine Kesha and simply replied with 2 words, Dragon Fist. Chapter 29, Creation Before Destruction. In a certain independent space, Lord Kiki, it is time for you to rise. A young girl with and holding a peculiar staff gracefully soared into an ancient hall. At the apex of this hall, within a translucent orb, lay a figure clad in pajamas, soundly asleep. "Kikek, my lord," the girl declared as she entered the orb and gently tapped the little head of the being she referred to as Kik with her staff. Instantly, a refreshing power surged into the creature's mind. In the next moment, the figure yawned and sat up, revealing an adorably charming little panda. "Kikek, the time you said has arrived," the girl bowed her head and said. The little panda paused, blinking in confusion before finally comprehending. With drowsy eyes, it nodded. "Yuan Si, I need to sleep a little longer." Suddenly, the talking panda flopped back down. "My lord, you have already slept for nearly 1,000,000 years. Do not forget your responsibilities," the girl with gently reminded her. All right. I'll sleep for another 300 years. No, 500 years. 1,000 years. Just 1,000 years." The panda mumbled sleepily, drifting back into slumber. Yuan Si, the girl, could only smile helplessly beside her. "Well then, see you in 1,000 years, my lord." Meanwhile, on a battlefield in the vastness of space, Dragon Fist? Quite an apt name. Upon hearing the response of Su Qing, the Super Saiyan at the 4th level, a smile appeared on the face of the divine Kesha, who bore a massive gaping wound in her chest. Yet, in the next moment, she violently coughed up blood. "Kesha, why hasn't your divine form healed instantly?" He-She, supporting the divine Kesha, was perplexed as to why her sacred body had not swiftly mended itself. However, she quickly recalled the moment when Su Qing had struck her, rendering her unconscious. It seemed that his fist harbored a certain power capable of inflicting sustained internal damage to her divine form. Even with her 4th-generation divine body, He-She had momentarily succumbed to the assault. Could it be? As He-She gazed at the divine Kesha, whose chest showed no signs of recovery, she suddenly comprehended that her dear friend was undoubtedly experiencing a similar plight, perhaps even more dire. After all, Kesha's entire chest had been pierced through. At this moment, Su Qing, the Super Saiyan at the 4th level, discerned that the divine Kesha had temporarily lost her combat capability. In accordance with the lethal instincts inherited from the ancient Saiyans during his childhood, Su Qing would have undoubtedly adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest, elimination of the weak, ruthlessly annihilating both her and He-She without hesitation. However, having matured into his youthful phase and likely adapting to his form as an ancient Saiyan, Su Qing refrained from immediately launching an attack to destroy others, as he had done previously with Otto. Yet, in his current state as a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, his cold, piercing gaze, adorned with crimson shadows, remained imbued with untamed ferocity and a subtle hint of murderous intent. At that moment, congratulations on defeating a formidable opponent in the current world. You have earned a chance for a grand lottery. Just like before, when the divine Kesha had essentially lost her combat capabilities, the battle system provided a timely notification. This interruption thoroughly suppressed the overwhelming ferocity embedded in the ancient Saiyan genes of Su Qing. "I have thoroughly enjoyed our battle. If you are unwilling to accept this outcome, feel free to seek me out for a rematch in the future. So, farewell." Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing smiled as he gazed at the divine Kesha and He-She before him. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged complex glances at the vibrant figure of Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing, with his flowing black hair and fiery red aura. Su Qing then slowly placed 2 fingers on his forehead, as if preparing to unleash a certain ability. "Farewell, and do remember to come challenge me again," he reminded them once more. He then began to search throughout the known universe for the presence of Liang Bing, Morgana. Just as Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing closed his eyes, concentrating deeply, he heightened his perception. A swarm of wretched wild monkeys. A surge of astonishing rage was suddenly detected by Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing at that very moment. What is this? In an instant, astonishment washed over him. How could such beings exist in this world? With a swift motion, the moment his fingers rested upon his forehead, Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing abruptly vanished from sight. leaving behind the injured divine Kesha and he-she, who exchanged bewildered glances. Queen Kesha, at that moment, the high-ranking angels, including Angel Yin and Angel Lung, hurried over. The beautiful battle maidens of the heavenly host gazed in shock at their Queen Kesha, whose chest bore a gaping wound. The holy Kesha, lowering her gaze to her ravaged torso, collapsed weakly onto the form of he-she beside her. It seemed as if they were witnessing the divine Kesha for the first time. He-she, along with Angel Yin, Angel Lung, Angel Jue, Angel Lingxi, and all the other angels, were filled with disbelief and astonishment. Simultaneously, far aboard the demon wing, Su Qing, he has won? A tie. Staring at the scene of the fallen holy Kesha, wore an expression of incredulity. Is this truly reality? It appears that he has triumphed, perhaps? Abang felt inexplicably insecure. After all, for over 10,000 years, the holy Kesha had been nearly invincible in the entirety of the known universe. Even beyond Kesha herself, high-ranking angels like Angel Yin and Angel Long could dominate the known universe with just a dozen or 20 of them. Consequently, the demons were genuinely terrified and accustomed to being pursued relentlessly. The fact that Su Qing single-handedly defeated both the holy Kesha and he-she was beyond their comprehension. Simply put, having been bullied by angels for so long, they could hardly believe that their own kind could truly achieve victory. The demon warriors stood with mouths agape, momentarily at a loss for words, unable to remember how to cheer. Until now, the warriors, Su Qing has successfully defeated the divine Kaisar and he-she. From this moment onward, no one in the known universe can obstruct the freedom and corruption of the demons. Warriors, what are we waiting for? Let us rejoice together. Morgana turned to face the demon warriors behind her, including Otto, and slowly opened her arms with a smile. Thus, Su Qing, long live the queen. Goodness. Su Qing truly brought down that wretched divine Kaisar, and even he-she. Is this for real? Su Qing is incredible. Damn. Brothers, we must celebrate vigorously later. For the freedom and corruption of the queen. We shall not return until we are inebriated. The demons finally reacted, erupting into cheers. Su Qing, you are indeed formidable. Otto shook his head, laughing. Morgana, too, suppressed her excitement and joy, eagerly awaiting Su Qing's return. Su Qing, sister is already missing you. Hurry back. Chapter 30. Return to the demon-winged ship at this moment, on the coldest edge of the universe. Zhuing. Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing suddenly appeared out of thin air. Upon his arrival, the Super Saiyan at the 4th level, with his golden eyes adorned with red shadows, immediately surveyed the surroundings with a solemn and scrutinizing gaze. After a long while, what happened? That chilling and powerful aura from before, why has it vanished? Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing continued to scan the area, still yielding no results. Having clearly arrived here, propelled by that distinct presence, why is it that upon my arrival, I perceive no anomalies? Could it be merely an illusion? In the frigid expanse of the cosmic periphery, Super 4 Su Qing continued to engage in self-dialogue. Subsequently, he darted forth at great speed, meticulously searching the vicinity. After a considerable duration, how peculiar. Su Qing scratched the back of his head, feeling a twinge of self-doubt. Is it truly an illusion? Yet that presence was undeniably cold and formidable, distinctly palpable at the time. Why, then, is there nothing now? Nevertheless, since he could find nothing, Su Qing chose not to dwell on it any longer. In a swift motion, he once again positioned his fingers at his brow and vanished from the edge of this cosmic realm. Ah, wild monkey. On board the demon wings and among the accompanying warships, the soldiers of the demon army were engaged in a jubilant celebration, raising their goblets and heartily consuming meat. Otto, Atai, and Abang also raised their cups in response to the cheers of their fellow demon warriors. Yet, their demon queen, Morgana, Liang Bing, sat alone upon her throne, gazing at the crystalline liquid in her goblet, feeling an inexplicable tinge of dissatisfaction amidst the revelry. Why does our queen seem a bit discontented? Remarked a small demon warrior, unable to contain his curiosity as he whispered to those nearby. The sacred Kesha has been defeated. Is this not the moment for our greatest joy? The queen must certainly be contemplating how to better propagate the ideals of our demonic civilization's grand liberty and notions of decadence throughout the known universe. Truly, she is the queen. After someone speculated thus, they took a generous sip of their drink with a look of admiration. Nearby, Atai overheard their murmurs and could not resist approaching them. You are merely rambling. Allow me to enlighten you. The queen is preoccupied, perhaps even anxious, about Su Qing's disappearance. Speaking softly, Atai clinked glasses with them and downed a hefty gulp of his drink. Su Qing? One might wonder how he suddenly vanished into thin air. It does not seem like the technology of micro-wormhole transportation. Upon hearing Adai's hint, some of the demons began to ponder the enigma with curiosity. Who knows? That lad seems to possess abilities beyond our comprehension. Let us drink, Adai proclaimed, raising his cup. Soon after, a bang joined the gathering. After a hearty round of revelry, a young demon warrior gazed longingly at the exquisite visage of their queen and drunkenly declared, "I truly envy Su Qing. If only I could elicit such longing from the queen, I would consider it worth dying for. Just imagining it is enough." Not to mention, Su Qing's final transformation into a Super Saiyan at 4,000 times his power increase. Can you even fathom that? At this moment, another demon warrior shook his head with a sigh. It is no wonder they say Su Qing has an unfair advantage. A 4,000-fold enhancement of biological energy. And his body can withstand it? Even the divine form of Saint Kasha could not, could it? Atai could not help but once again critique Su Qing's seemingly extraordinary abilities. Not far away, Otto had already sensed the state of his queen and approached her. "My queen, are you worried about Su Qing?" he softly inquired, gazing at Morgana on the throne before him. Upon hearing this, Morgana cast a glance at Otto beside her and slowly replied, "Since that fellow vanished, no one knows where he has gone. Moreover, no one is aware of his current physical condition. It must be noted that in his fourth transformation as a Super Saiyan, he unleashed a staggering increase of 40,000 times in biological energy. That is indeed a monumental amplification. Now, he is out there alone. I still remember how Su Qing would become utterly weak whenever he felt hungry. Under such circumstances, with him adrift in the vastness of space, how could I not be concerned?" It seemed she had found an outlet for her worries, as Morgana continued to express her concerns. "Fear not, my queen. That fellow possesses many abilities we are yet unaware of. He will not easily fall into peril." Otto endeavored to reassure his queen. Morgana nodded in agreement, lifting her cup to take a sip, yet a trace of unease lingered in her eyes. Until, with a sharp sound of splitting air, a figure suddenly appeared aboard the demon-winged battleship. Clad in red fur, with a mane of exuberant black hair and a long tail swaying behind him, it was none other than Su Qing in his fourth Super Saiyan form. The commotion of his return momentarily stunned the demon warriors who were indulging in their revelry. "Member Su Qing, welcome back." As the Demon One emerged at the right moment, Morgana gazed in astonishment at the towering red figure seated upon the throne. After a moment of disbelief, her expression brightened. "Su Qing?" In the next instant, Morgana traversed through a ripple of space, using a micro-wormhole to appear beside the Super Saiyan Su Qing. "Where have you been? You return only now," she exclaimed, gripping his arm in reproach. "I just ventured to an extremely frigid edge of the universe," Su Qing replied casually. "The edge of the universe?" Morgana was taken aback. Nearby Otto Eighth and a bang wore expressions of sheer disbelief. "Are you saying you just traversed to the edge of the universe and returned in such a short time?" Morgana's eyes reflected her incredulity. Indeed, Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan fourth stage, nodded nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Morgana, Otto, and Ave looked at one another in disbelief. It was well known that individual micro-wormhole technology permitted only short-distance temporal and spatial travel. To traverse star systems, one would require the establishment of a grand temporal worm bridge. Furthermore, even with such a bridge, it was inconceivable for someone to reach the edge of the universe and return in such a brief span. How could Su Qing possibly achieve this? Morgana refused to entertain the notion that Su Qing was boasting or lying. Given his assertion, she believed wholeheartedly he had indeed accomplished this astonishing feat. Regardless of the astonishment expressed by Morgana and others, Liang Bing stated, "I am hungry." Su Qing reverted from his Super Saiyan fourth stage transformation back to his normal state, his dark eyes fixed on Morgana, who still held onto one of his arms. In Chapter 31, The White God, the spacious interior of the Demon Wing, once bustling with demon warriors celebrating at a grand feast, now bore witness to the curious gazes of nearly every warrior directed towards a figure indulging in a rather gluttonous manner. Clad in battle attire, the individual sported a tail reminiscent of a monkey, unconsciously swaying behind him. It was none other than Su Qing, the embodiment of the ancient Saiyan physique. Having awoken from a 7-day slumber, Su Qing had recently engaged in combat with the divine Kesha and her fellow angels. His stomach now clamored for nourishment. He ravenously devoured the array of foods and fruits laid out at the banquet, even consuming wine as if it were water. Before long, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, Su Qing's table became littered with empty plates, bowls, and containers. alongside the skeletal remains of various roasted extraterrestrial beasts, all consumed solely by him. It appeared as though he intended to devour the entirety of the feast himself. Witnessing Su Qing's insatiable appetite for the second time, individuals such as Otto, Ate, and Abang could not help but click their tongues in disbelief. It seemed that after his evolution into youth and subsequent battles with Kesha and her companions, his appetite had become even more astonishing than during his childhood phase. It was enough to make one feel exceptionally full just by observation. Abang gently touched his stomach, unable to suppress a soft sigh. Meanwhile, Morgana, seated upon her throne, observed Su Qing, now a tall young man, devouring his meal with the same ravenous enthusiasm he had displayed in his childhood. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. As Su Qing called out, Morgana tossed a few fruits in his direction. Upon catching them effortlessly, he recognized them as the delightful fruits that Liang Bing had previously offered him. Recalling their exquisite taste, he wasted no time and voraciously devoured them in mere moments. The queen, having already sent out a limited supply of angel fruits, realized with a pang of regret that they were now entirely depleted. How heartbreaking, muttered Atai softly. Nearby, a throng of demon warriors gazed at the adoration Morgana lavished upon Su Qing, their envy palpable. Yet, none felt it was unjust, nor did anyone dare to contest it. As the saying goes, after having battled against the divine Kaisha and He Shi, who would dare to dispute Su Qing's merit, just as their queen had proclaimed? His future shimmered with unparalleled promise. As hours slipped by, Su Qing finally consumed all the food laid out for the banquet, as well as the additional dishes Morgana had ordered. With a contented sigh, he wiped his mouth, his belly slightly bulging, finally satiated. Sated? Morgana inquired. If not, we can certainly have more dishes brought forth. Morgana timely approached Su Qing, her smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the stern visage of the young man before her. I'm full, Su Qing replied, revealing a gentle smile as he nodded at the stunningly natural beauty beside him. Good, being full is what matters, Morgana affirmed with a nod. Then, she continued, Su Qing, Demon 1 is unable to conduct a profound scan of your body and genes. Therefore, I wish to inquire. Regarding your battle with the divine Kesha and He Shi, after you transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level, resulting in an astonishing biological energy amplification of 40,000 times, how has your body fared? Are there any damages or side effects? Morgana's concern for Su Qing's well-being lingered, particularly in light of the monumental biological energy surge. The notion of such a drastic amplification was previously unfathomable, yet Su Qing had accomplished it. While she marveled at the formidable prowess of Su Qing's genes, her greater worry lay in the potential ramifications for his future, which she fervently hoped would remain splendid and unaltered. However, Su Qing merely smiled lightly at her words, then turned to her and said, Transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 4th level has not placed any strain on my body, though 40,000 times may sound daunting. I haven't even unlocked my gene lock during this period. Thus, transitioning from Super 1 to Super 4 has been virtually effortless for me. Su Qing spoke with a calm demeanor, unperturbed by the gravity of the situation. However, Su Qing, what did you just say? Gene lock. Morgana's pupils suddenly constricted. The onlooking Otto and Ate were momentarily taken aback. Su Qing, maintaining his calm demeanor, nodded subtly and continued to elucidate. It significantly restricts my power, particularly when I engage in battle utilizing Qi. It perceives that my primary need in combat is to conserve energy. Thus it temporarily suppresses the enhancement of my fundamental strength to prevent excessive fatigue. As he spoke, Su Qing's previously tranquil expression shifted, his gaze sharpened, and a trace of solemnity and seriousness emerged. Once the gene lock is released, not only will my base strength uncontrollably surge, but that form will also be unsealed. I cannot even ascertain whether I will be able to control that state and its corresponding power. Observing his own fists, Su Qing, who had always exuded immense pride since transforming into an ancient Saiyan, now bore a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. This was rooted in the experience during his evolution from childhood to adolescence, where he encountered, in a dreamlike state, the most potent force within him. Consequently, Morgana, suppressing her racing heart, endeavored to maintain a composed tone. So, that form, it is. The ancient form of the ancient Saiyan, also known as the White God. Su Qing gazed at his own hands, as if he could perceive the mightiest figure within him, constrained by the shackles of genetics. That figure was none other than himself. The ancient form, the White God, Morgana repeated the name Su Qing had just uttered, her face a canvas of bewilderment that was nearly impossible to conceal. Beside her, Otto, Atai, and Abang stood transfixed, their expressions vacuous. So, when you battled the divine Kesha and she, you were essentially... Morgana could hardly believe Su Qing, her heart brimming with incredulity. The entirety of her prior beliefs had been shattered by Su Qing's mere words, as if they had been cast aside entirely. Well, one could say I did not truly harness my real power, or rather, I did not exert myself fully. Su Qing replied casually. Damn. Abang couldn't help but exclaim. Surely, I must be intoxicated. Yes, I must be drunk. Atai placed a hand over his forehead, his despair vividly portrayed. Huh. Otto chuckled bitterly. In that moment, every demon warrior wore an expression of utter astonishment, rendered speechless. Even Morgana suddenly stood up. Chapter 32. Gods and Deities. Liangbing. I find myself growing weary once more. I wish to rest for a while. Ignoring the shock that Morgana, Otto, and Atai felt due to his words, Su Qing returned to a state of calmness, even rising to express his desire for repose. In response, Morgana exerted every effort to suppress the surge of emotions that threatened to quicken her heartbeat to its utmost. She endeavored to maintain a visage of gentleness and tranquility. Surely, you do not intend to sleep for another 7 days, leaving us to await your return for so long? She jested. Upon hearing this, Su Qing offered a faint smile. That shall not be the case. However, do provide me with another room. Is it that you do not fancy my chamber? Morgana inquired playfully, leaning closer to Su Qing. He shook his head. That is your room. Morgana regarded him for a few moments before nodding with a soft smile. Very well. At that moment, Abang. She called. Yes, my queen. Abang responded immediately. You, come with me. I shall show you to a room that pleases you. Soon, Abang was seen leading Su Qing away. Morgana watched with a beaming smile as his figure gradually receded from view. Once both he and Abang vanished behind a door, she commanded, redirect the demon castle and ensure it is completed before Su Qing awakens. Furthermore, gather all the demon warriors at the castle. I wish to formally announce Su Qing's identity to every soldier of the demon army. As Su Qing's silhouette faded from sight, Morgana hastily relayed her instructions to Atua. Yes, my queen. Atua stammered, quickly regaining his composure and promptly setting about his task. Thus, Morgana, filled with an inexplicable excitement and fervor, thought to herself, Su Qing, when you awaken, I shall present you with a gift. In the vast expanse of cosmic space, amidst the remnants of a battleground, a flurry of warships darted back and forth, seemingly in search of something elusive. Mr. Snow, what is this? Inquired a commander of the gluttonous civilization, gazing reverently at the man before him, who wore a half-skull mask. Search. Do not ask questions. Snow, with a cold glance, commanded. Yes, yes, yes. The gluttonous commander hurriedly piloted his single-person vessel away. Snow, amidst the chaos of the battlefield, began his own search, his genetic system continuously scanning the surroundings. Be vigilant. He urged the warriors of the gluttonous civilization. Lord Snow, we have made a discovery. The previous gluttonous commander sent a covert communication. Upon hearing this, Snow swiftly maneuvered his warship towards the source. Soon, he found the gluttonous commander surrounded by several warriors, guarding a scattering of blood-red droplets drifting through the cosmos. Upon seeing that crimson hue, Snow felt a surge of excitement and immediately initiated a scan. However, his enthusiasm was soon tempered. This belongs to the Divine Kaisha, not our target. He reluctantly halted the scanning process. Divine Kaisha? The gluttonous commander and his warriors were taken aback. Mr. Snow, does not the Divine Kaisha possess a sacred body? The commander gazed incredulously at the bloodstain before them. Indeed, that being, it appears, is so powerful that even after sustaining damage, she could not reclaim all the blood that flowed from her, leaving it before us. The astonishment in Snow's tone was unmistakable. What exists? A group of gluttonous warriors expressed their surprise and confusion. Enough with the questions. Continue searching, Snow commanded. Yes, the gluttonous leader responded promptly. At that moment, a message from the soldiers under the gluttonous leader came through the secret communication. Upon reviewing it, the leader joyfully turned to Snow and said, Mr. Snow, we have found another location. Quick, lead the way. Snow, unable to contain his excitement, followed suit. Shortly thereafter, Snow and the gluttonous leader arrived at another sector of the cosmos, guarded by a multitude of gluttonous warriors. Scattered amidst the cosmic debris were flecks of crimson blood. Snow immediately advanced to scan and detect. The next moment, he joyfully collected the vivid red trace, exclaiming, "By my divine card, we have finally located it." The demon wing. Abang had arranged for Su Qing a resting area comparable in size to Morgana's chamber, though undoubtedly lacking the exquisite decor of the queen's abode, as well as the fragrant aroma that permeated the air. As soon as Su Qing entered, he collapsed onto the bed and promptly closed his eyes to sleep. Whether Abang had left or remained, Su Qing was oblivious in slumber. Approximately 5 hours later, divine energy cultivation technique. Su Qing gazed curiously at a translucent interface in the void before him, visible only to himself. It was the interface following the conclusion of the battle system's lottery. The divine energy cultivation technique marks the outcome of Su Qing's second lottery draw. In an instant, one could witness the path Su Qing traversed with a smile. Whoosh! His method transformed into a beam of light, penetrating Su Qing's mind, allowing him to grasp the technique instantaneously. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes in meditation, delving into his inner spiritual realm to commence the cultivation of divine energy. Approximately an hour later, clang and intense, luminous crimson glow radiated from Su Qing, gradually enveloping his entire being. During this transformation, his hair, eyebrows, and even the fur of his tail all morphed into the same vibrant hue. When Su Qing opened his eyes, amidst a cascade of twinkling starlight, his pupils had also transformed into a resplendent crimson, shimmering like precious gems. Could this be the divine form of a Super Saiyan? As he felt the divine energy coursing through him, Su Qing clenched his fist. Indeed. Finally, a smile graced his face. At that moment, as ripples of space began to undulate, Morgana emerged through a micro-wormhole, arriving in Su Qing's chamber. She had come to ascertain whether he had awakened. Coincidentally, Morgana arrived just in time to witness Su Qing's first transformation into the Super Saiyan god, Red. Astonished, she beheld Su Qing, radiating an intense crimson glow, interspersed with enchanting specks of starlight, exuding an air of sanctity and vitality, rendering her momentarily speechless. Chapter 33, Morgana's Gift, Becoming the Demon King? Before me stands Su Qing, the Super Saiyan god, enveloped in a vibrant crimson aura. His hair and eyes mirroring the same fiery hue. Morgana, who has just appeared, is momentarily mesmerized by his presence. The crimson-hued Su Qing instantly perceives Morgana's arrival and inquires, "Ling Bing, what's the matter?" He assumes her sudden appearance signifies an urgent matter. Taking a few steps closer, he gazes at Morgana, whose lips part slightly in disbelief. "Morgana, what is this?" She stammers, pointing at the radiant crimson energy surrounding Su Qing, her eyes wide with astonishment. In response, Su Qing glances at his own formidable form, clad in the Super Saiyan god, crimson, and offers a nonchalant smile. To put it simply, "I have become a bit stronger." "Goodness, that is not how one should power up," Morgana exclaims, unable to restrain her playful retort. The audacity of his newfound strength. From their initial encounter to this moment, including the 7 days Su Qing spent in slumber, it has barely been 10 days. In such a brief span, Su Qing has transformed from someone who could only spar with Otto to recently defeating the so-called King of Gods, the Divine Kaisha, with a single blow. And now, astonishingly, he has grown even stronger? Just a little. Behold the fiery crimson aura surrounding him, akin to flames, and the myriad specks of luminescence shimmering like stars. To suggest he has merely strengthened a fraction is utterly preposterous. Thus, you're this Super Saiyan of the 5th level? After calming down a bit, Morgana approached with an air of curiosity, gazing at Su Qing in his striking Super Saiyan God Red form. During this interaction, her eyes sparkled with profound admiration. She felt that with every transformation, Su Qing exhibited an extraordinary elegance that was irresistibly captivating. As this Super Saiyan god emerged following the 4th level, Morgana speculated that this must be the 5th. However, Su Qing shook his head and replied, "This is the Super Saiyan god attained through training in divine energy. It is a transformation distinct from the previous Super Saiyan forms, from 1 to 4. Super Saiyan god." Morgana's brows arched in surprise. "Su Qing, are you indicating that you have also become a divine entity? Which generation do you belong to? And how did you evolve just now?" Unable to suppress her excitement, Morgana eagerly examined Su Qing's god form, seemingly intent on researching or understanding his current state. Su Qing, at a loss for words, responded, What I mean by divine energy differs somewhat from the so-called gods and divine bodies you refer to in your known universe. Furthermore, calling it Super Saiyan God merely signifies the initial possession of divine energy, not yet reaching divine power. It may not even qualify as true divinity. Su Qing understood that the perfect state of effortless transcendence was the true initial possession of divine power, and that the ultimate form of a Super Saiyan God was none other than the White God. In response, he pondered, is this not divine in itself? Standing before him was a being with the third-generation divine body, yet it seemed less divine than he. Morgana gazed at Su Qing's crimson Super Saiyan form and couldn't help but murmur, prompting a faint smile to grace Su Qing's lips. Suddenly, Morgana posed a curious question. How would you fare against the holy Kesha and He-She in your current state? For a moment, Su Qing found himself at a loss for words. However, after a brief contemplation, he replied, at the very least, I should no longer need to employ the Dragon Fist. What kind of response is that? Morgana's curiosity remained unquenched. Observing her reaction, Su Qing affectionately clarified. Let me put it this way. Previously, I needed to unleash the Dragon Fist to penetrate the sun. In my current state, infused with divine energy, merely a flick of my finger would suffice. In that instant, Morgana was rendered speechless. Once she regained her composure, she exclaimed, You call that a slight improvement? Subsequently, Su Qing reverted to his normal black-haired form and was led by Morgana to the colossal demon castle within the original narrative, as they evaded the pursuit of angels. The demon castle, whether temporarily docked in some cosmic expanse or a shadowy dimension, had now been summoned back. At this moment, a throng of demon warriors surrounded the entire fortress, awaiting the arrival of someone significant. Unbeknownst to Su Qing, who was being led by Morgana, they traversed the corridors toward the castle's most spacious area. When Su Qing finally arrived at the castle's expansive center, he was greeted with a resounding proclamation, Bow to our king, Su Qing. In that vast heart of the castle, a multitude of demon warriors knelt on one knee. Among them were Otto, Ave, and Abang. In this moment, all bowed in reverence to Su Qing, who stood beside their queen, Morgana. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected display. However, Morgana, with a radiant smile, gazed at him with a look of understanding. This is the gift I present to you, the allegiance of all the demon warriors. Su Qing, momentarily stunned, regarded the enchanting figure beside him. Although she had previously mentioned that should he choose to embrace his identity as a demon, she would elevate him to a status equal to her own, he had scarcely given it much thought. Never did he anticipate that she would manifest this reality so boldly. Nor could he fathom that Otto and the others would acquiesce, kneeling before him in homage alongside their fellow warriors. Indeed, this notion had never crossed Su Qing's mind. In his previous life, he was merely a humble individual toiling for survival in the lower echelons of the Blue Star Xia Kingdom. Now, to be proclaimed the king of a formidable civilization in another universe? The leap was rather substantial, leaving Su Qing momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, within the realm of demons, strength reigned supreme. Su Qing, your power is unmatched. None among Otto, Atai, or Abang dare to contradict you. They willingly pledge their allegiance to you as their king. Morgana, with her captivating eyes, gazed intently at Su Qing as she spoke. Furthermore, Atai, perhaps orchestrated by his queen, was the first to kneel and proclaim loudly, when your dragon fist pierced the sun and vanquished the divine Kasha. We had already sworn our loyalty to you as our king. Another voice echoed in agreement, with the ability to amplify biological energy by an astonishing 40,000 times. I too submit. The mere act of defeating the divine Kasha, the king of gods, was sufficient grounds for us to accept you as our ruler. Their gazes brimmed with reverence. Listening to their fervent declarations, Su Qing gradually began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Turning to her beside him, he remarked, in truth, I do not place much importance on such titles. But I do. Morgana interjected, her eyes locked onto Su Qing's. Anything you desire, and that I possess, I shall gladly offer you. Her words left Su Qing momentarily stunned. Yet, Morgana merely smiled softly and proclaimed, from this day forth, the ancient Saiyan Su Qing shall be our demon's king. She stepped forward, slowly extending her arms towards each of the demon warriors before her, proclaiming with great fervor, I, King Su Qing. The resounding chorus of Long Live the Queen echoed as thousands of demon warriors knelt in unison, their voices reverberating throughout the castle of demons. Su Qing stood behind Morgana, observing her and the throng. It was not until Morgana turned, her smile radiant, and extended her hand toward the stern-faced young man behind her, saying, "Su Qing, will you accept this gift from me?" He gazed at her in silence for several seconds before finally stepping forward to clasp her delicate hand. In that instant, Morgana's smile blossomed even more beautifully. Simultaneously, the chant of "I, King Su Qing, long live the Queen," intensified, echoing fervently within the walls of the demon castle. Morgana grasped Su Qing's hand, inviting him to share in the rapturous applause of the demon warriors. Unbeknownst to him, a smile began to grace Su Qing's typically austere visage. Then came the voice of a Bang, addressing Morgana with sudden enthusiasm, "Queen, with the titles of Divine Kaisa and He-She, along with the King of Heavenly Blade, the King of Gods, and the King of Celestial Basis, shall we not bestow a royal title upon King Su Qing as well?" "Ah, indeed." Morgana's eyes suddenly brightened with excitement. "It is imperative. Whatever others possess, Su Qing must also have. And what others lack, Su Qing may also claim. Quick, quick, let us ponder which title would exude majesty and power. It must be worthy of Su Qing." Thus commenced the so-called naming campaign for the grand title. Observing from the side, Su Qing couldn't help but smile gently at the unfolding scene. Then came the suggestions. "Your Majesty, in light of how my lord Su Qing, the Dragon Fist, triumphed over the Divine Kaisa, I propose the title Dragon Fist King." Atai was the first to present a striking name. Su Qing responded, "I believe Energy King would be more fitting." Atto chimed in with another suggestion. "It should be called the Overlord of Freefall." "No, it ought to be the Super Energy King, the King of all gods." No, the Cosmic King." After listening for several minutes, Su Qing's forehead bore invisible lines of exasperation, his heart filled with speechlessness. Morgana, catching sight of Su Qing's expression, couldn't help but smirk discreetly. "All right, let us cease the clamor. I have conceived the most fitting title for Su Qing." Finally, Morgana stepped forward, interrupting the cacophony of the demon warriors. Her proclamation piqued the curiosity of Atto and Atai, who turned their gazes toward their queen. A title most suitable for Su Qing? Su Qing himself felt a tinge of curiosity as he looked at Morgana. Simultaneously, Morgana glanced at Su Qing and then uttered two words: "White Deity, Angelic Nebula, Merlot Celestial Court." "Kesha, how do you feel?" She gazed at the resplendent Kesha, whose gaping wound had miraculously healed following the infusion of stellar energy, and he couldn't help but exhale in relief. In response, the recently awakened Kesha merely shook her head and replied, "I am fine." Upon hearing this, the high-ranking angels, including Angel Yan, Angel Long, Angel Jue, and Angel Amo-E, who were gathered below the throne, finally allowed smiles of reassurance to grace their faces. As for the void being, Saiyan Su Qing, did he truly depart with Morgana's demon army? The newly awakened Kesha inquired of He-She and the others. "It appears so," He-She replied, shaking his head. "He seems to possess a form of long-distance temporal displacement ability that transcends the conventional micro-wormhole technology. After the battle concluded, he vanished into thin air. Whether he has located and returned to the demons remains uncertain." The mere thought of the void being, Saiyan Su Qing, sent ripples of uncertainty through the angels as they recalled his terrifying ability to amplify biological energy, particularly that of the Super Saiyan 4th level, which was an astonishing 40,000 times. It was as if he were wielding an unfair advantage. Moreover, the final strike that had defeated their queen Kesha, the Dragon Fist, was so formidable that it could effortlessly pierce through a super sun compressed to an unimaginable extent. The incredible events remained vividly etched in the memories of the angels, a recollection that would not fade, no matter how many millennia passed. Even Kesha couldn't help but shake her head and offer a wry smile as she recalled the moment when the Dragon Fist had left a gaping wound upon her chest. "Yin and Long, until we devise a strategy to confront the void beasts led by Su Qing, refrain from engaging in direct conflict with the demons." At that moment, the divine Kesha issued a command to the angels Yin and Long. Though they, proud as they were, felt a sense of reluctance. They understood the gravity of the situation and lowered their heads in unison, responding, "Understood, Queen Kesha." At that juncture, she suddenly interjected, "If all else fails, I wonder if we could employ the art of seduction to lure her away from the demons." The angels Yin, Long, and Jue were momentarily taken aback by this comment. Moreover, for reasons unknown, they sensed that this heavenly king had begun to scrutinize them with an unsettling gaze, causing them to feel a pang of guilt. "Very well. If I, the old enchantress, were to pursue a younger partner, it would likely yield favorable results. The divine Kesha remarked with a smile directed at He-She. Sounds good. You go. I'll go too together. He-She declared, crossing her arms with an air of indifference. Before the two queens. The angels Yin and her companions could only be referred to as little angels, and at that moment, they were at a loss for how to express their feelings. Previously, at the edge of the universe where Su Qing had teleported, in this extremely frigid expanse of the cosmos, there existed a sealed alternate realm. Within it lay a world blanketed in pure white snow. At its very center, a crystalline ice block encased a figure, that wild monkey outside. Let it leap around for a while longer. I, Kuze, shall soon be free. Await my return. A formidable power erupted from the crystalline ice, causing the entire realm to tremble. Upon the surface of the ice, a faint crack gradually widened. Chapter 34. A gift from Su Qing to Liang Bing. A century later. Due to Su Qing's presence, the angelic civilization refrained from engaging in any direct confrontations with the demonic civilization for a considerable period. Consequently, Morgana's demonic legion was granted a respite, allowing them to initiate a swift recovery. For instance, they began to convert feeble cosmic entities, resurrecting valiant demonic warriors who had previously perished. In this manner, while Morgana appeared to wander aimlessly through the cosmos, she tirelessly resurrected her demonic soldiers. Moreover, she sought to gather more willing souls from the known universe, transforming them into demonic warriors eager to embrace freedom and corruption. Thus, Morgana's demonic legion not only recovered rapidly, but also expanded its ranks. A century later, the seemingly aimless demonic flagship and various cosmic battleships returned to the very planet where the demons originated. Kunsa. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 30 years had passed on Kunsa. Now, Su Qing, the demon king commanding a vast army, had reached the age of 130. 30 years prior, upon returning to Kunsa, Morgana had commissioned the construction of a grand palace for Su Qing and dispatched hundreds of demonic warriors to guard the palace and heed his commands. Had it not been for Su Qing expressing his reluctance, Morgana might have even considered entrusting the entirety of the demon army's command to him. Liang Bing could genuinely be said to be at Su Qing's beck and call, truly embodying her words. If Su Qing desired something, she possessed it and was willing to grant it. However, influenced by the ancient Saiyan physique within him, Su Qing found his sole interest lying in one matter: combat. Nevertheless, there was an issue Su Qing felt compelled to address. Over the past century, as his power grew increasingly formidable, he became acutely aware of the ancient Saiyan's most potent force within him. Su Qing gradually began to sense the terrifying strength of White God, a manifestation of the ancient Saiyan's most lethal form and the pinnacle of their bloodline's lethality. He realized that had he unleashed his full potential during the battle with the divine Kaisha and He-She over 100 years ago, unlocking his genetic locks and releasing the seal of White God, he would undoubtedly have spiraled into chaos. The entire universe could have been thrown into disarray by his actions. Thus, to freely unlock his genetic locks, Su Qing felt he must first master the extreme lethality of White God. Initially, he found himself at a loss. However, through his regular meditation and the practice of divine energy cultivation technique, he ultimately discovered that the divine energy of Super Saiyan God surprisingly helped to temper the lethal nature of White God within him. Could it be the spiritual essence and humility inherent in divine energy? Not long ago, I was able to neutralize the primal killing intent of the ancient Saiyans. Thus, for the past century, Su Qing has spent the majority of his time in seclusion within his chamber in the demon castle. Upon arriving in Kunsa, with the palace constructed for him by Morgana, Su Qing secluded himself for nearly 30 years within its confines. He dedicated himself to the relentless meditation of the divine energy cultivation technique, resulting in an ever-increasing reservoir of divine energy within him. Simultaneously, the formidable essence of the White God, lurking deep within, was gradually being subdued. Occasionally, during his moments of rest, Su Qing found himself dreaming of his most powerful form, characterized by a pair of blood-red, merciless eyes. Over time, however, a hint of sky-blue humility began to emerge. It seemed that if he persisted, the day would inevitably come when those terrifying blood-red eyes would transform into gentle, serene sky blue. At that moment, Su Qing would have achieved his ultimate purpose. Another decade passed. In Kunsa, within the palace of the demon queen Morgana, an unexpected visit was made by a minor demon commander. At that moment, Morgana was engaged in routine reports from Otto and Ate. Upon recognizing the minor demon commander below, Morgana immediately identified him as the captain among the demon warriors she had assigned to guard Su Qing's palace. "What brings you here? Is there some issue with Su Qing?" she inquired, rising from her throne, her expression tinged with concern. For many years, Su Qing has remained in a state of semi-isolation, almost entirely self-imprisoned, seldom meeting anyone aside from Morgana. Now, the demon squad leader responsible for guarding the palace of the demon king, Su Qing, has arrived. Morgana instinctively sensed that something might have transpired with Su Qing. "Your Majesty, today our king, the White God, has emerged from his chambers, and it appears there is nothing amiss," reported the demon squad leader, bowing respectfully. "He has left his room?" A wave of joy washed over Morgana's face. Nearby, the demon generals Otto and Ate exchanged surprised glances. Ever since Su Qing ascended as their demon king, he had nearly sequestered himself within his chamber aboard the demon wing. No one knew what he occupied himself with day after day, retreating into seclusion within the palace since arriving in Kunsa. Aside from their queen Morgana, he rarely met anyone. This pattern had persisted for over a century. Today, however, their king, known as the White God, had astonishingly left his quarters. "Indeed, Your Majesty," the squad leader continued, "and he wishes to convey that he desires to meet with you." "What? Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Upon hearing that Su Qing wished to see her, Morgana vanished without hesitation, traversing the fabric of space to seek him out. Witnessing this, Ate and the others could not help but shake their heads in disbelief. The demon squad leader, who had been criticized, wore an expression of bewilderment. In the grand hall of the Demon King's palace, Su Qing was currently occupied with a beautifully wrapped gift box. At that moment, amidst a ripple of space, the elegant figure of Morgana gracefully appeared. "Su Qing, I have arrived. Is everything all right with you?" Upon her arrival, Morgana, filled with concern, approached Su Qing seated on the throne, examining him closely, even scanning him. Ultimately, she discovered that Su Qing was in good health. Observing Morgana's worried demeanor, Su Qing, who had just emerged from seclusion, smiled. "Liang Bing, this is for you." He picked up the gift box from the throne and handed it to Morgana, who was still somewhat taken aback. "What is this?" Accepting the aesthetically pleasing gift box, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Morgana's eyes. "It's a gift for you," Su Qing replied. Hearing the anticipated response, a radiant smile blossomed on Morgana's face. "Shall I open it now?" she inquired. Indeed, the next moment, as Morgana gently lifted the lid of the gift box, 7 resplendent, golden orbs revealed themselves within. Chapter 35. The Wishful Morgana. Su Qing chuckled. "The dragon sweats. What is this?" Morgana was momentarily stunned, gazing at the 7 radiant orbs, each the size of a bowl. She had never encountered such a gift before. Moreover, they sparkled as if suspended in a state of potential, ready to activate some unseen mechanism at any moment. Their appearance suggested they were anything but ordinary. The 7 Dragon Balls. At this moment, Su Qing aptly uttered their names from the side. The Dragon Balls? Morgana gazed at the stern young man beside her, observing their twinkling appearance. Could they truly not be ordinary orbs? Su Qing nodded initially, and then uttered a statement that made Morgana's pupils constrict. "They can grant the wish of whoever gathers all 7 Dragon Balls." Morgana responded. Huh. Whether it was due to her not hearing clearly or her momentary confusion, she stared at him in bewilderment. "It's true, and I crafted them myself." Su Qing smiled, indicating he was not jesting. "They can indeed fulfill one of your wishes, provided that the wish does not exceed their capabilities." Upon hearing this, Morgana comprehended fully but became even more dazed. Granting wishes? Is this scientific? It feels rather theological. Morgana found it hard to fathom. Yet because Su Qing claimed to have created them, a flicker of inexplicable anticipation and hope ignited within her. After all, many aspects of Su Qing defied conventional reasoning. He was not merely a being of this known universe, but a creature of the void. Thus, she exclaimed, "Su Qing, tell me how to use them." Morgana was intrigued and inexplicably excited. If it truly could grant any wish, the thought made her unable to suppress a smile. As she gazed at the gift she had presented, Morgana seemed genuinely pleased, and Su Qing could not help but smile. He began to impart his knowledge to her. "Is it truly this simple?" Morgana asked, her expression one of surprise as she looked at Su Qing, who had just shared the method with her. "Indeed, it is that simple," Su Qing affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing his confirmation, she exclaimed, "Arise, divine dragon." Fulfill the wishes of your demon queen, Morgana. Standing before the 7 dragon balls nestled within the gift box, she spread her arms wide and declared in a somewhat dramatic fashion. In an instant, the 7 dragon balls, which had been twinkling, erupted into a dazzling brilliance. Yet, inexplicably, the sky darkened, ultimately enveloping the entire conscious star in a shroud of darkness. Meanwhile, far away, the demon generals Otto, Ate, and Abang, along with their comrades, stared in bewilderment at the ominous sky. As they emerged from their military camp, they were greeted by the sight of a colossal azure dragon soaring above the palace of their demon king. The sheer size and formidable aura of the creature left them awestruck, their mouths agape. On the other side, Morgana was equally astonished as she beheld the immense azure dragon hovering above her. Su Qing, could this truly be real? She murmured in disbelief. How utterly extravagant. Can it truly fulfill my desires? As realization dawned upon her, Morgana exhibited an inexplicable exhilaration, gazing at Su Qing beside her. Su Qing offered a gentle smile and nodded in response. At that moment, the azure dragon first bowed respectfully to Su Qing before addressing Morgana. You who have gathered the 7 dragon balls, speak your wish. Morgana gasped in surprise. Wait, it even speaks the divine tongue? Have you participated in the legendary wars of old? Her curiosity was piqued. The dragon shook its head and reiterated, please state your wish. If you have none, I shall take my leave. Wait. Allow me a moment to ponder. Your Majesty requests time, Morgana implored, her fair hand resting thoughtfully on her chin as if genuinely contemplating her wish. Su Qing, equally intrigued, observed the current state of the cool and composed Morgana, wondering what wish she would articulate. Finally, she declared, I have it. You, make him, Su Qing, hopelessly in love with me, the queen. Morgana pointed at Su Qing while addressing the dragon in the sky. Instantly, both the dragon and Su Qing were taken aback. Su Qing, realizing the absurdity of the request, couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. The dragon, equally bewildered, replied, I'm afraid that wish exceeds my capabilities. I cannot fulfill it. Why ever not? Morgana protested, her dissatisfaction evident. The dragon, internally exasperated, thought to itself, you truly dare to wish for anything, don't you? I cannot control my creator. The dragon ultimately offered a reluctant explanation. Is that so? Casting a glance at Su Qing beside her, Morgana seemed to grasp the situation. After all, how could a being created by another manipulate its creator? It was a pity that such a possibility was unattainable. At that moment, the young being felt a wave of regret wash over her. Meanwhile, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, Morgana exclaimed, oh, right. Let me possess a divine body akin to Su Qing's. She conceived yet another wish. The dragon replied, I'm afraid I cannot fulfill this wish either. It exceeds my capabilities. The dragon was sweating profusely. Just after being created, the first customer it encountered was someone so formidable. Who was this person's subordinate? This simply wouldn't he do. That wouldn't he do. Are you capable of anything at all? Morgana, in her frustration, turned to Su Qing, pouting as if to complain. Su Qing, look at it. Su Qing smiled, while the dragon felt a pang of despair. Sister, I can see it clearly. You are genuinely here to make wishes. Your intentions are exceedingly strong. However, your desires are simply beyond my reach. I was just hastily created, and there are still some limitations. Su Qing, suppressing his laughter, suggested to Liang Bing, how about trying the divine body of Holy Kesha? You are still merely a so-called third-generation divine being, aren't you? Would you like a divine body that rivals that of Holy Kesha? The mention of a divine body instantly lit up Morgana's eyes. Could it truly be feasible? Gazing at the celestial dragon above, Morgana's eyes gleamed with a hint of menace as she exclaimed. Without awaiting a response from the dragon, Liang Bing turned to her companion Su Qing and inquired, if this does not suffice, may I roast it? The dragon, taken aback, responded, the sacred body. Yes, it can be realized. A bead of sweat trickled down the dragon's forehead as it eagerly nodded. Should it prove ineffective, the dragon's life would be at stake. Chapter 36, A Completion of Meritorious Deeds. White God. At the age of 140, Su Qing was bestowed with a sacred body of the same caliber as the Holy Kesha, thanks to Morgana's wish through the Dragon Balls. That same year, the Dragon Balls, after being wished upon, transformed into 7 stones, rendering them unusable for a century. 50 years hence, at the age of 190, the nightmarish Black Wind returned to Kunsa Star, having ventured forth to gather gene enhancement materials for Morgana. That year, Morgana prompted Su Qing, who had been in seclusion for another 50 years, to emerge once more. The nightmarish Black Wind paid homage to the Demon King Su Qing. Another 50 years passed, and at the age of 240, the Dragon Balls regained their wishing power on Kunsa Star. After Morgana arranged for the demon warriors to retrieve the 7 Dragon Balls, she summoned the dragon for the second time. Upon encountering the dragon for the first time, the nightmarish Black Wind felt astonishment within. That same year, Morgana contemplated a wish for Otto and 8 to also acquire sacred bodies. However, the dragon could grant such a boon to only one individual at a time. Thus, Morgana wished for Otto to be the first to receive a sacred body. 80 years later, at the age of 320. Through relentless meditation and the practice of the divine Qi cultivation technique, Su Qing's transformations into Super Saiyan Red, Blue, and Deep Blue were successively awakened. As the divine energy accumulated to an apex, it transformed into divine power, manifesting the forces of both the realm of ultimate freedom, Omen, and the realm of ultimate freedom, perfection upon Su Qing. Furthermore, due to the transformation of divine energy into a purer form of genuine, divine power, characterized by humility and heightened spirituality, Su Qing's efforts to harmonize with the murderous aura of the White God within him became increasingly seamless. Within him, the blood-red eyes of the White God gradually morphed into a serene and resolute sky blue. 500 years later, at the age of 820, Su Qing remained ensconced in solitary meditation for nearly a millennium. During this time, Morgana, through the repeated gathering of the 7 Dragon Balls and numerous wishes, had bestowed upon her formidable demon generals, Otto, Ate, Abang, and the Nightmare Black Wind, powerful divine forms. At this moment, having reached the venerable age of 820, Su Qing still resided in self-imposed seclusion within the royal palace's chamber. Each day, demon warriors were tasked with delivering his meals to his sanctuary. This night, the sky of Kunsa Star shimmered with resplendent stars. Inside the chamber of the Demon King's palace, Su Qing sat cross-legged upon his expansive bed, engaging in meditative practice of the divine energy cultivation technique. The continuous flow of divine energy was incessantly transformed into realm of ultimate freedom, divine power, which in turn perpetually clashed with the murderous aura of the White God within him. Over the course of nearly a millennium, as Su Qing's divine power surged, the murderous aura of the White God diminished significantly. The once sealed visage of the White God, with its blood-red eyes, increasingly shifted towards a more profound sky-blue hue. Until this very night, with a sudden jolt, Su Qing, seated upon his bed, abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of cerulean orbs shimmering within his gaze. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of silvery power emanated from his entire being. Gradually, Su Qing's hair, eyebrows, and the fur on his tail transformed into a lustrous silver-gray hue. His entire form became infused with this potent silvery energy, causing him to gently levitate from the bed. At that moment, the entire Kunsa Star trembled violently. Countless demon encampments collapsed. Even Morgana's demonic queen palace was succumbing to the earth's fierce quakes. What on earth is happening? Morgana exclaimed as she soared into the air from the crumbling palace. Your Majesty. In no time, Atto, Atai, Abang, and Haifeng, the principal generals, rushed to their queen's side. What is going on? Morgana inquired. Before Atto and the others could respond, a blinding white radiance erupted from the direction of the Demon King's palace. Su Qing. Morgana gasped in astonishment. Then, realizing the significance of Su Qing, she became alarmed. In an instant, she activated the supercomputer Demon No. 1, which had been enhanced by the divine dragon through her wish, and traversed a micro-wormhole. In the next moment, not only Morgana herself, but also Atto, Atai, Abang, and Haifeng appeared outside the Demon King's palace. Before her stood what was once a magnificent palace, now reduced to ruins. Yet amid the debris, a radiant white light surged forth defiantly. Is it you, Su Qing? Do not frighten me. Morgana called out amidst the wreckage of the crumbled palace that emanated this luminous glow. As her words faded, an invisible divine force caused the fragments of the fallen palace to levitate, unveiling a silvery figure within. That figure was Atto, Ave, Abang. And the demon commanders of Black Wind stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Simultaneously, they sensed something amiss and looked down, only to realize that their once sacred forms trembled uncontrollably with fear. Within them, nearly every divine atom quaked in a state of inexplicable instability, as if the most terrifying creature in the known universe had suddenly appeared before them. In that moment, only Morgana retained the capacity for thought and speech. While Atto and the others stood frozen, their expressions blank with shock, gazing at the silvery figure amidst the myriad floating fragments of the palace. Morgana could not suppress her incredulity. Could that be the white god? Just then, the silvery figure slowly turned. In an instant, Morgana beheld a pair of terrifying, seemingly emotionless blood-red eyes. However, in the next moment, those merciless, fearsome eyes transformed into gentle, yet resolute azure orbs, cold as ice. In the midst of the state of white god, Su Qing felt a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the enchanting visage of the unadorned lady before him. Witnessing this scene, Morgana was momentarily taken aback, only to swiftly realize the implication. Are you intent on annihilating Kunsa's star? Creating such a commotion? Though she jested, her heart was already tumultuous with waves of astonishment. For at this very moment, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the silver-haired Su Qing, radiating a resplendent silver-gray luminescence, had ascended to become the white god. Beside them, Otto and Abe stood in awe, their expressions frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the transformation of Su Qing. Has he truly succeeded? Subsequently, with an inexplicable sense of urgency, Morgana approached the luminous figure of Su Qing, her voice tinged with trepidation. Is this what you referred to as the white god? Upon hearing her words, Su Qing, his silvery locks cascading, azure eyes shimmering, and his entire being aglow with a dazzling silver-gray brilliance, glanced at his transformed form. It should be so. As he responded to Liang Bing, he felt an unceasing surge of formidable power coursing through him. The power of the white god. The sensation was utterly sublime. White god Su Qing, Liang Bing. Morgana, I am here. White god Su Qing, I wish to return home. I can go back now. Morgana's pupils quivered. Very well. I shall accompany you. Chapter 37. The Gene Lock is Unlocked. Q's breaks the seal. Underworld Star System, Death Song Academy. I, God Carl, have witnessed nearly a millennium pass. The blood of the void creature Su Qing remains unsolvable. Snow, adorned in a skull mask, gazed respectfully at the elegant figure before him. In response, Carl, who embodied the essence of a refined scholar, yet bore the ominous title of the Grim Reaper, slowly shook his head while holding a book. The data remains inaccessible, even to the Grand Clock. It seems as though an invisible barrier obstructs the Grand Clock's scanning capabilities. Truly astonishing. With a sigh tinged with regret, Carl placed the tome on the desk before him. Are we to remain ignorant of the secrets held by the void creature Su Qing? Snow felt a deep sense of frustration. To possess the blood of such an entity only to discover that even the Grand Clock cannot decipher it is akin to guarding a mountain of gold without the means to utilize it. Who could endure such a fate? Perhaps in the future, it may be deciphered. Sitting at the desk, Carl smiled softly, then waved his right hand gently. I find myself intrigued by this matter once again. An interface materialized within the Dead Song Academy. Snow beheld the images of the void creature Su Qing and Morgana, but what astonished him further was the appearance of a colossal azure form. It was indeed the scene when the 7 Dragon Balls were first summoned in Kunsa. My God, Carl, what is this? Snow inquired, bewildered. To which Carl replied, the 7 Dragon Balls, created by the void creature Su Qing, can grant an extraordinary wish when all 7 are gathered. 7 centuries ago, Liang Bing successfully summoned the azure so-called dragon from the 7 Dragon Balls, and even, upon making a wish, he acquired a divine form strikingly akin to that of the sacred Kesha. Carl observed the footage with intrigue. A divine form. Snow, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished, particularly when he learned that Morgana had obtained a divine form through her wish, leaving him in sheer disbelief. Moreover, the Dragon Balls could be utilized once more every 100 years. In the ensuing centuries, Liang Bing gradually bestowed the divine form upon several of his demonic generals, including Otto. It must be said, within merely a few hundred years, the divine form had become quite commonplace. A gentle smile lingered on Carl's face, while Snow appeared utterly dazed. Alas, for the past 300 years, I have been unable to discern what has transpired on Kunsa's star. It seems that Liang Bing has made yet another wish, rendering it impossible for anyone to monitor Kunsa's star. A hint of regret crossed Carl's features once more. Through the wonders of the Dragon Balls, his curiosity about Su Qing deepened. However, due to the inability to monitor Kunsa's star over the last 200 or 300 years, he could not ascertain the changes occurring within Su Qing. At that moment, a sudden frown creased Carl's brow. What is it, my lord? Snow, realizing his master's furrowed brow, could not help but inquire in confusion. The great clock suddenly emitted a warning, as if some disturbance had arisen at the very edge of the universe. Karl expressed his bewilderment aloud. Then, with a wave of his hand, a new surveillance image materialized before the two. It was a realm steeped in near-total darkness. At the frigid edge of the cosmos, with a sharp crack, the fabric of space shattered like glass, revealing several fissures. This is... Snow's eyes widened in astonishment. The void was fracturing. Karl's expression mirrored that of surprise. With a thunderous boom, a mysterious and immense force erupted, tearing open a substantial rift in the fabric of reality. From within this icy breath of the void, a figure adorned in a tricolor of white, blue, and black began to materialize, descending into this known universe. How many years have passed? I, Kuzer, have finally unraveled the seal imposed by that band of wild monkeys, returning once more to this world. Ha ha ha. Suspended in the cold expanse of space, Kuzer roared with a triumphant and almost hedonistic laughter, unleashing the pent-up solitude and countless years of torment within him. His laughter resonated through the terrifying power he emanated, causing the already fractured void to splinter further under the weight of his might. Countless cosmic meteors were torn apart, plummeting into the abyss. This spectacle left Snow, far away in the River Styx galaxy, with widened eyes and agape mouth, utterly astonished. Even Karl, witnessing the ease with which the void was shattered by this being's power, was struck with disbelief. Then, he mused, where is that wild monkey I sensed earlier? I have come to exact my revenge upon you. Once his uproarious laughter subsided, a chilling coldness and murderous intent enveloped Kuzer's countenance. He began to unleash his sensing abilities, searching for any trace of energy. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him as Kuz's crimson pupils, set against the backdrop of his obsidian scara, lifted slightly. In that fleeting moment, even Karl, who had become a mere phantom, felt a chilling sensation coursing through him. As if he had been discovered from afar, as if he were being seen. I grant you an opportunity, approach me, and kneel at my feet. Kuz's scarlet gaze was rife with coldness and murderous intent. In the vastness of space, the demon wing and a multitude of demonic warships traversed the cosmos at breathtaking speed. In their wake trailed 7 dragon balls, now transformed into stone. Inside the demon wing, Liang Bing inquired, are you certain this direction is correct? The dark-haired, dark-eyed Su Qing glanced at the vessel's trajectory, addressing Morgana beside him. After the dragon's upgrade, the coordinates provided by the Super Demon One are undoubtedly accurate, Morgana replied, her gentle smile illuminating the moment. Observing Morgana's tender and enchanting smile, Su Qing felt his spirits lift, finally nodding in affirmation. Yes. Head nod. Combat power 13 trillion. Breath. Combat power 3 trillion. 4 trillion. 3 trillion. Standing still. Combat power 4 trillion. 6 trillion. Heartbeat. Combat power 5 trillion. 5 trillion. Base combat power continuously transforming into the supreme white god power. Retained base combat power 73. At present, Su Qing has unlocked the genetic seal. His fundamental strength is perpetually escalating at a frenzied pace, continuously being transformed into a higher form of divine power. The countless demon warriors aboard the demon wings are utterly oblivious to the terrifying and repetitive phenomena occurring within Su Qing's being. However, the data relayed by the Super Demon Number 1 indicates Demon King Su Qing. Danger level, ultimate fear. Primary, ultimate fear. Primary. Morgana couldn't help but chuckle upon glancing at the readings. Su Qing's power can no longer be assessed by conventional standards. Gazing at his stern, flawless profile at this very moment, and reflecting on the countless blessings he has bestowed upon demon civilization over the past millennium, Morgana's eyes sparkled with joy. If only it could continue like this, indefinitely. Chapter 38. That beautiful blue planet, home. In another 10 to 20 years, amidst the vast cosmos, a fleet of warships, under the guidance of the Demon Wings, navigates into what was once the Divine River Galaxy, now known as the Milky Way. During this journey, Morgana, having just awakened from slumber, arrives tardily at the command center of the Demon Wings. She anticipates the usual sight of that cold, imposing figure seated upon the sapphire throne she had commissioned for him. To her astonishment, the sapphire throne now stands completely empty. Morgana was taken aback, reflecting on the multitude of her companions. Since their departure from Kunsa Star, Su Qing had consistently exhibited a sense of urgency, appearing each morning to sit upon the sapphire throne, quietly observing Otto and Ate as they navigated their spacecraft through the vast expanse of the universe. Yet today, despite her own early rise, Su Qing's presence was conspicuously absent. Had he truly grown weary of waiting, relinquishing his impatience? Where, she wondered, was their sovereign, Su Qing? Turning her gaze toward Otto and Ate, Morgana abruptly inquired upon entering the command room. In response, Otto glanced at the two demonic thrones beside him and shook his head. I do not know, my queen. Since yesterday, my lord, the White God, has not made an appearance. Ate nodded in agreement. Indeed, my queen. I believe Lord Su Qing has grown tired of waiting and has retreated to his chambers for meditation, opting not to return to the command room. Abang and Blackwind shared similar sentiments, affirming his words. Is that truly the case? Morgana mused, stroking her fair chin. Yet, she felt inclined to disagree. Having departed Kunsa Star alongside Su Qing, Morgana had discerned that he harbored a profound emotional attachment to the planet he spoke of. It puzzled her that Su Qing, who had only been born 3 days prior, had accompanied her away from their former yellow dead star, yet seemed to possess an inexplicable obsession with an ordinary planet nestled within the galaxy, specifically within the Chiwu constellation. If Su Qing were to claim he was returning home, could it not be argued that the yellow dead star, where they first encountered one another, was indeed his home? Why is it said that there exists a galaxy far beyond the horizon, a blue planet within the constellation of Chiwu? Ultimately, Morgana discovered that this planet truly exists. Although it felt somewhat strange and perplexing, she had observed Su Qing's attitude towards that celestial body over the past decade. Knowing Su Qing's nature, she understood that he would not simply abandon his weight out of frustration. He would undoubtedly persevere. Suddenly, a thought struck Morgana, causing her to gasp. Hey, Su Qing. Are you there? It's me, Liang Bing. Morgana initiated a clandestine communication with Su Qing. Over the years, she had crafted for him a bracelet resembling a sapphire, embedded with a rudimentary supercomputer, which also possessed dark communication capabilities. However, at that moment, despite calling out to him multiple times, Morgana received no response from Su Qing. Could it be that my King Baishin has fallen asleep? Murmured the nightmare Blackwind. At the same time, Otto furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. Indeed, as Morgana waved her hand anxiously, an image materialized in the air, revealing Su Qing's room. To their dismay, the room was utterly vacant, devoid of Su Qing's presence. A wave of unease washed over them. Demon number 1. Search the entire demon wings and all other warships. Is there any way to locate Su Qing? Morgana commanded the supercomputer, Demon number 1. In response, the Demon 1 supercomputer presented a vivid scene. Su Qing, just moments before he was to enter the command room, seemed to sense something amiss. He placed his fingers upon his brow and then, in an instant, vanished into thin air, a display of instantaneous movement. Morgana promptly remarked, as she had surmised. Upon entering a certain range, the margin of error significantly diminished, and it was highly probable that Su Qing had located the destination he sought, the very planet he referred to as home. This fellow had promised to accompany her, yet he had the audacity to abandon her. Damn it, Su Qing. Just you wait. Morgana's expression was one of indignation, with a hint of inexplicable grievance in her eyes. Your Majesty. Nearby, Otto and Blackwind were at a loss for words. What sort of queen is this? Hurry up and fly into the Chiwu star system already. Did you hear that? The once cheerful Morgana now appeared inexplicably irritable. Yes, Your Majesty. Otto and Ate immediately stood at attention. Whoosh, in the next moment, amidst a ripple of space, Morgana disappeared. It seemed that without Su Qing present, her spirits had plummeted, and she retreated to her quarters. Your Majesty, what's gotten into her today? Why the sudden fury? After she departed, Blackwind couldn't help but whisper to Otto and the others. Forget it, Ate shook his head. If Su Qing were here, no matter her mood, the queen would undoubtedly be radiant. Without him, even her divine form has failed to lift her spirits. Hiki. Otto, the queen's heart stirs, yet alas, it is not for you. Abang patted Otto beside him. Upon hearing this, Otto's expression turned serious. If the queen were to love me, she would no longer be my queen. In the galaxy of Chiyu, within the solar system, lies a beautiful blue planet. Beep, 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 on the bustling streets. The cacophony of vehicles fills the air. Around him, the throngs of people surge. Amidst the towering buildings, this world reveals the daily life of ordinary individuals. Yet, among the multitude, there stands a figure, towering at 2 meters tall and clad in combat attire, distinctly set apart from the common crowd. This is Su Qing, now referred to as a void being Saiyan by the angels. He suddenly appears by the roadside, and with his imposing height, battle gear, and stern visage, he becomes an anomaly amidst the flow of humanity. In that moment, countless passers-by cannot help but cast at least a glance in his direction. As for Su Qing, who has just arrived on this blue planet, he gazes upon a scene that starkly contrasts with that of Kunsa. For the first time in over 8 centuries, he feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Although this place may not be the world he once knew, witnessing the scene that is both foreign yet oddly comforting, Su Qing truly feels as though he has returned to a long-lost realm, Blue Star, Summer Country, home. Gazing upon this planet, witnessing the once familiar scene of bustling traffic and the ebb and flow of humanity, Su Qing found himself momentarily lost in thought, murmuring softly, "It seems nearly 900 years have passed, hasn't it?" Who could truly comprehend the emotions of one who has been away from home for such an interminable span, only to behold a sight so reminiscent? Perhaps no one could fathom it, especially not the countless passers-by nearby. "Wow, that guy. Does he really have a tail? And it's moving, swaying back and forth," exclaimed a bystander. "He must be attending a comic convention, right? That tail has to be fake. But he is quite handsome." A girl whispered to her friend, "Dude, you're really tall. Are you 2 meters? And that tail looks incredibly realistic. Where did you buy it? How much did it cost?" A group of young men, feeling somewhat familiar, approached Su Qing to strike up a conversation. In response, Su Qing's deep, black eyes seemed to finally register their presence, and he cast a fleeting glance their way. "Could you tell me the name of this planet and this city? Also, what year and month is it?" he inquired, posing questions that left them perplexed. "Seriously? Man, you're really into character, aren't you?" The young men chuckled. At that moment, 2 rather attractive young women interjected with laughter, saying, "Handsome, you've traveled through time. This is Blue Star, Summer Country, Juxia City. The year is 2014, June." They felt that Su Qing had immersed himself in the role, or perhaps he was jesting. Thus, they half-jokingly remarked that Su Qing had traversed through time. To this, he could not help but feel a tinge of regret as he closed his eyes. The timing was amiss. This blue star was certainly not the world Su Qing had once known. Therefore, his family would not be present on this planet for him to encounter. Contemplating this, even after over 8 centuries, Su Qing could not suppress a hint of bitterness within. "Brother, are you all right? This seems a bit excessive, doesn't it?" Someone chuckled. "Excuse me, is there a city named GD?" Su Qing paid no heed to their teasing. "Oh, yes, I believe it lies to the south." The earlier girl indicated towards the direction. "Thank you," Su Qing acknowledged her with a glance. Following this, before the crowd of onlookers, he unleashed a translucent white aura that surged forth from his body, propelling him skyward. He soared southward at an astonishing speed, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a crowd of astonished men and women. Goodness, several young men stared blankly at the sky. He truly is." The 2 girls who had previously jested with Su Qing now wore expressions of disbelief, pointing towards the southern sky from which he had departed. Meanwhile, a delivery boy, who had merely been parked by the roadside checking his phone a moment ago, now stood in shock, equally captivated by the southern skyline, oblivious to his phone slipping from his grasp. On the other hand, Su Qing was soaring high above, gazing down at the towering skyscrapers below. The wind above caressed his vibrant bangs as he sped southward with great fervor. In a moment of explosive energy, Su Qing did not transform into a Super Saiyan, yet a golden aura emanated from him, amplifying his strength and velocity manifold. He continued to race southward at an astonishing pace. Meanwhile, aboard the colossal aircraft carrier, the Giant Canyon, in the South China Sea, an urgent alert echoed from the military satellite, Danu 3, directed towards the command center, startling the personnel including Lian Feng. "General, Danu 3 indicates an object is hurtling towards our southern territory at remarkable speed." Upon receiving the warning, Lian Feng was initially taken aback, but quickly regained composure and turned to the nearby desk where Takeo was situated. "Oh?" Takeo immediately rose and approached. "Is it an enemy aircraft?" "Uncertain," Lian Feng replied, shaking his head, his brow furrowing in concern. "General, the speed of the object far exceeds any known limits of aircraft." Hearing this, Takeo furrowed his brow as well, then ordered, "Attempt to bring up the visuals." "Understood," Lian Feng responded. Following the commands of several operators, a virtual image materialized in midair. In an instant, Takeo, Lian Feng, and the nearby Yuqin beheld a figure enveloped in a flame-like golden aura, soaring through the skies within the projected image. Is it truly a person? Dikao, Lianfeng, and Yuqin were all taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. General, there is currently no data related to this man in the Blue Star Supergene database. Yuqin reported at an opportune moment. An alien? Lianfeng murmured. Upon witnessing the figure's astonishing speed on the screen, Dikao inquired, what is his current velocity? In response, a staff member approached to retrieve and examine the data, exclaiming, 557 Mach. The individual in the footage appeared utterly astounded. What? Dikao, Lianfeng, and Yuqin exclaimed in unison. Is this speed achievable by a human? Lianfeng voiced her disbelief. Ordinary humans cannot fly. Yuqin remarked seriously, observing the figure on the screen. This is no longer the physique of an ordinary super soldier. This must be a divine body. Dikao's expression turned grave. He then commanded, Lianfeng, Yuqin, keep your eyes on this target. Report to me immediately if there are any developments. After receiving their acknowledgement, Dikao turned and left the command room. Upon entering his quarters, he picked up a communication device. Meanwhile, atop a mountain cliff, the Monkey King, holding a bottle of beer, spoke to a gravestone bathed in the glow of the setting sun, saying, Master, your world is fraught with calamities. However, I, old son, shall surely protect this realm for you. Uncertain whether it was due to the effects of alcohol, the Monkey King found himself in a hazy reverie. Seemingly catching a glimpse of a familiar elderly figure beside him, gazing at him with a benevolent smile. Master, in that fleeting moment, the Monkey King could not help but feel a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Suddenly, an incongruous ringing shattered the tranquility. The Monkey King jolted back to reality, only to see the apparition vanish. Shaking his head, he retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. Old Du? He then answered the call. Hello, is it Yukong? Came the voice of Du Kaio from the other end. Of course it's me. The Monkey King replied, somewhat irked. What is the sudden call for, old Du? Yukong. There's a situation, Du Kaio urged, his tone urgent. A monster? The Monkey King chuckled, taking a sip of his beer. An alien, and it likely possesses divine capabilities. Du Kaio's voice turned grave. No matter, to me, they are all just demons. The Monkey King rose slowly. In the next instant, a suit of golden armor enveloped him, and an iron staff materialized in his grasp. Chapter 39, Su Qing versus the Monkey King? In a town within GD City in southern Xia Country, Su Qing stood before a building, clad in combat attire, contemplating the structure before him. This is the place, yet it is not. This location should be the home of his previous life. However, in this world, this building would not harbor Su Qing's family, his father, mother, and little Ing. I miss you all a bit. Gazing upon a place that feels both familiar yet strikingly alien, Su Qing's eyes glimmer with unshed tears, a fleeting reflection of his emotions. If I were to share this with you, you would surely find it hard to believe. As your son and brother, I am nearly 9 centuries old. With a light-hearted chuckle directed toward the heavens, memories of his parents and younger sister dance vividly in his mind. Su Qing struggles to hold back his tears. Emotional instability. Combat power 10 quintillion. Combat power 30 quintillion. Breathing. Combat power 4 trillion. Combat power 3 trillion. Standing. Combat power 5 trillion. Combat power 5 trillion. Continuously transforming into white god power. Actively retained base combat power 73. As Su Qing's emotions intensify, the ancient Saiyan physique, having unlocked its genetic locks, experiences an explosive surge in base combat power. Simultaneously, it is being incessantly transformed into the formidable white god power, akin to the process of converting iron into the more precious gold. Were it not for Su Qing's conscious request or control, the residual base combat power would inevitably approach 0. As for the reason behind retaining a sliver of base chi combat power, Su Qing pondered little. Perhaps it serves as a memento? After all, his initial combat power upon arriving in this world was seemingly 73. Yet now, the mightiest, white god power within Su Qing possesses an everlasting guardian ability. Thus, despite the base combat power being merely 73, it is conceivable that even in the face of cosmic annihilation, Su Qing would remain unscathed. The power of the white god instinctively protects Su Qing, unless he himself seeks to suppress the protective essence of the white god within him. At this moment, casting one last glance at the towering building before him, Su Qing smiled faintly and prepared to depart. This was merely an ordinary structure, not a home he could return to. his home. However, just as he was about to turn and soar away, a figure caught his eye, causing his heart to tremble with sudden intensity. Emotionally charged, combat power 100 million. Combat power 400 million. This has been converted into white god power. Before him stood a girl of approximately 20 years, poised to enter the stairwell of the very building he had been observing. As he caught a glimpse of her profile, a realization struck him, shouting. Su Qing's expression shifted to one of disbelief. In the next instant, he swiftly moved, appearing before the girl in a flash. She was startled, her astonished gaze fixed upon him, the seemingly materialized figure standing before her. In that moment, Su Qing finally discerned her features clearly. Shouting, is it truly you? He gazed at the girl before him with overwhelming joy, oblivious to her shocked expression. Shouting, it is I, your brother, Su Qing. He grasped her shoulders, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the first time in nearly 900 years since Su Qing had arrived in this world that he had allowed himself to display such unrestrained emotion. As Rui Mingming, who had just finished her shift, stood before the inexplicably bewildering man, her expression mirrored a blend of surprise and uncertainty. I'm sorry, but I'm not the Xiaoying you mentioned. My name is actually Rui Mingming, she timidly clarified. In that instant, it felt as though Su Qing had been struck with a heavy blow, as if he had received a sharp slap across the face. The excitement and joy that had initially illuminated his countenance abruptly faded into confusion. Rui Mingming, gazing at the once familiar visage before him. The light in Su Qing's eyes dimmed significantly. He had released the grip he held on Rui Mingming's shoulders, suddenly realizing who Rui Mingming was. Indeed, this was not his original world. How could his sister Suing exist here? The girl before him was Rui Mingming, not Su Qing's sister, Suing. Yes, Rui Mingming nodded repeatedly. In response, Su Qing took a few more glances at the once familiar and endearing face before him. I apologize for the mistake, he said. Shortly thereafter, Su Qing turned to leave. As he transitioned from astonishment to disappointment, and finally to a despondent gaze while walking away, the kind-hearted Rui Mingming felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Just as she prepared to call out to him with comforting words, she was stunned to witness the imposing man before her suddenly soar into the sky, defying gravity. He has taken flight. Rui Mingming stood there, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Around him, many passers-by gazed in astonishment at the scene of Su Qing soaring into the sky. Among them was a rather dashing young man wearing a cap, who, with his hands tucked in his pockets, appeared somewhat perplexed by Su Qing's intentions. Perhaps he should follow and see for himself. Far from the city, on the hillside of a grand mountain, Su Qing sat atop a towering tree, lost in thought as he gazed at the distant metropolis. The gentle mountain breeze tousled his bangs, revealing a face etched with a sense of melancholy and stoicism. You've been following me all this way. Are you not weary? He mused aloud, as a serene gust of wind swept by. Suddenly, a charismatic figure appeared on the adjacent branch, nearly as high up as Su Qing. He cast a sidelong glance at the newcomer, his eyes briefly flashing with the divine power of the white god, instantly discerning the transformation that had taken place. A smile graced Su Qing's lips as he continued. You know, your arrival serves as a reminder. This is not the world I once belonged to. Monkey brother, Su Qing exclaimed just as the dashing young man morphed into a magnificent monkey king, adorned in golden armor and a phoenix-winged crown. In light of you addressing me as monkey brother, I shall refrain from engaging you in combat. However, I must also caution you. This realm is not meant for you. You must depart. The Monkey King leaned against the tree trunk and addressed Su Qing, who was on the other side. Upon hearing this, Su Qing did not respond immediately. His gaze was fixed upon the distant skyscrapers of the planet. Defeat me, and I shall heed your words. Su Qing turned to look at the Monkey King beside him. Suddenly, in the next moment, an iron rod swung directly towards Su Qing. Chapter 40. Defeating the three-headed, six-armed Monkey King. With a resounding crash, the strike sent Su Qing flying, crashing into a distant mountain. As he gazed at the billowing dust cloud, the Monkey King, wielding the iron rod, hovered in the air amidst the mountains. Gradually, he awaited the dispersal of the dust. In a large cavern within the mountain, Su Qing was engulfed in a golden aura. His once unruly hair now transformed into a radiant gold, and his pupils shifted to a vibrant shade of green. Indeed, Su Qing had ascended to the form of a Super Saiyan. Furthermore, crackling arcs of white and blue electricity enveloped him. He was not merely a Super Saiyan. He had instantly achieved the second tier. In midair, the Monkey King, holding the iron rod, was momentarily taken aback by the splendid appearance of Su Qing in his second-tier Super Saiyan form. The next moment, regaining his composure. His eyes transformed into fiery orbs. The energy of the target organism has surged dramatically. Current biological energy amplification, 1,000 times. What manner of creature is this? The Monkey King was astonished, having initially underestimated his opponent. At this very moment, the dazzling aura of golden light and flickering arcs surrounding Su Qing confirmed to the Monkey King that he was indeed facing a formidable opponent. "Are you certain you wish to engage in a battle with me at this time?" he queried, his tone revealing a hint of irritation. "To be frank, my mood is rather foul at the moment, and I may not exercise restraint in my actions." Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan second stage, gazed at the Monkey King, adorned in golden armor and wielding an iron staff, with his pale green eyes. At this juncture, Su Qing was indeed in a state of considerable discontent. Before arriving on this beautiful blue planet, he harbored an unfounded glimmer of hope. However, upon his arrival, disappointment washed over him. Ultimately, it was at the moment he accepted reality that a girl, strikingly similar to his sister, appeared, igniting a surge of irrational joy within him. Yet, this joy was swiftly overshadowed by an even greater sense of loss. At this moment, Su Qing was suppressing a fiery frustration with no outlet. If the Monkey King truly wished to fight, Su Qing was more than willing to oblige. With a swift motion, the Monkey King did not utter a word, but instead thrust his golden staff forward, rapidly extending it towards Su Qing. In response, Su Qing effortlessly blocked the staff's advance with a hand engulfed in golden flames. A cold smile crossed his face as he remarked, "So be it." With a powerful punch, he struck the staff, sending it careening backward with tremendous force, momentarily causing the Monkey King to struggle to maintain his grip on the iron staff. As the Monkey King regained his composure, Su Qing prepared for what was to come. A radiant figure suddenly appeared beside the Monkey King, its speed astonishing even to him. With a resounding thud, the Monkey King attempted to block the strike with his iron staff, yet he was still sent hurtling backward by the overwhelming force, ultimately crashing into the mountainside, much like Su Qing had moments before. "Ah!" Su Qing bellowed with fury, his hands relentless as he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. The air crackled with the sound of projectiles. Countless small energy spheres hurtled toward the mountain, swiftly leveling it to the ground. This spectacle left Duke Ao, Lianfeng, Yu Qin, and others in the command center aboard the aircraft carrier Giant Gorge in the South China Sea utterly astonished as they observed the scene through satellite feeds. On the battlefield, witnessing the mountain obliterated before him, Su Qing gradually ceased his relentless assault. Moments later, dozens of identical Monkey Kings, each wielding an iron staff, emerged from the billowing dust, launching themselves towards Su Qing. The number of clones was even more extravagant than that of the celestial King He Shi. With a cold smirk, Su Qing prepared to engage, his body enveloped in golden flames. "Prepare yourself," he shouted. With a single punch, he shattered the first Monkey King's clone upon impact. Then, the second and third. Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing moved with the swiftness of lightning. With a flurry of punches and kicks, all of Monkey King's clones were sent flying, some even vanishing into thin air. Following his previous battle with He Shi, Su Qing had grown increasingly adept at dealing with clones. With a final surge of energy, a formidable force erupted, shattering the remaining Monkey King clones into fragments. In that decisive moment, as Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing retracted his power, he exclaimed, "Demon, prepare to face my wrath." The true form of Monkey King, now wielding the 3 heads and 6 arms, charged forth from behind Su Qing, radiant in golden light, brandishing the colossal golden cudgel once more. In response, Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing swiftly turned, crossing his arms without flinching to block the immense cudgel. The 3-headed, 6-armed Monkey King gritted his teeth and exerted force, pushing the Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing back 100 meters with the weight of the gigantic cudgel. Yet, Su Qing unleashed a golden aura, firmly countering the might of Monkey King's formidable weapon. What a troublesome demon! Monkey King couldn't help but lament. To this, Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing let out a furious roar. With a powerful kick, he sent the oversized cudgel flying, causing Monkey King to lose his grip and watch helplessly as it slipped from his hands. Before he could summon it back, a figure, gleaming with golden light, reappeared before him and delivered a resounding punch to one side of the 3-headed, 6-armed Monkey King's face. With an uncontrollable frenzy, the Monkey King was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into one mountain after another. Super 2 Su Qing, with a mere gesture of his finger, unleashed a swift energy wave. Clang, and explosive force surged forth. In its wake, a mushroom cloud ascended from the Monkey King's last position. To avert catastrophic destruction of the Earth, Su Qing had restrained his power as much as possible. Nonetheless, despite his efforts, a colossal pit, measuring over 1,000 meters in radius and 100 meters in depth, emerged after the eruption of the mushroom cloud. Ah. The Monkey King, looking quite disheveled, managed a wry smile amidst the vast pit. His golden armor lay in tatters, one of the golden phoenix wing crowns was broken, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he gasped for breath. The majestic form of his three-headed, six-armed stature had long since vanished. Yet, even in such a dire predicament, the Monkey King held a resolute gaze fixed upon Super 2 Su Qing hovering above. This scene left the onlookers in the command room of the giant canyon in the South China Sea, including Lian Feng, unable to suppress their exclamations of astonishment. Who is this individual? He has bested even Wukong. Duke Ao's expression was grave, while Yu Qin glanced at the surveillance footage of the nearby metropolis, confirming that the residents had been stirred into a frenzy. The violent explosion had indeed triggered a minor earthquake. General, if this continues, the nearby cities will undoubtedly suffer collateral damage, Yu Qin cautioned Duke Ao at the opportune moment. Chapter 41. The Light of the Sun. Delena. At this moment, upon hearing the report from Yuan, Dekao's expression was marked by a blend of helplessness and gravity. He had never anticipated that the opponent's strength would be so formidable, so much so that even Wukong was effortlessly defeated. Of course, Dekao could call for Wukong to halt. But the pressing question remained. Would the adversary be willing to cease? Just as Dekao furrowed his brow in contemplation, a voice, somewhat innocently whimsical, echoed from the doorway of the command room. Ah, goddess, I have returned. The super genes from Blue Star have now been activated through the power of the sun. Suddenly, Dekao's eyes brightened at the sight of the newcomer, none other than the chief deity of the Liang civilization, the Sunlight Gene, Empress Delena. General Dekao. What seems to be the matter? Delena inquired, taken aback by Dekao's intense gaze. Ah, Delena, come here, come here. You've returned just in time, Dekao exclaimed, drawing Delena closer. Then, pointing at the satellite monitoring screen, he said to her, Delena, look. Delena glanced at the two figures displayed on the screen, and then questioned. Who is that man in the sky? He shines so brilliantly, so handsomely, dare I say, even more so than I. At her remark, Dekao sighed, bemused by her unexpected focus. Delena, do you know the great sage equal to heaven, Sun Wukong? Dekao redirected the monitor to focus on the disheveled figure of the Monkey King. Oh, is that not the one who once caused a ruckus in the heavenly court of Liang? How did I end up in such a predicament? Upon witnessing the pitiful state of the Monkey King on the screen, Delena could not help but laugh. Yet, she could never have anticipated that she would soon find herself in an even more dire situation. Meanwhile, in the city of GD, a violent explosion erupted from the distant mountains, inexplicably triggering an earthquake. Chaos ensued among the citizens of this urban area. Dear citizens, we would like to inform you that an exercise is currently taking place in the mountains, resulting in some tremors. Please remain calm and prioritize your safety. In the city, personnel are already present to maintain order. What on earth is happening over there? Is it truly just a training exercise? On the roadside, a bystander gazed towards the direction of the exploding mountains and exclaimed, such a violent explosion, could it be the onset of World War III? Surely not. I have yet to experience enough of life. I am weary. Let everything be destroyed. Is this the end of the world? Everyone run. The crowd was a cacophony of voices, each expressing their own fears and thoughts. Amidst the commotion, one person remarked, isn't that the direction where that strange individual just flew by? Meanwhile, Rui Mingming was unaware that her super soldier genes had been activated. At that moment, she stood outside, her gaze complex as she looked towards the mountains that had erupted in flames, recalling the image of Su Qing, his stern face as he soared into the sky. On the battlefield, the sound of crackling electricity filled the air as the Super Saiyan Su Qing emanated arcs of lightning from his body. Gazing at the immense pit below, the Monkey King inquired, how is it? Can we still fight? From midair, Su Qing let out a mocking laugh. TCH, monster. The Monkey King retorted, I, Sun Wukong, am far from finished. With a swift motion, his palm opened, and the golden cudgel instantly returned to his grasp. Monster, come at me. The Monkey King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, brandishing the cudgel high, aimed directly at Super Saiyan Su Qing. Seeing this, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with delight. Excellent. Let us continue. For the ancient Saiyan, the thrill of battle lifted his spirits. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing surged forward. The Monkey King, wielding his iron staff, stood poised and ready. As Su Qing approached, the Monkey King suddenly clenched his palm, unleashing a torrent of fierce dark energy that overwhelmed Super Saiyan Su Qing. Behold, with all his might, the Monkey King swung the cudgel, striking Su Qing's right cheek with tremendous force while the latter was ensnared. In an instant, Su Qing's head tilted to the left from the impact. However, as Su Qing turned around, he appeared unscathed, a subtle smirk lingering at the corner of his mouth. With his pale green eyes locked onto the Monkey King, a potent sense of pressure enveloped the air, even causing the Monkey King to feel an inexplicable intensity. Then, in the next heartbeat, Su Qing, shimmering with golden light, appeared before the Monkey King in a flash. The speed was staggering. The Monkey King's pupils widened in shock, and then boom, a heavy punch landed. Although the Monkey King adeptly wielded his golden staff to defend himself, he was nonetheless propelled backward by the sheer force of the impact, his feet carving a path through the earth for several hundred meters before he finally halted. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with a dazzling figure standing before him. Boom. This time, the Monkey King could not evade the blow, receiving a punch to the corner of his mouth, akin to the earlier strike of the golden staff against Su Qing's visage. While Su Qing remained unscathed, the Monkey King instantly felt blood trickle from his lips, his form hurtling away with great velocity. In the ensuing chaos, countless trees in the mountainous forest were shattered by the force of his collision. When the Monkey King finally regained his footing, he appeared more disheveled than before, panting heavily and radiating an inexplicable fatigue. Meanwhile, the transformed Su Qing shimmered with a golden light, arcs of white and blue electricity flickering around him, his pale green eyes fixed intently upon the beleaguered Monkey King. You truly are a formidable creature. The Monkey King managed a wry smile, acknowledging the truth of the matter. It was you who initiated this, but I shall determine when it concludes. Su Qing, still invigorated, showed no signs of having had his fill. In response, the Monkey King fell silent, closing his eyes and summoning every last vestige of strength within him. Just then, a resounding roar drew closer, revealing a combat helicopter racing toward them. Upon sensing a distinctive aura emanating from the aircraft, Su Qing grinned. Moments later, a graceful figure leaped from the helicopter. I am the light of the sun, your goddess, she proclaimed, radiating brilliance as she descended, her voice echoing with pride. Upon this realization, had it not been for a slight weariness, the Monkey King would have surely bestowed a disdainful glance upon her. The fiery sun people. The Monkey King's so-called discerning vision swiftly gleaned some fundamental information regarding the imposing Lena before him. Summoned by old Du, the Monkey King comprehended that she had been called upon by Du Cao for assistance. A sense of melancholy washed over him. Who would have thought that he would one day require aid? And from the fiery celestial beings, no less. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but express his frustration with a slight grimace. At this moment, the newly arrived Lena observed the gravely injured Sun Wukong, then turned her gaze to the resplendent Super Saiyan Su Qing, who shimmered brilliantly in the air, crackling with arcs of electricity. You do possess a certain charm. However, I must inform you, divine being, this battle shall conclude here. Her large, shimmering eyes fixed upon the airborne Su Qing, she proclaimed as if declaring the end of a game. Is that so? Su Qing, slowly crossing his arms before him, maintained a demeanor that was both indifferent and cold. Chapter 42. Lena Monkey King versus Su Qing. In the cosmos, a warship soared swiftly past. Within, akin to a grand window, a figure with crimson eyes stood before a transparent barrier, coldly surveying the rapidly flashing celestial bodies and asteroid belts outside. It was none other than the ancient demon Kuze, gazing at the cosmic expanse beyond the transparent barrier of the warship. Kuz reflected on the moment when the last few white god Saiyans had sealed him within the icy void using their divine powers. A chilling anger surged within him. His fists clenched tightly. An aura of dread enveloped the entire spacecraft, instilling a sense of tremor in Snow, who stood beside Carl. No matter where you flee, I shall find you, Kuz muttered to himself, his grip tightening. My lord Kuz, we are nearing our destination, Carl reported, breaking the silence at an opportune moment. In response, Kuz declared, Wild monkeys, I am coming for you. After countless millennia of imprisonment, I have awakened a far greater power. Soon, I shall see whose divine power is superior, yours or mine. With a mere glance from Kuz, The transparent barrier confining the spacecraft shattered. He then extended a finger, adorned with black, sharp claws, towards the cosmos beyond the damaged barrier. A beam of energy, akin to a laser, surged forth at incomprehensible speeds, obliterating meteors, planets, and even distant stars in an instant. This cluster of galaxies swiftly succumbed to annihilation, marking the end of countless lives in mere moments. Within the swiftly navigating warship, Snow, adorned with a skull mask, gazed wide-eyed at the unfolding spectacle. Beside him, Carl, the Lord of the River Styx, was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. Ha ha ha! What a magnificent display of fireworks! Kuz exclaimed, reveling in the annihilation of an entire galaxy behind him, delighting in the chaos. Witnessing such a fiendish entity, Carl, once known as the Grim Reaper, felt an unexpected warmth in his own demeanor. On Blue Star, amidst towering mountains, the radiant Super Saiyan Su Qing, engulfed in golden flames and crackling blue-white arcs of electricity, regarded the imposing figure of the goddess Delena, who had just declared the end of his battle with the Monkey King. Suddenly, Su Qing sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze to the heavens in a particular direction. In that fleeting moment, it seemed his vision pierced through the barriers of infinite distance, locking onto a pair of crimson eyes from countless galaxies away. The next instant, Su Qing's brows furrowed slightly. The arms that had been crossed before him fell, slowly clenching into fists. "Are you even listening to me, goddess?" Delena exclaimed, leaping forward to stand before Su Qing. "What a fool," the Monkey King muttered, unable to contain his disdain at Delena's brazen approach. Seizing this moment, he took a deep breath, striving to recover and consolidate his strength, for it was clear that Su Qing was not inclined to let them depart easily. Thus, the Monkey King needed to amass even greater power. At this moment, after approaching, Emperor Reina gazed upon the magnificent figure of the radiant Super II Su Qing, with his golden hair and light green eyes, shimmering with a dazzling glow. Unable to restrain her admiration, she exclaimed, "Wow, you look absolutely stunning. It seems even more impressive than my sunlight." Upon hearing this, Super II Su Qing, who had been staring into the void, finally lowered his head slowly. "I mentioned earlier, the beginning was determined by you, but the conclusion will be dictated by me." His light green eyes regarded the nearby Emperor Reina with a calm gaze. "Don't say it like that. It's a misunderstanding." Before Emperor Reina could finish her sentence, a resounding crash echoed through the air as Super II Su Qing suddenly struck with a powerful punch. She was sent flying, ultimately crashing against a distant cliff in a shape. "Haha, I must say, I am not surprised at all," Monkey King chuckled. "Who told you, Emperor Reina, to approach an unknown enemy so carelessly? Getting knocked away, that is simply what you deserve." Then, without Super II Su Qing launching another attack, Emperor Reina managed to extricate herself from the cliff and landed back on the ground. Her face flushed with indignation as she pointed at the splendid figure of Super II Su Qing. "That blazing sun individual, be cautious of his speed," the Monkey King warned her. Just as he finished speaking, Super II Su Qing swiftly appeared before Emperor Reina. "What the?" Reina could not help but exclaim. Bang! Su Qing unleashed another punch with nonchalance. This time, Reina was prepared, her body radiating stellar brilliance as her hands shielded her. However, with a sharp clang, the added force of his punch sent Reina hurtling away. At that instant, Monkey King seized the opportunity and swung his staff with great force. Yet, with a resounding clang, it was effortlessly blocked by Su Qing's single finger. This left Monkey King astonished. Observing his bewilderment, Su Qing remarked with an air of aloofness, "Your strength is dwindling." Following this, Su Qing unleashed a powerful shockwave, sending Monkey King sprawling. "Damn it, I can't even withstand his shockwave." Monkey King couldn't help but curse. In the next moment, Su Qing soared through the air, delivering a fierce side kick. With a thunderous boom, Monkey King exerted all his strength to block with his staff, only to be sent flying along with the staff itself. Just then, Reina cried out, "Take that. Witness the nuclear fusion shockwave of your goddess." Harnessing stellar energy, she unleashed an energy attack akin to a spirit wave towards the now stationary Su Qing. Without evasion or hesitation, he stood firm. With an explosive roar, a cloud of dust and debris erupted. Cough, cough. Over there, Monkey King felt fatigued. Far away in the South Sea, aboard the giant canyon, the general inquired, "Can Reina's nuclear attack injure the enemy?" Lien Feng, gazing at the swirling dust on the monitor, could not help but ask the nearby Decao. In response, Takeo remained silent, his brow furrowed in solemnity. Observing this, Lianfeng and Yuqin instantly comprehended the situation. Indeed, as the haze dissipated, they beheld the dazzling figure of Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing, encased within a similarly golden protective barrier, utterly unharmed. Is there really a protective barrier? Gritted out Lena. To this, the world's Buddha of combat, Sun Wukong, expressed his disappointment. Is this truly the extent of your capabilities? How utterly tedious. With a flick of his gaze, Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing regarded his two adversaries with an air of haughty confidence. Hearing this, Monkey King felt a twinge of irritation, yet he could only smirk cynically. Do not let your pride blind you. Are you attempting to compel me to unleash my ultimate technique? Lena radiated a golden stellar brilliance, her presence magnified. Chapter 43, The Return of the Dragon Fist. Only I shall prevail. In the face of such audacious arrogance displayed by Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing, the Monkey King found himself at a loss for words, while Lena exhibited palpable indignation. It seems many of your abilities are sealed. Am I correct? Such a pity. Su Qing remarked suddenly. He recalled how in the original narrative, Liang Bing had captured Lena, only to discover that many of her innate powers lay dormant within her genes. For instance, the supernova explosion. The thought that his opponent could not unleash her full strength brought a sense of regret to Su Qing. You seem to be well informed, Lena replied, a hint of surprise flickering in her eyes as she regarded the still glimmering Super Saiyan 2 Su Qing. The next instant, the Buddha of combat, Sun Wukong, remarked, that you have your differences with the old-timers like Panjin, I am not like them. What say you? Shall we join forces at this moment? This resplendent figure is rather formidable. Lena suddenly turned to Monkey King with a suggestion. Lena, not one to underestimate her opponents, was astounded to realize, after their recent skirmish, that Super Saiyan Su Qing's strength and speed vastly exceeded her own, given that her array of powerful techniques could not be employed here. It seemed that allying with Monkey King was the wisest course of action in light of their adversary's unwillingness to cease combat. To be frank, even I, old son, am running low on energy. Monkey King did not decline. However, he too felt the dwindling of his own strength, having sustained considerable injuries. Can we still fight? Lena inquired with a smile. In response, Monkey King remained silent, merely brandishing his golden staff with unwavering determination. Observing this, Lena beamed brightly and addressed the imposing Super Saiyan Su Qing. Is it acceptable for the two of us to confront you together? With golden hair and light green eyes, Super Saiyan Su Qing offered no reply, merely gazing at the duo with indifference. Suddenly, Lena unleashed another stellar energy shockwave, having gauged Su Qing's prowess, this time with amplified force. Simultaneously, Monkey King's golden staff expanded once more, launching a dual assault upon Su Qing. In response, Su Qing effortlessly blocked the massive golden staff and the stellar energy shockwave with a hand on each side. I can't believe it. He can withstand this? Lena found it hard to fathom. Be cautious, Solar Warrior. This opponent is no ordinary monster. With a resolute reminder from the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, summon more strength. He urged, Diana, amplify the stellar energy shockwave. Instantly, the shockwave expanded several-fold. With a powerful shout, the Monkey King unleashed his utmost strength against the golden staff. Boom. It was as though Su Qing, on the opposite side, had been engulfed by two colossal forces. In the wake of the overwhelming energy impact, Su Qing's figure vanished from sight. Amidst the raging stellar energy shockwave and the enlarged golden staff, within the fierce gust of air, a cascade of golden hair began to flow gracefully. Amidst the roar, a formidable force surged forth explosively. Bang! The enlarged golden staff was violently repelled, crashing back into the Monkey King himself. This sudden impact sent him crashing deep into the mountainside, causing the entire mountain to tremble and collapse. In that very moment, while Diana wore an expression of uncertainty, a golden figure surged forth, defying her stellar energy shockwave and advancing against the tide. Dragon Fist. With a ferocious roar, a massive five-clawed golden dragon broke through her energy barrier, ultimately piercing through her chest. Diana was left unable to suppress a violent spurt of blood. As the five-clawed golden dragon pierced through Emperor Lena, a towering figure adorned with a cascade of lustrous golden hair gradually descended from the air behind her. It was none other than Su Qing, the Super Saiyan at the third level. You. Lena gazed back at him, her eyes brimming with disbelief as she beheld the gaping wound in her chest. The scene echoed the moment from over 8 centuries ago when the sacred Kesha was pierced by the Super Saiyan 4's dragon fist. In the command room of the giant gorge, far in the South Sea, Du Cao, Ling Feng, and Yu Qin were all rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Just moments ago, Du Cao had believed victory was within grasp. To his utter astonishment, the opponent had suddenly transformed, unleashing an even more unfathomable power that swiftly overwhelmed Emperor Lena, who was already grappling with the combined might of the Monkey King's son Wukong and the gene of sunlight. Old Bean, we have returned. At that moment, Du Qiangwei, who had been dispatched to address the altercation between Gu Shaoluan and Lu Chuang, returned alongside her companion, Ajia. Upon their arrival, they were met with the immense monitor displaying the image of Emperor Lena amidst the mountains, her chest marred by a horrifying wound. Finally, she collapsed after spewing blood. This is... Du Qiangwei and Ajia exchanged bewildered glances, both encapsulated in a state of incredulity. Just as Lena fell, the surveillance footage shifted to reveal the radiant figure bathed in golden light, with flowing golden hair. The golden imagery illuminated the faces of everyone in the giant gorge command room, each reflecting shock and disbelief. In this moment amidst the mountains, a message appeared before Su Qing, the Super Saiyan 3rd grade, visible only to him. Congratulations on defeating 2 formidable opponents in the current world. You have earned 2 opportunities for a high-level lottery. Su Qing contemplated. I might as well use them. Congratulations. You have drawn from the world of Dragon Ball, Kamehameha. And additionally, 500,000 years of lifespan. Su Qing cast a fleeting glance at the reward, remaining largely indifferent, and accepted it without further ado. At that moment, the sound of high-heeled boots echoed softly, approaching. Did you enjoy the battle? The newcomer inquired gently, her gaze fixed on the golden-haired Su Qing, who radiated an aura of brilliance. There was an inexplicable hint of tenderness in her tone. Fortunately, Su Qing replied, reverting from his Super Saiyan 3rd grade transformation. As long as you are happy. She smiled at him in response. Now in his normal form with black hair and eyes, Su Qing regarded the person before him, Liang Bing. I am hungry. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, a flicker of concern illuminated Morgana's eyes, and she finally smiled genuinely. I will arrange something immediately. With that, she stepped forward, embracing the stoic Su Qing in her arms. As Su Qing felt a slight tension in his body, he pondered. I am uncertain if your family resides here. I merely wish to convey that the demon Queen Morgana and the angel of revelation, Liang Bing, shall eternally be your family. Upon hearing her gentle voice resonating in his ears, and inhaling the delightful fragrance surrounding her, Su Qing gradually relaxed, eventually resting his eyes against her shoulder. Chapter 44. The final calm. Suddenly, the surveillance feed from the giant gorge in the South China Sea went completely blank, shrouded in a pallid haze. What could have transpired at such a critical moment? Duke Ao felt an acute sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Wukong and Reina were equally perplexed, as it seemed that someone had recently appeared. All these events unfolded just as the signal vanished, rendering them invisible. General, it appears that the Dino 3 has been subjected to malicious interference, reported Ling Feng after a brief investigation. What? Duke Ao furrowed his brow. To disrupt the Dino 3, one must possess technology far beyond that of humanity on Blue Star. What on earth is happening? Duke Rose and Ajay exchanged bewildered glances, still unaware of how Reina had incurred a wound. Subsequently, Duke Ao personally led a team to the battlefield, only to discover that the scene was left with a disheveled Sun Wukong struggling to emerge from the debris of the mountainside. Yet, the radiant sun god, the light of the sun, Emperor Reina, was nowhere to be found. After a thorough search of the vicinity, they discovered the slain radiant sun beast, who had been covertly guarding Emperor Reina, now lying lifeless. Alas, this situation is troublesome indeed, Duke Ao lamented, feeling a throbbing headache. In a certain expanse of the universe beyond the blue planet, within the confines of a demonic castle, hiss, hiss. Su Qing had procured delicacies from the blue planet, courtesy of the demon warriors under Morgana's command, who had cleverly disguised themselves for the acquisition. Not only were there various exquisite powders, but also an array of poultry and fish, all arranged on rows of tables, enough to cover the ground in a feast of culinary delights. At this moment, Su Qing was indulging heartily, devouring the food with great fervor. Beside him, Morgana rested her chin on her hand, her face lit with a smile as she observed his voracious appetite. Despite having witnessed Su Qing's eating habits on numerous occasions, the surrounding demon warriors could not help but marvel at the sheer volume of his consumption. Over an hour later, Su Qing had single-handedly cleared every morsel from the tables, leaving behind only empty plates. Was he satisfied? Morgana, however, still worried he might not have eaten enough. At this, several little demons nearby could not suppress their own gulps of astonishment. How could one possibly not be full after this? Burp Su Qing let out a satisfied belch and nodded towards Morgana. I am full. Before she could respond, he added, Liang Bing, it would be best if you refrain from being near me for a while. Morgana, who had been smiling moments before, felt her expression freeze upon hearing this. What? Did I do something wrong? In the next instant, she sprang to her feet, her doe-like eyes gazing intently at the stern-faced Su Qing before her. In response, Su Qing shook his head and remarked, You are truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Morgana couldn't help but laugh, followed by a look of confusion. Then why do you want me to leave? I refuse to go. As she spoke, she tightly clutched one of Su Qing's arms. Cough, cough. Several little demon warriors stationed nearby immediately turned their heads. Su Qing looked at the slightly mischievous Liang Bing at that moment and couldn't help but smile. However, recalling something, he adopted a serious demeanor once more. It's not that I wish to drive you away, rather. Over 800 years ago, after I had just defeated the Holy Kesha, I sensed a powerful energy emerging from the fringes of the universe. Yet, when I instantaneously moved to its location, that energy had vanished. Morgana listened intently, beginning to grasp the implications. So, does this mean it has reappeared, and you believe it is targeting you? In fact, it may be drawing near, she inquired, looking at Su Qing with a speculative gaze. Observing her astute deductions, Su Qing couldn't help but admire her intelligence. Indeed, he nodded and continued, it is immensely powerful. While I am not afraid, should a confrontation arise, Liang Bing, I may not be able to protect you. At this, she leaned against the tall figure of Su Qing, her body tilting slightly. Hearing his words, Su Qing chuckled and instinctively exclaimed, How could I possibly not care for you? Liang Bing pressed her chin against his sturdy chest, gazing up at him. What did you just say? I heard it and felt elated, yet I wish to hear it once more. Did I say something just now? Su Qing responded with a gentle smile. Su Qing, Morgana exclaimed, attempting to grasp him. However, with a swift motion, Su Qing vanished in an instant. Morgana was left speechless. Subsequently, utilizing Demon Number 1, she discovered that Su Qing had once again ventured to Blue Star. The events that transpired after Su Qing's arrival on Blue Star had largely been observed by Morgana through surveillance footage, although she could not fathom the reasons behind it. She felt a pang of sorrow upon witnessing Su Qing encounter Ray Meng Meng, who seemingly possessed the genes of a super soldier and mistakenly believed her to be his sister, only to feel disheartened upon realizing the error. Morgana felt an undeniable ache in her heart, to the point where she contemplated obliterating Blue Star. He was thriving in Kunsa, and she would not allow any grievances to befall him. Yet upon arriving in this place, she could plainly perceive the disappointment and unhappiness etched on Su Qing's face. Had she not known that Su Qing would vehemently oppose such actions, Morgana would have undoubtedly unleashed the power of Demon Wings No. 2 to obliterate the source of his discontent, Blue Star. In a confinement cell equipped with healing technology, where am I? Delana murmured as she weakly stirred from unconsciousness, only to find herself in a dimly lit prison. Her hands were bound, and her super genes appeared to be sealed, rendering her unable to harness her abilities for the time being. As thoughts swirled in her mind, Reyna cast a glance at her chest. Goodness. Although it has improved somewhat, there remains a gaping, grievous wound. What manner of monster is that man? The image of Su Qing, transforming into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level and unleashing the Dragon Fist, filled her with an unsettling curiosity. This was the first time in her life that she had been so utterly defeated, and the severity of her injuries was unprecedented. Yet, she was still unaware of the true identity of the individual who had inflicted such harm upon her. Creak. At that moment, as the heavy door of the prison swung open, a slender black figure entered the cell with a leisurely stride, followed closely by a towering silhouette, a formidable demon warrior. It was none other than Morgana and Otto. You are demons? You are the ones who captured me, Emperor Reyna exclaimed, astonished, her voice still weak. In response, the unadorned Liang Bing offered a faint smile and said, My name is Morgana. Have you heard of me? Instantly, Emperor Reyna's pupils constricted. You are the Demon Queen Morgana? Chapter 45. Angel Yin, Pan Zhan, Divine Kesha, Du Qiangwei. Morgana at this moment, in Blue Star, Tianhe City. Boom. With a sound reminiscent of an explosion, the glass of the Angel International building shattered, leaving a gaping hole. The individuals gathered for a meeting within the building were thrown into a state of panic. Finally, everyone looked up and beheld a figure adorned with pristine white wings, now seated in the chair of the former female chairman. Upon beholding the pair of immaculate white wings, the female board member, who had previously cowered in fear alongside her colleagues, could not help but feel her pupils constrict in astonishment. Then she declared, "All right, enough for today's meeting. Everyone may leave." She instructed all others to exit the room. Once those individuals, filled with uncertainty and curiosity, gradually departed the office, I beheld, for the first time, a true angel. The board member approached the graceful figure adorned with white wings and slowly knelt before her. In response, the angel stated with little preamble, "Given that your forebears revered angels a millennium ago, I have come to impart a crucial message. Calamity looms over your blue planet." Seated in her chair, the winged figure conveyed this dire warning directly to the board member. What transpired? The board member's countenance betrayed her astonishment as she listened. Demonic civilizations. Void-dwelling beings known as Saiyan, the Grim Reaper Cow, the Devouring Legion, and the most unfathomable entities capable of effortlessly obliterating a star system. Some of these threats are hastening toward your blue planet, while others have already set foot upon your world. The figure in the chair approached the shattered wall and gazed outside, remarking, "After all, you are not angels." Indeed, if such a situation were to occur in the Angel Nebula, even we would find ourselves beset by headaches. Upon hearing the exquisite individual before her utter names that were somewhat incomprehensible yet inexplicably impressive, the female director suppressed her bewilderment and inquired, "May I ask your name?" In response, the ethereal being by the wall slowly turned, declaring Angel Yin. It was at that moment that a flurry of light and shadow swept across the skies, heading towards the grand city of Juxia. Ah, has Panjin of the Sun personally arrived? This was indeed significant. For the matter concerning D. Lena held considerable weight, for the Sun Angel Yan's eyes shimmered with a grayish hue as her discerning gaze activated. Suddenly, she was taken aback. Su Qing, who had just departed from Morgana, had returned to this planet. It seemed that Dinner 3 had also detected his presence, indicating that the ensuing events would be lively. Casting a glance at the female director behind her, Angel Yin felt no need to elaborate further, for her visit had merely been a spontaneous whim. In a swift motion, she soared through the shattered remnants of the wall, ascending into the heavens. Above, Angels Moi and Jue awaited her return, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and hesitation. "I am aware," Angel Yin affirmed. "We must report to Queen Kaisa." With a nod, the trio elevated their insight, connecting to the sacred repository of knowledge, initiating clandestine communication with their distant Queen Kaisa in the Angel Nebula. As the familiar voice resonated from the other end of the dark communication, the angelic figure of Yin reported swiftly, "Queen Kaisa, Delina has indeed been captured by Morgana. And as a consequence, the Blazing Sun's Panjin has also arrived at the Crimson Eternal's blue star. Furthermore, Queen Kaisa, the Scion Su Qing has re-emerged on this planet." After a moment of silence, the divine Kaisa inquired further, "Have Carl and that unknown entity yet to arrive at Crimson Eternal?" "Not yet," Yin the angel replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Angels Moi and Jue listened quietly from the side, although somewhat reluctant to admit it. They had to concede that even angels seemed inadequate to counter the terrifying existence that could effortlessly obliterate an entire galaxy. According to my analysis with He-She, we discovered that the adversary possesses an almost unfathomable biological energy, akin to that of the void being, Saiyan Su Qing. Perhaps, in this cosmic calamity, only Su Qing possesses the capability to withstand it. With a tone tinged with helplessness and a hint of reluctance, the divine Kaisa murmured, "Queen Kaisa, it is said that Ruming Ming bears a striking resemblance to the sister of Saiyan Su Qing." Suddenly, Angel Moi interjected. Upon hearing this, the divine Kaisa, far away in the Maluotian court, smiled. "If we can make contact, and if her qualities are sufficient, perhaps we could consider her for membership among the angels." Indeed, Queen Kaisa, Angel Yin nodded in agreement. Then, Queen Kaisa pondered about whether Morgana had truly acquired a divine body akin to hers. For the time being, we remain uncertain. However, it is highly probable that she has indeed ascended to the 4th generation of divine physique. We can no longer decipher her essence. Angel Yin once again reported to the divine Kaisa. The existence of 7 Dragon Balls, capable of granting wishes, has egregiously contravened the righteous order of the angels. Regrettably, it seems we currently lack the means to impose sanctions upon its creator, the divine Kaisa remarked with a smile. Suddenly, A thought struck her. Perhaps we could indeed attempt the strategy that she previously suggested, employing a beautiful ruse. Yin, you should be able to outmaneuver Morgana. Right? In an instant, Angel Yin found herself momentarily bewildered. Angel Moi and Angel Jue also paused for a brief moment, but quickly regained their composure, both casting amused glances at Angel Yin. Queen Kaisha, I? Angel Yan's countenance involuntarily flushed with embarrassment. Haha, we are all over 7,000 years old. It is time to exhibit some maturity. The divine Kaisha chuckled lightly, teasingly. Angels Moi and Jue stifled their laughter, causing Angel Yan's face to redden even further. Subsequently, hearing their words, the Queen Kaisha continued, in times of exigency, extraordinary measures may be warranted. That young lad Su Qing, over 800 years ago, was already impressively regarded as the mightiest male deity in the entire known universe. Now, with 800 years having elapsed, one can only speculate the true magnitude of his power. Yin, he deserves you. Perhaps you could attempt to engage with him. The angel Yin felt his cheeks flush a deeper shade. On the evening in Blue Star, in the city of Juxiao, atop a certain building, Su Qing sat on the rooftop, his gaze nonchalantly surveying the area below, yet he could sense the distinct energy emanating from the sixth-floor room beneath him. Meanwhile, in that very room on the sixth floor, Rie Mingming was diligently searching for information regarding driving lessons and obtaining a driver's license. Unbeknownst to her, a tall man was seated on the rooftop just a few stories above, leaning against the railing. Although he was aware that she was Rue Mingming and not his sister Suing from another realm, Su Qing could not help but be drawn to this building after teleporting back to Blue Star from the Demon Castle. He simply sat there for a while, leaning against the railing, choosing not to disturb anyone. In his mind, he recalled the character of Rue Mingming from the original narrative. Simple, obedient, innocent, with an average background. Working to assist her family. She may not have been a goddess in the original story, but she was undoubtedly the most gentle and pure-hearted girl. Her personality differed somewhat from that of his sister Suing, who had a mischievous streak. At times, she would break things at home and cleverly shift the blame onto her brother Su Qing, causing him to endure his parents' wrath on more than one occasion. As he reminisced about those days, a smile involuntarily graced his lips, and in his moment of joy, the tail behind him swayed gently. At that moment, as you sit there, I am at a loss whether to liken you to a thief or to a so-called brother who cannot find his true sister. A feminine voice suddenly echoed nearby. Upon hearing this, Su Qing, who had already sensed an unusual aura approaching, displayed no sign of surprise, maintaining a calm demeanor. He continued to lean against the railing, slightly bowing his head in solitude. The newcomer was none other than Du Qiangwei from the Heroic Brigade. Presently, Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, Zhao Xian, and Sheng Yaowen had all arrived at the Super God Academy. Only Rue Mingming found herself in an exceptionally unique situation, owing to Su Qing. Amidst a crowd of individuals possessing super genes, this led Du Cao to momentarily question whether to proceed with the original plan of allowing her to join the Heroic Brigade. Just moments ago, Dinner 3 had once again detected Su Qing's interaction with Rue Mingming, prompting Du Cao to feel the necessity of attempting to engage Su Qing in conversation. Thus, Du Qiangwei's arrival came to be. However, at this juncture, Su Qing seemed almost entirely oblivious to Du Qiangwei, continuing to sit with his head bowed against the rooftop railing. TSK, the naturally radiant Du Qiangwei was seldom overlooked in such a manner, and she couldn't help but pout in mild dissatisfaction. Yet, she dared not express her discontent, for she was acutely aware that the god of the sun, the radiant deity with solar gene, Lena, had been effortlessly defeated by this man before her, even sustaining grievous injuries that left a horrifying, gaping wound in her chest. Before her stood a man endowed with the extraordinary ability to transform into a radiant figure with golden hair and a shimmering golden aura. Once transformed, his biological energy surged to terrifying levels. In the presence of such a being, even Du Qiangwei, possessing the time-space gene, dared not display excessive impudence. Her previous jest had already marked a considerable display of courage on her part. With a swift motion through her temporal abilities, Du Qiangwei materialized upon the rooftop adjacent to Su Qing. "Greetings, I am Du Qiangwei, a warrior of the Elite Legion," she declared, extending her hand toward him. However, Su Qing, without lifting his gaze, replied coolly, "Is there something you need?" His demeanor conveyed a clear disinterest in rising to shake her hand. Suppressing her irritation, Du Qiangwei pressed on, "Hello, General Du Cao from the South Sea wishes to meet with you." He has extended an invitation for a meal and a discussion regarding matters involving you and Emperor Elena. Su Qing remained seated, his response indifferent. I have already dined. I am not interested. His curt dismissal of the two matters she presented left her momentarily speechless. Du Qiangwei, still youthful and lacking in composure, could not conceal her displeasure. Feeling that his attitude was excessively dismissive, it was particularly aggravating that he had not even stood to engage in conversation. Just then, her communication system chimed with the voice of her father, Du Cao, urging her to return. With a disdainful glance at the still-seated Su Qing, Du Qiangwei turned and, amidst a ripple of spatial energy, vanished from the rooftop. In an instant, as Du Qiangwei departed, a series of flickering lights appeared atop the building. It was none other than the esteemed General Panjin of the Liyang, accompanied by two divine generals. Lord Su Qing, Panjin greeted. His smile devoid of warmth as he regarded Su Qing, who was seated on the ground, leaning against the railing. Begone. Su Qing replied with an air of utter indifference. Impudent! Exclaimed Xian Tianji, one of the guardian generals beside Panjin, brandishing his god-slaying spear menacingly at Su Qing. How dare you show disrespect to General Panjin? Xian Tianji, lower your weapon and promptly apologize to Lord Su Qing. Panjin's voice thundered in reprimand towards his own subordinate. General, Xian Tianji responded, bewildered. Did you not hear my command? Panjin's gaze turned icy. Yes, Xian Tianji acquiesced, immediately bowing his head to retract the spear and offering a deep bow to Su Qing. My Lord Su Qing, I sincerely apologize for my rudeness. Please forgive me. Bowing low, Xian Tianji concealed his malevolent glare, harboring a deep-seated desire to eliminate the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, for centuries. Now, another name had been added to his list of intended victims. Pan Zhun was acutely aware of Xian Tianji's unyielding resentment, yet, despite Xian Tianji's esteemed position as one of the four protectors of Liang, there were matters he was not entitled to know. The figure before them, Su Qing, was beyond the reach of Liang's influence. As Xian Tianji bowed his head, the next moment, before Su Qing could utter a word, bang, a shadow struck heavily, sending Xuantiangji flying. Ultimately, the disheveled Xuantiangji was hurled into a ripple of space, vanishing from sight. It was none other than the claw of a demon. How dare you? Indeed, the next moment revealed Morgana's figure appearing beside Su Qing. How audacious to speak to our demon king in such a manner. Otto, deal with her. The moment Morgana arrived, she unleashed a torrent of curses. Yes, my queen. Far beyond the blue star, aboard the demon wing, Otto promptly responded. Then, the upgraded Super Demon No. 1 computation group disassembled Xuantiangji, reducing him to cosmic dust. Pan Zhun could not intervene in time, left with only a guardian by his side. Thus, one of the most detestable characters from a certain film met his end. What did you say? Morgana, hands on her hips, confronted Pan Zhun directly. Does he truly believe her demon army remains the same as before? Do you know that now Morgana commands Otto, a Te, a Bang, and several generations of divine bodies? A sacred form, do you understand? Are you afraid of the blazing sun? Anyone who dares to disrespect Su Qing shall be exterminated. Beside her, Su Qing observed Morgana, fiercely protective with her hands on her hips, and couldn't help but smile. How could he, the strongest, feel as though he was being shielded? How peculiar. Chapter 46. The four major forces compete for Rui Meimeng. 7 days later. Through the analysis conducted by the upgraded Demon 1 computing cluster, Morgana acquired valuable technical information regarding stellar energy drive from Delena, preparing for an in-depth study. However, driven by her ambition, Morgana initially intended to continue holding Delena captive to compel the Radiant civilization to submit. After all, the current demon civilization possesses the 5 sacred bodies, surpassing even the angels in wealth. Moreover, Su Qing's power is exponentially greater than that of the so-called sacred bodies. Morgana possesses both, making it impossible for her to lack the ambition to dominate the entire known universe. Indeed, capturing Delena is a testament to the expansion of her ambition. Yet, after extracting some genetic information from Delena, Morgana ultimately decided to release the now-healed Reyna. She had come to a realization, with her own sacred body, alongside Addo and others. The demon civilization boasts the might of 5 sacred bodies, augmented by Su Qing, a being of ultimate fear, and even beyond that. Thus, should Morgana truly aim to strike against the Radiant, would she still need to resort to holding Delena as a means of threat? A complete and absolute conquest. Could the Radiant even resist? At this moment, on the 6th floor of a building in Giant Canyon City, Rumingming, Through our observations over the past few days, we have discovered that you possess remarkable qualities: kindness, filial piety, and an abundance of courage. You are undoubtedly qualified to become a powerful battle angel. Thus, Rui Mengmeng I, Angel Yin, representing the Angel Queen, the sacred Kesha, extend to you an invitation. Join us among the angels. Sitting on the sofa, Angel Yin gazed earnestly at Rui Mengmeng as she spoke. Meanwhile, Rui Mengmeng was pouring tea for several peculiar guests who had just arrived, and upon hearing Angel Yan's words, she shyly responded, "Am I really that remarkable?" Although she felt somewhat flustered, she remained perplexed by the notion of being an angel as described by Angel Yin. At this moment, the peculiar visitors were not limited to Angel Yin and the angels Jue and Imoi standing behind her. There was also a voice that proclaimed, "Miss Rui Mengmeng, our Liyang shares the same love for peace as your blue stars Xia country, yearning for enduring prosperity and tranquility. Therefore, if you're willing, we at Liyang earnestly hope to become one family with you." Behind him, only the guardian deity Panjun remained, seated directly opposite Angel Yin. However, as soon as Panjun finished speaking, he added, "No matter how similar it may seem to Xia country, it is still not Xia country." Suddenly, Du Cao, standing beside Du Qiangwei and Jie, interjected, "Mengmeng, you have grown up in Blue Star Xia country, and both of your parents are Xia nationals. If you are willing to join the Xiong Binglian, the nation may not offer you the universe's finest, but it is willing to provide you with the best it possesses." Du Cao looked intently at Rui Mengmeng as he spoke. Rui Mengmeng felt a bit bewildered. At that moment, the brain struggled to process the overwhelming influx of information. Suddenly, an individual clad in a Chong Sam beneath a trench coat interjected, "What can you possibly offer to a tiny blue planet? And as for you, Radiant Sun, your own planet is but half intact. What do you expect them to do? Assist you in mending your world?" In the end, the three little angels, by Qi, had the audacity to appear before me. "Do you believe I wouldn't sweat you down with a single strike?" Morgana, devoid of makeup, launched an immediate tirade against all the guests present in Rui Mengmeng's apartment. Instantly, the expressions of angels Yan, Jue, Moi, Du Kaio, Du Qiangwei, and Panjun soured, their brows furrowing in displeasure. Particularly, Panjun and his subordinates could hardly conceal their irritation upon hearing Morgana's remark about the radiant sun being reduced to a mere half, especially considering the death of Xuantianji just 7 days prior. However, recalling the close relationship between Su Qing and Morgana, Panjun could only choose to bite his tongue and refrain from retaliating. "You." Angel Jue glared at Morgana, seated on another sofa. "This is Rui Mengmeng's territory. Should we engage in a brawl? What if we disturb her? Do you think Su Qing would be pleased?" Meanwhile, Angel Yin chuckled and addressed Morgana. "What a disgrace." Morgana, immediately irked, contemplated her options. Indeed, had it not been for Rui Mengmeng's presence, she would have acted long ago. For just 7 days prior, when a conflict nearly erupted between Morgana and Panjun, Su Qing had firmly declared, "In this entire universe, no one is permitted to instigate a quarrel in the vicinity of Rui Mengmeng." It is this very statement that enables the angel, the demon, the blazing sun, and the representatives of the Blue Star Summer Nation, such as Takeo, to coexist peacefully at this moment. Otherwise, let us not even mention the inevitable conflict that arises between angels and demons upon their first encounter. However, after several exchanges of words, it is clear that no party is gaining any advantage. Morgana glares discontentedly at the angel Yin opposite her. You all." Rui Mengmeng observes these peculiar individuals engaging in a war of words, utterly bewildered. This morning, she was supposed to go out and work to support her family. Due to the sudden arrival of these unfamiliar guests, Rui Mengmeng finds herself unable to fulfill her job. And then, "Mengmeng, your brother Su Qing is on the demon's side. We are truly one family." Morgana brings up Su Qing. "What, my brother?" As she serves tea to the guests, Rui Mengmeng becomes even more confused. "Mengmeng, have you heard of angels? They possess pure wings, noble qualities, and can soar through the cosmos, fighting for justice. Would you not aspire to become such a magnificent female angel?" Yin the angel rises at the opportune moment. Moreover, the three angels reveal their hidden wings, showcasing their true nature. They're indeed angels. Rui Mengmeng gasps in astonishment. "Miss Mengmeng, do you enjoy the warmth of the sun? The blazing sun is willing to exhaust all efforts to grant you such formidable power." Panjun also stands, conjuring a small golden sphere of energy in his hand. Wow! The radiant celestial orb leaves Rui Mengmeng utterly speechless. In response to this, allow you unworldly angels and the blazing sun to gain some insight. Morgana cast a self-satisfied glance at the attendant behind her, Addo. Yes, my queen. Addo, having diminished his stature, stepped forward to present a gift box to Rumingming. As the crowd looked on, the box was opened. It contained the 7 Dragon Balls. The eyes of angels Yin, Jue, and Moi, along with Panjin and others, widened in astonishment. Even Takeo, Du Qiangwei, and Jie seemed to recognize the existence of the Dragon Balls. Their expressions filled with uncertainty as they gazed at the 7 golden orbs within Addo's hands. It was the result of the Super God Academy's frenzied collection of data on Su Qing, who had vanquished the formidable Sun Wukong and the radiant Empress Reina. Ultimately, they had gleaned some insights about Su Qing from Reina, who had inquired with Panjun. Thus, at this moment, the members of the Fierce Legion, including Takeo, Du Qiangwei, and Jie, were struck with a sense of recognition upon seeing the Dragon Balls, their expressions betraying a blend of confusion and intrigue. Even Panjun, Takeo, Du Qiangwei, and Jie, who understood the significance of the Dragon Balls, could not help but harbor a glimmer of hope as they beheld the 7 orbs. After all, who wouldn't desire the ability to fulfill a wish with the Dragon Balls? Meanwhile, Rumingming remained in a state of bewilderment, staring at the 7 resplendent spheres that Addo had presented to her. Chapter 47. Su Qing, Emperor Lena, and the Monkey King on the other side. Within a tavern. Su Qing, you really struck hard the other day. I spent 7 days recuperating from the wounds inflicted by the Demon Legion, and only now am I fully recovered. It was a sight to behold. Su Qing, the Monkey King, and Emperor Lena gathered together to indulge in libations. Despite having engaged in a life-and-death battle merely a week prior, Old Sun felt similarly. It had taken him several days to recover as well. After downing a glass of strong liquor, the Monkey King cast a wry smile at Su Qing beside him. Listening to the lamentations of the two, Su Qing chuckled. The battle we had was rather exhilarating. Let's do it again sometime. I'm not joining you again, the Monkey King replied, shaking his head. You can seek out anyone you wish, but I refuse to fight you again. Emperor Lena similarly waved her hand in rejection. Come. Let us toast to our unexpected camaraderie. With that, she raised her cup, signaling to Su Qing and the Monkey King. In response, both Su Qing and the Monkey King smiled and lifted their glasses, and soon the 3 clinked their cups together, drinking heartily. Originally, there were no significant grievances among Su Qing, the Monkey King, and Emperor Lena. Although the Monkey King had some previous conflicts with the Radiant Sun, after collaborating with Emperor Lena against Su Qing, he had begun to acknowledge her. In the days that followed, he discerned that Emperor Lena was markedly different from Panjin and his ilk. Indeed, just moments ago, spurred on by Emperor Lena, the Monkey King had come to find Su Qing, who had already established a residence on Blue Star, and thus, the 3 of them found themselves in the tavern, engaged in merriment over drinks. Upon entering moments ago, the Monkey King had transformed into the charming rogue he once was. Su Qing, I must ask, are you truly the male sovereign of the demon civilization? And, is it true that you share a special relationship with the Demon Queen Morgana? With a hint of curiosity, Delena leaned in, eager to pry into Su Qing's affairs. For a brief moment, Su Qing was taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Ultimately, he merely offered a subtle smile, neither confirming nor denying the insinuations. Goodness, is that truly the case? From Delena's perspective, Su Qing's silence amounted to an admission. As for me, the old monkey, I have no intention of meddling in this matter. After all, the demons have not caused any harm to the Summer Kingdom since their arrival on Blue Star. Moreover, even if they had, I would be no match for you. Su Qing, the Monkey King, continued to drink in silence. However, it is undeniable that Su Qing's presence has significantly altered the trajectory of the demon civilization over the past 9 centuries, allowing it to flourish and expand in ways previously unimagined. The conflict between angels and demons has temporarily ceased, and the ranks of the demon army have swelled to a formidable size. Morgana no longer feels the urgency to resurrect fallen demon warriors or to recruit and convert more, as their numbers are already ample. Furthermore, with Su Qing's existence, he is far more valuable than any multitude of demon warriors. Thus, upon their arrival on Blue Star, the demon civilization has indeed refrained from any significant actions. This restraint is partly due to Morgana's consideration of Su Qing's feelings. She can clearly perceive that he harbors a unique affection for this planet, especially after the presence of Rumingming. Although Morgana is unaware of the intricate reasons behind it, She has resolved that as long as Su Qing cherishes this planet, she, Morgana, shall not bring harm to it. In fact, she is even willing to protect this world for Su Qing's sake. What is this? Is it for me? Observing the golden 7 Dragon Balls being presented to her by Otto, Rumingming feels they appear exceedingly precious, and thus, she hesitates to accept them. In this somewhat cramped living room, the sight of the shimmering orbs captivates her, although she is unsure of their nature. Their radiant allure clearly suggests they are far from ordinary. To her astonishment, she notices they glimmer with an enchanting light, exuding an essence that transcends mere electric illumination, more akin to the mythical luminous pearls of legend. This prompts Rumingming to take a step back, gesturing in refusal. Ming. These are the 7 Dragon Balls, divine artifacts created by your brother. They possess the power to grant a single wish. At this moment, Morgana timely steps in to elucidate the function of the Dragon Balls to Rumingming. Initially believing the 7 orbs to be extraordinary, Rumingming finds herself underestimating their true worth. They can fulfill a person's wish? She gazes incredulously at the contents of the box before her. Morgana's revelation of the Dragon Balls leaves Tian Shurian and Panjin somewhat helpless. Indeed, these artifacts are remarkably formidable. Have they not witnessed Morgana and her subordinate Otto transformed into divine beings beyond their reach? Such power is derived from summoning the dragon through the 7 Dragon Balls and making a wish. Morgana presented this, making the conditions previously stated by Angel Yin and Panjin seem rather trivial. After all, with the Dragon Balls in hand, what wish could not be granted at will? To become an angel, to possess the power to drive stars. The divine dragon could even manifest a sacred body. What significance do these demands hold now? Surely, they pale in comparison. Meanwhile, Du Cao, Du Qiangwei, and Ajai, representing the Blue Star Xia Nation, had yet to speak, seemingly finding no need to do so. With the emergence of the Dragon Balls, Angel Yin and Panjin appeared utterly devoid of any advantage. Moreover, they were part of the heroic legion. Nevertheless, Du Cao stood up, asserting that he needed to convey the nation's and the heroic legion's sincere intentions. Should you choose to join the heroic legion, not only will you receive the support of our resources alongside the Super God Academy, but your parents will also be looked after by the state in their old age. Furthermore, a plaque recognizing your family's honor and all related allowances will be promptly delivered to your parents, who will be filled with pride and joy on your behalf. Du Cao expressed all this fervently. Morgana couldn't help but chuckle at the simplicity of it all. Could this truly compare to her Dragon Balls? Although Angel Yin and Panjin felt their hopes dwindling, they couldn't suppress a smile upon hearing Du Cao's words. Du Cao, along with the still silent Du Qiangwei and Ajai, had little expectation themselves. Yet, to their surprise, Rui Mingming's eyes grew increasingly bright at Du Cao's proclamation. Is that true? Then, may I finally have a formal position? Also, is it possible for me to learn driving under your guidance? Furthermore, what financial support can my parents expect? And what would my salary be? Additionally, can I study computer skills with you? Rui Mingming's face was filled with hope, a stark contrast to her earlier astonishment when encountering the so-called angels, the stellar forces, and the Dragon Balls. At that moment, her expression radiated sheer delight. Instantly, Angels Yin, Zhui, and Moe, along with Panjin and Otto, were taken aback. Even Dakao, Du Qiangwei, and Ajia found themselves momentarily speechless. Wait, hold on a moment. Morgana was momentarily stunned as well. Ha ha ha, Comrade Rui Mingming. These matters can certainly be discussed. Come, let us find a more suitable place to converse. Dakao, regaining his composure, chuckled heartily and began to lead Rui Mingming away. However, there are still guests. Rui Mingming pointed behind her. Do not worry about them, Dakao insisted, eagerly pulling Rui Mingming along. Du Qiangwei and Ajia, now aware of the situation, hurried over with cheerful smiles to coax Rui Mingming out of the room. Observing as Rui Mingming was whisked away, Angels Yin, Panjin, and the others could not help but twitch at the corners of their eyes. How absurd. Even Morgana was left speechless in the end. Chapter 48. Q's, the common enemy of all in the known universe. Inside the tavern. Hey, Su Qing. After several rounds of drinks, Delana suddenly leaned in, wrapping her arm around Su Qing's shoulders, her body slightly inclining toward him. As Su Qing consumed a piece of fish, he couldn't shake the feeling that Reina was concealing something insidious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Monkey King also cast a glance at the current Empress Reina. Then, with a mischievous grin, she leaned closer to Su Qing, her eyes sparkling slightly with the influence of alcohol, and remarked, "I heard from Pan Zhun that when you battled with me and Sun Wukong, your hair transformed into that long, magnificent form. Wasn't it referred to as the Super Saiyan third level?" Although Su Qing was puzzled by her sudden inquiry, he nodded in acknowledgement. What's the matter? That explosive surge of biological energy you unleashed was utterly terrifying. Even I, old son, couldn't match it. Monkey King gazed at Su Qing with newfound admiration. Reina then posed another unexpected question. Is there not also a Super Saiyan fourth level? In response, Monkey King, adopting a serious demeanor, inquired, "Is this the kind of power or state that Old Du mentioned, which Su Qing utilized to defeat the so-called King of the Gods, the Divine Kesha, approximately 900 years ago?" While Dekao had yet to fully uncover the events that transpired on Kunsa Star 9 centuries prior, he was aware of Su Qing's transformation into the mightiest Super Saiyan fourth level and his victory over the Divine Kesha, largely due to Reina's insights. When Dekao first heard Reina's account, he was taken aback. After all, it was the Divine Kesha, the King of the Gods, the foremost being in the universe for over 10,000 years. How could such a figure be vanquished by a mere mortal? Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that it is said that Su Qing from 900 years ago was in a newly born state. Yet, he could still defeat the almost unparalleled Divine Kesha. While Du Cao was filled with uncertainty, he relayed this information to Monkey King. Thus, at this moment, Monkey King possessed a slight understanding, though not as profound as that of Delena. Indeed, it is said that in that state, Su Qing could even pierce through a compressed supernova with a single punch. Reina gazed at Su Qing with a charming smile, her beauty tinged with a rosy hue. Appearing as if she were intoxicated, yet her eyes sparkled with clarity, suggesting otherwise. So, Su Qing reciprocated with a smile, curious about her intentions. Heh. Upon noticing Su Qing's inquiry, Reina's playful demeanor intensified. "Well, it seems we have become friends through this unintentional encounter. Might I request to see your most powerful Super Saiyan fourth form?" After all the chatter, it turns out she simply wished to witness the so-called Super Saiyan fourth form firsthand. In response, Monkey King gazed intently at Su Qing, equally intrigued. "The Super Saiyan fourth form, you say?" Upon hearing Delena's request, Su Qing murmured without rejecting or agreeing. "Su Qing, I, Delena, will owe you a favor in the future, all right? Please, just let me see." Delena began to playfully shake Su Qing's hand, eliciting laughter from both him and Monkey King. "Very well." At last, Su Qing nodded in agreement. "Su Qing, you are truly generous." Reina joyfully embraced Su Qing's shoulder, exclaiming, "This friend of mine, I, Reina, have firmly decided on." Nearby, Monkey King looked at Su Qing with a hint of surprise, as if questioning his remarkable perception. In response, Su Qing suddenly radiated a golden brilliance, his hand swiftly grasping the shoulders of the two beside him. With a swift motion, they vanished from the confines of the tavern. At that moment, on the moon, Su Qing, enveloped in golden light, unexpectedly materialized with Reina and Monkey King on its surface. Having just been on Blue Star a second prior, Reina and Monkey King, bewildered, soon came to realize their new surroundings. In a private communication, Reina exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow! Pan Zhun indeed mentioned that you, Su Qing, possess a unique spatio-temporal movement technique distinct from micro-wormhole traversal. However, I never imagined you could transport us so far. We arrived on the moon in an instant. This is even faster than my cloud somersault." Monkey King shook his head in laughter, increasingly impressed by Su Qing. Yet, Su Qing paid no heed to their astonishment and admiration. Instead, he clenched his fists and, with a thunderous roar, bellowed into the sky. His powerful shout reverberated through the air, resonating with an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, the entire moon quaked beneath them. Goodness! Reina and Monkey King stared with wide eyes, while Su Qing was enveloped in a radiant golden light amidst a furious roar. "Ah!" As his final cry reverberated and echoed throughout the lunar expanse, all the golden luminescence receded. Once the brilliance had fully contracted, a towering red figure stood resolutely in place. Indeed, it was the Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, Su Qing's height surpassed 2 meters, his hair a deep black and exuberant, with his entire body adorned in crimson fur. Even the hair of his tail transformed to a vibrant red. Beneath his golden pupils lay a striking red shadow, accentuating a uniquely alluring charm. This Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing radiated an aura of striking handsomeness, wicked allure, and formidable wildness. As they beheld Su Qing's astonishing transformation, Emperor Reina and Monkey King were momentarily taken aback. Observing their astonishment, Su Qing asked, "What is the matter? Is this not what you wished to see? Or have I disappointed you?" With arms crossed before him, a slight smile graced his lips as he regarded the astonished faces of Reina and Monkey King. Finally regaining their composure, Reina could not contain her exclamation, "Wow, so handsome." Indeed, the originally striking and coldly handsome Su Qing, transformed into Super Saiyan 4, exuded an even greater allure and ferocity, his presence overwhelmingly impressive. The enhancement of his bioenergy was precisely that of the golden-haired third stage multiplied tenfold, an astounding 40,000 times. At this moment, the Monkey King couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh, his expression one of utter bewilderment. It felt utterly absurd. Just then, a familiar figure materialized amidst a ripple in space, appearing upon the surface of the moon, none other than the Demon Queen, Morgana. "Su Qing, what has transpired?" Morgana inquired anxiously. Having just departed from Rue Mingming's apartment, she had received a covert communication from Atai, informing her that Su Qing had suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Fourth stage on the moon. Morgana could not resist hastening to his side. "It's nothing," Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan fourth stage form, replied with a calm smile, shaking his head at the flustered Liang Bing. Just then, several figures appeared, evidently drawn by the power unleashed by Su Qing's transformation, arriving promptly on the lunar surface. The beautiful angelic trio, Angel Yin, Angel Jue, and Angel Moi, along with the formidable general of the blazing sun, Pan Zhun, and another guardian deity, hastily made their way to the moon. One by one, they regarded the Super Saiyan Su Qing with expressions of uncertainty. Thus, the once desolate moon suddenly became infused with a sense of lively commotion. "Why has everyone come?" Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle. "What brings you all here?" Morgana glared at Angel Yin and Pan Zhun. As Morgana, relieved by Su Qing's assurance, reflected on the situation, she thought to herself, if it weren't for these troublesome individuals, perhaps she could have whisked Rue Mingming away to the Demon Castle and surprised Su Qing. Regrettably, due to the interference of a few troublesome individuals, the person was ultimately taken away by Du Cao. Speaking of which, Morgana is currently feeling quite dejected. Why is her Dragon Ball not as appealing as the trivial conditions proposed by Du Cao? That little girl Rueming actually chose not to side with her and instead departed with that old scoundrel Du Cao. Morgana simply cannot fathom it. In any case, Morgana finds herself increasingly irritated by the presence of Angel Yin and Pan Zhun. In response to this, which existence is being referred to? Angel Yin, regardless of Morgana's demeanor, cast a suspicious glance toward the Super Saiyan fourth stage, Su Qing. At the same time, he posed a pointed question. Upon hearing this, Super Saiyan Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained composure. It was evident that the major forces within this known universe were now aware of the formidable aura. "Lord Su Qing, do you require assistance?" Pan Zhun unexpectedly spoke up, catching Morgana off guard. It seemed that both the angels and the fiery sun were preparing to lend their aid. "Ah, how opportunistic of you." As the saying goes among the people of the Summer Kingdom on Blue Star, has the sun risen from the west today? Positioning herself closest to Su Qing, Morgana crossed her arms and smiled charmingly at Angel Yin and Pan Zhun. Meanwhile, Delana and Monkey King gazed in bewilderment at the suddenly arrived Pan Zhun and Angel Yin, particularly perplexed by their words, which left the less informed duo quite confused. "Pan Zhun, why do I not comprehend what you are saying? Is there something I am unaware of?" Rina discerned that Pan Zhun, this old wretch, had indeed withheld vital information regarding Su Qing. However, at that moment, Pan Zhun had no time to concern himself with Rina. Angel Yin turned once more to Su Qing and declared, "In comparison to you, that entity represents a genuine cosmic catastrophe. With ease, it has obliterated an entire star system. Its power is fearsome, and its nature is chillingly cruel. Should this not be addressed, every inhabitant of the known universe may soon confront utter annihilation." The implication of Angel Yan's words was straightforward. This was a terrifying adversary that all beings within the known universe must collectively face. Obliterating a star system. The significance of this revelation caused Monkey King's pupils to constrict in disbelief. "Is that for real?" Rina was equally astonished. Even she, the illustrious Rina, the embodiment of solar light gene, would hesitate to utter such claims of star system destruction. Moreover, Angel Yin had emphasized the word easily in relation to the annihilation of a star system, a detail that was truly striking. Absurd. When did such a monstrous entity emerge in the known universe? Even the revered Kesha could not possess such capability. And now you seek her aid? Why did you not act sooner? Morgana stood proudly beside Su Qing, a triumphant expression adorning her face. As Su Qing allowed himself a brief smile, he dispelled his transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage. Yet, in the next moment, he heard Angel Yin say, Su Qing, Queen Kesha has proclaimed that you alone might be able to resolve this impending calamity for the entirety of the known universe. In the ensuing moment, the Archangel Yin knelt on one knee, proclaiming, should you so desire, all of the female warrior angels shall heed your command. As Yin knelt, the angels Chue and Moe, standing behind her, immediately followed suit, kneeling before Su Qing. Furthermore, Panjin, along with the guardian deities behind him, bowed their heads in fealty to Su Qing, declaring, the Liang people are likewise willing to obey the dictates of your esteemed personage. Good heavens, what just is this? Morgana muttered, dumbfounded. She had indeed contemplated such a scene in the past, yet never anticipated that it would materialize in this manner. Even Reina gazed upon Panjin, who was prostrating himself before Su Qing with utter astonishment. She could scarcely believe that Panjin, who had so often lectured her with a multitude of principles, would now exhibit such obsequious deference to a man outside of Liang. Could it be that the future they spoke of was truly so formidable as to pose a threat to the entirety of the known universe? Otherwise, why would Panjin act in such a manner? At that moment, Su Qing, observing the bowing Panjin and the kneeling Angel Yin, was taken aback by a sense of surprise and astonishment. However, he then uttered calmly, I still rather prefer to fight alone. Scarcely had the words left his lips when Morgana abruptly clapped him on the shoulder, chiding him. Are you daft? Amused by this, Su Qing responded, converse with Yang Bing. Her intent mirrors my own. Having spoken, in the next moment, a golden aura enveloped Su Qing, and he vanished from the moon in an instant. Clearly, he had returned to Blue Star. At that moment, Su Qing's words left Morgana momentarily stunned, but upon regaining her composure, a radiant smile graced her face. However, the three angels, Yin, Jue, and Moi, could not help but furrow their brows. What rationale was there for them, celestial beings, to heed the commands of Morgana, the Demon Queen? What was this? Do you harbor any objections? Did you not express your willingness to follow Su Qing? Now, he demands that you obey my royal decree. Morgana crossed her arms, her expression one of triumph as she regarded the angels and Panjin before her. To this, Panjin inquired with a smile, so, Demon Queen, do you have any commands for us? Do not rush. There are still them, Morgana replied, her gaze fixed on the angels. Yin, caught in indecision, looked towards Jue and Moi. Yet, even Yin herself was momentarily at a loss. Until, Yin, a familiar authoritative voice resonated in Yin's communication system. Queen Kaisha. A wave of joy surged through her. Affirmative, echoed the voice of the divine Kaisha within the communication. Your Majesty. Yin gasped in astonishment. She nodded, yes. Queen Kaisha. Chapter 49. No one can trouble you. It's as simple as that. Days later, within the opulent confines of a villa named Blue Star. This is delicious. Su Qing, you must try this. In the grand hall, upon the soft and spacious sofa, Morgana took a bite of the dessert she had purchased then, with her cheeks slightly puffed, offered Su Qing a piece. Nearby, Su Qing, leisurely engrossed in a television drama depicting the world, chuckled and extended his hand to accept the offering, savoring a bite. Quite delightful. Su Qing nodded in approval. Thus, Morgana beamed with a radiant smile, continuing to sample other confections while enjoying the show alongside him. What about the angels and the radiant sun? Su Qing inquired, glancing at her unadorned yet striking visage. In response, Morgana replied, I have requested them to send more personnel over. Hence, Angel Yin and Panjin have temporarily departed from Blue Star to mobilize their forces. Since they are willing to collaborate, the more, the merrier. She added, regardless, with your presence. And now that I have ascended to the sacred body alongside Otto and the others, we need not fear any schemes they might devise. Morgana set down the strawberry-flavored pastry in her hand and continued, if I am not mistaken, soon Kaisa and she may also arrive on this Blue Star. As Angel Yin previously articulated, that enigmatic adversary possesses a terrifying power capable of effortlessly annihilating entire galaxies. The sheer act of obliterating a whole star system reveals that this foe is a demon far more malevolent than our own demonic army. Indeed, it shall become a common enemy to all within the known universe. The only deity capable of confronting such an entity is you, Su Qing. In that moment I, along with Kesha, He, She, and Panjin, may at most be able to restrain Carl and the likes of the Tao Tai Legion. The true formidable opponent, Su Qing, must be left to you to confront. As she spoke, Morgana gazed at the stern-faced young man beside her. Yes, this is for the best, Su Qing replied with a faint smile and a nod. The mere thought of a powerful adversary approaching stirred a fervent excitement within him. Su Qing, I apologize, Morgana suddenly uttered, a look of remorse crossing her features. At this moment, I fear I cannot be of much assistance. Taken aback by her sudden confession, Su Qing paused before shaking his head with a light chuckle. Liang Bing, you have already done remarkably well, and I am sincerely grateful. Moreover, the emergence of a formidable opponent is something I eagerly anticipate, even find exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Morgana was momentarily taken aback, then pouted in response. What I seek is not your gratitude, Su Qing. However, as her words faded, she felt a warmth radiating from her forehead. As for everything else, we can discuss it after I have vanquished this unknown adversary. Before her stood Su Qing, smiling at the stunned Morgana. It was the first time in 9 centuries that she had encountered him in such a state, leaving her utterly bewildered. Yet, in the next moment, she regained her composure, her face brimming with delight as she reached out to embrace Su Qing, her cherry-red lips poised to initiate a kiss. However, Su Qing firmly pressed his hand against her forehead, preventing her advance. I said, we shall discuss this later. How unfair. You have already taken advantage of me. I must reclaim my due. Liang Bing protested, struggling against Su Qing's imposing grip. Despite her efforts, the towering Su Qing maintained his hold, refusing to relent. Suddenly, Su Qing sensed something and turned his gaze toward the outside of the villa. What is the matter? Morgana inquired, noticing his change in demeanor. You were right, Liang Bing. Sacred Kaisa and he have arrived. Su Qing replied, his attention fixed on a certain direction outside the villa, where he detected a familiar presence. They truly had come. Although it was anticipated, Morgana couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Queen, I, the White God, am with Sacred Kaisa and she. At this moment, the voice of Otto resonated through their covert communication. Thanks to the sapphire-studded ring of kings on Su Qing's hand, he could not only receive covert messages, but also mobilize the Demon One computational group. Morgana and I are already aware, she succinctly replied to Otto. Subsequently, Morgana smiled and couldn't help but exclaim, perhaps, after a millennium of fierce battles between demons and angels, it is time for them to collaborate. With that, Morgana ceased her struggle to embrace Su Qing and took a step back. Shall I go and take a look first? Gazing at him, Morgana continued to chuckle softly. Su Qing nodded. In the next moment, Morgana vanished amidst a ripple of space. Su Qing, do not forget your promise to me, echoed her voice in the air before her final disappearance. Hearing this, a slight smile graced Su Qing's lips. Soon after, he approached the grand door, opened it, and leaned against the wall as if waiting for someone. Not long after, Rui Mingming appeared outside the villa, carrying a gift box. Upon suddenly seeing him standing at the entrance of the courtyard, Rui Mingming was momentarily taken aback. You are here. Su Qing regarded the young girl before him and smiled gently. Are you going out? Rui Mingming, holding the gift box, felt a bit awkward and unsure of what to say. No, I am waiting for you, Su Qing replied. Huh, how did you know I would come? Rui Mingming's face was filled with confusion. Su Qing couldn't help but smile again. Come in and sit. Oh, thank you. Rui Mingming realized she had no choice but to enter this lavishly beautiful house. Once inside, she was further astonished by the opulence of the villa's decor. Feeling that even the sofas in the living room appeared exorbitantly priced, making her hesitant to take a seat. Please, do sit. Until Su Qing signaled. She hesitantly placed down the gift box and took a seat, appearing somewhat reserved. Are you afraid of me? Su Qing suddenly inquired. Rui Mingming momentarily froze, then quickly shook her head in denial. No. Su Qing smiled and continued in a casual manner. I heard that you are now a soldier in the Super God Academy's elite squad. How does it feel there? It's quite good, Rui Mingming promptly replied. Sister Na, Sister Qilin, Sister Rose, and also Brother Luan, Brother Xian, Brother Lu, and Brother Yuan have all been very kind to me. Hearing her response and observing her genuine happiness, Su Qing nodded in satisfaction. That's wonderful. Would you like some pastries? There are dozens of boxes of desserts brought by Liang Bing. At that moment, Rui Mingming appeared hesitant, unsure of how to express her thoughts. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, do I really resemble your sister? Instantly, Su Qing's hand paused in the act of reaching for the pastry box. However, he quickly lifted his gaze to meet Rui Mingming's eyes on the sofa before him. Yes, you bear a striking resemblance. But you are Rui Mingming, while her name is Su Ying. You are not the same person. There is no need to overthink it. Just continue living your life well. If you enjoy being in the elite squad, then remain a soldier there. But if one day you no longer wish to stay, then you can leave. Rest assured, no one can make things difficult for you. It is that simple. With that, Su Qing extended the box of pastries towards the dazed Rui Mingming, who was staring at him. At this moment, Rui Mingming found herself somewhat dazed, gazing at Su Qing before her. Coming to her senses, she uttered with a hint of bewilderment, thank you. Chapter 50, Cosmic War, the Onset of Battle. Meanwhile, in the vast expanse of space beyond Blue Star, the Divine Kaisar and He-She, two angelic queens, prepared to descend upon the planet accompanied by a multitude of battle maidens. In the interim, they had successfully locked onto the positions of the Super God Academy's Valiant Legion, the Galactic Force, and the Solar Light. Scanning for biological energy, they pinpointed the location of the Void Entity, Saiyan Su Qing. The location of the Void Entity, Saiyan Su Qing, has been confirmed. Let the clouds roll, proclaimed Queen Kaisar as Queen He-She arrived. Angels Yen, Zhui, and Moe reported in succession, culminating in a loud declaration from Angel Lang. This formidable assembly of angels commanded numerous blade warships, making their way into Blue Star. Unlike the original tale where only a single blade warship arrived, at this moment, dozens of blade warships, centered around the one commanded by the Divine Kaisar and He-She, carried hundreds upon thousands of battle maidens into the atmosphere of Blue Star. General Decao remarked, "They are angels. They have returned." "Wait, the leading angel is not Yen," reported Ling Feng, somewhat astonished, from the control platform of the supercomputer to Decao. Upon hearing this, Du Cao hastily approached, and upon witnessing the two most captivating and extraordinary angels on the screen, he was taken aback. It was none other than the sacred Kaisa and the celestial king He-She. Du Cao felt a mixture of surprise and astonishment. However, he quickly reconciled himself to the reality that every move of the unknown adversary was catastrophic, something that no inhabitant of the entire known universe could afford to overlook. Even the legendary angel kings, Kaisa and He-She, were not exempt from this dire truth. Moreover, it had become apparent to every civilization within the known universe that the sole hope of resisting this formidable foe lay in the void being, Saiyan Su Qing. Their Super God Academy's formidable legion, alongside angels, the radiant sun, and demons, would unite to confront the grim specter of death, Karl, who was rapidly approaching the Chiwu galaxy, accompanied by his legion of beasts, including the voracious Tao Tai and the colossal wolves. It was rumored that even the triangular entities had yielded to this unknown enemy. They had now assembled and would soon arrive at Chiwu Galaxy en masse. This was a catastrophe of cosmic proportions. Without addressing the enemy, escape would be futile. Thus, Du Cao understood that not only the sacred Kaisa and He-She, but even the radiant sun, which had long been in a state of complacency, would be compelled to join forces in the struggle against this terrifying unknown existence. At this moment, as the sacred Kaisa and He-She, along with their fellow angels, had just entered the Blue Star, they beheld several figures soaring in the high skies ahead. It was Morgana, Otto, Ate, Abang, and Haifeng. In response to the sight of her once sister, now the malevolent Queen Morgana, the holy Kaisha gently gestured, causing all the celestial blade warships to come to an immediate halt. In the next moment, the holy Kaisha and He-She appeared before Morgana amidst a ripple of spatial energy. Despite possessing divine forms themselves, Otto, Ate, Abang, and Haifeng felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation upon witnessing the holy Kaisha and He-She. Even Morgana sensed an unaccountable weight in her heart. However, upon thinking of Su Qing, she instantly wore a proud expression. "Ah, so you have truly become divine beings?" He-She remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Morgana and her companions with a mixture of astonishment and intrigue. Although she was already aware, the reality of the demon civilization's divine entities surpassing that of the angels left her in awe. It seemed the Dragon Balls indeed possessed the power to grant wishes. The holy Kaisha interjected, "Indeed, they do." Morgana initially displayed a smug demeanor, but then, recalling something, she narrowed her eyes at her former sister, the holy Kaisha, and warned, "Do not even think about coveting the Dragon Balls." The holy Kaisha and He-She exchanged a knowing smile, pondering that perhaps, if circumstances allowed, they could utilize the Dragon Balls to wish away the impending cosmic catastrophe. Suddenly, the holy Kaisha proposed an idea. "Oh, come now. Do you think you are the only clever one? I've already tried, and it was futile. The dragon said it exceeds its capabilities." Morgana exclaimed with a wave of her hand, revealing that she had indeed attempted to summon the dragon. The Dragon Balls were created by Su Qing, suggesting a certain connection to his powers. If the dragon were unable to manifest, might it imply something about Su Qing as well? Morgana's words stirred something in He-Shi, causing her to furrow her brow. The divine Kesha turned her gaze towards Morgana. "Yes, but also no." Liang Bing pondered for a moment before continuing. When Su Qing created the Dragon Balls, he had yet to awaken the powers of the White God. Therefore, the current Dragon Balls are not yet in their most perfected state. She would not allow anyone to underestimate Su Qing, the White God. Yet, Morgana's statement revealed certain insights to divine Kesha and He-Shi. Then, recalling the time they had learned of his title as the White God, He-Shi and Morgana had speculated. Indeed, beyond the fourth level of Super Saiyan, Su Qing could continue to evolve. Divine Kesha couldn't help but show a hint of astonishment. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. He-Shi sighed with a wry smile. As the Angel Queen for tens of thousands of years, she had been defeated by Su Qing with a single punch 9 centuries ago. After decades of research into the sacred body, he effortlessly created a dragon that, through wishes, could be transformed in just a century. My goodness, what a blow to the spirit. Su Qing's current strength. When the time comes, you shall see. And it will undoubtedly astonish you. Observing the awe on divine Kesha and He-Shi's faces due to Su Qing, Morgana felt a sense of pride, as if the praise were directed at her. At this moment, He-Shi suddenly found herself in a trance. How many years had it been since the three of us had engaged in such a heartfelt conversation? Upon hearing her words, Liang Bing and the once inseparable sisters, the holy Kesha, were momentarily taken aback. 7 days later, the valiant members of the Super God Academy, including Monkey Brother, Geshaluan, Lu Chuang, and Du Qiangwei, alongside the angelic army led by holy Kesha and He-Shi, the blazing sun army commanded by Panjun and Emperor Reina, and the demonic forces under Morgana's leadership, all converged into one formidable entity. Then, all assembled, they set forth on their journey, a fleet of battleships advancing towards the Worm Bridge station located near Pluto. At this juncture, Morgana, holy Kesha, He-Shi, Panjun, Du Kao, Monkey Brother, Emperor Reina, Geshaluan, Lu Chuang, and Du Qiangwei, among all the leading figures, found themselves gathered within the demon castle, encircled by a multitude of battleships. Suddenly, a sound echoed, hiss, gurgle. Everyone turned to behold a figure voraciously indulging in an array of delicacies. It was Su Qing. As Pluto drew near, all awaited his satiation. Subsequently, at the moment the fleet arrived near the Worm Bridge station of Pluto, laughter erupted. "Ha! Splendid, splendid. A whole crowd of short skirts has arrived, saving me the trouble of seeking you out individually. Have you missed your illustrious Wang Huaya? Ha ha." Chapter 51. The Ancient Evil God. Huaya, a figure stood defiantly before the united army's fleet, and soon, one by one, warships were being transported out from the great insect bridge, appearing behind him. Simultaneously, a succession of malevolent beings emerged from the vessels, standing resolutely behind their king. The repugnant voice that accompanied them echoed ominously. Within the demon castle, Morgana, upon hearing that voice from outside, was taken aback, her expression brimming with disdain. Sacred Kaisa and He-Shi furrowed their brows as well. Could that wretched cur have arrived too? He-Shi clenched his fists, equally filled with loathing. Perhaps it is time to eradicate this menace once and for all, Sacred Kaisa remarked coldly. My Queen Kaisa, could that voice truly belong to? Angel Yin hesitated to finish. Indeed, the ancient evil god, the king of the heavenly realm among malevolent beings, Huaya, Sacred Kaisa proclaimed, casting a glance at Angel Yin and the others beside her. At her words, the high-ranking angels present in the demon castle, Angel Yin, Angel Zhui, and Angel Lung, were all taken aback. The ancient evil god, King Huaya, was notorious for having persecuted countless female angels, only to be ultimately expelled from the Merlot celestial court by their Queen Kaisa, banished from the entire angel nebula. It was unimaginable that this wretched figure, akin to a stricken hound, would dare to confront their Queen Kaisa. In the next moment, as He-Shi projected a surveillance screen, everyone within the demon castle could behold the multitude of enemy warships and countless celestial wretches appearing outside the fortress. Although they were the vanquished minions of the female angels, it was evident that the opposing side still possessed formidable charisma, summoning a considerable number of male angels. Among the ranks of the valiant warriors in the demon castle, Monkey King gazed at the silhouettes of the celestial wretches and the fleet of warships on the screen, exclaiming, "Humph! This time, let us obliterate them to dust." Morgana raised her fist, unable to suppress a spirited shout. To her surprise, they had a day when they could fight side by side. She glanced at the divine Kesha and Liang Bing beside her, unable to help but voice her reflections. Upon hearing this, Kesha and Morgana exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Meanwhile, Su Qing was still swallowing his food with a slurp, striving to satiate his appetite before the impending battle. "Kesha, she, Liang Bing. What? Are you afraid to come out and meet this king?" Outside, Huai continued to bellow. "Let Su Qing eat. We shall venture out to confront the enemy first," Panjin remarked, and in the next moment, he turned to Delena, saying, "Delena, most of the restraints on your solar radiance have been lifted. Soon. Do not hold back against the adversaries." In response, Delena concentrated her thoughts, and in an instant, she was enveloped by the searing brilliance of a star. The sensation of the sun burning within her was truly insatiable. Gazing at Panjin, the corners of Delena's mouth lifted in a gentle smile. Panjin responded with a slow smile, and then, in an instant, propelled himself into the air, joining his comrades in the blazing sun army outside. The queen, along with angels Yin, Long, and Jue, turned their eyes toward the formidable Kesha, their gazes brimming with martial fervor. They were prepared to fight for the entirety of the known universe. Kesha cast a final glance at Su Qing, who was still indulging in a feast. Before soaring forth from the demon castle, rallying for the justice of the known universe and the angels. Following closely behind her were angels Lang, Yin, and Shui, who darted out with remarkable speed. "Master," the young angel Jixin, merely 500 years of age, looked up at her mentor, the heavenly king He. "Then let us fight." He nodded at his disciple before also taking flight, with angel Jixin trailing closely behind. With the valiant soldiers of the heroic legion, the Monkey King urged, "Follow me." Summoning a dark iron alloy staff, he charged ahead of the heroic legion warriors. In response, Qilin, Cheng Yaowen, Rumingming, and Du Qiangwei donned their oxygen masks, joining Gu Shaolin and Lu Chuang aboard the battleship to exit the demon castle. Yu Qin, Lianfeng, and Du Cao were tasked with logistical support and command. Notably, Yu Qin's talents were highly esteemed by Morgana, and given the current shared cause against their foes, Morgana temporarily granted Yu Qin and Lianfeng access to the operational authority of the Demon No. 1 Computation Group, enabling them to provide healing and support to their combatants. As the others from the heroic legion took flight, Du Qiangwei was called to a halt by Morgana. At that moment, Du Qiangwei, who was prepared to soar out of the demon castle with her mechanical wings, turned back with a hint of perplexity towards the demon queen. "Your temporal genes were originally my masterpiece. Are you aware of that?" Morgana remarked with a gentle smile. In response, Du Qiangwei merely regarded her in silence. Therefore, Morgana chose to forego further pleasantries and directly addressed the crux of the matter. "Once the battle commences, the Demon No. 1 Computation Group will assist you in maximizing the potential of your temporal genes. We hope that your temporal genes will bring us some surprises." No sooner had Morgana's words left her lips than Du Qiangwei's dark dimension received the authorization from the Demon No. 1 Computation Group. "Thank you." Du Qiangwei bowed respectfully to Morgana before promptly activating her mechanical wings to pursue the valiant troops. Upon arriving aboard one of the warships of the valiant troops, Du Qiangwei noticed Rumingming glancing down towards Su Qing, who remained in the castle below. "With his strength, he should not require our concern. Let us focus on our own well-being." Du Qiangwei chuckled softly as she patted Rumingming on the shoulder. Indeed, Rumingming nodded, her sharp dagger gleaming in her hand. Witnessing this, Morgana allowed a fleeting smile to grace her features before turning her gaze towards Su Qing. In her heart, she believed that the pivotal figure in this grand conflict was neither the demons nor the angels, nor any individual amidst the blazing sun, but rather Su Qing himself. Simultaneously, she recognized that the true adversary was not Huaya, Carl, Tao Tai, or the triangular entity, but an unknown existence capable of effortlessly annihilating entire galaxies. Due to the interference of the great clock of Carl, Morgana and her companions remain oblivious to the true appearance of their adversary. The final confrontation of this war is destined to be a duel between Su Qing and the opposing force. At this moment, the demon commanders, including Otto and Atai, is upon their queen, whose eyes are fixed on Su Qing. "Otto, You and the others proceed first. I shall remain here to observe Su Qing for a little longer," Morgana declared, her natural beauty radiating as she spoke to Su Qing. "As you wish, Your Majesty," Otto replied, and the demon commanders, including Atai, Abang, and Haifeng, nodded in unison. Then, they proclaimed, "Demon Army, advance." Under Otto's command, the fleet of demon warships surged forth. Behind the army, Yuqin and Lianfeng were aboard the Demon Wing, operating Demon Number 1, ensuring the safety of all allied forces. Within the confines of the demon castle, only Su Qing and Morgana remained, leisurely enjoying their meal. "No need to rush. We shall wait for you," Morgana said with a gentle smile. In response, Su Qing, cheeks stuffed with food, returned her smile warmly. Chapter 52. The Power of the White God Pauses Transformation. A fist shattering the black hole. Shortly thereafter, the battle outside the demon castle escalated rapidly into a fierce confrontation. Angels, demons, the Radiant Sun, and the Iron Legion clashed with the forces led by Huaiya, as well as the formidable enemy legions such as the Gluttony, Giant Wolf, and Triangle Entity, creating a chaotic melee. "I am your goddess, the light of the sun, Delena." With a resounding boom, Delena harnessed and unleashed a colossal stellar explosion amidst the tumult of battle. Countless marauding titans, ferocious wolf warriors, and numerous celestial beings were instantaneously obliterated. At this moment, Morgana had also arrived on the battlefield, joining forces with the Divine Kaiser and He-Shi to besiege the evidently upgraded yet absurdly powerful Huaiyi. "Kaiser, Liang Bing, and He-Shi, I grant you one final opportunity to submit to me at once," Huaiyi declared, his gaze greedily fixated on the former celestial triad before him. "Submit? Not a chance," Morgana retorted, unleashing a stellar energy bombardment. Now endowed with a divine physique and having harnessed a fragment of stellar energy from Lena, Morgana had acquired the fundamental capability for stellar energy-driven assaults. Boom! Huaiyi was violently propelled away. Before he could regain his footing, swarms of lethal weapons, including He-Shi's clones and Kaiser's silver wings, descended upon him. In an instant, he was subjected to a merciless onslaught, akin to being torn asunder. Although his upgraded divine body quickly facilitated his recovery, it also ignited his fury. Observing his surroundings, he noted that his forces, comprising celestial beings, titans, and wolf warriors, were being systematically routed by the celestial angelic host led by Yin and the valiant sun generals like Pan Zheng, alongside the demon legions of Otto, all of whom possessed divine forms, as well as the formidable Monkey King and Lu Chuang. "You little minions in your short skirts, you are simply courting disaster," he bellowed. "Allow me to demonstrate the true power of the Black Hole Engine." In an instant, Huaiyi unleashed the formidable abilities acquired from his recent upgrade. The next moment, a terrifying black hole was conjured into existence. Was this the work of that perverse Carl? Even the divine Kaisa couldn't help but furrow her brow. How astonishing! Morgana exclaimed in disbelief. A black hole had been created? Soon, all 8 of He-Shi's clones were swiftly consumed by the black hole, annihilated in an instant. "This is bad. Everyone retreat," Pan shouted in horror. Immediately, witnessing the insatiable black hole devouring everything in its path, the figures of the blazing sun, angels, demons, and the valiant soldiers began to hastily withdraw. "Ah, save me." Yet, countless individuals continued to be drawn into the abyss. Moreover, the black hole showed no mercy, indiscriminately swallowing both foes and allies alike, including the likes of Tianjia, triangular beings, and gluttonous entities. In a moment of folly, even Huaiyi nearly fell victim to the very black hole he had created, thrown into a state of panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Connected to the Demon Number 1 computation cluster, Du Qiangwei's temporal abilities indeed proved effective, as she desperately rescued numerous comrades from the valiant soldiers before the black hole's influence could reach them. She even aided many angels, blazing suns, and demons in evading the grasp of the black hole. Meanwhile, Morgana concentrated a sphere of stellar energy and hurled it forward, only to have it entirely consumed by the black hole. "Damn it, what now, Huaiyi?" Morgana cursed, glancing at Kaisa and He-Shi beside her. "To confront the black hole, we require an immense surge of higher-tier energy, or perhaps a distortion of time and space," He-Shi exclaimed. Suddenly, she found herself being drawn towards the terrifying pull of the black hole, but at that moment, 2 hands seized her. It was the divine Kesha and Liang Bing. "What? He-Shi, are you so feeble that you can hardly stand?" Morgana, who held on to He-Shi alongside Kesha, couldn't help but tease with a slight smile at the corners of her mouth. Divine Kesha then exerted her strength, pulling He-Shi back together with Liang Bing, and the three of them retreated to evade the black hole's influence. "Ah, have you witnessed my formidable power, little skirts?" Wei Yi sneered from a distance, hiding behind a meteorite. Upon hearing Wei Ye's triumphant laughter, a cold smile appeared on Divine Kesha's face. "I wonder if the energy unleashed the moment my sacred form is disintegrated can break this black hole." Observing both her allies and enemies being continuously consumed by the black hole, Divine Kesha suddenly resolved to act. "Kesha, don't act recklessly," He-Shi urged anxiously. Morgana glanced at Kesha, and after a few moments of silence, she remarked, "Su Qing is almost here." In response, Divine Kesha smiled. Yet the next moment, she truly seemed poised to charge into the black hole. He-Shi and Liang Bing were taken aback. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared, and a hand pressed on Divine Kesha's shoulder. "Su Qing, damn, you finally managed to fill your stomach." Morgana couldn't help but complain, recalling his earlier words in the Demon Castle about not being in a hurry. "Haha," Su Qing chuckled. Then, the sacred Kesha was pulled to the side of He-Shi and Liang Bing behind her. Thus, Su Qing's pair of obsidian eyes coldly gazed at the immensely powerful black hole. Meanwhile, combat power paused, transforming into divine power. Heartbeat, combat strength 50 trillion. 50 trillion. 50 trillion. Current combat power 375 trillion. 50 trillion. 50 trillion. At this moment, countless warriors observed Su Qing's towering figure. Demon King Su Qing. Biological energy surging to its absolute limit. Energy intensity, ultimate terror. Suddenly, a detection screen sent by Demon Number 1 appeared before the angels, demons, blazing sun, and the valiant soldiers. It displayed Su Qing's current biological energy information. Morgana, with a smile, gazed at Su Qing. In the next moment, Su Qing uttered lightly, delivering a punch through the air. In an instant, an immense force erupted from his fist, crashing into the black hole. Soon, with a resounding clang, the black hole was utterly obliterated. "This fellow actually shattered my black hole with a single punch." In the distance, hiding behind a meteorite, Hua Yi wore an expression of disbelief. Not only Hua Yi, but also the sacred Kesha, He-Shi, Panjin, Lena, and even Morgana herself looked on in astonishment at Su Qing, who had just shattered the black hole with a mere punch. At that very moment, within the grandest of the celestial warships among the multitude of inferior vessels, a figure emerged, its aura effortlessly shattering the ship's structure before it gradually ascended. With crimson eyes, it gazed upon Su Qing, who, in turn, cast a cold stare back. In the instant their eyes met, both were engulfed in an intense desire to annihilate one another, their spirits ablaze with lethal intent. Chapter 53, Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God. A battle that shakes the universe. Observing Su Qing, who radiated an aura of ultimate terror, the onlookers were still reeling in astonishment when he unleashed a punch that obliterated a black hole. Just as they were grappling with the bewilderment, a booming voice declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am the former Cosmic Emperor, Q's, from the largest of the inferior warships." A figure cloaked in blue, white, and black hues emerged, floating majestically. The chilling Q's, with a hint of cruel amusement in his crimson gaze, surveyed the assembly of battle maidens, demon warriors, the valiant legion, and the myriad divine generals of the blazing sun, all while smirking as he delivered his so-called introduction. Mr. Q's, the so-called ancient heavenly palace king, Hua Yi, now bowed respectfully before Q's. With a sinister smile, Q's nodded slightly. At that moment, a prompt appeared. Target, Q's. Target does not belong to any known cosmic entity, unable to analyze, compute, or read. Temporary assessment, beast form. Target danger level, ultimate fear. Note, target is extremely dangerous. Swift retreat is advised. The Demon Number 1 supercomputer issued a warning to Morgana and the legion of demon warriors, including Itay and Otto. In response, damn, it is just as incomprehensible and unquantifiable as Su Qing, and similarly, the ultimate fear. Morgana gazed in astonishment at the figure before her. Even though she had anticipated this moment, an unsettling turmoil stirred within her heart. Subsequently, Liang Bing transmitted the only fragment of information that Demon Number 1 could detect about the adversary to all members of their team. Soon, every face reflected uncertainty and bewilderment. Then, Liang Bing remarked, Ultimate fear may merely signify the highest detection level, rather than the true limits of Su Qing and the opponent. After scrutinizing the data sent by Morgana, she furrowed his brow deeply. I understand, Morgana replied, clenching her fists tightly. Once the Cosmic Emperor. The Divine Kesha exclaimed in awe. Su Qing, we can only entrust this to you. At that moment, Delana soared into the scene. Concurrently, the Divine Kesha, He-Shi, Pan Zhun, Monkey Brother, Rui Meng-Meng, Qi Lin, Ge Xiaoluan, Du Qiangwei, Lu Chuang, and every warrior on the battlefield turned their gazes towards Su Qing, who stood resolutely at the forefront. Su Qing, Liang Bing looked at his imposing and stoic silhouette, her words hovering unspoken on her lips. In response, Su Qing's gaze was fixed intently upon the striking figure of Q's, adorned in a triadic palette of blue, white, and black. He remarked, "The first time I sensed your aura, I realized that this world may be far more complex than merely the known universe of the super god, Legion of Heroes. At this moment, witnessing your presence has indeed affirmed my thoughts. I must admit, I am somewhat astonished and taken aback." Su Qing's voice was calm. "What? Has this wild monkey finally learned the meaning of fear?" Hughes retorted with a smug grin, to which Su Qing replied, "Fear? No, I am trembling with excitement." Clenching his fist, he could feel the adrenaline coursing through him, causing his entire body to quiver. The ancient Science warrior instinct surged within him. A powerful strike. Battle power 100 quintillion. In excitement, battle power 1 quintillion. 1 quintillion. 1 quintillion. The punch that shattered the black hole had unlocked his genetic locks, halting the transformation of the white goddess power, thereby elevating Su Qing's fundamental combat strength to that of a golden Frisia. Simultaneously, his excitement propelled his battle power to soar continuously. In response to this, Hughes looked at Su Qing with a gaze full of disdain, sneering, "Humph, a lowly creature, a wild monkey." Seeing this, Su Qing's eyes narrowed, ready to strike. In the final moment, Morgana could not help but call out his name. Upon hearing it, Su Qing turned back, offering her and every ally behind him a warm smile. As Su Qing clenched his fists, a resplendent golden radiance erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a brilliant glow. In an instant, he transformed into Super Saiyan, 3rd stage. His combat power soaring to an astonishing 400,000 quintillion. In that fleeting moment, an intangible and terrifying aura permeated the air, causing the onlookers to feel a surge of trepidation. This was still under Su Qing's effort to contain his overwhelming force. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly obliterated countless lives in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing had transitioned into Super Saiyan 3, and then, with a swift whoosh, he utilized instant transmission to appear before Q's. Bang! In his Super Saiyan 3 form, Su Qing unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at the close-range Q's. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Q's, in his normal state, merely blocked the blow with a single finger. In that moment, it seemed as though all the energy from the attack was effortlessly neutralized by Q's formidable strength, leaving the scene eerily calm. "This is impossible." Liang Bing was taken aback, her composure faltering as urgency surged within her. In that brief instant, it was evident to everyone present. Q's power surpassed that of Su Qing. Even after transforming into his Super Saiyan 3rd stage, Su Qing's heavy punch was thwarted by but a mere finger. Witnessing the scene, the eyes of Shangshin Kaisha, He-Shi, Angel Yan, Angel Long, Angel Zhui, Pan Zhun, Monkey Brother, Du Qiangwei, Delana, and Rui Meng-Meng widened in astonishment, their pupils contracting in shock. Super Saiyan 3 Su Qing met the gaze of his opponent who had blocked his punch with an air of calmness. To this, Hughes chuckled, "Ha ha ha, you, wild monkey, are still far too naive." Hughes, with his scarlet, luminous eyes, exuded an air of haughty disdain amidst the laughter. Upon hearing this, Su Qing's gaze turned icy. In an instant, with a resounding ha, he transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Then, with his black hair adorned with crimson fur, Su Qing unleashed a powerful punch. Yet, Hughes effortlessly blocked it with a single hand. These two titans, far away, Hua Yi watched anxiously as the two formidable beings clashed. "Dragon Fist," he roared. And a mighty dragon's roar echoed amidst the surge of energy. In the next moment, Hughes was sent flying by a 5-clawed golden dragon. Boom, 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 boom. Countless planets and colossal meteors shattered upon impact. Eventually, in a distant expanse of the universe, Morgana, the Divine Kesha, and others were intently observing the battle through the Demon One's surveillance or the Eye of Insight. They beheld Hughes with his arms crossed before him, completely shielding himself from the Super Saiyan 4 Dragon Fist. Astonishingly, he had withstood the Dragon Fist of Super Saiyan 4. Having witnessed the might of the Dragon Fist, Morgana, Divine Kesha, He-She, and D-Lei-Na, especially those who had been struck by the Dragon Fist, could scarcely believe that any being could withstand Su Qing's formidable technique. And yet, this was indeed the Dragon Fist of Super Saiyan 4. Wild monkey, he had said, you are still too naive. Q's remained ever so lofty and imperious. In this moment, after retracting his fist, Chaosi Su Qing gazed at his opponent with a smiling countenance. Such an expression inexplicably filled Ku Ze with immense disdain. The very sight of your simian grin repulses me the most. Are you aware of that? A surge of unpleasant memories ignited a sudden fury within Ku Ze. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a punch. Yet, akin to the moment when he had previously blocked Su Qing's strike, Ku Ze's blow was effortlessly intercepted by Su Qing's palm. Simultaneously, in the surveillance footage, Morgana, the Divine Kaisha, He-She, and Angel Yen observed Su Qing returning to his normal state, but now enveloped in a unique crimson spirit flame. His hair, pupils, and brows transformed into the same eerie crimson hue under the ethereal glow. Do not be alarmed. The battle has only just commenced. This time, Su Qing stood resolutely against his adversary's assault, casting a scornful glance at his opponent. Chapter 54, Ultra Blue, Deep Blue, Ultimate Freedom. The fabric of space-time contorts. The god of Super Saiyan. Witnessing the scene where the god of Super Saiyan Su Qing thwarted Ku Ze's formidable strike, Morgana could not contain her excitement. It was not merely the sight of the god of Super Saiyan that thrilled her. It was also the realization that Su Qing appeared to have gained the upper hand against his foe, the god of Super Saiyan. At Morgana's exclamation, the Divine Kaisha, He-She, Pan Zhun, Angel Yen, and Angel Lung exchanged astonished glances. Alas, is not the fourth level of Super Saiyan the utmost power of Su Qing? What then is this Super Saiyan god? D-Reina could not help but utter in astonishment. This fellow, even the Angel Lung, was rendered speechless. One could only marvel at the fact that having battled with Su Qing, I had not met my demise. Truly, I am fortunate. Such power ought to rightfully belong to me, the king of Huaya. Huaya, filled with envy and resentment, gazed upon the two formidable figures engaged in combat on the screen. At this moment, bang! The recently thwarted Q's unleashed an even greater force, sending a punch that sent the Super Saiyan God state of Su Qing hurtling away. In an instant, Super Saiyan God Su Qing astonishingly collided with countless planets, ultimately propelling himself beyond the galaxy. Following this, Q's, with an unparalleled velocity, delivered a powerful kick. In response, after crashing into the final planet, Su Qing swiftly turned. Bang! He executed an upward kick, striking Q's on the side of his face. This instantaneously sent Q's flying, while the immense force caused the planet beneath Su Qing to erupt explosively. Amidst the violent explosion, Su Qing was shielded by a luminescent crimson aura. On the other side, the flung Q's regained his composure, wiping the faint mark on his cheek, exclaiming, "You damned wild monkey." Q's was genuinely incensed. In the next moment, he transformed into a golden form enveloped in a golden energy. At this moment, the figure of the Super Saiyan Su Qing darted in at high speed, a ki blast coalescing in his hand as he directed it towards Ku Ze. In response, Golden Ku Ze firmly grasped the ki blast that Su Qing wielded, only to redirect it back, causing it to explode against Su Qing's own face. Instantly, amidst a terrifying explosion, Su Qing was sent hurtling several star systems away, colliding with countless planets and extinguishing innumerable lives. The battle between Queen Kesha and her adversary was so fearsome that if it continued, the entire known universe would face unimaginable loss of life. Witnessing the horrifying series of explosions that seemed to threaten the very existence of the cosmos, the Angel Yin couldn't help but cast a shocked glance at the Divine Kesha. Su Qing had once proclaimed that as long as he remained alive, with a mere upgrade to the Dragon Balls, the Eternal Dragon could restore the devastated universe, even resurrecting all lost lives in an instant. Before the Divine Kesha could speak, Morgana interjected with an explanation. Can the Dragon Balls truly achieve such feats? Pan Zhun inquired, unable to contain his astonishment. If Su Qing says it can, then it can, Morgana asserted resolutely. In that moment, her greatest concern was whether Su Qing was injured. That guy, what's his name, Ku Ze, can actually enhance his power through transformation. Morgana exclaimed in frustration. Amidst the watchful gaze of the multitude, Su Qing unexpectedly soared beyond several galaxies, ultimately finding himself within the embrace of a colossal star, the Sun. With a resounding clang, a burst of azure ethereal energy erupted, scattering the Sun into fragments. Within the explosive chaos of the disintegrating Sun, Su Qing, enveloped in celestial blue energy, emerged as the Super Saiyan God Blue. Wild monkey, perish at my hands. Golden Q's pursued relentlessly. In the next instant, their fists collided. With a thunderous boom, several nearby galaxies were reduced to ashes. O heavens, Lu Chuang gasped in astonishment, utterly speechless. It was the apocalypse. Gu Xiaoluan wore a bewildered expression. At that moment, the war around them came to a halt. Even the formidable civilizations led by Hua Yi, including Tian Jia, Tao Tai, and the Great Wolf, stood transfixed, watching the terrifying confrontation of the two titans on the surveillance screen. After exchanging a blow, it was Su Qing, the Super Saiyan God Blue, who was sent hurtling away, traversing the distance of dozens of galaxies. Stabilizing himself once more in the vastness of space, Su Qing, the Super Saiyan God Blue, erupted in joyous laughter. Having attained the ancient Saiyan body, such exhilarating combat was an unprecedented experience for him. He felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him like never before. Suddenly, a multitude of death beams were unleashed by Qs from another galaxy, surging towards Su Qing in this galaxy. In response, Su Qing's body flickered as he evaded the lethal beams of death. At that moment, the formidable figure of Ku Ze surged towards Su Qing, whose form radiated a Super Saiyan blue with astonishing speed. A resounding impact echoed, one punch that threatened to plunge the entire galaxy into ruin. Yet, Su Qing managed to block the punch of the golden Ku Ze with both hands. The cerulean aura surrounding him transformed into a deep azure hue. Super Saiyan God, deep blue. You wild monkey, I shall ensure your demise, Ku Ze seethed, fixating his furious gaze upon Su Qing, whose hair and eyes had taken on a deep blue shade. Silent yet exhilarated, Su Qing approached with a smile. With a clash of titanic forces, both combatants unleashed their full might in a single punch. An explosion reverberated throughout the cosmos, distorting the fabric of time and space. Ultimately, the deep blue Su Qing, despite his valiant efforts, proved no match for the unrestrained power of the golden Ku Ze, who seized him and relentlessly battered him. Ku Ze, born in ancient times, had lived for countless years, his foundational combat strength unparalleled. If one were to liken Su Qing to Goku or Vegeta from Dragon Ball, then Ku Ze would be akin to Jiren. Furthermore, he was a Jiren capable of transformation and amplification of strength. In a series of thunderous blows, the golden Ku Ze dragged Su Qing through the clusters of stars, mercilessly smashing him, before ultimately hurling him into a black hole. Simultaneously, Ku Ze concentrated a death energy sphere of gold and black, launching it into the black hole. Instantly, a tremendous roar reverberated, shaking the very fabric of the universe, as time and space warped chaotically. Meanwhile, the divine Kesha, He Shi, the angel Yan, Rui Meng Meng, Du Qiangwei, Pan Zhun, and others could not help but furrow their brows in concern. Su Qing, although aware that Su Qing had yet to unleash his utmost power, Morgana could not quell her deep-seated anxiety upon witnessing the explosive force of the cosmos. Soon, with a resonant clang, within the explosive black hole emerged a radiant white divine energy. Gradually, a white figure materialized, revealing Su Qing in his ultimate freedom completion form. Once again, this phenomenon. Golden Cuz's face contorted in extreme disdain. In response, with a swift motion, Su Qing appeared instantaneously behind Golden Cuz. The latter, taken aback, reacted with a flurry of punches, launching millions of strikes backward. Yet all were effortlessly evaded by ultimate freedom Su Qing. Boom. Seizing a critical moment, Su Qing delivered a powerful blow to Golden Cuz's abdomen, causing the latter to double over like a shrimp, expelling a torrent of gastric acid. In pain, Golden Cuz glared upwards, only to meet the indifferent gaze of Su Qing's silver eyes. Chapter 55, The Final Moment. The Radiance of the White God. My goodness, how striking. Gu Xiaoluan, Lu Chuang, and the others, captivated by the monitor's display of ultimate freedom, Su Qing in his resplendent white form, could not help but exclaim in astonishment. By all that is sacred, which state truly represents Su Qing's pinnacle power? D. Lena was utterly bewildered. Super Saiyan Level 4, Super Saiyan God Blue, Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Now, Yet another incarnation of Su Qing in white has emerged, who claimed that Super Saiyan Level 4 was Su Qing's ultimate strength. In a moment of exasperation, one might exclaim, "Do not inform her, Delana, that Su Qing possesses other transformations. This is truly maddening." At this juncture, the divine Kaisa, Morgana, and He observed Su Qing in his ultimate instinct state, where he had just delivered a powerful punch that made the golden cues regurgitate a considerable amount of bile. A glimmer of hope illuminated their expressions. It seemed that Su Qing's chances of victory had significantly increased. The sight of Su Qing in his white form imparted an extraordinary aura. On the battlefield, Hughes, fixated on the pair of silver eyes before him, was abruptly reminded of the humiliating past when he had been subjugated by the ancient Saiyans. You wretched being, you are unforgivable," he bellowed in fury, his fists clenched tightly. In an instant, a presence more formidable than golden power erupted with overwhelming force. Su Qing, in his ultimate instinct, complete state, observed quietly, allowing his opponent's transformation to unfold without interference. "Su Qing, why do you remain there watching? Seize the moment and strike him," Morgana urged, her anxiety palpable. However, Kaisa interjected with a serene smile. "He is a powerful warrior. He will not attack his opponent at this moment." Morgana shot an irritated glare at Kaisa, as if to say, "You speak as though you understand him better than I do." Meanwhile, He beamed at the playful banter between the two sisters, feeling as if they had been transported back thousands of years. During this period, Panjin, Monkey Brother, Delana, Du Qiangwei, and Angel Yin were all anxiously gazing at the image of Q's on the screen, who was roaring towards the heavens, seemingly on the verge of further transformation and augmentation. With a resonant clang, as a wave of dark energy enveloped him, the golden Q's morphed into a figure predominantly cloaked in black. Indeed, it was black gold Q's. At the moment of this transformation, the very fabric of space and time within the galaxy underwent a profound distortion. The so-called space-time technology, with its micro-wormholes, would undoubtedly falter at this juncture. Goodness, this is disastrous. How has he transformed yet again? Moreover, he now exuded an even more terrifying aura. Among the ranks of the heroic brigade, Zhao Xian could not suppress his astonishment as he beheld the black gold Q's on the surveillance screen. Even through the monitor, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of dread. What are we to do now? Even from such a distance, Angel Long sensed a chilling and eerie presence. I have faith in Su Qing. This white-clad Su Qing is not destined to be defeated by him. Angel Yin gazed at the screen, envisioning her future idol. Not long ago, the divine Kaisa had bestowed upon her the promise of union with Su Qing. Thus, in Angel Yan's heart, Su Qing embodied her future idol. On the battlefield, the fearsome black gold Q's, with his blood-red eyes, coldly regarded Su Qing, who stood before him in the state of ultimate freedom. At this moment, both combatants held a calm, unwavering gaze upon their adversary. However, in the next moment, a resounding clash echoed as both combatants unleashed energy waves towards one another. The terrifying forces collided, erupting into an extraordinarily radiant light that illuminated the entire galaxy, only to ultimately cancel each other out. As the energy waves dissipated, black gold Q's suddenly appeared before free extreme intense Su Qing, and in an imperceptible flurry of motion, unleashed a flurry of punches at Su Qing with an untraceable speed. At that moment, Su Qing, embodying the attributes of his realm, instinctively evaded the onslaught. The two figures resembled beams of differently hued light, perpetually engaged in battle across the cosmos. Boom, 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 boom. Su Qing managed to evade, yet planets and entire star systems fell, one after another, into ruin. Even the void itself began to fracture under the immense power of black gold Q's. The shattered void commenced its ravenous consumption of the surrounding celestial bodies and galaxies. Observing the gaping fissures in the cosmic expanse, He could not suppress his bewilderment. Countless lives were extinguished amidst the horrifying conflict. The divine Kaiser expressed a heartfelt sentiment, praying that Su Qing would swiftly overcome his adversary, while also hoping that the Dragon Balls could indeed restore all that was lost. Otherwise, the cost would be truly exorbitant. Pan Zhun, in a timely manner, echoed his sentiment. Su Qing. Morgana anxiously fixated on the image of Su Qing, deftly evading Q's relentless attacks. In the tumultuous void between the rifts of the universe, Su Qing deftly evaded attacks, seizing another opportunity to strike. Bang! A kick was unleashed, only to be intercepted by Black Gold Q'er. Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Black Gold Q'er unleashed a terrifying force, causing an entire cluster of galaxies to explode and be devoured within the shattered void. Su Qing was inevitably flung away by the shockwave. Black Gold Accuser immediately surged forward. Seizing Su Qing by the head, boom, 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 boom. One planet after another was shattered, stars obliterated. Ultimately, Su Qing's head was forcefully pressed into the void, creating fissures in the fabric of space itself. With the final, thunderous blow, Su Qing was struck into the void, completely vanishing from this known universe. Su Qing. Morgana gasped in shock. Divine Kesha, He-Shi, Panjun, and others could only watch with their pupils dilating in disbelief. Su Qing. Angel Yan's eyes flickered with incredulity. Divine Kesha clenched his fists tightly, unwilling to accept that Su Qing had fallen so easily. He was the hope of the entire known universe. Wild Monkey, how does it feel? Black Gold Accuser taunted, gazing at the Su Qing he had cast into the void. Let me tell you, this Wild Monkey, I still possess one final and most powerful transformation. Black Gold Accuser crossed his arms with a smug expression. At this revelation, Divine Kesha, Morgana, He-Shi, Angel Yin, Panjin, and the others were instantly filled with astonishment. The state of the Black Gold Qs has become terrifyingly formidable. Yet it seems there is still a transcendent transformation yet to be unveiled. At this moment, Huaye reappears, sporting a triumphant expression as he gazes at the Holy Kaisha and the others, exclaiming, "Did you see that? That Wild Monkey is nothing extraordinary. I advise you to kneel before me or face annihilation." As Huaye flaunts his arrogance, the eyes of Morgana, the Holy Kaisha, He-Shi, Angel Yin, along with Lena and Rui Mengmeng, burn with a desire to inflict 1,000 tortures upon him. Morgana, her face contorted in fury, had thought that Su Qing's white god power was insufficient to defeat their adversary. In a desperate bid for resistance, she suddenly retrieves 2 small objects from the shadowy dimension. However, before she can make any further move, a brilliant white light erupts from the surveillance screen, instantaneously soaring forth from the void. With a resounding thud, a fist strikes the face of Black Gold Qs, twisting his countenance and sending him hurtling backward, shattering the fabric of reality with each collision. Once Black Gold Qs regains his composure amidst his fury, he beholds a figure, one distinct from free and unfettered Su Qing, materializing before him. In that instant, he realizes, that is, the true white god. Witnessing Su Qing's survival and the majestic manifestation of the authentic white god, Morgana is overwhelmed with joy, her tears of euphoria flowing freely. Is that truly Su Qing's white god? The Holy Kaisha and He-Shi are equally astonished, while Panjin, Lena, and the others stand in stunned disbelief. How? Is this even possible? How is he still alive? The once arrogant Huaye now stands dumbfounded. You have truly awakened this power. Gazing at the figure cloaked in white with azure blue eyes, Heijin Qs, filled with both rage and disbelief, cannot help but feel a twinge of uncertainty. Even the wild monkeys of old were not all able to successfully awaken the form of white god. But even so, what does it matter? You must still perish. Staring into the cold azure eyes of white god Su Qing, Heijin Q's face is a mask of fury. In the next moment, Heijin Q's unleashes a torrent of overwhelming force, his fist transforming into an endless phantom, launching a frenzied assault upon the white figure before him. Yet, with a resounding clang, white god Su Qing effortlessly blocks the attack with a mere finger. Moreover, with a speed invisible to Heijin Q's, he presses down on Q's head, smashing it against the void barrier, shattering it into countless fragments. What is the matter? Wasn't it said that you possess the strongest transformation? Come, let me witness your utmost power. With Heijin Q's head pinned against the void barrier, white god Su Qing's azure eyes are filled with icy indifference. Chapter 56, an unexpected scene for all. Damned creature with his head forcefully pressed against the formidable white god Su Qing, Heijin Q's eyes blaze with fury. In a thunderous clash, white god Su Qing delivers an elbow strike, sending him crashing into the void. Following closely, he too plunges into the abyss of emptiness. Indeed, preparations are underway for a confrontation with Q's in the void. There is no alternative. This known universe can no longer withstand the clash between the two. Should their battle persist within this realm, the very fabric of the cosmos may swiftly unravel. Moments ago, Su Qing, in the realm of ultimate freedom, was thrust into the void, where he discovered an atmosphere rife with perilous temporal winds, dangerous yet profoundly confining and indestructible. Engaging in combat there would be most advantageous, after all. Transformed into the white god, Su Qing harbors no fear of the temporal gales. Su Qing, how has he entered once more? Upon witnessing Su Qing propel cues into the void, he himself followed suit, prompting Morgana to exclaim, Su Qing must be considering our safety, as well as that of the entire known universe. This world can no longer bear the weight of their continued conflict. The sacred Kaisa murmured, Su Qing, you must prevail. He gazed with hopeful anticipation. The hopes of the entire known universe rest upon Su Qing alone, the mightiest male deity of this realm. As Lena observed the screen, now devoid of his presence, her eyes sparkled with brilliance. In that moment, whoosh, a phantom materialized beside the stealthy Hua Yi in the distance. Carl. Upon noticing the newcomer, Hua Yu couldn't suppress a surge of surprise. Carl. The sacred Kaisa, he, and Liang Bing also became aware of the unfolding situation. Recognizing the figure of the god of the underworld, Carl. Damn it, Carl, what on earth are you planning? Upon seeing Carl, Morgana could not help but curse. Liang Bing. My apologies, Carl murmured softly, his head bowed. Apologies for my outburst. Morgana continued her tirade. Carl, cease your prattle. Hand me that item, swiftly. Huaya extended his hand towards Carl, demanding something. The divine Keisha noticed, her brow furrowing in concern. In the next moment, Carl retrieved a vivid crimson vial from the shadowy dimensional space. It contained a small amount of blood, initially intended for genetic research. Alas, it could not be deciphered. Regret was etched across Carl's face. He then tossed the vial directly to Huaya, who caught it with exuberance. Ha ha ha. Huaya gazed at the vibrant red liquid in his grasp, his eyes alight with excitement. What a pity that divine Keisha is present. Otherwise, Ning would join us. He would witness the magnificent power that is to come. With that, Huaya drank the blood within the vial without hesitation. What is he consuming? He looks utterly grotesque. Liang Bing expressed her disdain. It is Su Qing's blood. Suddenly, the divine Keisha interjected. Indeed, she had activated her inside eye and scanned the contents of the vial. What? At this revelation, Morgana, He, Panjin, Dilena, and Angel Yin, among others, were left astounded. At that moment, with a resounding clang, Huaya, having consumed Su Qing's blood, erupted with terrifying energy. Ha ha ha. This power is truly exquisite. It is the strength that rightfully belongs to me. Huaya's face radiated ecstasy, his pupils inexplicably transformed into a blood-red hue. At the same moment, target, Huaya, danger level, ultimate fear. Warning, the target is extremely dangerous. Immediate retreat is advised. Demon 1, issue an alert immediately. Damn it, Morgana exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Otto Ate, and the others wore expressions of uncertainty. Everyone present gazed in astonishment at Huaya at this very moment. Little skirts, come and see. The magnificent Huaya, with a pair of blood-red pupils, fixed his gaze upon the divine Kesha and the others. Then, with a resonating clang, several black holes materialized, and Huaya acquired the power to control them. He swiftly commanded these terrifying black holes, hurling them toward the divine Kesha and her companions. What the hell? Zhao Xian exclaimed in sheer terror. The black holes began to encircle, trapping the angels, demons, the blazing sun, and the entire army within their grasp. Almost everyone faced certain doom. Damn it, the space-time is in chaos. We cannot traverse through micro-wormholes. Du Qiangwei, possessing the genes of time and space, looked despondent. What should we do now? Both Monkey King and Dekao were at a loss. There were too many. The divine Kesha had previously intended to sacrifice herself to neutralize a single black hole. However, at this moment, with numerous black holes closing in, even she, who once claimed to be the king of gods, found herself without a solution. Kesha, perhaps the time has truly come for our downfall, she said, a hint of melancholy in his voice. They were indeed preparing to enter the black holes with Kesha, seeking a way to unravel them. Surrounded by chaos, countless warriors of their side were in a state of panic. In the midst of this turmoil, Morgana, who had remained silent until now, made a decisive choice. Kesha now? In the next instant, a small object was unexpectedly thrown by Morgana towards the divine Kesha. With a soft sound, the divine Kesha reached out to catch it, only to discover it was a delicate earring. What is this? Kesha pondered, slightly bewildered. Listen, this is both the first and unequivocally the last time. Now, immediately, put it on your right ear. Morgana had already adorned her left ear with one of the earrings. At such a moment, what were they doing? Beside them, Gu Xiaoluan was utterly perplexed. He, too, noticed He glancing curiously at the now calm Liang Bing. Meanwhile, the divine Kesha fixated her gaze intently on her sister in that moment. Subsequently, She truly placed the earring onto her right ear. Suddenly, both earrings radiated a brilliant light. In the next instant, to everyone's astonishment, the two sisters, influenced by the power of the earrings, soared towards one another. As they collided, they merged into a singular, resplendent orb of light. He, Pan Zhun, Monkey King, Angel Yin, Gu Xiaoluan, and others were left in a state of awe. Carl's face reflected confusion. Soon after, as the luminescence dissipated, a tall and striking silhouette emerged in their midst. Chapter 57. The Fusion of Divine Kesha and Morgana. The Awakening of the Destroyer? In the boundless void. Beneath the relentless onslaught of the infinite tempest of time and space, Su Qing, radiant with a silvery divine power, floated amidst the endless emptiness. Observing his surroundings, he discerned a realm of utter chaos. The ceaseless winds howled around him, and even in his divine form, Su Qing felt an unsettling loss of sensory perception within this tumultuous dimension. His vision and hearing were severely impaired, for apart from the unending gusts, the void was saturated with dazzling, multicolored luminescence. These vibrant hues disrupted his mental acuity, blurring his senses and rendering him incapable of locating Ku Zhe amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a forceful impact struck Su Qing from behind, sending him hurtling backward into a massive, exquisitely hard gem of vibrant hues suspended within the void. In a split second, he managed to twist his body, landing gracefully atop the dazzling crystal. Turning around, he beheld a figure not far away, equally enveloped in a silvery glow, Ku Zhe himself. "Behold, this is my strongest form. What do you think, wild monkey?" Ku Zhe, emanating a rich silvery brilliance, stood there with his arms crossed, gazing playfully at Su Qing. In response, Su Qing felt a twinge of pain in his back, as if he had been kicked. It was evident that the strength of his opponent was extraordinary, especially given that even in his divine state, he could still feel such discomfort. And furthermore, the divine power emanating from Ku Zhe was unmistakable. White God Su Qing unexpectedly sensed a power akin to his own emanating from his opponent. The resplendent Qs, enveloped in a silvery luminescence, let out a triumphant laugh and proclaimed, "Indeed, the force coursing through me at this moment is precisely the power you possess. Moreover, during the countless eons of my confinement, I have not only absorbed the very essence you utilized to seal me away, but I have also drawn from the energy of the sealing realm itself." With pride, Hughes clenched his fists. "At this very moment, I can be referred to as Starry Hughes," continuing to revel in his own glory. The so-called Starry Hughes gazed upon Su Qing with his striking white pupils. "Ah, so it is." White God Su Qing, however, displayed an expression of indifference, as if he comprehended everything. This utter lack of emotional engagement from Su Qing left Starry Hughes visibly irritated. "You wild monkey. Allow me to demonstrate my utmost strength." In the blink of an eye, Starry Hughes lunged towards White God Su Qing with astonishing speed. Bang! A swift punch sent White God Su Qing's head snapping back. Starry Hughes smirked with satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, he witnessed White God Su Qing slowly lowering his head, wiping away the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Is this the extent of your power, having absorbed the ancient Saiyans' White God energy?" White God Su Qing regarded the so-called Starry Hughes with a cold, mocking smile. "You." Starry Hughes' eyes blazed with fury. "You insolent wild monkey." With a resounding thud, countless fists struck fiercely against the formidable figure of Su Qing, the White God, who retaliated with equal ferocity. In an instant, an unending torrent of fist winds surged through the space-time continuum, causing the very fabric of this void to tremble violently. Ultimately, Su Qing was sent hurtling backward. Yet with a mere gesture of his hand, he stabilized himself in the ether. Slowly lifting his head, a smile graced Su Qing's lips. "Wild monkey, you are not permitted to laugh." The visage of the celestial Ku Zhe contorted with rage. Once more, he launched an onslaught. A fist shimmering with silvery brilliance aimed directly at Su Qing's face. In response, Su Qing, now fully attuned to the battle, instinctively evaded, and then with a resounding impact, delivered a powerful elbow strike to the back of Ku Zhe's head. The force sent Ku Zhe reeling, colliding with a massive crystal. Su Qing's assault followed closely behind. But as he descended, he noticed that Ku Zhe had already summoned a small energy ball in his grasp. At this critical juncture, Su Qing swiftly conjured an energy ball of his own. In unison, both combatants unleashed their energy spheres towards their adversaries. A cataclysmic explosion ensued. shattering the colorful crystals beneath them into mere fragments. Both warriors were propelled backward by the sheer force of the eruption. Yet the resistance of the void's winds prevented them from being cast too far apart, allowing them to still perceive one another with the naked eye. In the next moment, the two figures charged towards each other with a resounding clash. The force of their fists colliding reverberated through the void, creating waves of energy in the emptiness. The intensity of their fervent battle was palpable. At this juncture, in a certain realm within the boundless void, before a majestic temple, a girl with a staff abruptly lifted her gaze to the sky. It was as if she sensed an anomaly occurring in the outer void. With a swift motion of her staff, an image materialized in midair, depicting the fierce struggle between Su Qing and Kuze amidst the infinite expanse. How astonishing it was that remnants of a clan, once daring enough to challenge the supreme being and subsequently ordered for annihilation after their defeat, still survived. Moreover, there was the demon Kuze, who had once sought to attack the four dying white gods of that clan, only to be met with the obliteration of all his own powerful allies, ultimately resulting in his own imprisonment. Observing the combatants in the projection, the girl mused to herself. To her surprise, they seemed to have transcended some form of seal and re-emerged into the world. What shall I do? She pondered, lightly tapping her lips with her finger before turning to the temple behind her. I apologize, Lord Cuckoo, though it has yet to be a millennium. I must awaken you ahead of time. Beyond the void, in another realm of time and space, lay the so-called known universe. At that moment, following the vanishing of a blinding light, a tall and striking figure appeared before He-Shi, Tian Shi-Yen, Pan Zhun, Di Lei Na, Monkey Brother, Gu Xiaolun, and the others. She possessed flowing chestnut hair and a pair of pristine white wings, complemented by an exquisitely beautiful visage. Observing the transformation of the originally separate sisters into a singular entity amidst the radiant glow, the onlookers, including He-Shi, were rendered utterly astonished. You are. He-Shi stammered, his gaze filled with incredulity as he beheld the familiar, yet unfamiliar individual before him. What in the world is happening? Even Huayi, who was controlling a multitude of black holes poised to engulf all those resisting, found himself momentarily stunned. As Huayi stood there bewildered, the several black holes momentarily halted in their ominous advance. Could it be? Carl hesitated to voice his thoughts. At that very instant, a unified voice resonated from the divine repository of knowledge and the Demon One computation group, emerging from the brilliance surrounding her. Welcome to your login. Please re-register. If this is the fusion of Divine Kaisa and the Demon Queen Morgana, then my name shall be Kaisa-na. A gentle smile graced her features as she introduced herself. Instantly, He-Shi, Carl, Huayi, Pan Zhun, and Tian Shi-Yen all heard her words. Fusion? Kaisa-na? He-Shi found it hard to believe. Is it truly so? Carl mused, a hint of awe in his tone. Such a phenomenon exists? Huayi expressed his indignation. The Queen Kaisa and Morgana have fused? The angels, including Tian Shi-Yen, Tian Shi-Long, and Tian Shi-Jue, were left in utter disbelief. At this moment, Kaisa-na. Registration successful. Welcome to the Sacred Knowledge Repository, Demon Number 1 Computing Group. Kaisa-na instantly mastered 2 colossal supercomputers of celestial caliber. Additionally, within my being, this power, Kaisa-na herself was astonished by the form and strength she possessed at that very moment. Once dear sisters, later, adversaries and rivals for millennia, demons and angels, evil and righteousness, the Potara earrings on Kaisa-na were nearly saturated with buffs. In response, no matter who you are, it matters not. Anyone who approaches shall perish. Super Huayi once again commanded over a dozen black holes, engulfing the angel, the blazing sun, demons, and the entire legion within their grasp. At this juncture, Kaisa-na mused. Su Qing seems to have left something behind in the earrings just now, something that now resides within my body. Let me see. As Pan Zhun and others trembled at the sight of the several black holes, Kaisa-na suddenly closed her eyes. In the next instant, clang, a surge of spiritual energy erupted as Kaisa-na reopened her eyes. Her hair and wings were bathed in this energy, transforming into a soft pink hue. Chapter 58. I have had my fun in this moment. The power emanating from Kaisa-na unveiled the divine aura originally belonging to Super Saiyan God Su Qing. It was meant to be a vibrant crimson, yet upon Kaisa-na, it metamorphosed into gentle pink spiritual energy. In this scene, the initially horrified Gu Xiaolun, Lu Chuang, and Zhao Xian found themselves momentarily stunned by the onslaught of black holes. However, now transformed into a being of immense power, and possessing a fragment of divine energy from Su Qing. Kaisha Na gazed at the numerous black holes that encircled them with her pink-hued eyes. To their astonishment, she simply smiled disdainfully. Then, with a hand imbued with a pale complexion and infused with pink spiritual energy, she slowly raised it. An overwhelming surge of spiritual force erupted, reverberating and enveloping every black hole in the vicinity. As Kaisha Na's palm gradually clenched, the black holes were effortlessly compressed into diminutive spheres of dark light. With a final motion of her delicate hand, the spheres flew into her grasp. In an astonishing act, Kaisha Na opened her mouth and swallowed the super-compressed black holes whole. The scene left both Kaisha Na and He Shi in utter disbelief. Incredible! Zhao Xian exclaimed, his mouth agape as he raised a thumb in admiration. Was this truly happening? She had just devoured black holes. Direna's eyes widened in astonishment. Meanwhile, Ado, Atai, Panjun, Monkey Brother, Dekao, Angel Yin, and Angel Lung stood speechless, utterly astonished. Moments ago, they had been surrounded by the black holes, each fearing for their lives. And yet Kaisha Na had consumed the black holes whole. On the other side, Carl displayed a hint of astonishment. How is this possible? Huayi wore an expression of disbelief. I refused to believe it. In the next moment, however, the formidable Huayi began to conjure an immensely heavy super black hole, hurling it toward the opposing Kaisha Na. In response, Kaisana's eyes narrowed, and then with a thunderous roar, she charged forth, delivering a single punch that instantaneously pierced and shattered the super black hole. Ultimately, as the obliterated black hole served as a backdrop, Kaisha Na hovered before the magnificent Huayi. With his crimson pupils reflecting uncertainty, Huayi gazed at the breathtaking angel before him. This is impossible. Who are you? His eyes, filled with a wild intensity, bore into her as he exclaimed. I. Kaisha Na twisted her neck slightly before replying. I am neither the divine Kaisha Na, nor Morgana, and certainly not Liangbing. However, I am one who can pass judgment upon you. With that, Kaisha Na fixed her icy gaze upon the crimson-eyed Huayi. You. Huayi attempted to utter something further, but then, bang. Kaisha Na, radiating a pink aura, delivered a powerful blow to Huayi's face, sending him flying a considerable distance. Do you know? I've longed to strike that repugnant face of yours, Kaisha Na declared, clenching her fist. In the next moment, she glanced toward the spot where Carl had been, only to find he had already made a swift escape. How quickly he fled! Kaisha Na shifted her gaze away. With a swift rush, a terrifying force arrived almost instantaneously before Huayi. Let us first impose judgment upon you, the wretched hound. At that moment, Huayi's face was distorted from the impact, his eyes reflecting not only fury but also a trace of fear of Kaisha Na's might. Yet, Kaisha Na's words ignited an uncontrollable rage within Huayi, whose blood-red pupils burned with anger. He lunged forward, thrusting a sword imbued with void energy toward Kaisha Na. However, with the mere pinch of her fingers, Kaisha Na effortlessly seized Huayi's void weapon. With a swift twist, she shattered the so-called void sword into two segments. Huayi, momentarily taken aback, then witnessed Kaisha Na lightly tap the remaining half of the void sword, which promptly began to disintegrate beneath a veil of pink aura. Terrified, Huayi hastily discarded the shattered weapon. You. At that moment, Huayi stared at Kaisha Na with a visage marked by shock and dread. In the distance, Ado, 8, He Shi, Panjun, Monkey Brother, and Dekao were equally astonished, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Shouldn't we make a hasty retreat? The members of the Taotai Legion exchanged bewildered glances with those from the giant wolf civilization. At this juncture, having consumed Su Qing's blood, is this the extent of your power? Such a waste of Su Qing's blood. Kaisha Na's gaze fixed coldly upon Huayi, and with a resounding force, powerful spiritual energy bore down upon him. In an instant, cracks began to form in the void barrier surrounding him. In this scene, the distant figures of He Shi, Panjun, and Di Lena appear lost in a daze. Meanwhile, Huayi finds himself immobilized under the suppression of spiritual energy. Kaisha. No, it is Liang Bing. Wait, perhaps it is Kaisha Na. You cannot kill me. I. Huayi's pupils have reverted to their normal hue, now filled with terror. Carl, save me. Huayi begins to call out for Carl. Do not harbor illusions that Carl can rescue you. Kaisha Na scoffs coldly. The sacred repository of knowledge, the demon number 1 computing group, 2 celestial-level supercomputers, along with my divine essence, now envelop this entire space-time continuum. Even the great clock cannot whisk you away at this moment. Upon hearing Kaishana's words, despair overwhelms Huaye's gaze. Huaye, accept your judgment. Kaishana extends her hand. Fingers splayed, directed at Huaye before her. Simultaneously, within the boundless void. Huh. Starry Q's gasps for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. Before Q stands by Shin Su Qing, his expression one of indifference, coldly observing Q's. How could this be? Q's cannot fathom that his power pales in comparison to this young wild monkey before him. He possesses the same white god power as they do. Why? Why is he still inferior? I have had enough of this. Suddenly, Bai Shin Su Qing utters these words. Instantly, what did you say? Wild monkey. You dare claim you are merely playing? Hughes was consumed by a furious rage, his contorted expression revealing a terrifying surge of power that erupted from within him. The winds of the void became increasingly chaotic under the influence of Hughes's might. Meanwhile, the white god Su Qing slowly clenched his fists, and with a mere thought, his body began to undergo a remarkable transformation. In Chapter 59, Su Qing, the heir of royal blood? Suddenly, amidst a burst of crimson light, the features of this Super Saiyan 4 emerged on Su Qing, his black hair and red fur gradually materializing before this moment. Yet, in the next instant, under the influence of the white goddess power, the black hair and red fur of Super Saiyan 4 transformed entirely to white. The golden pupils of Super Saiyan 4 reverted to the hue of the white god. Simultaneously, a tremendous surge of white goddess power erupted from Su Qing, leaving him in a state of overwhelming might. At that moment, Su Qing was Super Saiyan 4 white god. Witnessing this scene, Hughes was utterly astonished. Feeling the terrifying white god's power radiating from the Super Saiyan 4 white god, even Hughes's gaze was filled with dread. It was inconceivable. Even those wild monkeys, after transforming into the form of the white god, could not accumulate additional powers beyond this. In the midst of his panicked exclamations, Hughes suddenly contemplated an almost impossible possibility. You are indeed the heir of royal blood? How could this be? Wasn't that formidable wild monkey eradicated for failing to challenge that particular individual? Even the entire royal lineage of the Saiyans was wiped out. How could you possibly be one of those Saiyans? This is utterly inconceivable. Kuz cannot fathom that the Supreme Being would have overlooked anything. Yet, at this very moment, Su Qing in the Super 4, white god, form leaves Kuz utterly astonished. The evidence is laid bare before us, is it not? Su Qing, in his Super 4 white god state, is enveloped in white hair, his mismatched eyes coldly fixated on Kuz. He then raises a hand, fingers splayed, mirroring the stance of Kaisana beyond the void, aimed directly at the starry expanse before Kuz. In that fleeting instant, despite possessing the overwhelming power of the starry state, Kuz is overtaken by an immense fear, even regret. He realizes he should not have come. Kuz's pupils constrict violently. Kuz, it is over. The immense power of the white god has coalesced in Su Qing's hand. In an instant, the surrounding void erupts with thunderous flashes of lightning. The winds of time and space dare not approach Super 4 white god, Su Qing, at this moment. Almost simultaneously, Huaye, prepare to face judgment. In the known universe, Kaisana also extends her fingers toward Huaye before her. The formidable and extraordinary essence of the divine gathers in her hand, directed at the imminent foe. Two ultimately, from different dimensions, Su Qing and Kaisana unleash an unparalleled force at the same moment. In an instant, the divine power of the white god enveloped the adversaries before it. The anguished cries of Q's, Huaye, and others echoed in despair as they swiftly faded into nothingness beneath the overwhelming might. Particularly, Kaisana, while simultaneously activating the sacred knowledge repository and the demon No. 1 computation cluster, endeavored to eradicate nearly all traces of Huaye's existence in this realm, utilizing the divine essence within her as a source of energy. She decisively obliterated all vestiges of Huaye's life information, thereby eliminating any possibility of resurrection with absolute authority. As the dust settled, those from the opposing factions, including He-Shi, Panjin, Otto, Atai, Monkey, Delena, Angel Yin, Angel Lung, and Takeo, found themselves utterly bewildered. Even the beastly warriors from the Taodai, giant wolf, and triangular civilizations were momentarily stunned, forgetting to flee. In response, Kaisana cast a glance at them, prompting the Taodai, giant wolf, and triangular beings to retreat in fear. Under the weight of Kaisana's gaze, the warriors of the Taodai and giant wolf civilizations relinquished their weapons, while the triangular beings bowed their heads in submission. Some among the divine cards remained obstinate, yet Kasana did not grant them the opportunity to finish their words. With a pointed gesture, a surge of formidable energy instantaneously shattered them. Consequently, all those who had laid down their arms fell to their knees, silencing any further dissent. He and the others soon realized what was happening, and Zhao Exine, Lu Chuang, and the rest could not contain their astonishment, exclaiming in delight. He smiled as he glanced toward Kasana, and suddenly, with a shimmer of spatial ripples, He appeared beside her. Indeed, she still possessed her beauty. He's gaze surveyed the enchanting fusion of Kes and Morgana that formed Kasana. Kasana returned his smile, but He could not help but inquire, "Will you remain like this from now on?" No sooner had He's words left his lips than Kasana, amidst a radiant glow, separated into two individuals. Reverting to the divine Kes and her sister Morgana. "No way. I absolutely refuse to merge with her again," Liang Bing exclaimed, glaring at Kes with indignation as she transformed back. Upon witnessing their queen's return, the demons, including Otto and Ate, wore expressions of joy. The divine Kes merely chuckled lightly at Liang Bing's outburst. Then, Kes unexpectedly reached up to touch her forehead. Observing this gesture, Morgana, feeling a sense of urgency, exclaimed, "What did you see after merging?" Meanwhile, she remained somewhat perplexed. Kes, however, looked playfully at her sister Liang Bing, who was blushing for reasons unknown. "Oh, Liang Bing, what else can you do? It has been nearly 1,000 years, and you still haven't won him over." He merely allowed him to kiss her forehead, yearning to reciprocate, yet found himself unable to do so. Just as his hand was lifted from her brow, the divine Kesha abruptly spoke with startling candor. At that moment, all present were momentarily taken aback, their expressions frozen in astonishment. Morgana, flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, "You insolent wretch! I shall cleave you into 8 pieces." In a flash, she summoned her demonic claws and aimed a fierce strike at Kesha before her. What followed was a spectacle of discord between the two sisters. She shook his head in resigned amusement, feeling utterly helpless in the face of their sibling rivalry. Su Qing, meanwhile, as he observed the gradually stabilizing rifts in the void, he pondered the fate of Su Qing on the other side. He hoped that he too had triumphed over his adversary and would return safely to the known universe. The thought of that formidable white figure brought a smile to Hishi's lips. A truly powerful young boy. Chapter 60. The birthday celebration on the luxurious liner. At this moment, in the void world, Su Qing gazed down at his own formidable form, the Super 4, white god, radiating a brilliant silvery luminescence. The sheer potency of this power astonished even him. The strength of the white god had inexplicably surged in an instant. However, whoosh, suddenly, Su Qing reverted to the basic, white god, state and exhaled a breath, stating, "The Super 4 white god indeed imposes a tremendous burden on the body. It is likely that the ordinary ancient Saiyans were unable to harness the power of the Super Saiyan god, let alone the Super Saiyan god with the utmost enhancement. And I could just mention my royal bloodline. It seems that the system's bestowal of the ancient Saiyan physique is not of an ordinary caliber, but rather that of a royal lineage." Reverting to the fundamental Super Saiyan god, Su Qing chuckled softly to himself. Just then, the battle system chimed in. "Congratulations on defeating an ultimate opponent. You have received one extreme lottery draw. How delightful. An unexpected surprise." "An extreme lottery draw?" Su Qing smiled in surprise. "An extreme lottery draw? Previously, it was advanced, then super. And now, after vanquishing Kuz, it has become something unprecedented, extreme. Utilize. Extreme lottery draw in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained permanent access to the Dragon Ball, God and God World portal." Oh, Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement. At the same time, scenes from the God and God storyline he had previously glimpsed on his phone flashed through his mind. Beerus, Whis, Super Saiyan God. Moreover, within the same universe, the Grand King and the Grand Priest. These supreme beings should also exist within the God and God realm. With a multitude of destroyer gods, the angelic race, the Grand Priest, and even the exalted Grand King. The mere thought of such entities surged through Su Qing, igniting a powerful combat spirit and overwhelming exhilaration that he could hardly contain. Within him, the warrior instinct propelled Su Qing into a state of euphoric excitement. However, is it possible for the combat system to transport individuals back in time? The image of Liang Bing appeared in Su Qing's mind, prompting him to inquire. World passage below divine level, not permitted. Is that so? Su Qing furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, that feeling of excitement soon replaced his concern. Liang Bing. I shall return shortly. Combat system, open the passage. In the next moment, a portal visible only to Su Qing, and accessible solely by him, emerged not far ahead. Moreover, within the boundless winds of this void world, the system's time-space passage remained entirely unaffected by any external disturbances. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Su Qing soared into it. In the Dragon Ball time-space, on a luxurious cruise ship in the Blue Star's ocean. Whoosh! A figure clad in white materialized in a corner of the ship. It was Su Qing, the fundamental white god. Is this the realm of gods? White god Su Qing surveyed his surroundings, discovering that he was indeed aboard a ship floating atop the vast sea, surrounded by numerous human auras. For the moment, no one approached him. Otherwise, given the ostentatious appearance of the white god, he would surely attract a crowd. Nevertheless, even the aura of a god is imperceptible to mere mortals. How much less so the power of the white god? Even divine beings might struggle to detect it. Oh, is it mere coincidence that I find myself in this place at this time? In his divine state, Su Qing seemed to possess an inkling of understanding. Whoosh! In the next instant, white god Su Qing flashed and suddenly stood before a person resembling a waiter. In the midst of the astonished expression of that individual, Su Qing activated a certain ability recorded in the ancient Saiyan memory inheritance. In the next moment, Su Qing's appearance transformed into that of an ordinary person, resembling the waiter. And even the aura of his divine state dissipated, rendering him utterly unremarkable. As he stood before the waiter, who now looked almost identical to him, the waiter's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Qing, with a gentle touch, promptly sent him into a deep slumber. He then sauntered boldly towards the location of the most crowded and vibrant banquet aboard the ship. Upon arriving at the banquet, Su Qing, now in the guise of a waiter, immediately cast his gaze upon the delectable array of food. Just then, Bulma, elegantly dressed and poised, caught sight of Su Qing and was about to utter something when, gurgle, his stomach audibly rumbled. In the blink of an eye, Su Qing dashed towards the banquet table with the swiftness of an ordinary human. With great enthusiasm, he began to indulge in the feast before him. Bulma, unable to articulate her thoughts in the face of his ravenous appetite, sighed. What on earth? Why is he so hungry? Never mind. I shall retrieve something from the backstage myself. Observing Su Qing devouring the food with the fervor of a starving ghost, Bulma chose not to comment further and turned away. Meanwhile, Su Qing continued to gorge himself at the table, feasting upon the delightful dishes laid out before him. The other waiters serving the dishes were taken aback. How is he even at the table? And is he truly eating like a glutton? At that moment, a voice rang out. This is mine. The plump plush toy found itself at the same table as Su Qing, currently engaged in a spirited contest for food. Su Qing, unfazed by the competition, relentlessly stuffed his mouth with whatever he could seize. After an extensive play session with Kuze, he was undeniably famished. The time had come to replenish his energy, for soon he would be embroiled in another exhilarating battle. Frustrated, the plush toy observed Su Qing's blatant disregard for its presence as he continued to voraciously devour the food. In response, it hastened its own consumption, creating a rather amusing tableau at the table where Su Qing and the plush toy frantically competed for their meals. Meanwhile, a server, astonished, watched the spectacle unfold as they brought dishes to the table. Particularly bewildered by Su Qing's antics, the server wondered if they were permitted to join in. At that moment, Vegeta had already received word from the king of the world that Super Saiyan 3 Kakarot had been swiftly defeated by the god of destruction, Beerus. Vegeta, filled with anxiety, cast glances at Beerus, who was indulging at another table. How delightful the food on this planet is. I find myself reluctant to destroy it, Beerus mused, delighting in the flavors before him, his expression brimming with astonishment. However, in the next instant, he noticed Vados beside him wearing an unusual expression, seemingly not partaking in the feast. Vados, what troubles you? Beerus inquired, holding a hot dog. Awakened from her reverie, Vados replied, Lord Beerus, I believe I sensed something just now. What was it? Beerus asked, swallowing his hot dog with indifference. I am unsure, Vados responded. Weiss displayed a visage of uncertainty, murmuring, perhaps it is merely an illusion. If you do not partake soon, I shall not reserve any for you, admonished Beerus, indifferent to the matter. Ah, Lord Beerus, please do save a morsel for me, Weiss implored, his urgency palpable. Regardless of whether it was indeed a figment of his imagination, the enjoyment of delectable cuisine remained paramount. Meanwhile, in the distance, Vegeta, amidst tension, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Thankfully, all was proceeding smoothly. Suddenly, a bullet struck Beerus on the forehead, causing Vegeta's eyes to widen in horror after just a moment of relaxation. It was none other than the trio, Pilaf, Mai, and Shu, who had made their bumbling entrance. As the bullet slowly fell from Beerus's forehead, Vegeta's heart raced to an alarming degree. Chapter 61, The Dance of the Prince-O-Deer, exclaimed Weiss, feigning astonishment as he observed the bullet sliding down Beerus's forehead. Beerus, in contrast, watched the bullet's descent with a visage darkening by the moment. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Gohan, Tien, and Krillin remained oblivious, observing Pilaf and Mai without comprehending the gravity of the situation. Disaster loomed. Only Vegeta was in a state of panic, noting Beerus's increasingly ominous expression, which had gone unnoticed by the others. "Listen, this is not the time for merriment," he urged. "Everyone, focus on me." He took to the stage, grasped the microphone, and began to dance. He gazed upon the audience below, their faces etched with shock, contemplating his imminent demise. "Oh my, oh my!" He hollered on stage, oblivious to the tune he was belting out, which was, to put it bluntly, quite displeasing to the ears. In the midst of it all, he even lifted his leg, spinning around like a swan unfurling its wings. Goodness! With his mouth stuffed full of food. Su Qing momentarily paused in disbelief. Morgana would undoubtedly be astounded to witness someone manage to halt Su Qing, even in a state of hunger, while indulging in food. Truly unfathomable. At that very moment, Su Qing himself wore an expression of sheer incredulity as he beheld Vegeta on stage. Although he had previously viewed this character in animated films on his phone, witnessing it firsthand revealed the magnitude of its impact. Particularly during the instant Vegeta raised his leg, Su Qing felt as though his mind had shrunk. Vegeta. Just then, Bulma returned with a bottle of red wine, only to encounter a scene that left her questioning her existence. Has Vegeta lost his mind? Krillin could hardly believe that the figure on stage was the proud Saiyan prince. Piccolo and Tien Shinhan were rendered speechless, each wearing expressions of disbelief. As if sensing the astonished gazes of the crowd, Vegeta lifted his head. His face flushed and contorted. Ultimately, he concluded his performance with an exaggeratedly grotesque expression, proclaiming, "That was truly awful, a worthy comparison to you, Whis." Beerus's demeanor had returned to a state of tranquility. Is that so?" Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. "Well, I suppose I shall indulge in something else." As Beerus approached another table, Vegeta's shoulders slumped, and he exhaled heavily, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. However, he could not suppress his anger, thinking to himself, could these bastards refrain from causing trouble? With that, Vegeta lost all desire to remain on the stage. He shot a furious glare at the astonished Krillin and the slightly inebriated Gohan before dashing away. Admiration welled up within Su Qing as he watched Vegeta's retreating figure. And he couldn't help but utter a simple phrase, "What a pity. Some events are destined to unfold, after all." Feeling unsatisfied with the offerings shared with Su Qing, the chubby plush toy decided to relocate to another table, where creamy puddings were plentiful. In a manner reminiscent of the original tale, Beerus, having heard from Whis about the deliciousness of the creamy pudding, approached the chubby plush toy with a joyful and expectant smile, requesting a pudding from it. "Absolutely not," the plush toy exclaimed, having just battled Su Qing for food. Upon seeing another contender for its precious treats, its expression turned fiercely protective as it monopolized the remaining large bowl of creamy pudding. "One is all I need." At that moment, Beerus, as the god of destruction, exhibited a rare humility and courtesy. Yet, the plush toy persisted in its refusal. It even stuck out its tongue, licking every pudding, dripping with saliva. Instantly, Beerus was taken aback, his shock transforming into an uncontrollable fury. With a resounding thud, he unleashed a powerful punch, sending the chubby plush toy flying. A tremendous commotion instantly startled everyone present. Not far away, Vegeta, who had just finished dancing moments earlier, was taken aback. What on earth is happening? I merely glanced away for a moment, and now this occurs. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Tien, Gohan, and Android 18 witnessed an attack on their comrade and rushed forward. In response, Beerus deftly dispatched them all with a few effortless moves. Krillin, who had not even had the chance to intervene, was stunned to see a group of individuals, including his wife and Piccolo, sprawled on the ground. These were not ordinary beings. How could they be so easily incapacitated by their opponent? Krillin could scarcely believe the reality before his eyes. Furious, he thought, I can no longer stand by. As the situation unfolded in such a dire manner, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. He transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second tier and charged into battle. Soon, as he fought against Beerus, Vegeta realized the true extent of his opponent's might. Every attack he launched was effortlessly deflected with a single hand. It appeared that Beerus was not the adversary he was seeking. With a hint of disappointment, Beerus regarded the fully unleashed Vegeta. Vegeta, astonished by the legendary God of Destruction's power, found himself at a loss. Then, Beerus extended his palm towards Vegeta, seemingly intent on obliterating him. Piccolo and the others could only watch in bewilderment, their bodies rendered immobile. Just at that moment, smack. No one anticipated that Bulma would stride forward and deliver a resounding slap to Beerus. In a fit of frustration, Bulma lamented how Beerus had ruined her birthday celebration. In response, Beerus struck her with a powerful slap, rendering her unconscious and leaving her sprawled on the ground. But you dare to strike my Bulma. Vegeta erupted in fury. Although he did not transform into Super Saiyan 3rd grade, he unleashed a force surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3. Subsequently, a flurry of punches rained down upon Beerus, culminating in a devastating energy wave aimed at him. However, as the dust settled, Beerus remained entirely unscathed. I had hoped for at least a moment of excitement, Beerus remarked. Disappointment etched across his face as he regarded Vegeta. Faced with the realization that he could not defeat Beerus, Vegeta was left astonished, somewhat helpless, and steeped in despair. Meanwhile, a figure remained oblivious to the chaos. Indulging in a feast with unrestrained gluttony, it was Su Qing, transformed after his ascension. The ensuing events unfolded in a manner reminiscent of the original narrative. As Beerus prepared to obliterate Vegeta and the others, only for Goku Kakarot to finally emerge from the shadows after observing for a considerable time. Following Goku's suggestion, they summoned the Eternal Dragon from the Dragon Balls to seek out the legendary Super Saiyan God. Ultimately, Vegeta, Goten, Gohan, Trunks, and even Biddy joined forces to channel hope into Goku Kakarot, awakening his Super Saiyan God form for the very first time. However, in the end, he still could not surpass the God of Destruction, Beerus. Throughout this time, Su Qing had essentially satisfied his hunger. Chapter 62. Unprecedented. The frenzied surge of Su Qing's combat power. Was this individual truly that famished? From the very beginning, Su Qing had been indulging in his feast, while Super Saiyan God Goku and the God of Destruction, Beerus, clashed in a spectacular battle. Su Qing remained oblivious to everything, relishing his meal, earning the admiration of Krillin. In truth, Vegeta and Piccolo had also taken note of Su Qing. However, upon realizing that he was merely an utterly ordinary human, they ceased to regard him with any further interest, dismissing him as a mere glutton reincarnated. Lord Beerus, you are exceedingly powerful. Back aboard the ship, the exhausted Son Goku, supported by Krillin, gazed weakly at the God of Destruction, Beerus. Huh. Beerus chuckled heartily. If that is the case, I might just destroy this blue planet. No sooner had he spoken than an energy projection surged from his hand, and with a loud bang, a stone just a few meters in size was obliterated. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, the planet you are destroying seems rather small, remarked the angel, Whis, with a smile. Well, I am a bit tired and lack strength. Beerus had no intention of annihilating the blue planet, and thus yawned, preparing for Whis to escort him away. Witnessing this, Vegeta, Krillin, and Piccolo exchanged astonished glances at Beerus, while Son Goku smiled in delight. However, he questioned, what? Are we leaving just like that? A sudden voice interrupted the moment. Yet Su Qing had already satisfied his hunger and thirst, and at this moment, he stood to the side, casting a glance toward the assembly. Upon hearing this, Beerus, Whis, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and all others involuntarily turned their gazes towards Su Qing, who stood behind them. I advise you not to speak recklessly at this juncture. Bulma shot Su Qing a glare. It was a rare moment when the individual intended to depart, and here you were, a mere waiter, suddenly creating chaos. Vegeta and Piccolo also redirected their scrutinizing gazes towards Su Qing, who, despite appearing to possess no combat prowess, had exhibited peculiar behavior from the onset and now inexplicably interjected. Just then, the true waiter, who had been knocked unconscious by Su Qing, awakened and rushed over. Thus, it was not long before Vegeta, Bulma, and the others looked on in astonishment at the striking resemblance between the two individuals. Su Qing and the genuine waiter were nearly identical in appearance, even down to their attire. Cursed be it, you are indeed formidable, managing to infiltrate us in such a manner. Who exactly are you? Vegeta inquired. his gaze now fixed intently on Su Qing. Bulma, equally astonished, recalled that among the waitstaff she had summoned aboard the ship, there were no twins. How intriguing. Beerus, who had initially intended to leave, now regarded Su Qing with a hint of curiosity. Boss, he suddenly appeared before me and then transformed into my likeness. It was him. The bewildered waiter pointed at Su Qing, informing Bulma. Simultaneously, the initial characteristics of Su Qing came to mind. By the way, boss, when I first saw him, he was enveloped in a radiant white light, and behind him was a tail reminiscent of a monkey, the waiter continued to exclaim. Instantly, exclamations erupted from Vegeta, Beerus, Krillin, and Piccolo. A tail? Sun Wukong gazed in astonishment at the somewhat peculiar and enigmatic Su Qing, who still appeared in the guise of a waiter. Could that monkey tail indicate he is also a Saiyan? Krillin mused softly. Impossible. Vegeta retorted, skeptical. The white light. Beerus was intrigued by something else entirely. Oh. Even Whis seemed somewhat surprised by Su Qing, for even he cannot discern Su Qing's essence at this moment. Until suddenly, clang, Su Qing underwent a transformation. The waiter's facade faded away, revealing his true appearance. Black hair, dark eyes, a stern visage, clad in battle attire, and indeed, a Saiyan tail protruded from behind him. It truly is. Vegeta regarded him with a mix of suspicion and intrigue. You actually possess a tail, just as I did in the past. Sun Wukong also looked at Su Qing in astonishment. Meanwhile, Su Qing felt that his previous foundational combat power had automatically transformed into the white goddess power due to his lapse in control. Oh well, foundational combat power is easily attained. Su Qing chuckled, completely unfazed. To his surprise, other Saiyans still existed on this planet. Piccolo wore an expression of bewilderment, mirroring that of the others around him. His feelings were far from optimistic. Number 18 perceived Su Qing's combat prowess as lacking. Meanwhile, Whis fixated his gaze upon Su Qing, and as an angel, he felt an inexplicable sense of pressure at that very moment. In the next instant, before the eyes of the crowd, a transformation occurred. Combat power paused and converted into divine white power. Oh! Su Qing clenched his fists and roared towards the heavens, unleashing an explosive aura. In an instant, a torrent of white flames surged forth, power continuously erupting. Combat power 100 quintillion. 130 quintillion, 110 quintillion. The basic combat power had halted its transformation into divine white power, resulting in a frenzied escalation of strength. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, overwhelming the atmosphere. In the midst of this intense wave of energy, the sheer magnitude of power was staggering, and it continued to rise uncontrollably. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others stood in stunned silence. How could this be? Number 18, who had just deemed Su Qing inadequate, was now rendered speechless. Vegeta felt as if the mightiest strength he had just unleashed appeared trivial before Su Qing in this moment, like that of an insignificant insect. This individual. Even Beerus could not help but furrow his brow in concern. Unlike the ordinary Saiyans, could it be that? Whis understood that Su Qing was not merely revealing hidden strength, but was instead temporarily amplifying his combat power. The speed and magnitude of this power increase were nothing short of terrifying, even though he belonged to the angelic lineage at this very moment. Witnessing the relentless eruption of Su Qing, Whis' gaze was tinged with incredulity. Suddenly, Su Qing transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, his body radiating a dazzling golden light as he surged towards Beerus. In response, Beerus' expression turned serious as he intercepted Su Qing's incoming punch, retaliating with a strike to the side of Su Qing's face. Boom. The punch sent Super Saiyan 3 Su Qing flying. Damage received. Combat power 7543 G. Super Saiyan 3 state. Combat power 3018 Rang. In midair, Super Saiyan 3 Su Qing steadied himself, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then turned back, smiling at Beerus. Excitement. Combat power 1000 Gai. 888 Gai. 2000 Gai. This energy. Even Son Goku, who had recently transformed into a Super Saiyan god, looked on in utter astonishment at Su Qing, who was merely in Super Saiyan 3 form. When did this form become so formidable? What on earth is the source of this power? Beerus' pupils constricted sharply. There was no mistaking it. He was indeed the one his father had once spoken of, from ancient times. Whis could no longer maintain his composure. Is he truly a Saiyan? Vegeta's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could a Saiyan possess such strength? As they all stared in astonishment, Super Saiyan 3 Su Qing revealed a maniacal, sinister grin. Come, fight me. Chapter 63, God of Destruction. Is this all the power you have? Come, let us battle. In the realm of Super Saiyan transformations, Su Qing, with his hair cascading down to his waist and his azure eyes brimming with excitement, gazed at Beerus aboard the ship suspended in midair. This fellow, astonishingly, he too could ascend to Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Vegeta, perplexed, sensed an extraordinary feeling emanating from Su Qing, as if every cell within him was undergoing a peculiar tumult. Was it a desire to engage in combat? No, that was not quite right. It felt more like an irresistible instinct buried deep within his genes. It was as though, on a bloodline level, he was being subdued by another. Vegeta, do you feel this too? Suddenly, Goku, Kakarot, cast a glance at Vegeta. Ah, Vegeta scoffed. I don't know why, but he evokes an intensely unpleasant sensation within me. Goku chuckled, observing Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, who appeared unaffected. It seems that only the two of us share this sentiment. Meanwhile, Beerus slowly levitated, coming face to face with Super Saiyan 3 Su Qing. You little rascal, just who are you? Beerus scrutinized Su Qing, whose aura had intensified remarkably. A flicker of astonishment coursed through him. Even with his keen insight, he discerned that Su Qing was temporarily augmenting his combat prowess, unleashing a hidden reservoir of strength. The disparity between the two was immensely significant. The latter was a matter beyond discussion. However, the former, Su Qing's explosive potential, is truly terrifying, to the extent that even Beerus, the god of destruction who has existed for an unfathomable duration, cannot help but be astounded. Indeed, Su Qing's combat prowess has escalated to an extraordinary level. As for this, Su Qing, that is my name. Furthermore, my strength derives from the body of the ancient Saiyans. Super Saiyan 3 Su Qing continues to smirk at Beerus, who is suspended in midair before him. Indeed, below, Whis' pupils narrow sharply. Ancient Saiyan, and Beerus, Son Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and all others were expressions of astonishment and suspicion. No wonder I felt this way along with Kakarot. It turns out. But how could this be possible? How can such Saiyans exist in the universe? Vegeta's mind is a whirlwind of thoughts filled with uncertainty. It sounds remarkably formidable. Son Goku blinks, implying the existence of a Super Saiyan with an ancient lineage. Piccolo, taken aback, speculates as well, observing the astonished Beerus before him. Super Saiyan 3 Su Qing chuckles softly. This, in fact, is not of paramount importance. What truly matters now is Clang, before he can finish his sentence. The Super Saiyan 3rd level, with hair cascading to his waist, unleashes a surge of crimson energy, transforming his golden locks, pupils, and tail into the same resplendent crimson hue. Super Saiyan 3rd level, Super Saiyan God, divine energy, witnessing this spectacle Nani, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Android 18 stood in utter astonishment. The power of a Super Saiyan God had been combined with that of a Super Saiyan in its 3rd form, just moments after transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Goku was equally incredulous. Only those who had undergone the transformation into a Super Saiyan God could truly comprehend that these were two entirely distinct forces, nearly impossible to merge. Beyond the disparity in strength, the physical form struggled to withstand such a combination. Yet, the individual before them, Su Qing, an alleged ancient Saiyan, had astonishingly succeeded in fusing these two powers. A Super Saiyan God in its 3rd form? At this moment, Beerus also bore a look of disbelief. Boom. Su Qing, in the state of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan 3, seized the prime opportunity to strike, launching a powerful fist that sent Beerus hurtling through the air. This blow was a retribution. With a faint smile, Su Qing, enveloped in a brilliant crimson aura, declared, a heavy blow, battle power 99-99. Breath under transformation, battle power 100-100 levitation under transformation, battle power 300-500 Su Qing's battle power surged continuously. At that moment, Beerus, enraged, charged back, shouting, "You scoundrel!" and delivered a fierce kick. Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan form, immediately crossed his arms to block the attack. Though the tremendous force propelled him a considerable distance, he emerged unscathed. Is this the extent of a so-called destroyer-s power? He thought. His fiery crimson hair ablaze with ethereal energy, a proud smile illuminating his face as he regarded Beerus. How formidable! Sun Wukong suddenly chuckled. Despite his fatigue from the previous battle with Beerus, witnessing Su Qing's strength ignited an undeniable urge within him to challenge Su Qing. Yet, a whisper from deep within warned him against engaging. He recognized his current state left him lacking the stamina to contend with such a powerful adversary. Otherwise, Sun Wukong would have disregarded any warnings from his instincts and charged into battle without hesitation. "You insolent brat," Beerus seethed, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He despised nothing more than a lack of respect towards divinity. In the blink of an eye, Beerus surged forward with an even greater intensity, launching himself at Su Qing. In his Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan state, Su Qing stood his ground against the relentless onslaught of Beerus, advancing rather than retreating. Soon, a colossal explosion resonated above the ocean as the two exchanged a titanic clash of fists. In the realm of Dragon Ball, such a confrontation would yield cataclysmic results. Had this been the world of the previous Hound Legion, the void would undoubtedly shatter, and the blue planet beneath would be utterly obliterated. Su Qing had long realized that the spatial barriers of this world were far more formidable than those of the Xiong-Bing Lian realm. The void was not so easily shattered. At this very moment, far away in the realm of the Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus's powerful punch was withstood. The god Jebet gazed in astonishment at the battle unfolding within the crystal sphere. Meanwhile, the old Supreme Kai, the ancestor? Jebet observed the old Supreme Kai's expression of sheer panic. How could this be? The legendary beings, were they not all eliminated by Lord Zeno? How could they still exist? This universe is doomed. The old Supreme Kai muttered in confusion, his words bordering on incoherence. On the other side, bang bang, Su Qing and Beerus exchanged blows, each delivering a punch that sent the other hurtling backwards. Is this the essence of divinity? Is this all the power a god possesses? With his flaming red hair, Su Qing clenched his fist, tilting his head and leaning to the side, his expression radiating arrogance and hubris to the extreme. Observing Su Qing's vacant gaze, Beerus's countenance darkened profoundly. Chapter 64. Breaking the Limits. Invincible with my presence. Ancestor, what are you saying? Jebet questioned, bewildered by the old Supreme Kai's frantic demeanor. Fool, do you not read it all in your spare time? The old Supreme Kai scolded Jebet. Then, the gaze continued to waver uncertainly upon the powerful figure confronting the god of destruction, Beerus, the ancient Saiyan. In my youth, I chanced upon them in an ancient tome. It vaguely chronicled a time long past when the king among the ancient Saiyans dared to challenge the supreme king of all. In his fervor, he annihilated universe after universe, all to compel the king of all to engage him in battle. It is said that even the Grand Minister could not deter that ancient Saiyan king before the king of all intervened. Observing the crimson state of Su Qing within the crystal ball, the old Kaioshin endeavored to recall the past. Jebet, standing nearby, was taken aback. Indeed, the old Kaioshin suddenly recollected something else. I remember that the book also mentioned the ancient Saiyans possessed a transformation, the likes of which neither Goku nor Vegeta currently possess. This transformation, characterized by white hair and white eyes, is known as the White God. Once those ancient Saiyans awaken this ultimate transformation, it is said that no deity in the universe can thwart them. The old Kaioshin murmured, lost in thought, while Jebet stood by, mouth agape in astonishment. I hope that this individual named Su Qing is not truly an ancient Saiyan. Even if he is, I wish he has not awakened the ultimate transformation of the White God. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow, stating otherwise. It seems that even Beerus would find it difficult to subdue him. This insolent brat. It appears that only by adopting a serious demeanor can he comprehend the reverence due to a deity. Su Qing's arrogance had thoroughly incensed Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, please wait a moment. Below was sought to prevent Beerus from continuing his confrontation with Su Qing. However, with a resounding clang, Beerus, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of purplish-black destructive energy, fully embraced the battle mode of a god of destruction. He then charged at Su Qing, who was empowered by Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 3 strength. In response, Su Qing's eyes narrowed, and the moment his opponent approached, he initiated his assault. Yet, Su Qing's strikes were effortlessly blocked by Beerus with a single hand. Following this, Beerus's tail swung downwards with great force, sending Su Qing plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Humph! Beerus showed no signs of relenting. The next instant, he dove into the sea after him. On the ship, Son Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Krillin, and all others instinctively gathered at the edge of the vessel, gazing into the depths of the sea. They witnessed tumultuous waves erupting. as countless fish and torrents of seawater were propelled skyward from the ocean's floor. The intensity of their battle was palpable, yet they could feel neither of their energies. Krillin could not help but voice his astonishment. Vegeta and Tien seemed fundamentally similar, devoid of the palpable aura of battle. Suddenly, Goku, Kakarot, feels a tightening in his pupils. What's wrong, Goku? Can you sense their energy? Piccolo remarks, noting Goku's unusual demeanor. Kakarot, Vegeta, aware that Goku has recently transformed into a Super Saiyan God, wonders if he truly perceives something beyond the ordinary. Meanwhile, Whis wears a grave expression. My lord, I hope you arrive soon. The situation has exceeded our expectations. In response to the inquiries surrounding him, Goku solemnly declares he has grown stronger. Gazing towards the distant sea, his countenance serious. Nani, Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others display expressions of astonishment. At that moment, bang, 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 bang. Two formidable figures burst forth from the depths of the ocean, soaring into the sky amidst a flurry of energy. Vegeta and the others behold an unfamiliar silhouette, enveloped in a glowing crimson aura, yet no longer resembling a Super Saiyan third grade, but rather embodying a primal form adorned in red fur. It is an entirely new transformation. Piccolo exclaims in disbelief. This individual, Vegeta, despite his shock, cannot suppress a flicker of hope and envy within. How he longs to possess such power. This strength surpasses that of my recent Super Saiyan God form by a vast margin. Goku gazes in admiration. Yet, alongside his admiration, both Goku and Vegeta share a common desire to attain such power for themselves in the near future. In an instant, the two individuals found themselves with newfound aspirations for strength, or perhaps a clearer direction. At this moment, Su Qing, who had already manifested the power of Super Saiyan God, Limit Break, engaged in a fierce exchange with Beerus, who was in combat mode. Boom, boom. Each landed a punch on the other, sending them both hurtling backward, momentarily separating them. You rascal! Beerus gazed in astonishment at Su Qing, who was capable of holding his own against him in this state. Furthermore, how had this individual, Su Qing, transformed once more? Haraha! The exhilarated Su Qing, embodying the essence of Super Saiyan God, Limit Break, laughed with delight. This is it. Come, let us continue our battle. Beerus's eyes narrowed in concentration, and in the next moment, swoosh, a powerful energy blast was unleashed, directed towards Su Qing. Yet, Su Qing advanced, deftly kicking Beerus's energy blast away, sending it soaring into the vastness of space beyond Blue Star. However, Beerus seized the opportunity, swiftly appearing before Su Qing. He then unleashed a formidable destruction energy, enveloping the transformed Su Qing. In an instant, the dark energy of destruction engulfed Su Qing, commencing the devastation of his body. Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan God, Limit Break form, furrowed his brow. In the next heartbeat, he unleashed the immense power of Super Saiyan God, Limit Break, to counter the destruction energy. Futile. Beerus continued to channel an ever-increasing torrent of destructive energy. Your audacious disposition is a detrimental presence in the grand tapestry of the universe, and it reflects a lack of reverence towards the divine. Therefore, I have resolved to obliterate you. Beerus spoke coldly, as an incessant stream of destructive energy emanated from his hand, enveloping Su Qing. It is Su Qing. Had it been another, they would have been annihilated in an instant. Su Qing gradually sensed an unsettling discomfort. Thus, amidst the swirling black energy of destruction, he slowly closed his eyes. Clang. Upon reopening them, a radiant white brilliance of ultimate instinct burst forth. Beerus's pupils constricted sharply. In the next moment, Su Qing unleashed a surge of divine power, dispersing all destructive energy. Before Beerus could fully comprehend the astonishment, swish, Su Qing, embodying the white aura of ultimate instinct, suddenly appeared beside Beerus. Bang! A powerful kick struck Beerus's cheek, sending him crashing into the sea, akin to Su Qing moments before. Then, ultimate instinct, Su Qing, slowly turned and gazed into the distance at Angel Whis. When can we expect the person you summoned to arrive? Chapter 65, 1 verses 2. Upon hearing the words of ultimate instinct, Su Qing, who radiated white energy, Whis exclaimed, you are aware now? He covered his mouth, feigning an exaggerated astonishment. Su Qing, embodying ultimate instinct, offered a subtle smile. Just then, swoosh, Su Qing, in the realm of ultimate instinct, suddenly sidestepped to evade. In the next moment, a shadow darted past Su Qing's original position with a powerful punch. It was none other than Beerus, who was currently engaged in battle as the god of destruction. In the state of Ultra Instinct, Su Qing's body instinctively evaded all attacks that could be dodged. Then swish, 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 swish. Beerus unleashed a barrage of 1,000,000 punches toward Ultra Instinct Su Qing, yet he deftly evaded each and every one of them. How infuriating! Beerus seethed with anger and disbelief. This scene left Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others aboard the distant ship below utterly astonished. The once seemingly invincible god of destruction, Beerus, was now unable to land a single hit on his opponent. How impressive! Observing Su Qing's prowess in the state of Ultra Instinct, Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with admiration. That individual had been relentlessly augmenting his strength through transformations, appearing to possess no limits whatsoever. Vegeta looked on in awe. At that moment, as Beerus let out a furious shout and delivered a final kick, suddenly, Su Qing's figure vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to him, a white aura appeared behind Beerus. Immediately after, a cold voice emerged. "Hey, are you done yet?" Su Qing, in his Ultra Instinct state, spoke with an icy tone. In an instant, a large bead of cold sweat trickled down Beerus's forehead. Realizing he had been tricked, Beerus felt a surge of fury and immediately turned to strike. However, before he could launch his attack, a barrage of iron fists descended upon him. The swift and ferocious blows of Su Qing's ultimate freedom relentlessly rained down upon Beerus at that moment. Heavy strike, combat power 33-33, 66-66, 99-99. The latter found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Meanwhile, Su Qing's own combat power continued to escalate with each strike. Thus, as a god of destruction, have you truly exerted your utmost, Beerus? With a thunderous crash, Su Qing delivered a powerful kick, sending Beerus hurtling out of Blue Star. Such a letdown, Su Qing murmured, his gaze cold as he slightly lifted his head, arms crossed before him. At that very moment, a resounding impact echoed. Su Qing, embodying the essence of ultimate freedom, swiftly blocked with one arm, intercepting a leg that came flying towards him. It was the Angel Whis. The tremendous shockwave reverberated across the skies. "I shall seize the opportunity before your ally arrives." Su Qing grinned mischievously at the Angel Whis, whose attack he had successfully thwarted. Just then, another figure, radiating a faint silver aura, descended from above and delivered a powerful elbow strike directly to Su Qing's head, causing it to lurch down unexpectedly. At that moment, Whis followed up with another blow to Su Qing's chest. In an instant, the coordinated assault from the two sent Su Qing hurtling through the air, ultimately crashing down onto an island, enveloped in a cloud of dust. Lord Beerus, witnessing the return of Beerus to this planet, observed the silver threads of Ultra Instinct sign emanating from him, indicating that his combat prowess had reached its zenith. Lord Beerus can also achieve this, Sun Wukong exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise upon witnessing Beerus's current state. What fate awaits Su Qing? Vegeta gazed toward the distant island where Su Qing had landed. In response, Beerus and Whis swiftly ascended above the island, only to discover a large crater in which a silver-haired Su Qing was brushing off the dust from his battle attire. In the next moment, a subtle smile graced his lips as he beckoned to Beerus and Whis hovering above. "This rascal," Whis remarked with a solemn expression, while Beerus seethed with fury. In an instant, the Ultra Instinct side Beerus descended like a bolt of lightning, prompting Whis to simultaneously dive towards Su Qing. In that final moment, clang, Su Qing, harnessing Ultra Instinct, caught the fists of both fighters with his hands. The white aura surrounding Su Qing vibrated, yet there was no shockwave or destructive force unleashed upon the surroundings. Remarkably, Su Qing had nullified their terrifying assault with his immense divine power. Such a colossal force. In the vicinity, only Sun Wukong, who had recently transformed into a Super Saiyan god, could faintly perceive the magnitude of power emanating from Su Qing at that moment. That fellow managed to negate all attacks, inadvertently safeguarding this planet. Vegeta relied on his keen eyesight to make an assessment. Good heavens, Krillin wore a look of bewilderment. This truly resembled a celestial battle, where mere mortals could suffer at any moment. The previously dismissive Android 18, who had belittled Su Qing's combat prowess, now stood speechless, her expression utterly dazed. Indeed, such prowess far surpassed that of Kuz. Having deflected a couple of heavy blows and nullified all offensive actions, autonomous ultimate, Su Qing cast a scornful glance at the Angel Whis and the god of destruction Beerus before him. You. Beerus, taken aback, attempted to voice something. But at that moment, Su Qing transformed his defensive stance into an offensive one. Lord Beerus! Whis exclaimed in alarm. Yet before he could finish, there was a resounding bang. Autonomous Ultimate Su Qing propelled both of their heads away, launching them from Blue Star. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he slammed their heads down onto the lunar surface, creating an immense crater upon impact. At that moment, the two below unleashed a fierce energy blast in retaliation. Amidst the chaotic explosion of energy, they struggled to break free from Su Qing's formidable grasp. Gasping for breath, Beerus and Whis found themselves unable to contain their exhaustion. They had exerted an overwhelming amount of power to resist Su Qing's grip. To their astonishment, the disparity in strength between the two sides was indeed monumental. Surprisingly, even Lord Beerus and Whis, on the North Kai's planet, the antennae of the North Kai swayed back and forth. Could it be that the legendary Saiyans possess such incredible power? This universe has just endured the fierce battle between Lord Beerus and Goku. If this continues, it will inevitably lead to destruction. The North Kai's face reflected utter shock. His brows furrowed in deep concern. At that moment, observing the struggling Whis and Beerus attempting to escape from his grasp, the silver-haired Su Qing, who had been crouched, gradually straightened his posture. Then, on the surface of this moon, his wide eyes seemed to disdain everything as they fixated on the distant figures of Beerus and Whis. Chapter 66, The Grand Minister. The Supreme Angel versus the Supreme Saiyan, the tremendous battle in the Void Realm. As Su Qing, radiating an aura of silver energy, prepared to take another step on the lunar surface towards Beerus and Whis, he suddenly halted after just 2 strides. His gaze was drawn behind Beerus and Whis. At the same moment, this was in the realm of the Kais and on the North Kai's planet, the Elder Kai, Jebit, and the North Kai all witnessed something. Their pupils trembled in unison. Consequently, Beerus and Whis, alerted by Su Qing's stare, noticed something emerging behind them. The next instant, while remaining cautious of Su Qing, they cast a glance over their shoulders. The Grand Minister? Beerus, utterly astonished, widened his eyes. Grand Minister. In the next moment, he rushed forward and knelt before the somewhat diminutive figure. Father. Whis, too, felt a sense of relief and approached to bow before the person in front of him. The Grand Minister, though slightly short in stature, nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a flash announced the arrival of Jebit, who had teleported alongside the old Kai. Grand Minister. They, like Beerus, all knelt before the Grand Minister. With a calm smile, the Grand Minister gestured for them to rise. As he did so, his gaze turned toward the front, where Su Qing remained in a state of ultimate tranquility. Whis. Is this the one? The Grand Minister's eyes glinted with a hint of coldness as he regarded Su Qing. Yes, father. Although I am uncertain why. It seems that the so-called ancient Saiyans you mentioned still have surviving kin. This is acknowledged by him. Whis answered honestly, standing respectfully behind the Grand Minister alongside the other deities. The Grand Minister sensed something. The aura you emit evokes a familiar feeling within me. It appears you are indeed the last scion of a lineage that should not have persisted. The Grand Minister's gaze sharpened with an unmistakable intent, directed at Su Qing. This extraordinary being, for the Omni King had decreed, ancient scions must not exist. So, it is truly you who has arrived, he proclaimed, embodying the highest authority of the angelic lineage, the Grand Minister. At this moment, Su Qing gazed in surprise at the diminutive figure ahead. Although he had somewhat anticipated this, witnessing in reality the individual who ranked second only to one across the universe left him astonished. However, as he regained his composure, the combative instincts within him surged fiercely. His eyes instantly filled with an intensity of battle spirit even greater than when he faced Beerus. This gaze evoked a sense of profound familiarity within me. It appears that your kind bears a striking resemblance. The Grand Priest murmured with a smile. In the next instant, a portal to another dimension was unveiled by the Grand Priest. The Void Realm awaits you. Casting a glance back at Su Qing, the Grand Priest soared into the Void Realm first. Huh! Su Qing exclaimed with excitement, swiftly following suit and plunging into the otherworldly entrance. Upon their entry into the alternate dimension, Beerus suddenly expelled a copious amount of blood. Lord Beerus was promptly supported the visibly unwell deity. That wretch, Beerus, gravely injured, bore an expression filled with resentment and fury. Meanwhile, the old Kai, Jebit, and North Kai looked on, utterly astonished. Previously, the formidable and terrifying nature of the ancient scions had existed only in legend. At this moment, witnessing Beerus, a god of destruction, being severely wounded by the opponent. They grasped for the first time the true strength of the ancient Saiyans. With a resounding sound of slicing through the air, a familiar figure suddenly materialized beside the old Kaioshin and his companions. It was none other than Sun Wukong Kakarot, in the realm of nothingness. Shrouded in darkness, yet illuminated by a faint green hue, two imposing figures hovered in the void, locked in a silent confrontation. Su Qing gazed at the overwhelming presence of the Grand Priest, a feeling of pressure gripping his heart. His breath quickened, an inexplicable thrill causing his pulse to race. Battle power, 9999. 9999. 9999. Su Qing's battle power surged uncontrollably. In the next moment, the freedom of extreme intent surged within Su Qing as he could no longer contain his fighting spirit, charging toward the diminutive Grand Priest with a fierce shout. However, before his fist could reach its target, a gentle yet powerful wave of energy emanated from the Grand Priest, creating a formidable shockwave that halted Su Qing in his tracks. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength to break through the overwhelming force. Suddenly, a ki blast appeared before Su Qing, erupting in a thunderous explosion that sent him flying. Steadying himself, he felt a jolt of pain, yet couldn't suppress a manic grin. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and let out a furious roar toward the heavens. The once smooth and flowing white hair now stood upright, and a pair of eyes transformed into a celestial blue. Indeed, it was a direct metamorphosis. White deity. Witnessing this scene, the previously indifferent high priest felt his pupils involuntarily contract. After many years, he had not anticipated witnessing such a form again. The high priest let out a faint sigh. In the next moment, a resounding clang echoed as the power of the angels surged throughout his being. Thus, the mightiest angel faced the most formidable Saiyan. At that instant, the two adversaries stood poised against each other across the void. In the subsequent moment, boom! They charged towards one another with an unbelievable velocity and collided fists, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The once tranquil expanse of the void erupted into a tempest of thunder and lightning, with a fierce aura raging. Should those infamous foes, Frieza, Cell, the androids, Majin Buu, appear here, they would be annihilated to the last cell within the explosive energy. Yet, White Deity Su Qing and the High Priest remained entirely unscathed. At that moment, the High Priest, observing Su Qing, whose fundamental combat prowess was inferior to his own yet, upon transforming into White Deity, possessed the strength to contend with him, could not help but furrow his brow. Humph! The High Priest snorted coldly and threw another punch at the now-closed Su Qing. Su Qing reciprocated with a punch of his own. Both combatants could see each other as fists hurtling towards their faces, yet they remained undeterred, continuing to strike at one another. Ultimately, bang! The High Priest braced himself against Su Qing's fist, but Su Qing was sent hurtling backward by the force of the High Priest's blow. In the boundless void, amidst the tumultuous thunder and the chaotic energies of space-time, Su Qing felt an agonizing pain, yet managed to reveal a faint smile. His body halted its backward flight amid a fierce roar. Soon, within a brilliant surge of silvery light, a cascade of long white hair gracefully appeared. Super Saiyan Level 3, White God Power. The White God Power instantaneously surged to terrifying heights. Su Qing felt an overwhelming pressure enveloping him. Although he had not yet attained White God Ultra 4, this White God Ultra 3 brought him perilously close to the brink of overload. You actually have attained White God Ultra 3, the High Priest remarked, his expression tinged with disbelief. Come, let us battle. Clenching his fists, Su Qing embraced the radiant white glory of the White God Power, which blazed like an exquisite flame. Chapter 67. The Reappearance of White God Ultra 4, Full Power of the High Priest? At this moment, gazing from afar at the figure of White God Ultra 3, Su Qing, adorned with cascading silver hair and engulfed in the fiery brilliance of White God Power. Even the High Priest's countenance revealed a flicker of astonishment. The state of this power accumulation. You possess the same bloodline as that individual? The High Priest could not help but stare in awe at Su Qing's transformed state. In response, with a swift motion, the white light flashed past. And White God Ultra 3, Su Qing instantaneously materialized before the High Priest. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch. The High Priest, quick to react, mirrored the action with his own strike. Boom! As two fists collided, the entire realm of nothingness trembled. Indeed, it was the power of a prince among Saiyans. It is truly astonishing that you survived beneath the might of the Omni King during that time. The Grand Priest furrowed his brow. Su Qing's current strength was formidable enough to contend with the Grand Priest, who had yet to unleash his full combat prowess. Enough with the trivialities. Su Qing, in his Super Saiyan Blue form, bore a cold demeanor. Boom, 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 boom. Subsequently, an intense battle erupted between the two in this realm of nothingness, each punch landing with bone-crushing force. At that moment, the Grand Priest struck Su Qing with a punch, to which the latter retaliated with a kick. Both combatants were sent flying, their breaths becoming labored with exertion. Especially for Su Qing, although the White God's Super Saiyan form was immensely powerful. It placed significant strain on his body, granting him the strength to challenge an entity who had existed for countless millennia. Suddenly, from a distance, multiple figures appeared. Among them, one could discern Sun Wukong Kakarot. Indeed, it was Whis, Beerus, the old Kai, Jebbet, and the others who had originally been on Blue Star, including Vegeta and Piccolo, all entering the realm of nothingness. The entrance to this realm, opened by the Grand Priest, had evidently not been sealed, prompting them to witness the unfolding battle. Upon witnessing Su Qing in his White God Super Saiyan form, alongside the Grand Priest unleashing a fraction of his angelic power, Sun Wukong could not help but exclaim in astonishment. That guy's state has changed once again. Vegeta, observing Su Qing in his White God Super Saiyan form, also expressed his surprise. Is it truly the case that even the Grand Minister is unable to vanquish his opponent at this moment? The King of the North queried with astonishment. Weiss, the Grand Minister has already invoked the power of the angels, and it seems you have done so as well. Beerus cast a glance at Weiss, a mix of concern and confusion crossing his features. Shouldn't angels maintain absolute neutrality in the unfolding tapestry of the universe? Is it not forbidden to casually wield the might of an angel? Those who dare to utilize such power, do they not face obliteration? Yet, both Weiss just moments ago and the Grand Minister now have summoned angelic strength without facing annihilation. Beerus felt a sense of relief that Weiss remained intact. Yet he found himself perplexed. In response, Weiss offered a gentle smile and elucidated, when confronting them, angels are permitted to transgress all rules without incurring any punishment. Ever since that ancient event, the deities across the universe have resisted the existence of that particular race, including Lord Zeno. Surprised, Beerus exclaimed, "It can be so? What indeed transpired in the past that I am unaware of?" Meanwhile, on the battlefield, where the conflict was being observed from a distance, both the Super Saiyan God Su Qing and the partially empowered Grand Minister found themselves slightly out of breath. The Grand Minister was the first to regain composure and remarked, "Although you may eventually succumb to exhaustion if this continues, I still hope for a swift conclusion to this ordeal. The entire universe would permit any angel to unleash their utmost power in response to your words." Thus, the High Priest ascended, his celestial power soaring into the heavens, a tempestuous force that reverberated throughout the void. The overwhelming pressure was so intense that even Su Qing, in his White God Super 3 form, was compelled to retreat. "This is my angelic power at full capacity," the High Priest remarked with a smile, observing Su Qing's withdrawal. Full capacity of angelic power. Su Qing's expression betrayed a hint of astonishment, for he distinctly sensed an unprecedented weight of pressure emanating from his opponent. Such formidable strength. Such a powerful adversary. The High Priest commanded an awe that left the distant Elder Kaioshin, Beerus, Whis, Son Goku, and Vegeta all in a state of uncertainty. Is this truly the power of the High Priest? It is extraordinarily boundless, Beerus murmured in astonishment. Son Goku and Vegeta, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, found themselves at a loss for words. In response, Su Qing, in his White God Super 3 form, unleashed a furious roar towards the heavens, channeling his fighting spirit to counter the oppressive force, and then charged at his opponent with fervor. With a resounding impact, his fist struck out, only to be effortlessly halted by a single finger of the High Priest. In that instant, Su Qing's pupils dilated in shock. Nearby, Son Goku and Vegeta were equally astounded, for Su Qing's form indicated that he was, at this moment, immensely powerful. Yet, the state of the High Priest was simply unfathomable. At this moment, the High Priest deflected Su Qing's powerful punch with a single finger, and then lightly clapped the air. Boom! The shockwave, akin to an air cannon, struck Su Qing squarely in the chest, instantly sending him hurtling backwards. As the Super Saiyan God 3 Su Qing regained his footing, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he thought, enough of this. With a clang, he clenched his fist, and an intense transformation began to unfold. He was about to unleash Super Saiyan 4, combined with divine power, achieving the pinnacle of strength and status he currently possessed. This transformation, a drastic enhancement of the divine power, was an extreme metamorphosis, even more formidable than Super Saiyan God 3. However, the strain it imposed on his body was unparalleled. Once again, he transformed, leaving Vegeta and the others astonished. Su Qing's relentless transformations seemed endless. Upon completing his transformation, he shouted, "Let us go!" He immediately dashed forward with astonishing speed, knowing he could not maintain this state for long and had to seize the moment. Soon enough, the Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing was once again locked in combat with the High Priest at full power. The result was that the High Priest continuously blocked Su Qing's fierce attacks. During this fierce exchange, the fury and unwillingness within the Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing only intensified, fueling his fighting spirit. Dragon Fist, as if fighting for his very life. The Super Saiyan 4 Su Qing conjured a colossal white five-clawed dragon. It roared and charged towards the High Priest. In a swift motion, the High Priest was thrust backward under the onslaught of the white five-clawed dragon. However, until the magnificent dragon vanished, the High Priest, with his hands raised in defense, sustained no harm. He then smiled at the astonished Su Qing before channeling a formidable angelic power directed at him. Chapter 68. The Incredible Evolution. You are far too immature compared to that fellow from the past. More importantly, you lack at least one transformation in comparison. With the full might of angelic power at his disposal, the High Priest pointed his palm towards Su Qing. In the midst of his white god Super Saiyan form, Su Qing, who had initially been surprised by his own dragon fist, found himself unable to contend with his opponent. Upon hearing the High Priest's words, he could not help but smirk, his gaze resolute and defiant. Fixated on the High Priest before him, Su Qing's eyes mirrored a stubbornness that displeased the High Priest. In his white god Super Saiyan state, Su Qing attempted to resist and strike back, but the overwhelming angelic power in the High Priest's grasp swiftly subdued him. Enveloped in the vast angelic energy, Su Qing found himself ensnared, unable to escape even with the strength of his white god Super Saiyan form. Then, the High Priest spoke. "The Omni King once eradicated all bloodlines of your royal lineage. Though I am uncertain how you survived, it all ends here." The High Priest gazed at the struggling Su Qing with a light-hearted smile. In the next moment, amidst Su Qing's unwavering and defiant gaze, the High Priest summoned the full extent of his angelic power, poised to bring a decisive end to Su Qing. His palm radiated with a brilliant light of angelic energy. Clang, boom. Just as the final moment approached, the High Priest was unexpectedly struck by an attack, sending him hurtling backward. The High Priest crossed his arms to shield himself, regaining his balance, yet a flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. As he glanced ahead, he beheld a white, ethereal figure standing protectively before Su Qing. How is this possible?" The High Priest's composure faltered slightly. A defeated foe should not be so audacious. The indistinct white figure spoke with an air of haughty superiority. "You actually survived?" The High Priest gazed incredulously at the figure before him. "The king must have surely killed you." At that moment, the liberated Su Qing also regarded the white figure with a hint of bewilderment. White divine power. Su Qing sensed an essence of power emanating from the figure, one that was fundamentally interconnected with his own. This sensation was even more intense than what Starlit Cool Zay had bestowed upon him. "What is happening? Who is that?" Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Beerus stood in stunned silence. In response, the figure laughed triumphantly, raising his head. "Indeed, he did kill me and obliterated my physical form. However, my formidable white divine power has safeguarded my soul." He spoke with a smile, as if elucidating the doubts of the High Priest. Immediately, as the High Priest's expression turned to one of surprise, a powerful strike was launched towards him, unleashing a brilliant white radiance. The High Priest, filled with trepidation, swiftly summoned all his strength to defend himself. Yet, as the luminescence dissipated, he felt no trace of an attack. Lowering his hands, he then realized that the space before him was utterly vacant. The High Priest's countenance gradually darkened, his fists clenched tightly, echoing with tension. In the distance, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others gazed in astonishment. At this moment, within a unique realm of consciousness, "Who are you?" "Su Qing." Having reverted from white god Super 4 to the standard white god, found himself amidst an expanse of white, gazing curiously at a still ethereal white silhouette before him. I have no name, for they all refer to me as the king. The white figure, arms crossed before him, regarded Su Qing. You, young one, are rather too youthful. However, to dare challenge those who are perpetually aloof at such an age is reminiscent of us ancient Saiyans. He then looked at Su Qing with a sense of satisfaction. You were once the king of the ancient Saiyans. Su Qing, at this moment, could hardly be oblivious to the identity of the figure before him. Yet, witnessing the essence of the other's soul and recalling the earlier dialogue with the high priest, he pondered, had this being truly once battled against the Omni King? Was it possible that he had been reduced to this state as a consequence of his defeat? Young one, do you aspire to vanquish those lofty adversaries? The soul of the ancient Saiyan king before him did not respond to Su Qing, but instead posed an abrupt counterquery, momentarily perplexing Su Qing. It also made Su Qing reflect on his recent brush with death at the hands of the Grand Priest. Yet, inexplicably, Su Qing felt no fear, only an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Perhaps this was the ultimate manifestation of the combative instincts within the ancient Saiyan lineage? More than just aspire. Grant me time, and I shall undoubtedly achieve it. Su Qing declared with a proud smile. For a moment, the soul of the ancient Saiyan king was taken aback, before erupting in uproarious laughter once more. Ha ha, fine youth. Worthy of being a descendant of our royal lineage. Tell me, what is your name? Su Qing. Su Qing replied directly. Upon hearing Su Qing's name, the ancient Saiyan king's spectral gaze suddenly turned frigid. Su Qing, is it? Listen well, I find your physique most satisfactory. Abruptly changing his tone, the ancient Saiyan king's soul began to exude a murderous intent. You. Su Qing instantly adopted a vigilant stance, his divine white energy erupting forth, poised for battle. There can only be one outcome between us now. Either I seize your body and seek an opportunity to vanquish those exalted adversaries one by one, or you extinguish my current spectral state. Thus, young one, allow me to witness your might. He pointed at Su Qing, who understood the implication. In an instant, he transformed into the formidable white god, Super 4, unleashing his full potential without reservation. Although this state imposed a tremendous burden on his body, the imminent threat of possession left him no choice but to exert himself fully. Moreover, upon becoming white god, Super 4, Su Qing took the initiative, launching a powerful punch imbued with the immense strength of the white god towards the soul of the ancient Saiyan king before him. Boom! The two forces collided, sending shockwaves throughout the entire spiritual realm. Subsequently, a fierce battle erupted between them, further weakening the very fabric of the spiritual world. Young one, can you not even extinguish my soul? The ancient Saiyan king's spirit sneered amid the skirmish. Su Qing was taken aback, realizing that even in a state of mere essence, his adversary possessed formidable strength, rendering his white god, Super 4, unable to vanquish the opponent before him. Faced with the grim possibility of being possessed, Su Qing, in a fit of rage, retreated and summoned all the power of white god, Super 4, Dragon Fist. With a mighty roar, a five-clawed white dragon enveloped Su Qing, as his fist surged forward at blinding speed toward the soul of the ancient Saiyan king. Yet, at that moment, in response to Su Qing's dragon fist, the ancient Saiyan king's soul slowly extended its arms, allowing the five-clawed white dragon to pass through harmlessly. At last, Su Qing turned back, somewhat puzzled, only to behold the soul of the ancient Saiyan king gradually transforming into starlight, becoming an integral part of this spiritual realm. Subsequently, this realm metamorphosed into an endless radiance, converging towards Su Qing at its center. Before long, he found himself enveloped in an infinite glow. Young one, I hope that one day you can vanquish that so-called Omni King on my behalf, he chuckled softly. With that final utterance, all the radiance flowed into Su Qing's body, akin to the finest nourishment in the universe, which his ancient Saiyan form absorbed entirely. Ultimately, a towering figure materialized within this space, now reduced to an empty shell. This entity was adorned with a coat of white fur and possessed a voluminous mane of long, flowing white hair, yet its power was restrained to an exquisite degree, with not a trace of energy leaking outward. This power. Su Qing gazed upon his own form at this moment, unable to contain his excitement.